Meet up at first. Thank you, Burrit. Yes, we have our links there, boo. We have Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. If you guys are willing to hop out to fund for Phil food. Welcome, you nub. I live right over the mountain. Hi. Awesome taco. How many states will we go to? Yes, I was supposed to check that, right? All right, here we go. So tomorrow's the official day one. Depart from here, arrived in Kingman, Arizona for an overnight stay. Day two will be Thursday, February 24th. Depart from Kingman, head east on I-40 towards Lupton, Arizona. Arrive there for an overnight stay. Day three, February the 25th. Depart from Arizona on I-40 eastbound through New Mexico. Arrive in Texas for Glen Rio, Texas for an overnight stay. Day four, depart from Glen Rio, Texas. Arrive in Elk City, Oklahoma for an overnight stay. And it'll be day five, Sunday, February 27th, depart from Elk City, Oklahoma. Arrive in Veneta, Oklahoma for an overnight stay. Day six, depart from Veneta, Oklahoma. Arrive in Sullivan, Missouri for an overnight stay. And then depart from there, arrive in Indiana for an overnight stay. Depart from Indianapolis, Impulsive for a rest in Indianapolis for an overnight stay. Then depart from there, arrive in Ohio for an overnight stay, Cambridge. And then depart from there, go to Hagerstown, Maryland for an overnight stay. And then depart from there and arrive on March the 5th to the DC Beltway area. We will be following and covering everything. Yes, guys, this will be a crazy adventure for us here at First Responder Media. Mods will be putting a lot of work. We have a great team behind us. Also, I'll be showering up in truck stops and going along the way, so station around Bell Train 23. Bunch of people are joining to get DC. They won't be there for DC on the 1st, I think, when the State of the Union address is. I think we will get there March the 5th. The interstates we will be taking so people can get out and support. Yes, they will. If you go search the convoy, it's called the People's Convoy. They have the whole map laid out. Thank you, Matt. Lat. Do not know the specific routes. They have been very, very limited on the information, but let's get down there and get back out there and walk around, see what's going on. Yes, we're going all the way.
For you, but I'm not having problems getting through.
We are in Adelanto, California right now, guys.
I know there are trenches in the stages, so I'm not sure if that's part of it. Convoy.
Kyle, you copy?
I guess the wind has settled down a little bit, so that's a good thing. Sheriff stations in. Sure does, Donna. Everything adds up to keep us funded all the way to DC. Alabama, yes, we'll be stringing the whole way to DC.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, the center median starts of Hunt Club. They're just in the snow. There's no damage. They're going to wait for CAA, but you better leave it open because there's going to be people calling in about it.
10-4. Do you want me to just dispatch a sign into them?
Sure.
Go ahead. That's 10-4.
Tree Echo 031. We're at 10-8 from OCDC with 1 1092 male, same as we had in Hawkesbury. We're going to William P. Standard. Yeah, that's positive. We're with the 192 male.
Convoy, William Hayes.
William Hayes.
So this is one of the truck drivers will be going.
Salvation Army, she's out here in pretty rough shape.
We'll interview some people here later on, guys, when it's a little bit less windy. So for those of you just joining right now, we're here in Adelanto, California for the meetup the day before the gathering of the People's Convoy. The trucks will be taking off. The People's Convoys are fighting for the mandates, to remove mandates. We will be following as media, guys. There's a big expression out there as media. We will not be partaking sites on this convoy, but we will be covering
Go ahead with your subject.
Male party, surname of Oakley, Oscar Alpha Kilo Lima Echo Yankee, given one is Andrew, given two is Brock. Bravo Romeo Oscar Charlie Kilo. Date of birth would be 2001 05 17. 2005 17 would be the name of I should be fine, Ricky. It's just going to take time, that's all. Hey, 10-4.
Yeah, guys, sorry it's very windy. Let's get on the big camera and see if we could. Bad winds out here right now.
Convoy, go ahead.
We're out in Mohawk.
10-4. Do you have an end mileage?
Guys, still super windy out here. Yeah, we got the black beam back. Barbara, this is located in Adelanto. See if we can get the scanners going here to see what's going on in town. One second. We got our scanners. Anything left of the original? I think so, Marlon.
Unit calling, go ahead.
There you go. It's still very windy out there, guys.
Go ahead.
I'm not seeing the address here. It's possible to call the complaint and have flag us down here. I'm trying to call it now there.
10-4. Go ahead.
We're clear of our closing Kenny unless you need.
1 second. 2, 2.
David, call back holder just up here. 10.
3-9.
Go ahead.
They're trying to call, or the Salvation Army is trying to call around and get a van out to her. The problem is she's barred from quite a few locations, 10-4, but they're trying.
10-4, thanks. If there was another block, hopefully you guys can do their assistance somewhere.
We have the wind blockers on the big camera, but
Take on 30 from 0.
we'll give it a little bit to more people start showing up, and then we'll get down there for interviews and
If you want to change it,
talk to certain people.
Call the backhoe lot, and it's at number 2591, Highway 34, 2591.
Okay, 10-4. Or 30203 for a PD 10
It's already up a fence in DC. Wow. Some people really don't know their history, only what they're taught. For instance, the I was funded by forefathers. I have a truck. I'm for the truckers. My things on. Many they're gonna lock up as politicians. Personnel. What will you? Would it be nice? Half the work. No, I'm sure. We started planning this a couple of days ago, Dawn. What time is the convoy? Thank you, Jimmy. Joe, how on earth are you getting to? I'm pretty sure once we go to bigger cities, Ruger dude, there will be a whole different opinions, opposing sides as we get. This is, you guys gotta understand, this is not even day one. This is the day before it takes off. They're meeting up here today. We're covering the everything before they take off. We're not allowing nobody to restream besides a couple of handful of people right now. Amber, you guys could take clips and use for your news articles. I have no problem with that as long as you guys give us credit for it. But we're not allowing people to restream us at the moment, besides the people that have permission already. Why are we going to DC to cover this as media, guys? We are media in the mix of all this. As you guys can see, donations are just being flooded in here. All this parking space here was full when we showed up. It's empty now, but there's more and more boxes of peanuts, supplies. I mean, you name it, non-perishable foods. And absolutely, Ruger. Have you prepared questions to ask? Yes, we're not asking what's the purpose for them to, what they're trying to get out of this. I mean, just the typical questions. Who's next? Gas chain, please give Joe gas and food. Thank you so much, Cookie. Does Human Dilemma? Yes, Human Dilemma has permission to restream us. There's 3 people that can restream us at the moment. Human Dilemma, Smoke and Scan, and Stringer's Life. Yeah, you guys could share it out. I mean, there's difference between restreaming and sharing the live stream out. We want you guys to share the stream out.
No other details. 035. 3 Yankee 035, what?
Correct, Tim.
You just 10-7 at the command post. 10-4. It's like down in the ditch. Ambulance is en route.
10-4, en route from 3 o'clock.
201 10-4. 250 10-4. I have 3 Kilo 204 going to the one on the 416.
You know what, guys? If you guys have big streams and you guys want to restream us, go ahead. Just make sure you guys give us credit. Make sure that you guys ain't blocking our watermark. It takes a lot for us to come out here. I say a lot for us. I'm running solo, but I have a big team behind me putting in lots of hours helping out. So if you guys are going to restream us, make sure you guys give us the credit. That's all we ask. Or if you go to the website,
10-4, and for location,
Amber, contact at firstrespondersmedia.com. Contact at firstrespondersmedia.com. It's our email that goes straight to my. That goes straight to my email on my phone. I'll get it real quick.
Do you want me to call the other callers back that called in the other one that was just near Highway 7 and ask if it was a black Lexus?
Yes, guys, just give me credit and the link to the stream. Let your people know where the stream's coming from.
westbound side there, it did look like a black vehicle.
Only time will tell, Tomo. Only time will tell.
In the median there, or on the right side?
On the right side, heading eastbound. The vehicle stopped at the now, looks like.
10-4.
Chaotic duck. This is near Mojave. This is in Adelanto, California.
We're 10-7, command post. 10-4.
Robert, thank you so much for that super. Tehachapi, you know this, I'm about an hour and a half away from Tehachapi, more east and south.
Can you stand by 1 second? Yeah, absolutely.
Jennifer Lopez, thank you so much for that PayPal. Much appreciated.
Just the 0 marker.
Chatty, thank you so much for that super chat. Much appreciated.
Looking for another 21 when you're not 10-6. And this was 007? Yeah, that's 10-4.
You okay, Debbie? Yeah, Debbie. I mean, it's gonna be a major. Apparently, it's gonna be a major issue as we go through the whole from here all the way to DC. So, I mean, it's gonna be hard to keep up with so many people trying to restream us. All I ask for is to give me credit and put a link to my page for the hard work I put out here, for the hard work my team puts on behind scenes. That's all we ask, guys. Matt, thank you so much for that sub. That's all we're asking out here.
Your driver's 1050 negative C9.
Matt coming in with 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Where are you to? If all is Ottawa traffic units, just be advised. Apparently, you're just south of another MVC, mile marker 66, 460 northbound, so there's one at Fallow Field. That car in the center median. Appears to be an SUV with lights on. Complainant is just a passerby.
It just happened unless the guy's confused and he's talking about the one by Hunt Club.
Yeah, 10-4. He said he just saw officers just south of it when he went by.
No, guys, we do not take Bitcoin. I wish.
That clown's got his location wrong. That's the guy at Hunt Club. We've dealt with him.
Com Center 3, X-ray 003. Go ahead. Just giving a little relief at S-Jam and Little.
Center Alpha 250 is confirming you still have EMS attending here. Driver's request.
Confirm 3 Alpha 250, you want 52?
Stacy, thank you so much for that seal. Shaddy, thank you for becoming a code 30 member.
Driver's request.
Much appreciated. Set up the big camera and see how the windsock cuts the wind off real quick, and we'll walk around with the big camera up.
Charlie 002.
For Charlie 002, go ahead.
Yeah, I updated the assist there with, after speaking to the complainant. Can you just contact Smith Falls and see if they're going to send somebody out to that residence?
10-4.
All right, let's try this with the big camera, guys.
Smith Falls, Kilo 204.
How's that with the wind?
Unit calling.
That better, guys? Worse. It's be tough out here with this wind.
Sierra 201, going on scene.
It's a better windy. It's worse than which vehicle took down here later on. We're staying in the vehicle until later on, guys, and hopefully the wind takes down calms down a little bit. It's much better in here. See how it's out here. We have a 30 miles per hour wind right now. drive around. See if we could drive around the parking lot real quick. Drive around and see what's going on. Best, thank you so much for becoming a Co4 member. Much appreciated. Cookie, thank you so much for that super chat from Life of Stan. Well, thank you so much, Cookie. Thank you so much, Life of Stan. The noise reduction was on the mic. It's just so windy out here. So this one back here has, I'll show you guys real quick. So right here, look at the flags out there. Freedom or bust. The People's Convoy.org. We are in Adelanto. What's the solution for charging cameras? We have backup batteries to charge the cameras up. We're all set up for that. Emo George, everything good?
10-4. Did you copy the PD?
I didn't hear all of it. I just heard the act.
10-4, so it's coming in right, Highway 11, southbound lanes near Fern Glen Road. All we have so far is it is single vehicle, white Chevy car, unknown injuries.
Oh wow, it's me. DJ, hopefully you feel better. You get the hey. So this is some of the trucks that are parked here. At the moment, there ain't that many trucks, guys. It's just what? It's 3 hours or 2.5 hours since they started meeting up here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 big rigs.
That was the Fern Glen Road.
Okay, I should be there.
Uh,
Probably 10 minutes.
Charlie 098, is that north or south of Kirksville?
417 eastbound. 417 eastbound. Looks like it's straight near Hawthorne, Greenfield Avenue area, Please Avenue.
They roll out tomorrow. Do not know yet, Deborah. We do not know how this is going to play out.
Go ahead.
This reminds me of the movie Canyon Bar Run.
Yeah, we're at the intersection of Albert and O'Connor. We're just approached by a male that advised us of a female who is standing in front of the Sheridan Hotel, just east of O'Connor here. He thinks that she's mentally disabled of some type, and she has a bunch of money on her, and he's concerned about her. I was wondering if we could
Bet you-
call into OPS to have her swing by.
Sheridan Hotel, east of O'Connor. What street is it on, sorry?
It'll be on Albert Street,
Like-
the Sheraton Hotel.
10-4.
Code 7, what's the metro? Met 1610-4.
I guess we'll turn on the scanners, right?
Control 1 JD with you, code 6707 LC Street.
Bus chef, I do not know.
MPZC, Huey Taylor 043.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a description of the female. She's wearing a blue coat and she's got a white hat on. Anyway.
Chief,
You can add us to the hair call. We copy the stage.
Yeah, that's negative. The male said that she's just given him money and acting strange, so he's just concerned.
Good.
He's Core Probation H&S, subject to search.
go ahead.
Yeah, local sheriffs are coming in. According to the press release that they gave out, they're working with law enforcement as they go to city and where they're staging at. So they have been communicating with local law enforcement, and they're gonna abide by all rules. Jennifer Lopez.
While we wait for flatbed.
Steve, do you want us to relieve you?
Right, Bus?
No, that's negative. Doesn't matter now.
Be right back, guys. Gotta go code yellow real quick.
Smith Wallstrom, hard ID 03720.
3720, go ahead.
It's PC Bernie. I'm just on my way back to Council from this detail in Ottawa. I have a 1050 just in the middle median here, just PD only, 416 northbound, just north of Hunt Club. Would there be a Ottawa traffic unit available?
Go ahead.
Yeah, 10-4, just advising 1019.
10-4, thanks. Or they're just waiting for CAA.
10-4, I'm clear. And it looks like something might be pulling up here now, so. Alright, I'm clear.
Or thank you. Over at, Little. 10-4.
So to 10-4.
10-4, complaints advising that McNeely Avenue, they say that it's just on the bridge just before 29. There's a female, appears to be about 13 years of age, sitting very close to the road. Very difficult to see. They said that possibly in distress. Caller tried to offer her assistance, but she refused. She's dressed in burgundy. Tank 4, X-ray 31 and 33, copy that.
31, 10-4.
For Alpha Papa 902, 1020, check. Alpha Papa 902, hold on, 0 was oxy. Alpha 4.
Wow. Ooh. The door closes by itself. Can you guys ask why we're doing this? Because this is, we're media, guys. Besides chasing the scanners all day long, all night long, we are also media, fully licensed media company, business license. And I have decided to go on this adventure, this 11-day trip to DC to cover this and bring you guys unbiased, raw, uncut footage of what's really going on. It's going to be very limited to the places you're going to be able to go and catch. Yes, Snaxius to catch live footage. Not 30-second clips with an agenda. Not 60-second clips with their side of the story. But a full view of what's actually happening. What people are saying at the place. So if you guys can't understand that, I do apologize to our regular viewers. But we aren't media. Makes no difference than when we're chasing calls and other people are asking, why are you chasing calls? Why are you doing that? Hey, can we get permission to restream to Freedom Life? Yes, Freedom Life, you can. Just make sure that you give me leave the watermark visible and share the link with everybody where the footage is coming from. And thank you so much for that super chat.
Have my license to come out. Seems right here.
MTRCC to
I'm not here to push one side of the story. I'm pretty sure as we go along the way, just like some of you guys are not agreeing what these people are doing. Hey, what's up, NLM? What's up, brother? What's up, Robert?
I'm not sure.
There'll be many people to interview along the way. What we're seeing right now is you call it Convoy Eve, prior to the day one of the convoy. Is this trip sponsored by anyone? No, we're fully Veer funded, guys. We're gonna be Veer funded the whole way. Thank you everybody who has donated so far. I'm an independent journalist, so thank you guys. Do not work for nobody.
Bilateral lower extremity pain. Patient has had an infection to her lower extremities past 3 months. It's gotten worse overnight. She has
Thank you, Robert.
crusting and erythema to the top of the dorsal aspect of her right foot, extending all the way to her ankle, and swelling and erythema to bilateral lower extremities up to the knees. Patient does have distal PMS
And that's why we're not gonna ban nobody for sharing their views. That's why we switched our rules for those people who watch us regularly. We switched the rules up. The only thing we're not gonna tolerate in the chat room is racism. Anything that's super sexual. People are honking already.
We got an ETA of approximately 10 minutes after the question order city copy. Rescue 9, no questions, no orders,
So yes, this is a long chasey.
Let me know when you're ready for that 29.
And just don't cuss at each other, guys. It's okay to disagree with each other. That's the beauty of this country. We all have the rights to believe what we want. This will take us on an 11-day journey. Well, 12 days from today, and how long it lasts in DC.
Right by the detachment, Ottawa LPD detachment.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's a closer unit than me, especially with this weather.
Yeah, there definitely is.
Yes, it's gonna get cold. That's when we go down there. Actually, in Tehachapi earlier is pretty cold. It's like 30 degrees there.
North 1, code 4.
Center 3 Kilo 032.
With AMR, medical, 69-year-old male.
Yes, guys, so far right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 9 rigs. 9 truckers. Yes, I'll be riding along by myself the whole way. A great team of mods.
3 Echo 1 zone units for a
1213, 1097.
East, units 1097.
You can go ahead.
It is Joey. I know, Joey. I'm gonna get a taste of your weather once we get out there. There are 8 in Barstow waiting.
Eagle 2020.
When I first heard about this last week, the meetup location was in Barstow. For some reason, they changed over here to Adelanto. Uh,
EMS contacting fire.
they're very hush-hush on the routes that we're going to take. The routes,
There's another 1050 coming in.
the interstates they're going to take, they didn't come out till about yesterday, the day before.
005.
All three echo units in now.
Hope Bay 1709 F. Street, apartment B. David.
And that's gonna, I'll tell you something, guys. There will be a lot of more convoys. I heard there's a Freedom Convoy. This is called the People's Convoy. And as we go along, they're gonna be a lot more truckers supposedly turn out.
Squad 304, Medican 302, you guys can cancel.
They are expecting 1,000 truckers to show up here today. Whether there will be 1,000 truckers tonight, who knows? But we will be live here to cover it.
CNBC for suspicious person.
Kevin, thank you so much for that PayPal. Thank you, Rock. Cookie, we take off tomorrow at 11. They had me go sign up under the media table, not as partaking in the convoy, but under media. And when I signed the paperwork, they told me that tomorrow at 10 a.m. there'll be speakers and they'll take off at 11 a.m. We will be taking off with them, guys. We are going all the way to DC. We're taking off every morning when they take off, and we're stopping every night when they stop out until we get to DC. They have 11 days to get to DC. That's what they put out there, 11 days. So we will be in DC March 5th. And how many days it lasts there, we will be there before turning around and coming back home.
Center from 3 Alpha 247.
I will keep you guys updated on everything that's going on. And when the wind settles down a little bit, we'll start walking around.
Ocean King, Adam, Nora, Adam, George, Adam, Nora. 456.
1047, you're going to fuck.
Thank you, Baba. And this is, like I said, guys, 100% raw, uncut footage of what's going on. You're correct, David. There's not many people showing up just yet, but it's still early. It's 3 p.m. yet. Whether we get 100 truckers tonight, 1,000 truckers, who knows? Only time will tell.
Highway 178 powers.
From what the press release they gave out, they are expecting 1,000 truckers tonight.
415 verbal outside of a silver compact with black rims, no front plates. Will be a white male, gray sweatshirts and jeans. Parked near the entrance to the neighborhood, Powers Lane and Highway 178.
Car 1 from the boulevard, Erskine Creek.
Two members 602, just to confirm, you with that child?
74 2005 05.
Come on.
Alright.
1,000 Suns delusional? Who knows? I mean, but the looks of it right now, there's only 9 trucks here. But it's still early. I mean, we'll be live. I ain't going nowhere. See how many more show up. And see how many more add on as we go towards DC.
That would be Route 500 West on my map?
No, that would be thank you.
Bill. At the Beaver Medical Group, 7000 Boulder Avenue, Ben D. And then David, 1507.
Can I get a 29 on this now, please?
4701 Glover Court.
Go ahead.
Concerning Ms. Moses, Mike Oscar Sierra, Echo Sierra, first given. For 27 July, 9/57, July 9/7. And can you advise of Griffith was
Griffiths was dispatched.
Com Center, Citizen 215. We're going to be taking a call on Theodore for 152. They are aware.
Yes, I'm expecting to put over 7,000 miles into the vehicle. I gotta map out the way they're taking, because they're going from here to Arizona to Texas, from Texas to Oklahoma, from Oklahoma to Missouri, from Missouri to
Charlie Papa Yankee Bravo,
Indianapolis.
845.
What else?
Pretty serious.
From there to Maryland, then from Maryland to DC.
10-4.
Libertarian Boxcar, are you here?
541 responding at 1509.
We would love to interview everybody and their thoughts if you're here. Whether you support it or if you do not support it, we want to hear your views on this whole event. So if you're here on location, I'm parked over by the Bravo Burgers in a small little black vehicle. As the night goes on, we will be interviewing different people, whether they support it, whether they do not support it. We want to know why. Give our viewers your thoughts of this whole event. We're here as media. And if you don't mind sitting in the vehicle's open. That way we could actually hear what people have to say. it's too windy out there to understand the word.
Understand how welcoming the country is, and how
I'm
welcoming and
with
kind
Mojave
Canadians
News.
are.
I will be seeing you.
And may feel intimidated now and fearful of even trying to approach or talk to other people in their community because they have a politician telling them that they're surrounded by a bunch of racist Nazis. When in fact, the guy living next door, who might have a different skin color, might be the friendliest guy in the world and the most tolerant. But if you have some politician pumping crap into your head, telling you that all these people around you are a bunch of racists and fascists, you see, so I think that's largely what's going on. They're scoring cheap political points at the expense of an entire group of people, an entire class of people, and that's white, working class, and even like not even just white working class. It's directed a lot at white working class people from these politicians, but it's also that they'll take people of other ethnicities and other skin colors and kind of group them in as well, right? And call them racist if they get associated with them. With
yeah,
group, right?
it's like, well, Candace Owens, for example, right? Like people call her racist all the time, and
right,
and
exactly what I'm talking about.
And she's like a strong black woman, right? And like that's good on her. I mean, she's very good at speaking and bringing points for her community. Like I truly appreciate where she comes from. And I think she has a lot of value to what she adds, for sure. You're right, though. The identity politics game has been in full swing, definitely in the 2010s more than anything. And it's basically been something that Justin Trudeau's cabinet has centered on since he got in. Like, he brought that to the forefront when he put together his first government cabinet, and he was like, "Oh, I made my cabinet half men and half women because it's 2016 or something like that." So it sounds like it's a good thing, but it's not necessarily a good thing because it's something that should be brought on merit. Like, you're not going to take somebody who is not like a scientist to be the Minister of Environment. So if somebody worked at a Wendy's all their life, and then you bring them on and say, okay, well, you're going to be the Minister of Environment. We have this other guy who's more capable of the job, but I need a woman to fill this slot, and so you're going to have to be it. So although the other person might be more qualified, they're playing an identity politics game. And we know that Justin Trudeau, what he really thinks about minorities and working with people of color and that sort of thing, because, I mean, you just have to look at Jody Wilson-Raybould and several other situations that have occurred over the years to really know how he feels and what he thinks. He doesn't care. It's a his way or the highway type of situation all the time.
Alpha 250 and I are clear.
Yeah, so tonight we have a government that has invoked and has now extended for 30 days, unless the Senate fails to rubber stamp it. But now we have a government that is out of control, and they are out there hunting Nazis that, in my opinion, don't exist, because they're really just hunting working class truckers with an opposing political view. And what they've done is they've managed to twist the truth, create a narrative, and in some cases redefine words using mass media in order to justify this bizarre witch hunt, which is a hunt for Nazi truckers and frankly Nazi farmers that and they're really playing, especially when you look at Jagmeet Singh and Trudeau and that member of parliament who just sat there and said Hong Kong now means Heil Hitler.
I have some update on that. So that woman's name is Yaira Sachs.
Yeah.
She is the member for parliament in York Center, so she's Toronto based.
Which is
She earned-
exactly one of the areas where they're, injecting this narrative in order
Yeah.
to try and score cheap political points with a demographic that they know will respond to their fear mongering.
So it also says here she earned an undergraduate degree from McGill University in political science and Middle East studies, a master's degree from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in international relations and diplomacy, and is the mother of 2 teenage daughters. So
It's really disgusting, I think, because now more than ever, we need to bring Canadians together, Canadians from all walks of life. And we do see that happening. But when you have politicians using this kind of language, they're just pushing buttons to get an emotional response and inject fear into people. And they're doing it by playing this sort of a twisted race card in order to, as I say, score cheap political points with people who have a particular kind of they just know how to push those buttons to get that response out of a certain demographic.
yeah.
They do polling. They know sort of what people's worldview is when they come here, their political slants, their experiences from other countries, and everybody looks at the world a little bit differently. So when you come here if you came here from New Zealand, or if you came here from Holland, or if you came here from India, your perspective on everything is going to be different, and you're going to view Canada a little bit differently depending on where you're from and how long you've been here. And I view the country differently because I've lived here all my life. And honestly, my perspective is a lot different because I live in a smaller town. I don't live in like the GTA. And so when I go up to the GTA, it's a much different experience for me than it is when I'm back in my hometown, because the demographics are a lot different. So the point is, that's largely what they're doing. Justin Trudeau has now been able to tighten his grip on these new powers that he has through all of this, and yeah, I think it's just really disgusting, and it's terrible because they're demonizing, again, basically working class people, truckers, farmers, others who have been supporting them, and driving a wedge between people. And it's dangerous. It's really, really dangerous, because they're throwing fuel on fear and using these emotions that they're creating in people to get political results at the expense of harmony, a good relationship, harmonious communities where people can come together and live peacefully, right? And without fear. And get to know each other and appreciate each other for what everyone has to offer, what everyone brings. They talk about diversity, but in reality, when the only thing that matters to you is race, you're a racist.
You know what I found very interesting is this member for parliament who says the equivalent of saying honk honk is to essentially say, I don't think it bears repeating, but to say, Heil Hitler or whatever. For her to have a master's degree in international relations and diplomacy, and to stand up in one of the most sacred institutions in our land and say that about people. There's a difference between trolling and throwing in whatever evil ideological scheme you might be thinking going on in there. There's nothing diplomatic about that.
I don't know if I would call Parliament a sacred institution. There's been a lot of
supposed to
crap thrown around there.
There is a lot of crap going on around there, but it is supposed to be the sacred institution of the land. Like, it's supposed to be important, and they have disheveled it, and like, that type of language happens in Parliament Hill all the time.
It's the only place you can slander someone and get away with it without being sued.
Yeah, basically. But What's diplomatic about that? There's nothing diplomatic about that. Somebody went to school just for that to be.
On the 417 west of 7.
That's what I mean. It's absolutely intentional.
Yeah.
What they're doing, and
Yeah.
now it's even more dangerous. Look at what they're doing. Justin Trudeau has created this artificial fake emergency out of a completely peaceful protest. His bought and paid for media is spinning this web of lies, has been from the very beginning, to paint this whole protest as some dangerous insurrection. And we ran video here again last night contrasting the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa versus other protests that were actually violent in Canada, in like Montreal in the past, where nothing much was ever done about it, where buildings were burned, cop cars set on fire, windows smashed, stores looted. None of that went on in Ottawa. None of that. And it's an artificial emergency that Justin Trudeau is using for political purposes, to target his political enemies and to give himself unprecedented dictatorial powers. That's how much power he has. Canada no longer exists. We have no rights, no freedoms. It's no longer a free country. And I don't think it will be again for a long time, because he's not going to let go of these powers easily. If you think that this is only going to go on for 30 days, think again. Even the interim chief of police in Ottawa stood there and said that their hunt for these truckers will go on for months. And all Justin Trudeau has to do to keep these powers is to just keep some sort of an emergency going in the minds of people. And if you can throw out insults, call a whole segment of society, Nazis, demonize them as subhuman, the unvaccinated, unclean, Nazi fascist truckers and farmers,
A rover? Do we have a rover out at all?
demonize them, target them, victimize them, go after them, and then pursue them using these powers, hunt them all down one by one in order to freeze their bank accounts, take their assets, take their trucks, crush them, crush your political opponents. And in the process, you're doing, a few things. You're cementing political support among a certain demographic, because you have them fearful, thinking that the country is full of Nazis and there's a Nazi around every other corner, and you're crushing political opponents that you've identified, people that you don't think are going to vote for you and are opposing your rise in power and this reign of terror that you're inflicting upon the people using the Emergencies Act or the War Measures Act. So this is going to go on for a long time. All he has to do is say, well, there's still some Nazis out there. We're going to have to, go out and catch these guys. And Trudeau doesn't use the term Nazi all the time, nor does even Jagmeet Singh, but they bring it up and inject it just enough to inject that fear, right?
Well,
but they don't say it enough.
It's not just Nazi. It's interchangeable with other things like white supremacist and yada yada. They have like 5 or 6 different terms that they use to inject just that fear you're talking about.
And you're right, like and then redefining words so that it then becomes like a catchphrase for the people that they have most fearful, where honk honk now it means something different. So because honk honk has been a term that I think it was even started by some news commentators in the U.S. actually, because there was the honkening. I think it was Tim Pool. I think he was one of the first ones to sort of use the honkening because of all the horn honking in Ottawa. That's where it came from. It's the horn honking. They were sending a message to Justin Trudeau, hey, get out here and talk to us. Right?
Yeah, they made a T-shirt even. They had this woman, she used to live in ex-communist China, or she used to live in communist China, and she's running now for the Republican Party in the States, and they were like, oh, we should make a honk honk type of T-shirt, and she goes, oh, make it free honk honk, and it's like, free Hong Kong, but free honk honk. It was pretty good tie-on words, I thought. Pretty good.
And now we've seen the CBC trying to redefine the word freedom, where they're trying to say that freedom is a word that far right extremists are using, fascists, because freedom can mean different things to different people, and it's now a word that has been hijacked by the far right extremists and the fascists. Freedom. So now freedom even is a dirty word. And so if you're in that demographic where they're trying to inject this fear, now anytime you hear anyone say, oh, they're the freedom convoy, well, that's the fascist convoy. Oh, the freedom fighters, oh, they're the fascists. If you use the word freedom, it means now something different in your head. And it's very Orwellian. It's doublespeak. And it's very dangerous what they're doing. It's a great big weird mind. They're screwing with people's minds. Freedom means freedom. That's what freedom means. And honk means honk. That's what it means. If you're trying to, if you think it means something else, it's only because you've been listening to these word wizards and taking in their new spin on this in order to scare the living crap out of you. Freedom means freedom. That's what it means. And these truckers are not Nazis, okay? They're not. They're working class, middle class, hardworking people who are fed up with medical mandates and a government that is far overreached. And they've injected themselves into everybody's lives, and now they've turned the country into a tyrannical dictatorship run by the worst prime minister the country has ever seen, who doesn't deserve to be there, who doesn't listen to the people, who doesn't represent the people at all, and has done nothing but spew hate for over 2 years, and has divided people, driven a wedge between people, and should be removed from office at the earliest opportunity, at the earliest, using the first political opportunity to do it. He does not deserve to be there. And yes, blackface Trudeau has ruined himself on the world stage. No question about it. No question about it. Other world leaders are calling him a tyrant. We have a clip queued up. We're going to run for you in a minute showing exactly that. He has very little respect around the world
now. What do you think the lifespan on Trudeau is here? Do you think we're going to have 4 years of this?
I'm not optimistic, Brendan. Something like this, last night's vote gave him a new lease on life. I predicted that his political days were numbered early on during the Freedom Convoy when it rolled into town because of the way he was speaking and the way he was dividing people. But he has strategically positioned himself in a way now that he has the support of Parliament. We're not going to get an election anytime soon, and now he has these additional powers. And yeah, I think he's entrenched in there again, and has turned a crisis into an extension for his term in office. So even though he has a minority government, he's there for at least another year and a half or 2 years, I would say. I
think it's going to be. I still think his days are numbered because I don't know what he could possibly do between now and the election and how many years it's going to be. I don't think he could save himself. I mean, he is based in power from politics from 6 months ago, right? He's not based in power from politics from right now. And that's where we're kind of at with that. Where is it going to go? I don't know. I don't think that there'll be anything that can redeem him And I think there's things coming up soon enough that people are going to all determine that they've had enough of him. And I hope that's correct, but it would have to take something real awful special to redeem himself now. I don't think he could.
Ultimately, it's hard to. I think it will be hard for him to hold on to power. This is going to cost him everything politically in the end.
Oh, big
but
time.
Right now, people are afraid of him. All the liberals are afraid of him. He's ruling through fear. Always has. In fact, I was reading an article from back in 2016 in the Huffington Post last night. An old article that said Justin Trudeau rules the Liberal Party like a dictator and will turn Canada into a dictatorship. That was back in 2016 if he's elected to office. And of course, that's what we're seeing here tonight. That was the editorial from back then. And he is ruling through fear. He rules everything through fear. And even the Conservatives are afraid of him. That's why they're so timid in the House of Commons. He now has so much power that if he deems you to be an opponent, all he has to do is say, that person said something about liking the truckers. So, hey, Joe Cop or Joe Military Guy, I want you, or CSIS or whoever, I want you to go investigate that person because they put something on Facebook where they said, go truckers. So you better freeze their bank account. Or just go over there and hassle them or make their life miserable. That's what they're doing. It's a great big giant witch hunt for Nazis. And what's a Nazi? It's anybody Justin Trudeau decides is a Nazi or a fascist or a racist. He doesn't use the word Nazi all the time because, again, people who maybe grew up in Canada and are tolerant, welcoming, they don't get it. It's kind of like Nazi. Nobody's in favor of being a Nazi, but yeah, actually, you're the Nazi. You're the person he's singling out. He just doesn't say it enough for you to realize it. But he says it enough in just the right circumstances to get that message into the right communities to push the buttons of those people in a particular demographic to get the support that he wants in that regard. And the NDP does a lot of that dirty work for him. Frankly.
They're in lockstep together. Like they love each other. During the election, I seen pictures where somebody photoshopped Jagmeet Singh's wife, her face into Justin Trudeau's face, and so Justin Trudeau came out looking very pregnant and lovely, and they were embracing each other in love. And I think that speaks to their relationship that they have, because even before the election we just had, the NDP and the Liberals were pushing everything through constantly and nonstop.
Yeah, GH says stop saying Trudeau's mandates. It's not Trudeau's mandates. It's the WEF mandates, and I understand what that means. And yeah, I think there is a larger agenda here, and Trudeau is not acting in the best interests of Canadians and is implementing an agenda here to turn Canada into the world's first host nation state.
We're all tied up. It'll have to wait for a little bit.
And I think we're there. Christine Lowe says very few trucks on the highways today. I wasn't out enough to really know, but I am curious about the impact that call for a general strike and a truckers strike, what impact that might have had today, how many truckers might have stayed home. There just, at this point, really is no way to know because the mainstream legacy media, they're not reporting on it at all. And we're just not, there's no way to get enough information back to know how many truckers didn't go to work today. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up that clip.
Speaking of which, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, where we talked about, well, how much of the working population would it take for a strike to be effective? And oddly enough, I came across an article today, and the banks are freezing people's accounts when they want to try and withdraw all their money.
Yep.
So apparently a very small amount of people who are able to pull out all of their money is causing them quite a bit of panic.
Yeah, and I've got more to say about that too. But let's listen to this
Yep, bring it up.
message. I guess it was a call from truckers to initiate a strike, and this went out over the weekend, and it's getting out. More and more people are hearing it. And in fact, I'm going to have to recue this, I think, again, Brendan. This clip keeps freezing up. Let me just pull it off. I'll recue, and we'll do it again. So yeah, it's
It will be something hard. Well, I guess we'll know how successful it was when...
Therefore, we're asking that beginning February 21, 2022, no one go to work until the mandates are lifted and Justin Trudeau resigns or is removed as leader of the party by his party. Asking that Justin Trudeau be removed as leader of his party is not an attempt to overthrow the government, but a reasonable petition to members of parliament to use the lawful powers imbued to them by their office to remove someone from leadership who is clearly no longer serving the interests of Canadians. Therefore, make whatever arrangements you need to make for as long as you need to make them to stay at home from work. We recommend to everyone that they stock up on supplies and be prepared for protracted shortages of goods. We also ask that you forward this message to everyone in your network on every platform available to you, not only so that they can stand, but also so they can prepare. As well, we ask you to call your member of parliament and demand that they call their Liberal and Conservative and NDP counterparts in parliament to ensure an end to the mandates and the revocation of the invocation of the Emergencies Act. If you're a member of parliament, a provincial legislator, or the premier of a province, and you've received this message, it is also time for you to get a backbone. The Canadian people have watched you flip-flop on your position so many times, it is difficult to believe you have any integrity left, and we're sick of it. It's time to prove you have a measure of backbone remaining. So take a principled stand and admit that nothing you've attempted to implement to deal with COVID has worked. Masks haven't worked. Distancing hasn't worked. Quarantines haven't worked. And the vaccines aren't working. And you know it. In fact, the data shows that huge numbers of vaccinated people are now extremely sick, and they're rightly pissed off. Many of them feel completely duped and actually comprise a large number of the protest groups now amassing. So to reiterate the essence of this message, first, a huge thank you to the many truckers and their families in Ottawa who have risked their livelihoods, their time, their talent, and their treasure for the benefit of all Canadians. In solidarity and out of respect for their commitment to stand for Canadians, we therefore ask that beginning February 21, 2022, all Canadian truckers and American truckers hauling to Canada, you park your rakes. And to the rest of Canadians, stand with them by refusing to go to work until the mandates are lifted. The invocation of the Emergencies Act is revoked, and Justin Trudeau is no longer the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada. If you're seeing this video after February 21st, just join in. Share this on every platform available to you with as many people as you can, and buckle up. Their homes, freedom, and livelihood. And it is completely unacceptable that Canadians cheering what they are doing reap the benefit of their courage without also sharing in their sacrifice. Therefore, we're asking that beginning February 21, 2022, no one go to work until the mandates are lifted and Justin Trudeau resigns or is removed as leader of the party by his party. Asking that Justin Trudeau be removed as leader of his party is not an attempt to overthrow the government.
It's just looping now.
Yep. So it loops and loops and loops. Yep. So that's what, the truckers, some trucker, his face is blurred out, obviously, because he's petrified, scared, knows that Justin Trudeau and his goons will target him and come after him. So yeah, they're becoming a little more stealthy, I guess, in what they're doing.
I don't know how effective it will be, and I don't think we will know until the mainstream media comes out and says white supremacists are not going to work in support of the freedom movement. So when you see that, that's when you'll know it done something. But otherwise, you won't know anything. Like
Yeah, I think they're intentionally ignoring it because they don't want that message to get out. So it's like, just don't even talk about it. Don't talk about it. It'll be a problem if people find out. Well, it is happening, and I know that there has been some impact. We just saw a comment from someone saying that they noticed far fewer trucks on the road today. I didn't see any yesterday, but it was a holiday. But it's hard to know.
Yeah, is that a causation or a correlation? Yesterday was a holiday in Ontario, as you. So there was all around less traffic in the city where I worked yesterday. Nobody really went to work at all because it was a holiday, except for retail and that sort of thing. But I don't know. It's to be determined. Like I said, once the news media comes out and spins it, then we'll know exactly what is happening with it.
Yeah, and then, in addition to that, I've been seeing videos like this one where it looks like trucks are gathering somewhere. The locations apparently are secret. One of the locations apparently was exposed by Global News overnight. But it looks like truckers are trying to regroup in some places, but I don't even know if how much. I don't know how much credibility this stuff has. We just don't know, because
is that a picture or is it a video?
It's video. I'm gonna let this roll.
His patrol guy was in Katrina, but he's gonna tell him to leave there and attend your scene right now.
So this is, I think it's a farm someplace, and I mean, I just don't know where it is. And it's presented as
there's a lot of us here.
Newer trucks, like a newer video within, like, say, the last 24 hours, like from last night. But
it's really tough. It's really pretty hard to tell in the dark, guys. But there are a lot of people here. Global News gave out our location, which shame on them. But this is Freedomville. A lot of the cars are dark right now, but there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of us here. Lots of trucks, lots of positive vibes. And so, yeah, so a little bit of an update, I guess. We were doxxed by Global News. They said where they found us with a drone or some bullshit. But I guess instead of an Emergency Measures Act at first at 8 o'clock tonight, looks like they're gearing up to do a non-confidence vote for Mr. Trudeau. So, he could be out of reign of terror as soon as tonight. He could be gone, guys. So let's pray for that. Let's keep on keeping on. Hold that line, guys. If he gets gone, no matter what comes out in the wash, guys, don't get focused. Don't get caught up on the who takes over, what that, we'll figure it out. The main thing is Trudeau gets gone, and we do it democratically. We do it the right way. We've done it lawfully. We've held that line. I'm so proud of all of you guys for staying nonviolent and peaceful and just with love in your hearts, and the world's watching us, guys. Let's get this done. If he doesn't get out, then we're in the reeds, right? So, but we're in it together, and I wouldn't be anywhere else, guys. I love you.
So I don't know. That was last night, just before the vote in Parliament.
Yep. Last night for sure.
I don't know. I don't know. Impeach, that's more of a U.S. thing. It's not really a thing here.
No. I think all we do is votes of no confidence, right?
Yeah. So he's just entrenched now. The next step is the Senate. The Senate has started to debate this. The Senate is the house of sober second thought. Normally, legislation is passed and it gets rubber stamped over at the Senate. This is a much more serious matter, so they will debate it. The debate is expected to go on for probably at least a couple more days. Could have gone on till Friday, but I'm hearing that they are scheduled to vote on it probably Thursday. So we'll see what happens there. It is possible that the Senate could reject this extension of the Emergencies Act or War Measures Act, and all eyes are on that now. Very difficult to know where this is going, and it's hard to know what's going on with this call for a truckers' strike and a general strike across the country. They tried to put this together, and I did hear them talking about it in a news conference at the tail end of a video when the convoy was still in place in Ottawa. And they started to talk about it, but even then I realized they're not really getting the word out. It's not, that sort of thing isn't something you can just put together quickly. But what might happen is it might start to get traction and gain momentum over the next number of days. And we just don't know. The thing is, that whole convoy took the entire country by surprise and was much larger, much more successful than anyone ever thought that it could be or would be. Nobody saw that thing coming. So anything could happen with this effort to organize some sort of a strike. And I'll tell you this, I think the harder the government pushes and the more lives they destroy, I think it ultimately is going to have the opposite effect of what they want. Justin Trudeau might think that he's crushing his political opponents by confiscating their trucks, seizing them, auctioning them off, and keeping the revenue from them, which is also what the mayor of Ottawa wants to do. He might think that he's crushing his opponents by seizing their bank accounts, taking their money, making it impossible for them to make a living, destroying their businesses and destroying their lives, and putting the truckers and their families out on the street by, honestly, the hundreds of them. I think they're just going to piss people off and probably piss them off and scare them to the point where they feel like they're backed into a corner, and they're going to become even more politically active. And I think you're going to see more protests over time if he keeps trying to keep his boot on the necks of the truckers and the middle class, the working class, the farmers, and other workers out there who are sick and tired of his authoritarian mandates.
Big time. It's like I've said before about freedom, man. The tighter you try to grip hold on it, the more it slips away. You can't hold it down. It's like nailing down wind. You can't do it.
Smith Falls, November 602.
Can't be
Well,
done.
I don't know. I mean, China has done it.
Yeah, but
a lot of countries have done it.
China was already that way. That's not a good comparison. In fact, there isn't any modern Western country that has gone into such tyranny, I don't think. I mean, I'm probably wrong about that in some way, but China would not be a good example about that because they had huge amounts of turmoil and huge amounts of...
Cuba? Yeah,
Cuba would probably be more accurate, I would say. But yeah, all of those nations, though, had major conflicts of some kinds that made them that way. So, I mean, I don't think we'd be getting into that.
I think, Brendan, they didn't have to fire a shot. All they had to do was go out and beat the truckers with sticks, and now we're there. That's the point. We're here in Canada. We're there. We're here. Canada is now a dictatorship. People just don't realize it. You think your money's safe? Anybody's money? Not just truckers.
I don't think
anybody's money. There's no, the banks are no longer safe for your money. If you own a company, your company's no longer safe. If you've spent your life building some sort of a business, it's no longer safe. If the government wants to take it, they'll just take it. They've shown that that's what they are willing and able to do. They want your money, they want your assets, they'll just take it. And that's what they've done. And that's what people also don't understand. Justin Trudeau stands up there and, using doublespeak, says he's protecting people's rights by invoking the Emergencies Act. But by invoking the Emergencies Act, he's taking away all of your rights. Like, quite literally, he's taking away all of your rights. Because he now can use the military, he can do end runs around the charter, he doesn't have to adhere to the Constitution. You know, due process in law is thrown out the window. If he wants to have someone arrested off the street, he just says, go get that guy over there, and they just go pick him up. Look at what's going on in Ottawa tonight, what's been going on there over the weekend. They right now, that city is under hard lockdown. Over 100 checkpoints set up around the city, and the truckers are all gone. But if you want to get into the downtown area, you have to show identification, show your papers, prove who you are. If you're staying at a hotel down there, you have to, they're asking you a million questions that are completely unlawful, but because of this Emergencies Act, they're just acting like they can do whatever they want, ask for anything they want, deny access to areas of the city to anyone they want. This is a tyrannical government. This is it doesn't get much worse. These measures have not been implemented in other cities to that degree, but they can be at the drop of a hat now. It's not restricted to just Ottawa. If you're and we've seen it in other countries where in Venezuela they just nationalized the oil industry. Oh, that's it. We're just going to take it. And when you start doing that, foreign investment dries right up. Who's going to invest in a country where the government has given itself the power to just simply confiscate private property? They have no respect for private property or private property rights. They don't exist anymore. Essentially, that's what they're saying. And what people don't understand is these new financial tools, they call them tools, but like with FinTrack and the tracking mechanisms, and by making sure the banks can't be held liable if they freeze bank accounts, that there's no legal recourse for people, no legal ramifications. These things are going to, they've said, Chrystia Freeland said that these tools are going to remain in place permanently. And they're rules that are being brought in under the Emergencies Act. But those aspects of it, those financial tools available to law enforcement and government are going to remain in place permanently. So your money is no longer safe in a Canadian bank. If they decide they don't like you, if you don't behave, if you're not a good boy or a good girl, you can have everything you've ever worked for taken away from you. Your bank account, your house, your truck, your car, whatever the heck they want. And they'll do it using these tools. And there's no recourse. In fact, even right now, they've been asked, how does someone get their bank account unfrozen? And there really has been no clear answer. You can't. Chrystia Freeland says, well, if you want your bank account unfrozen, stop being part of the convoy and just don't participate in it anymore, and then call the police. But the police don't unfreeze your bank account. The bank has to unfreeze the bank account, and there's no actual real process in place for someone to get their life back. They don't care about giving people their lives back. All they want to do is destroy people. This is a terrible thing. It's wrong. It's ethically wrong, morally wrong, legally. I don't think it's proper at all. It's lawless. And it's all aimed at destroying people's lives. That's what they want to do. That's what they are doing tonight. They're targeting people and they're destroying their lives in much the same way, in an even worse way, with the COVID mandates and the you must get the injection or you lose your job. They didn't care if they destroyed people's lives. When people were losing their jobs because they had a myriad of reasons why, maybe they couldn't get the shot or didn't want the shot or were opposed to getting it, so they quit their jobs or were fired. They didn't care if people were losing their houses, getting kicked out on the streets. It didn't care what impact that might have on a family and the children of these people who lost their jobs. They just didn't care.
We're not forcing
brutal.
you. We're not forcing you. You have a choice.
Yeah, it's coercion. It was a terrible thing. It is a terrible thing. It's horrific. And people are like, yeah, right on. You make them get the facts. It's shot. Yeah. Because
you have a choice.
Because they're doing this screwing with people's minds. It's sickening. They've made people mentally ill. Twisted people's heads. It's cruel what they've done. They're hurting people and they're taking joy in it. Justin Trudeau is sadistic. Look what he's been doing to people. And these premiers who have gone along with it, Doug Ford in Ontario, the Premier of Ontario, he's a sadistic you-know-what, too.
Well, and he was voted in to oppose Justin Trudeau, or I think Justin Trudeau getting elected was a big part of how he was voted in, because he did have a very successful campaign.
It's so bad that even when that elderly woman and that other gentleman got trampled by the horses, I see people cheering that on. Well, we saw the
including
cop,
the RCMP.
right? The cops like laughing about it, mocking the poor old lady who was used as the walker, who got knocked to the ground and trampled by those horses. She ended up with a broken collarbone or injured shoulder. You know, terrible. And radio hosts, AM 800 radio, Windsor, Ontario. Dan McDonald, I think he's the morning guy there. He's on Twitter, and he's laughing at this woman, saying, if you screw around with horses, you get a horse's ass in your face. Tip: don't mess with horses. And there were other ones too. There was another radio guy, Mike Kirkuk, I think the guy's name is. He's laughing at her too. What kind of sick people laugh at another human being when they've been trampled by a horse? What kind of people? What's wrong with their heads, Brendan? What's happened to these people?
You know, the easiest way to flip that. You know, the easiest way to flip that, and is always like, what if that was their mother or their grandmother?
Yeah, they're dehumanizing.
Would it be
these
funny
people.
then? They're dehumanizing them, and it is absolutely sick. It's probably, this is what's wrong with our country, is that Justin Trudeau has created this wedge amongst people. He created a fear. Like,
terrible, terrible, terrible. And you know, I actually pit
the moment the government gets out of the freedom movement people's lives is the moment that all of this goes away. I guarantee you. Any money. All these people who have probably never even committed themselves to political activism in their entire lives, the moment that the government goes away out of their lives is the day that you would never probably ever hear a chirp out of them ever again. Like, it's that simple. Like, it's insane.
As Amelia Malloy says, she's taken all of her money out of her account. And I've spoken to other people who've taken their money out of the bank accounts as well. There has been a little bit of a run on the banks, no question about it. And I can certainly understand why. Your money's not safe in there, folks. And the government is so tyrannical that they're even talking about, there's been discussion about banning cryptocurrency, and these measures also give the government the power to seize cryptocurrencies as well. So they're going after everything, and they're giving themselves the power to do it. They have it now. They have it tonight for at least the next 30 days, and I predict that it will go on much longer than 30 days.
Well, actually, I had thoughts about that because I've seen some articles about it, and I probably should have mentioned this last night. I think that they'll be able to control some cryptocurrency, but a lot of cryptocurrency is out of government reach.
Supposedly, but even in Ontario,
like you could buy like every drug on the black market with cryptocurrency on the deep web.
Yeah, like, but see, even in Ontario, Binance is now banned. It's a cryptocurrency exchange. I was using it. I was buying crypto on there, and the Ontario's Securities Commission decided that they could no longer do business in Ontario for a variety of reasons. And so back December 30th, all the accounts had to be closed and money withdrawn. So now you're not allowed to buy or sell crypto if you live in Ontario on Binance. And if the government, we've seen other countries like China, they have controls on cryptocurrency. And here in Canada, if they want to, they can just outlaw it. And then if you get caught doing it, I don't know what the penalties would be. They'll make up the penalties, I guess. And if it's digital, if they get the right digital information and the codes or whatever, they can get into these exchanges. They can ban the use of the exchanges. They can do a lot of things. They have a lot of tools. Don't kid yourself. They can get rid of this stuff. Now, if you put it on a wallet where theoretically they can't get at it, if you even if you get online and they see that you're transacting online somehow, and they're monitoring what you're doing, and the government has sophisticated tools to see what you're doing on the internet, they'll hunt you down. They've got nothing better to do these days, it seems anyway, except hunt down people they don't like. So that's what they're talking
about. Speaking about hunting down people that they don't like, I don't want this story to get away from us, because today was the day that Tamara Litch was supposed to have her bail hearing. Some interesting stories. Yeah. So I'm not sure how you wanted to attack this, if you just wanted to use the media source. I already have an article up if you want to use it, or just give me a short notes on.
Well, just let us know what happened with her, because I think she was denied, right?
Yeah, so Tamara Litch, one of the main convoy protest organizers, was denied bail. Tamara Litch, one of the leading organizers behind the protest, denied bail. So, Ontario Court Justice Julie Burgoyes said in the decision that the effect on the community from the actions of the convoy were immense, and that she felt Litch was obstinate and disingenuous in her responses to the court during her bail hearing on Saturday. I cannot be reassured that if I release you into the community that you will not reoffend. Your detention is necessary for the protection and safety of the public.
Yeah. See, I would characterize her as a political prisoner at this point. All of them are.
That's exactly what she is. And, I did a little bit of digging, too. And I found that this Ontario Court judge has ties with the Liberal Party. And she even tried to get into the Liberal Party, but was not voted in. I do have a video lined up here of Justin Trudeau providing this judge an endorsement, if you feel it's good.
Sure.
All right.
And while Brendan cues that up, if you can support our journalism, you can go to freedomreporters.com. Freedomreporters.com. There's also a hot link in the YouTube description and on the Facebook pages. We have been sending, we've got people out in the field. Carla Olson spent the better part of a month in Ottawa, observing, shooting video, recording, doing interviews, sending back reports, and doing live streams from the nation's capital throughout the freedom protest up there. As we've been trying to provide a counterbalance to the propaganda that is now being distributed by the legacy media. My former employer, CTV, Global, CBC, all of the usual suspects, and we're here fighting the information war. But we can't do it without your help. We are going to expand our coverage, expand this news operation, and to do that, we're going to need some help to help cover some of these expenses. And you can help us out by going to freedomreporters.com. And are you ready there, Brendan, with this clip?
Yeah, are you ready?
Here we go.
All right.
It's an extraordinary pleasure for me to tell you how much I have great admiration for Julie Bourgeois. Her vision, her authenticity, her strength is going to be an amazing asset both to the people of Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, but also to everyone in the House of Commons after the next elections, when I will have hopefully the honor of sitting beside her in the House. Thank you very much.
So what's that about? I don't understand.
So he's endorsing Julie Bourgeois, who is the Ontario Court judge who denied Tamara Litch bail. So Justin Trudeau declares Tamara Litch a political enemy of the state. The judge gets the case at her desk, and then she, in turn, what are the chances, goes around and endorses Justin Trudeau's thought on it. That she is
So
quote,
she's yeah.
unquote,
So.
your detention is necessary for the protection and safety of the public.
Yeah.
I've known people who have murdered. Well, I haven't known murderers, but I've known people who have been murdered, and the murderer got out in bail with nothing like that. This is somebody who is not killed anybody, who has been upset with how things have been in our country for all this time, and then goes and protests against it, and now she's a political prisoner.
And let's yes, you're right. Yeah.
I've seen in some instances, like CBC was posted that she's probably going to spend a lot of time in prison.
I expect so. And as I said before, you combine the Emergencies Act, which is the War Measures Act, with the new hate speech legislation that is in place, censorship laws, and you allow the government to target these truckers that they characterize as racist, fascist Nazis, and you're going to see a very dangerous precedent set in the courts where they're going to be throwing people in jail who are basically political enemies, and they're going to persecute them and keep them in jail for a long time using these new powers and these new laws. And I believe that they will be unjustly punished and inaccurately accused of crimes that they are not really guilty of. And I think we have a government tonight that is lawless, that is out of control, and is abusing its powers that they're not really lawfully theirs, because they've come about them in an unlawful manner, in a manner that is unconstitutional.
Now, me and you have probably watched every single press conference that Tamara Lich has taken part in.
303, go ahead.
I would say she has always been the calmest of all the organizers. Like, she's very calm in how she speaks. She's not saying for anybody to do anything violent. She hasn't said anything inflammatory to people.
X-ray 36 to Ottawa.
As far as I can recall,
Go ahead.
it's hard to imagine why.
We're at Laurier and
No, I haven't seen anything like that from her at all.
Like, it's hard to imagine how the court can justify this decision, and this could be terrible in the long run. Like, this is not good. This is what we're telling you, people. There's nothing that makes you any different than Tamara Lich or me or you, Rick Walker.
Yep.
They could say that about anybody. And we very clearly have laid out the evidence throughout our career on this little show that we do here over the past several weeks, that there's somebody who is not violent, who has not done anything illegal, so to speak, and the judge is basically naming them an enemy of the state. I think that's what, if you read between the lines on what the judge says, your detention is necessary for the protection and safety of the public. That, if you read between the lines, you are an enemy of the state.
Yes, and tonight people are living in fear, and one of the reasons is doxing. And what you're looking at here is a Google map of the province of Ontario, Canada, and the Give, Send, Go donor list for the truckers, for the trucking convoy, which was hacked, has now been converted into a Google map so that all the donors can be found on this map. And the information was obtained illegally, but is being distributed all over the place. I'm not going to zoom in close enough for you to see any names here, because I don't think that's right. But I am going to illustrate. I'm going to show you this. The government better think about what it's doing, because that's a lot of people. Look at this. Look at all the overlap there. And this is just in Ontario. Now, that's not just one person, one of those markers. Okay. They're markers on markers on markers on markers, stacked, 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 stacked. But they're distributing this because these far left fascistic communists are vicious, and they're going after people, and they're distributing this information because these political activists, people like Justin Trudeau and all of his minions, are out there hunting these people. And if you're on a list, people are now afraid that they're going to be targeted by radical and sometimes violent left-wing extremists. And it's happening already.
Yeah.
And more than that, targeted by government, targeted by police. People are afraid they're going to have their bank accounts frozen if they're on this list, if they're on this map. So now all these, if you're a crazy left-wing violent extremist and you want to go target somebody, you know, this is the map that's being distributed to all of them. This is what they're doing. Who's the violent one? Chrystia Freeland said this week that in her news conference when they invoked the Emergencies Act, or I guess it was probably last week now. Last week. She said that, I can't remember what day it was. Anyway, she said
it was February 14th.
Yeah, so she said that by using these tools, it's allowing them to take action peacefully. I submit to you, there's nothing peaceful about freezing someone's bank accounts and making it impossible for them to live. It's actually a very aggressive move. It's very aggressive. It's punitive. It's grossly unfair. It's grossly disproportionate to what people were doing down there protesting. It's not ethical. It's immoral. And what they're doing here, they're all, you know what, Brendan? Here's a good one. You know what? They're all in it together on the left. They're all in it together. Whether it's people like Dan McDonald doing his part to mock people who are run over and trampled by horses, or whether it's some Antifa operative out there assaulting someone at a protest and being disruptive, or whether it's some guy as a plant carrying a Confederate flag in the middle of an otherwise completely peaceful protest, or whether it's Justin Trudeau giving himself the power to go after people and hunt people down in a vindictive, don't get mad, get even scenario where he gets to be the ultimate dictator and tyrant of Canada. They're all in it together because they're all doing their part and they're all working in harmony, and it's just like a little jazz ensemble where they get to hunt down the people they don't like because they're in power right now, and they're sending a message to everyone. Don't even think about opposing us, because if you do, we will crush you. But I've got news for them. This is Canada, and look at all those dots. You see that? There's a lot of people out there, good people. That's a lot of Canadians. And they're not Nazis.
And here's another thing, too. These are all voters, too.
That's right. They're all voters.
How many of those people voted for the Liberal Party who aren't going to vote for them anymore?
So, you know what? These politicians, they better start to think twice. They really need to think about this. They're not hunting Nazis. They're hunting Canadians. They are targeting hardworking, tolerant, loving Canadians who stood at the side of the highway waving Canadian flags, singing the national anthem, cheering on truckers who were delivering hope. Hope that we might finally be able to get our lives back to normal and get the government off our backs. Instead, they're hunting these people tonight. This is what Justin Trudeau is doing. This is what they've done. The government is at war with its own people. Justin Trudeau is doing his part, and the people who hacked that account and are now illegally distributing the personal information of these Convoy donors who made donations in good faith at a time when It was perfectly legal to do so. Now they've turned it, and they were doing it out of national pride and hope. And now we're all living in fear. Everyone, me, you, every person that's got a dot on that map. Millions of Canadians tonight living in fear. And that's also why I know people personally who are right now packing and getting ready to leave Canada because they no longer believe in the country and they know that it has been lost. All that we can do now is try to find some peaceful political way to get the country back. It's appalling. Any further thoughts about that?
I'm just totally disgusted with how people have taken that information and just ran with it. We've seen plenty of instances where people have donated to either Justin Trudeau's foundation or the Pierre Trudeau Foundation, is that what it is? People have donated to that, and they were Chinese government employees. There's been lots of terrible things that people have voted or have paid money into, and nobody ever bats an eye, but people have donated to this cause or have felt compelled under their patriotic duty or whatever to do so, and that's awesome. But the way we've turned on these people is sick, and how the media fuels it, and how they're all ganging up on just regular people. Like, I've heard there's a story about a single mother who donated, I think, like $10 or something, and her account ended up getting frozen. And she's like a minimum wage worker.
027.
That's terrible. You're absolutely right, and people should not think so little of this, that by the banks having the power to go into your account and freeze it, that is too much. That is too much.
It's way too much. The government shouldn't be allowed to do that, and certainly not for something like this.
And especially not with stolen information. If they're using stolen information to determine this, then that's absolutely disgusting.
But you see, they're justifying it because they're characterizing these truckers as domestic terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
And we showed people raw video for over 3 weeks from the scene, perfectly peaceful. They're not terrorists. They're Canadian citizens who took their frustrations directly to the doorstep of the Prime Minister on Parliament Hill, which is entirely appropriate. Was it a large protest? Yeah, you bet your boots it was. Because, why? Because the mandates are unprecedented. Because the measures the government has taken have been very authoritarian. And it's time for them to be lifted. And that's what the message is. It just isn't listening because Trudeau isn't listening. So they stayed there for a long time. Why? Because Trudeau wouldn't come out to talk to them. And they tried every other political means. It's been tried for 2 years. We've seen little protests here, medium-sized protests there, large protests in Toronto, in other large cities like Edmonton, all over Canada. Protests and protests and protests. And the government just doesn't listen. But protesting is part of the process. It's part of the democratic process. And sometimes it's disruptive. That's also part of the protest. And there's no more appropriate place to do it than in the nation's capital. Now, you might have a hardline police chief or a hardline interim police chief who's willing to do the bidding of the Prime Minister, who wants his political opponents crushed. But the reality is, these were just Canadians exercising their God-given rights to protest. Their rights to protest and free speech and free expression. And Justin Trudeau has crushed all of that. He's taken all of that away, not just from them, but from you. He's saying you still have the right to free speech, but that's only if he says it's okay. If he decides that you don't, you just don't now. If you protest the wrong thing, they'll move in and arrest you. If you say the wrong thing, he'll move in and arrest you.
No, negative.
He'll have you arrested.
Well, I thought it was worth commending. There was some very brave souls. If you go into what I just put into the share box there.
X-ray 041.
3X-ray 041.
So what are we looking at here?
This is Jagmeet Singh's office in Burnaby, British Columbia. And these are his constituents lined outside to protest his decision to support the Emergencies Act in Canada.
If you're still in the air, do you copy that?
And there you have it. And some of these signs say, Jack Layton would vote no. Tommy Douglas is rolling in his grave. Jagmeet is Trudeau's lapdog.
3X-ray 041. I'll make some phone calls here.
I thought this was worth sharing. That this is a reflection that Jagmeet Singh has been in office for some time. He's been a career politician for some time. He's been an NDP advocate for some time. I'm sure this region in Burnaby, BC, has probably been NDP for a very long time. This goes to show you that what they had done in Parliament last night is not reflective of what the NDP is supposed to be or who they were. Like, whatever it is now, it's absolutely, like, I don't know. It's almost as if they should just be scrapped and tried with treason. That's like what I think.
Well,
810-4, sorry.
the NDP is not what it was. The New Democrats used to represent the working class. That was where their base of support was. And the Conservatives were viewed as the party of big business and conservative economic policies. And the Liberals were supposed to be somewhere in between, representing a little of this and a little of that and more in the middle, but maybe kind of leaning more to the left and more socialistic. But the NDP further to the left even than that. And they got most of their support from labor unions and, you know, auto workers and just the working class people, right? And even truck drivers, especially people like truck drivers and the Teamsters unions, right? Well, not anymore. Not anymore. Jagmeet Singh and the New Democrats today, they obviously don't care about truckers. They don't care about the right to, strike. They don't care about your rights to demonstrate, which is what the NDP was really always all about.
Oh, they do care about that, but only if it's for communism.
Well, right. Exactly right. But not for just the regular working class guy, not anymore.
No.
And so they've lost that entire base. And a lot of the people in that demographic are now kind of searching for some place to park their support. And it's spread out all over the place, and a lot of it has gone even over to the Conservatives and to the PPC. So it's been a kind of a strange thing. A lot of the NDP support, strangely, has gone from the NDP over to the PPC, and the PPC started really by a bunch of homeless conservatives. But it's the civil liberties issues that are creating unity over there in that party, which now seems to spread across the political spectrum with support coming from all different parties. So the political landscape is being redrawn. Jagmeet Singh, he's a disaster. That's why him and he's also supporting Trudeau. That's why the NDP props up the Liberals. They don't have enough support to form government on their own. But by propping up a minority Liberal government and propping up Trudeau, they get a lot of power because Trudeau will give them what they want in order to have that support. And it's a completely different ballgame politically now. Canada is not what it was. The political landscape is not what it was.
No, it is not. And some of those statements were echoed on this show last night before the vote was done. Tommy Douglas wouldn't be in agreement with this. Jack Layton wouldn't be in agreement with this.
Yes, sir.
But this is just a party that has run amok and has gone way too far. And you know, we can show people a glimpse of that. I mean, I do have his Twitter thing pulled up, his Twitter page pulled up on our screen share. And we could do that real quick.
Actually, it's not letting me put it up there.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll try again.
Hang on.
And Sierra 201 call center, my driver has been dropped off at his residence.
10-4.
There we go.
So here he goes. Trumpism has divided Americans. Now it's attempting to divide Canadians. We won't let that happen. Foreign money and actors from the U.S. cannot be allowed to sow division in Canada. Shut down interference in foreign financing of the Freedom Convoy. So we all know that there's been lots of activist groups in Canada who have been paid protesters in the past, internationally paid protesters, especially those that want to participate in eco-terrorism and stuff like that. So foreign financing is a big deal when it's something you don't like, but when you do like it, just ignore it, sweep it under the rug.
Hey, Brendan, I believe there was a news conference with Ottawa Police today. Would you mind checking to see if you can find a link to that?
10-4. I'm with 046 as well. And then there's
and I'm going to try to pull up a clip here of an international leader
Charlie Victor Lima Romeo
who
187. The CRO is Ali Kohar in 2001. If that's CRO, you can run.
who is calling Trudeau a tyrant to further illustrate
10-4.
how Canada and Trudeau have lost respect on the international stage. And yeah, this whole foreign financing of the Freedom Convoy, it's bunk.
3X-808-7.
Just another red herring.
I've picked up 2 members from Zulu 073.
Yeah, I
So
think
this is a member of the European Parliament, Romanian Christian Terres, and this is what he has to say about Justin Trudeau.
And with the Prime Minister of Canada, the way he's behaving right now, he's exactly like a tyrant, like a dictator. He's like Ceausescu in Romania. If even you doubt, if you raise doubts about the vaccine,
Subjects 1060.
you're out.
Showing a local address.
What's the difference between what he does and what happened under the Inquisition?
Okay, 10-4.
See, on one side they say, well, we should not believe in God, but on the other side they say, believe in science. We don't have to. Science is not about belief.
Zulu 033.
Science is about
just letting you know that the 6 of us
measurements,
from,
conclusions, hypotheses,
have all been picked
and
up on the bus
arguments.
and relieved.
We got to a point right now where even if you say something, if you raise any doubts, you're already considered, as whatever, they label you in a very different way. This is not okay. And I have to tell you, that when I saw the protest in Canada, the way the trucks reacted, I got in touch with some of them, others contacted me. I congratulated them, and I want to use this opportunity to thank them. And I hope this movement for freedom and for rights is spreading all around the world. Because at the end of the day, we have to make sure that all these elected officials, they understand that they were elected in those offices to work for the people, not to behave like masters or slaves. Thank you. And with the Prime Minister of Canada, the way he's behaving right now.
I don't know if we could confirm.
So yeah, I mean,
I'll look into that in a minute.
I liked his point there about the science because it really pisses me off when it's like they uphold science as some sort of virtuous religion, and now we have, in a lot of senses, some sort of dogma around scientific works and stuff like that. Like, science is forever evolving, and it's forever asking questions. It's not a religion. The state wants it to be a religion, and the state also wants to be a part of that religion, but it's absolute bunk. Just like you said before, like when they say follow the science, and then they could declare if you have questions about something, oh, you are not following the science. Look at this guy; he does not follow the science. It's a 21st century equivalent to say, look, she's a witch, burn her.
And as you can clearly see, Trudeau has lost even more respect on the international stage. Other politicians, other countries, they're not taking him seriously as a good leader. They see him now as a tyrant, which is what he is. That's what he has become. That's, I think, truly what he has always been. He's just really showing his true colors now. I never realized he would be this bad. I wasn't happy when he got elected, but didn't think that we would ever have to deal with anything like this. These are the darkest days in Canadian history. We're witnessing them right now. The country, as I've said, is gone. We've lost Canada. The country no longer exists because we no longer have our freedom. It's no longer a free country.
3 X-ray 044, go.
So there was not. I checked CPAC and all of our regular sources. I don't see a press conference, but what I did find is one that isn't in video. So the media team at Ottawa Police did release a statement today, and we can at least go over it.
Sure.
3 X-ray 039.
So here's an update on where the cops are at with everything they're doing, with over 100 roadblocks, checkpoints set up around the city, right?
Mm-hmm. So it says for immediate release, Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, 3 p.m., the Ottawa Police Service and its policing partners continue operations to return downtown core to a state of normalcy. Sparks Street is now accessible to pedestrians via gated access at all intersections except Elgin Street. Secured area reduced. Police are reducing the size of the secured area. It now includes Laurier Avenue to Parliament Hill, Bronson Avenue to Rideau Canal. Police measures will only remain in place as long as is deemed necessary to ensure unlawful protesters do not return. So, still, it is Eastern Berlin in the old USSR days in Ottawa.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. I mean, it really is. We're under a state of martial law. That's what we are facing tonight, and Ottawa is the epicenter of that. And a lot of bizarre stuff went on down there today. There was a heavy police presence at one point in the downtown area where people were told a couple of different things. In one case, they were told there was a bank robbery at a Scotiabank outlet, and then that turned into some sort of an active shooter in a window, is what people were told. That's why apparently there was supposed to be a lot of police in the downtown, and it just isn't clear what any of that might have been. And I don't think there is anything in the media release about that. Is there, Brendan, that you saw? So nothing from Ottawa Police about any of it, but we did
on their Twitter, yes.
Yeah. So let's find out what they were saying about it. But it was a very strange situation down there today, and I don't think if you were going to rob a bank, you would run into the most heavily policed area of the country that's under heavy lockdown and go in there and rob a bank. You'd have to be a complete moron.
So 6 hours ago, like 1 o'clock, 1:30, one person is in custody. The police operation is ongoing. Then 4 hours ago, they said the police operation is now over, but the investigation is ongoing. And here's the statement we already read. And there was a fatal collision down there. But I did see a different source on some of it.
So I don't know. Maybe we'll find out eventually what it was all about, but I don't think we have any clear picture.
I don't really want to share what is known so far because it's all speculation from people who are not accredited to talk about it. But there was a heavy police presence down there. They did talk about, I believe, at the Redo Mall, that something was going on at the Redo Mall. It could have been somebody with a gun or something. Nobody knows. They're not talking about it clearly, and it's also not on the Ottawa Police website. But I did see the mall, the road by the mall that had all of the trucks lined up across it. So I mean, I think we should probably wait before we give a discussion on that story.
Yeah, we just don't know. I heard a lot of stuff coming out from down there, and through the day, none of it seemed to make any sense. Especially because if you have an active shooter, you normally would clear the public out, but people were still milling around on the street out there. It made no sense to me at all. So I don't know what was really going on, but it was bizarre, and it just kind of goes with everything else going on right now, I guess.
Yep, strange times. Strange.
So yeah, we were trying to get some video out of there, but with the lockdowns, it's hard to even get anybody in there right now. So we just don't know. But when we find out, we'll let you know, and we're still monitoring all of that.
If you want me to give you how many cruisers are...
So I understand that the Department of National Defense was flooded with calls over the weekend demanding Canadian forces protect Ottawa protesters from the police.
I just have a well-being check on concession.
That's interesting.
3, just by
would never happen,
township.
But interesting.
You know, the other thing I saw, and I wish I'd queued up a link or something, but you know, I've seen I saw it today, just sort of a public relations feel-good post from the OPP, Ontario Provincial Police, about cops going out on like a safety patrol for snowmobilers. And then I clicked on the comments, and every comment surrounding that was negative and talking about the cops beating protesters in Ottawa. Every single one. They've done so much damage to the public relationship between policing and the citizens. I don't know if they'll ever recover. People don't trust the cops anymore. A lot of people are afraid of them, me included. And that's coming from a guy who had nothing but the utmost respect for cops all my life. But what I've seen and what I see going on right now, even in the aftermath of that, and the rhetoric and the media crap swirling around all of that, and the way the cops are patting themselves on the back, and the way Doug Ford came out today and congratulated the cops and thanked them, and all these politicians stepping up, and even conservative politicians who stood up in Parliament last night and said thank you to the cops for taking care of the protesters the way they did. Yeah, with batons and tear gas and LRAD, long-range acoustic device, sonic sound waves to blow out people's eardrums. No, man, I'm telling you, people saw what happened down there, and you can't unsee that. You can't unsee that. Trampling people with horses, no. It's going to take a long time, if ever, to heal those wounds.
So how bad was it? Was it like Justin Trudeau's social media page comment bad, or was it worse than that?
It was things like, yeah, you're out there keeping people safe. Are you going to be beating the snowmobilers? Stuff like that. I mean, again, I'm not. You can find it online yourselves, folks. I mean,
Can I go 1010 with Zulu 060?
Between that, and it's just normally that stuff. There was one comment on there that I saw where somebody said, "Thank you, officers, for keeping us safe." Something like that. Every other one was making reference to the beatings in Ottawa. Good job, guys. That's how you handle a protest, a peaceful protest, a protest where stores were not looted, they were supported. Restaurants weren't burned to the ground, they were solicited and and people went in to buy the food, and took business to restaurateurs who have been suffering for over 2 years because of COVID lockdowns. They've been helping them out. Oh no, let's punish those people and put the business owner out of business because he served racist truckers. It's ridiculous. This whole thing is ridiculous. And now you've gone and damaged your reputation and your relationship with the public to the point where you might not ever be able to repair it. You know, I see that what's kind of happened is older police officers, good cops who understood community policing, most of those guys are out, and they have a new crop in there, and the whole attitude, the philosophy is different. And it's not good.
Okay, 10-4.
Not good at all.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, 10-4, so just for the CAD there, non-life-threatening injuries and the road to be reopened, correct?
Victor says, strike, take all your money from banks. It's the worst threat against the perverted Trudeau. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it's something about dogs there. You know, they were even taking people's dogs away and saying they were going to euthanize them. And I'd like to find out how many dogs they put down, if any, because they were threatening to take the truckers' dogs away if they had pets with them, and then euthanize them.
Well, actually, they were going to give them to the Humane Society,
where they would be euthanized
if they were not claimed after 7 days and they deem them not readoptable.
That's why they changed me to 0.
Let's see if they have any updates for us. Probably not. I highly doubt they'd want to make a press release saying, "Oh, we've killed X amount of dogs."
Yeah, they're not going to tell you that they killed the truckers' dogs. They said they were going to do it, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if they do.
They don't care.
They don't make idle threats. They follow through on them, as we're seeing. They don't just want justice. They want to crush people. And that's why tonight we do have political prisoners in custody, denied bail. And it's not just Tamara Lynch. I think there are other ones in there too, right? Still being denied bail. Lots of
Pat King is in jail till Friday. It's looking like he'll get a $50,000 bail.
3Zulu022, that'd be
whatever
great.
That means.
Wellington and Lions.
I don't know what his outcome is going to be. Things seem to be cooking up on this Ukraine front thing, and I know that there was a press conference this afternoon. I'm not sure if maybe we should delve into that one.
070.
As it's going to be
very concerning.
It's going to be our next big thing, I think. It's going to definitely be something that they're going to try to distract us with. So I think probably now is as good a time as any to start learning about it.
These forces and provincial authorities. To be clear, they stated governmental authorities without using the emergency.
They had all the laws and all the resources.
Indicated was the Ottawa lawyer who went to court to put a halt to the incessant honking of horns by the truckers.
And they got it.
Agrees that the use of the Emergencies Act in this situation was government overreach. Quote, although I am acutely aware of the trauma experienced by Ottawa residents, I fully agree that the Emergencies Act is a dangerous tool that was not required. Quote. Many legal experts shared a concern that by invoking the Emergencies Act for the Ottawa protest, the Trudeau government is normalizing the extraordinary law's usage. The BCCLA warns that the invocation of the Act in this instance sets a dangerous precedent if our elected officials become comfortable with using excessive powers to target dissent in Canada. It becomes easier to use again.
I love her. Who is she?
Other movements such as Black Lives Matter or Indigenous land or water defenders. The advocates for the rule of law, or ARL, agree that this situation sets a dangerous precedent. Quote, Normalizing the declaration of emergencies,
Yes.
especially before other less intrusive but still significant measures have been attempted, threatens to render hollow the rights and freedoms guaranteed to all Canadians. It risks a gradual erosion of Parliament's role in favor of executive power, and it amounts to a damning admission of a failure of state capacity, quote.
Yep.
But there is some evidence that normalizing emergencies may be the Trudeau government's intention. Deputy Prime Minister Freeland has recently
this is
spoken about
good.
making some tools in the Act permanent.
This is
We
good.
should all be worried about that, honourable senators. For all its raucousness and disruption of traffic in downtown Ottawa, can anyone seriously believe this protest was a threat to Canada's national security? Some will say it spawned blockades at the Ambassador Bridge, disrupting one of our main trade routes with the United States.
Resolved by
That
court order.
blockade, and similarly the one in Alberta, were dispersed peacefully and non-violently, and most importantly, without recourse to the Emergencies Act.
No, with recourse to the
Meanwhile,
courts.
both houses of Parliament were able to meet for weeks, mere steps away from the protesters. Prime Minister Trudeau and his senior cabinet ministers attended several question periods and House of Commons sittings in the West Block in person. If there were a true public order emergency, surely none of that would have been allowed to have occurred. Honourable senators, consider all of the moments of crisis in Canada since 1988, and yet the Emergencies Act was not invoked for any of those occasions.
It's lip seal, not
for the
chapstick.
standoff at Oka,
I can't
not
use
for 9/11,
chapstick.
in which 25 Canadians were killed, not even during the October 2014 Parliament Hill shooting. And I remember that well because I was locked in a caucus room for 10 hours with my colleagues throughout. None of those situations required the use of the Emergencies Act. I fear that with this invocation, we are embarking on a slippery slope away from what Canada is famous for, its unwavering adherence to the principles of freedom and justice. These principles are why immigrants from around the world long to come to Canada. That is the reason so many of our ancestors came here, to escape tyranny. That is why my grandparents came to Canada from Ukraine 100 years ago. This country, this parliamentary system, this Westminster system, was founded out of the rejection of tyranny. The fathers of the Confederation feared not just the tyranny of the monarch, but the tyranny of the majority. And we in the Senate are a key part of that system, to stand up for the minority, to be their voice. It has not been lost on me, nor should it be on any of you, that this building, now the Senate of Canada building, where I deliver this speech today, is the very building where our Charter of Rights and Freedoms was negotiated. Think of that history, honourable senators, when you consider whether to allow this federal...
They're not thinking of anything. Anybody who disagrees with her is not thinking about anything.
That the Trudeau government's invocation of the Emergencies Act in this situation is considerable government overreach. And at this time, I am reminded...
She's being polite, considerable.
Jr., quote, the best defense against usurpatory government is an assertive citizenry, quote. We need to assert ourselves, honourable senators, and
This is being put in because the internet in Canada is being shut. Okay, not spreading rumors. Sorry, I don't know about that.
Emergencies Act motion. Thank you.
All right, and Patrick Irwin said, Viva, I could not think of anything super significant to say, but does this whole situation not feel like a bad Star Wars prequel plotline? Yes. I wish all Canadians are able to keep their freedom.
Thank you,
Please
Your
come
Honor.
live with us Americans if
Colleagues,
you lose your
I
country.
rise to speak
Patrick,
in favor
thank
of the
you.
motion before us
I can't find your
today.
chat to bring it up, so.
It is my view that our country is dealing with a public order emergency that unfortunately requires the use of extraordinary and temporary measures.
This man's an idiot and a liar,
Ottawa,
period.
indeed
Right,
Canada,
right now,
has
let's hear what he has to
been
say.
through the past
I have an
month
open
is
mind.
Unprecedented.
In our history.
The combination of border blockades, the illegal occupation of the city, let alone our capital, the harassment and threats of violence against residents and journalists, and the damage to businesses and our economic security, to say nothing of the explicit end goal of some of toppling our duly elected government, is not normal. Protests,
I'll tell you what's not normal, sir.
are not
Your understanding of fact
in
and
Canada.
law. Who is this
Quite the
person?
opposite.
Peter
There were
Bohm,
riots during the
Senator,
conscription
independent.
crises in both world wars.
Independent,
The
my
Winnipeg General
independent,
Strike
my
of
butt.
1919, the On to Ottawa Trek of 1935, and the subsequent Regina riot. Montreal even saw riots in 1885 over, you guessed it, vaccines, smallpox at the time. And of course, there was the October crisis of 1970 and Oka 20 years later.
Did you invoke the Emergencies Act during any of that?
Which have sometimes turned violent
Sometimes.
against pipelines and other projects. Some have been associated with major world events that Canada was hosting. I dealt with examples of this in my previous career, beginning with the Summit of the Americas in Quebec City in April 2001. Protest is a fundamental element of any functional democracy, Canada included. It is a right we all hold dear and one that must be protected. Here's the problem, though.
Yeah,
What happened in
but
Ottawa was no mere protest.
oh no, it's no mere
It was
protest.
an occupation.
It was an
And it
occupation.
certainly was not peaceful.
Oh, certainly was
I
not
realize
peaceful.
this is where
Liar.
opinion becomes sharply divided, but the absence of outright physical violence is not peace.
Oh my goodness.
Particularly over the weekend during law enforcement operations in downtown
Now
Ottawa,
it's violent
we
even if
heard
there's
and
no
read
outright
striking
violence.
terms including front line, occupied territory, gaining, and losing ground. This is usually reserved for dispatches from war zones. It
This
not
is
how actions to
pathological,
disperse legitimately
disgusting.
peaceful protests are described.
It's violence in
This
the
leads me
absence
to
of
the
violence
predecessor
because of
the
words that are
Emergencies
used
Act, the
in
War
war.
Measures Act, used in October 1970.
I hope this guy
Then
doesn't
as
play any
now,
video games.
Parliamentarians decried the perceived government overreach. This is much the same situation the current government faced in making what was no doubt a
Yep,
very
no, that's
difficult
pretty much it.
decision.
Silence is violence.
However,
It's not what
the
you
major
said that was
difference today
violence.
is that unlike
It
in
was what you
1970,
didn't say.
the federal government does not have unlimited powers to restore order, and the Canadian military has not been deployed to city streets, something that shocked all
Yeah, no,
Canadians,
don't do. I
especially
understand.
residents of Quebec over 51 years ago. As we all
Can you
know,
believe they're
the
comparing
War
this to the
Measures Act
FLQ
was later
crisis,
repealed,
where people
and
were
in
kidnapped and
1988
murdered?
was replaced by the current Emergencies Act by
What's
the
this guy's
government
name? Boner?
of
Boehner?
at the time.
Boer? Liar.
I wish to justify my support for this motion
Oh,
by
please go
addressing
ahead.
three areas.
We're
the
the
applicability
I'm
of
sorry.
the
I
act,
believe the
my
country might be
personal
done.
understanding of freedom, and my views as an Ottawa resident.
Yeah.
First, I accept that the threshold for invocation of the act has been met. If what we are dealing with is not a public order emergency, I do not know what it is.
How about a protest or a block party? How about kids playing on bouncy castles like the Ottawa Council was complaining
not only
about?
to our economy in pure numbers, but also to Canada's reputation.
This is
as a
fascist
safe,
manipulation.
engaged trading partner and investment destination. Jobs are at stake.
Jobs are at stake
Blockades
from
in
the people
Windsor,
who just
Ontario,
shut down
Queens,
jobs for a
Alberta,
year and a
Emerson,
half.
Manitoba, and South
This
Surrey,
it makes my
BC
stomach
had in
hurt.
common, on the surface, was an opposition to vaccine mandates, ostensibly for truckers, that very small percentage that believe vaccine mandates impinge on their freedom. The same goes for Ottawa. What the blockades and the occupation of Ottawa demonstrate is that the sentiments expressed suggest a national problem, not one confined to a specific region or city. The blockades and occupation of Ottawa, however, are not just about vaccine mandates, if that was ever really the point. Groups with deeper grievances, ranging from dissatisfaction with governments generally, particularly at the federal level, and unwillingness to accept the results of the last federal election.
Oh, there you go.
General
Of course.
frustration with how 2 years of pandemic and health control measures have impacted their lives, and quite frankly, a wish to raise a little hell. Mis and even disinformation, particularly on social media, has added fuel to the fire, and some of it has been spread by malign actors.
Please
This
go
is to
on.
say
Do
nothing
tell.
of crowdfunding, much of it foreign, a
This is
phenomenon we have not before seen in Canada.
psychological torture. This is intellectual
Some
torture.
protesters were prepared to engage in violence.
They were prepared
This
to
was
engage.
particularly clear in Coots, where RCMP uncovered a disturbing plot to kill officers, along with a cache of weapons.
Okay, first of all, it's a
As I
cache
said,
if you want to actually
protest is
speak
normal
English.
in
But
this country,
let me just
as
see
is an
something here.
important
I'm going
part
to pull up
of
an
a
article
healthy
on the
democracy.
cache,
What is
weapons.
not normal is the blocking of critical infrastructure and holding a
Coots.
city and its residents hostage for several weeks. Based on their analysis, the Ottawa Police Service and the Ontario Provincial Police concluded they could not bring the occupation to a safe and effective end with their own resources and under their municipal and provincial mandates. The immediate situation in Ottawa was largely resolved, according to our police forces, due to the invocation of the Act because it allows for greater police cooperation across the country without swearing-in procedures and the time-consuming establishment of other protocols. For me, the sobering thought is that such blockades, occupations, and demonstrations could recur at any time.
Oh, there you go. Invoking the Emergencies Act to prevent future blockades.
Demonstrators and trucks does not mean the danger is over. The use of the emergency.
It means the emergency is over. That's what it means, not the danger and what
It's
you
not
think. It
cure.
means the
We must
emergency is
remember that,
over,
colleagues.
which makes your
This
entire
legislation
opinion
was
invalid.
designed with
Except
full
you're a
deference to the
senator and
Charter
I'm
of
a
Rights
dude
and
ranting at a
Freedoms
camera on
as
my
a last
on
resort
my
to
wall
deal
in
with
my
different
basement.
types of emergencies.
This is
I will not delve into the
nauseating.
detail that others have already
Yep.
offered,
It's
except to say that
painful.
there are serious checks and balances.
There are no
They are
serious
meant
checks
to
and
ensure
balances.
that the
This is
government
the
is held
same government that
accountable by
prorogued Parliament
and the
to
public
suspend
and cannot
the
maintain a declaration of
investigation
emergency
into the We
indefinitely,
Charity
nor
scandal.
for
There are
its
no
own
checks and
purposes.
balances. Otherwise, a
I would further
two-time
point out that it would
ethics-breaching
be
prime
quite
minister
challenging
would
for a
not
minority
still be in
government
power.
to veer
Liars.
into authoritarianism, despite what we have heard from so many critics.
There was no danger.
Colleagues, like all
I
of
had
you,
never
I
felt
heard and
safer
read what
walking in
demonstrators
downtown Ottawa.
had to say.
And the homeless people,
They
by the
said
way,
they
had
wanted
never been
freedom,
better
or
fed
they wanted
because
it back, or
the
that they were
truckers
fighting for
did a
bodily
better job
autonomy.
caring for the homeless in
Their
Ottawa
list of
than the Ottawa
complaints
government.
was long,
You
and many of their
damn lying
slogans were
hypocrites.
American imports, for example.
I was there.
Don't tread on me.
I don't think this guy was.
Live free or die.
I didn't see this guy.
Others
14
would not
days.
exactly
13
fall
days I
under
spent documenting. Never saw this guy.
parliamentary
I would have
language.
remembered his. By the way, he looks very
Even
tan.
some of the flags were imported from other places and other times.
Looks very tan,
It
like
is
he might have been in
upsetting to
Florida.
say that
Maybe someone wants to
Confederate
check his
Nazi
vacation
flags have no
schedule.
place in Canada. In my view, neither do upside-down Canadian flags at our
Oh,
cenotaph, which is what I
upside
saw
down Canadian
out of
flags
my
is now
office window.
terrorism, people.
Demonstrators made their points. They complained very loudly and were heard. It was impossible not to hear them.
Oh,
these people,
it was
despite their
impossible not to
assertions
hear
that
them.
they unified
That
the
might be the
country as never
purpose of
before,
protest,
are not the
Mr.
majority
Senator.
they claim to be.
It was impossible to ignore
Over
them.
80% of Canadians
That's
have
kind of the purpose of
complied with
protest.
mandates,
Actually, that's
have
kind of
been
the purpose of your
vaccinated,
job,
have
is
learned
to
about
listen to them.
QR codes, knowing they were doing this for their
Bite my
health
lip, bite my
and
lip, and bite my
safety,
tongue.
and for the common good of all citizens. Surely, in this great country, we have learned throughout our history.
This country is
that our
not so
social
great thanks to what you're
contract
doing.
sometimes
This
must
country is
make
becoming very
sacrifices
not great,
to safeguard
specifically
our
because of you,
society
whatever your name
and
is.
protect each other.
They protect each
This
other.
is why we have laws and public health measures and why we pay taxes. The social contract we all sign on to by
You
virtue
broke
of
that social
citizenship
contract,
and
sir.
residence in Canada is not rendered void because some people do not like it. That is also why we have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, an important document that more Canadians should read.
Oh, I've read it. Have you read it? Ask him.
that it is
Someone
the
in the
Charter
damn
by
crowd.
which we
Ask him
abide
what the
in
first
Canada, not the United States
provision says.
Constitution.
This is outrageous.
Colleagues, Canada has come through this latest pandemic with one of the highest vaccination rates in the world and one of the lowest COVID-related death rates. Why? Because Canadians and our
I don't know what that is. I
federal
don't think I can lend that.
all
I'll
work
lend that.
together.
Share that.
Yes, there were some coordination issues, especially in the first dark days, but they were largely overcome. And those who did not and still do not wish to be vaccinated made their choice. In Canada, our mission since 1867 has been peace, order, and good government.
Yeah, well, you
For the
failed
most
at the
part,
last,
we have
you
fulfilled the
buffoon.
goals of that ongoing project. It is part of what Canada is known for in the international community. In my previous career, it was part of my job in the service of both conservative and liberal governments
Excuse me.
to promote and defend human rights and freedom in various
Excuse
parts
me.
of the world.
Seem to
I have
have,
many stories. I'll give you one.
in aggravation, blown
While
fluid
junior
up through my
diplomat stationed
nostrils.
In Central America,
Jeez
I
Louise.
recall arriving late one evening at the airport in El Salvador.
Let's hear his
while that
anecdote.
country was engaged in civil war.
Oh, yeah.
I took a taxi down the deserted highway to the capital,
Fact
San
check this
Salvador,
story, people.
and was soon pulled over by a military platoon asking for my credentials.
Yep.
Surprise was expressed that I did not have a security detail. I'm Canadian after all. But then the commanding officer said that everyone
Oh,
had
you're so
Canadians
funny.
because they stood
That's a
for
fantastic.
By the way, he told me, my sister lives in Toronto. I was warned to be careful because there were reports of a unit of the Farabundo Martí Nacional Liberation Front, FMLN in Spanish, a few kilometers up the road. Sure enough,
It's a good question.
members of the guerrilla group intercepted me and my now very nervous taxi driver sometime later. Credentials were again shown, this time to the self-described freedom fighters. I was asked to pose for a photo with the group, which the leader said he would send to his sister who was living in freedom in Vancouver. He then said we should be very careful because there was an army column nearby. The driver and I just looked at each other.
But you know what the problem is? I don't believe a damn word this guy's saying. Based on his lies and misrepresentation of Ottawa, I don't believe his understanding of what happened to him 40 years ago. I don't believe this. Not
This
one
will
word.
continue despite the concerted efforts of many to besmirch, denigrate, fundraise, or even derive partisan political gain from the word freedom. Colleagues, I'm a resident of Ottawa, and for the past few weeks, I've walked to work every day.
Oh, did you get
It
harassed?
was the easiest way for me to get here.
Did you get
My
harassed?
office in the Chambers building.
Did you get harassed?
From the moment I would open my front door at home to arriving at my office some 40 minutes later, I heard the truck horns.
Okay.
Usually in one continuous blast.
Okay.
I have walked past shuttered businesses, past the closed Rideau Center, the 6th largest mall in Canada.
Was that because of the convoy or because of you?
Fumes emanating from illegally parked idling trucks downtown.
Oh, fumes. Fumes from illegally parked trucks is the new threshold for the Emergencies Act. Enjoy your new Canada.
Only example of this, but I personally saw from a distance demonstrators carry out a racist and deeply offensive parody of an Indigenous ceremony.
That might have been Indigenous people carrying out a ceremony. Big Bear or Big Bull. I interviewed them. Oh my God. Oh my God.
This motion, and also asking us in many instances to bring down the government.
Can you imagine if this idiot actually thinks that a racist replication of an Indigenous ceremony was an actual Indigenous ceremony, like they did in Confederation Park, and I was there to interview them?
I am too.
This guy, oh my God.
Residents have been harassed for wearing masks. They have been subjected to
I'm not religious. I apologize for
misogynistic
using
comments,
the Lord's
and
name
no
in vain. I
amount of,
apologize.
oh, but that's just a few bad apples makes this less unacceptable. Seniors and people with disabilities who rely on meal deliveries, such as Meals on Wheels,
no one
have been impacted.
No, they haven't.
Streets.
Lie.
People
And
have
that
heard
makes you a
good
liar.
reason
This person right here, I don't know what his name
residences
is a liar.
Public urination and defecation. Even
Jesus,
on the
it's not
sacred
like
ground of the
Ottawa
national
had a
anthem.
homeless problem before
A
this.
sense, again, with very good reason that the rules did not apply.
Do you know
to
that?
the
Do you know that? First of all, they brought in
And
porta
worse,
potties, so this
they
guy's a
believed it as
flagrant
well.
liar. Did you know that
A
Ottawa
loss
has
of public
3
trust,
safe
no small
needle
matter in
centers?
municipal authorities, including the Ottawa.
Did you know
Police
that
Service,
Ottawa
who
had a
figured
bit of
as
a
they
homeless
were.
problem before
A
this, and they were
decrease
displaced
in
from the
mental and
Ottawa
physical
Core
health
because of the
as a
convoy?
result of this occupation.
They brought
A
in
deep
porta
concern
potties.
of
And
the
these
impact
truckers,
of
by
all
the
of
way,
this on children
they live in their
and
trucks
even
on an
pets.
ordinary basis. They know how to pee in a bottle
All of
and
this
do
leads
the
me to
duty
have
where
great
they need
concern
to.
for members of our dedicated
This
Senate
guy's
staff,
a pathological
as other
liar.
senators
Period.
have mentioned,
End of it.
those in our offices and in the Senate administration.
But by the way,
who live
nonetheless,
downtown and
he
in
still
Senate
walked to work every
Check in
day.
with them,
Still walked
colleagues.
to work every
See
day,
if they're
40
okay
minutes.
with it.
It was so
Colleagues, no
dangerous in
matter
such a
how many
national
inquiries
emergency.
are
This
undertaken under
member of
whatever levels
parliament
of government,
walked without
this
security.
event has marked the
Nothing
lives
like
of
El
Ottawans
Salvador. This
forever.
guy walked to the office
In fact, it is
every
one that
day.
impacts all
Such a
Canadians,
national
even
emergency.
those who
These
live
people are an
nowhere near
absolute
here.
national
The
disgrace.
use of the Federal Emergencies Act and the long-term implications of doing so on our national psyche makes that clear. We know there are people across the country who see Ottawans as entitled and who did not want the convoy to leave the city. People who are happy to show their explicit support.
I know. I'm looking. I used to wonder how people went along with and got away with the propaganda in places like USSR.
It is not just
These
the
last few
supporters
years have
of the
been a sobering
demonstrations in
lesson.
Ottawa and the blockades across the country who need to reflect. Every single Canadian must. How we respond in this moment will have effects not just now, but into the future. This is not just a debate on the use of the Emergencies Act in this specific situation. It is a debate on what we want this great country of ours to stand for. Thank you.
Senator Lankin, there's 35 seconds left.
I don't know if you'll get a chance to answer this, but your role in the Summit of the Americas, as well as your knowledge of the G20 and G7 meetings, have been referenced as examples where we were able to coordinate police resources. How many months of planning went into that? How much time was there to actually deputize police?
Senator?
1 year.
Thank you. Resuming debate, Senator Pate.
Speaker, I also rise as someone who has the privilege and responsibility of living and working in the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. Colleagues, all indication is that the urgent situation of the past weeks could have been prevented. The occupation of the streets of Ottawa did not begin as an emergency. It became one because of inaction and intransigence by all levels of government and was shaped in particular by
became an
systemic
emergency.
racism, misogyny, and bias in state
Misogyny.
attitudes, including among law enforcement, as well as apparent feelings of overdue reckoning and unification of people who have long been left behind, many of whom have experienced victimization, criminalization, and institutionalization by those same state authorities. While many of us were stopped and questioned on the road, trucks were permitted to roll in and lay siege to the nation's capital. This even though public authorities had advanced intelligence of the involvement of violent extremists. It is clear white supremacist, populist, racist, xenophobic, discriminatory objectives filled the hearts and minds of key organizers and those who bankrolled and emboldened them to promote hatred.
I'm Jewish.
also
I
clear is
donated
that many
to the
ordinary
convoy.
people
I
whose needs
interviewed
and
a
interests have been
transgender
intentionally
individual.
ignored
I
by
interviewed
successive governments
multiple
were
members of the
engaged
gay
by
community.
calls for
I
freedom
interviewed multiple
and an end to
indigenous members.
autocratic,
I
unfair,
interviewed
and
black
unaccountable
people,
decision-making.
Kuwaitis, Romanians,
I am
Russians.
beyond heartbroken
Yeah, you feel
that
heartbroken.
communities and families are being pitted against each other.
Well, that's thanks
that
to you,
people I
man.
know and love are among those here
Oh my
across the
God,
country
this is
and in
I,
other nations.
look, if
who, after
if you
decades
guys
of
enjoy watching this, I'll continue
disenfranchisement
raging. This
and
is
abandonment
absolutely
by health,
nauseating and
economic,
vomit
social
inducing.
systems, think they have found common cause.
Oh, yeah.
These emergency measures may end the blockades and occupations.
They're
but
over
they
the
will
blockades
not
and the
redress
the occupation. It's over.
disenfranchisement, and divisions
over.
that these actions reinforced and exacerbated. If we actually hope to end and prevent such insurrection, we must crucially work to ensure that the most dispossessed and marginalized are no longer left behind.
So the Emergency
We
Act
must
now is to
prioritize equality, dignity,
is for equality.
fairness, and justice for all. Years before Parliament Hill became my workplace, on the center block protest grounds and beyond, I organized and participated in countless demonstrations and protests aimed to disrupt and raise concerns about inequities and grievances from anti-poverty, anti-war, pro-choice, anti-racism, anti-violence against women, support for missing and murdered Indigenous women, anti-heterosexist, anti-fascist, anti-capitalist.
What the hell is she talking about?
Environmental,
Seriously, like what is she talking about?
Indigenous, pro-choice.
Just throw words out there.
Pro-choice. Black Lives Matter.
I know you're just verbal
the
diarrhea
list
is what
goes
you have
on.
right now. That's why like stuff is coming out. You don't even know what's coming out of
Purpose
it.
is to disrupt and get change. The purpose is to create action. Unlike this occupation, prior to the wielding
drew
of
the
the legal
distinction.
sledgehammer of the Emergencies Act, the full force of the law was often swiftly employed to subdue, suppress, and squash lawful and peaceful protest. It certainly was not the norm to have law enforcement and conservative interests joining, posing for group photos, or urging us on.
There you go. Take him down.
partying with
Take
us.
him down.
As the
Arrest all of
convoy
them.
arrived in
Freeze
Ottawa,
freeze
police were
Poilievre's
already
bank
present on
account.
the roads.
Let's see that happen.
Driving to my office on January 28th
You drove to your
and
office?
beyond, I was stopped, questioned, and urged not to proceed,
By whom?
only to then watch trucks being waved through as they drove
Who was
onto
she stopped
Parliament
and
Hill.
questioned by? And urged
We
not
now know
to. She
that
was stopped by
Canada's
police.
Integrated Terrorist Assessment Center warned the federal government days before the siege that violent extremist groups were deeply involved and that the scale of the protests would be a quote, trigger point and opportunity for potential
Yep.
lone actor
So-
attackers to conduct
Never.
a terrorist
One of
attack.
your colleagues said
Why
that never
authorities
happened.
Not take this threat seriously.
Never happened. So that makes you a
Homeless
liar.
people trying to survive in encampments, Indigenous people protecting their lands and waters, Black Lives Matter protesters, women, environmentalists, striking workers, and countless others have too often faced state use of force and even brutality and violence when exercising their rights.
Oh,
to
so all
peaceful
that she's
assembly.
angry about is that they
I
didn't
cannot
use the same
imagine
brutality on them.
Any of these groups being permitted by law enforcement to drive multiple vehicles, much
Well,
less
hey, man.
18-wheelers onto Parliament Hill.
Well, don't worry about that. It's never going to happen again. So
contrast,
you've
those
also
occupying
throttled
Ottawa were
Indigenous
granted
rights
incredible
protests.
leeway
Good for you.
to move
You just
flammable
set your
liquids
people back
and heavy
100 years
vehicles
by
through
this.
heavily
Because no one's ever
populated
going to be able to
areas
protest
and to
Indigenous rights
harass,
again.
bully, and threaten people, including frontline workers, health
There
and
will be
retail
no more
workers,
Indigenous
service
protests
providers,
thanks to what you're doing right
residents,
now.
and homeless folks.
Enjoy it.
Police claim that they have received few official complaints. This after advising Ottawa residents seeking assistance that they could not intervene, that people should shelter
Can you
at
hear me
home,
now?
remove their masks when challenged by occupiers, or consider temporarily leaving their homes in the downtown area. Counter-protesters who confronted
Can you
trucks
hear me now?
reported being
Gosh
approached by
darn it, I've been
police to
spewing
negotiate
gems
safe
for the last
passage
30
of
seconds.
the convoy, including being
Can-
asked,
can-
if you
hold on,
don't
let me-
move, how does this end? All
get
of
to the
this
bottom.
reflects
Can you
the
hear me now?
racism, misogyny, and bias long identified in policing, corrections,
Fixed,
and the
yeah.
military.
This
and in some
woman
respects, the
just ended
government,
all Indigenous
whereby
protests.
some are
Good for you.
privileged with
Be
protection,
careful what you wish
and
for.
others are at best abandoned and at
Oh, she was
worst
saying that
allowed to be
if it had been an
brutalized.
Indigenous
In a
protest,
context
it
where
would have been
every
ended
state
with
authority
violence.
is being
So her
investigated for
anger is
failure
that
to address
this was
class,
allowed to
race,
continue. Well,
and
good-
gender bias,
Be
The
careful what you
reluctance
wish
of
for, ma'am,
individuals
because
to
you've
report
just
such
ended
actions
Indigenous
is not
right to
only
protest. You know what the
understandable,
funny thing is?
but should be
When they protest
expected.
up my street, I didn't care.
Honorable
I
colleagues,
couldn't move
how
my car
comfortable
for
would you be
1-2 days.
pushing authorities,
In
some
fact,
of whom you
I
are
moved
seen
it. No,
posing
I
for
don't know what happened.
selfies
Doesn't matter.
and
I
otherwise
couldn't move the car.
endorsing the individuals you fear?
I didn't care.
How do
When they
you know which
blockaded the
officers
CN
are the
rails,
ones
I was
who
like,
will
okay,
act
you get a court
professionally
order,
and
get a court
fairly
order, and
versus
enforce it.
those who may not?
The block.
The sense
You
that
just
police have
ended
stood
Indigenous
by,
rights
condoned,
to
or even
protest.
supported the
Good for
occupation
you.
is
Be
unfortunately
careful what you wish
reinforced
for.
by the presence of former police,
And
military,
then the lies.
and
I mean, there
national
were lies.
security
There were lies.
personnel
I can't
amongst
even
the
get back to the lies.
organizers, funders, and occupation participants. Meanwhile, people living on the streets, people living below the poverty
Have been
line,
never
women,
better
Indigenous
fed in Ottawa.
peoples, African Canadians, and other racialized
right on.
people,
Yeah.
those living with disabilities, and
So
members
there you
of the
guys
2S
go. You just filled in a little bit of the backstory. So,
Lies.
there we go.
Lies,
There we
lies,
go.
lies. I was there. They were well fed. They were happy. They were among the crowd. They were getting
Beautiful.
warm.
There we
And
go.
They were
There
getting
we go.
companionship because the protesters were talking to them.
Look at this.
Oh
Hey,
my God,
beautiful.
This is a liar.
Beautiful.
This is an
Beautiful.
absolute. I'm saying the word liar.
of the government and concerns about vaccines or COVID health measure
The
mandates.
homeless in Ottawa have
So
never
yeah,
been
guys,
treated better than during
just
this.
wanted to
They were
go live here
sheltered.
for a
They
bit,
were
let you guys know what was going on here in Ajax. This little friendly get together, the freedom fighting crew, you know, just unwinding a bit and
Oh, do you still hear her? I still hear her.
shooting the shit and changing, you know,
I'll bring her
exchanging
back.
our
No,
stories
I'm taking her
and
back out.
getting it all off our
I'll
chest,
bring her
you
back
know.
out. When I
It's
walked up
good
the street,
to be
there was a
surrounded with
homeless
people
person
that, you know, they all got their heads on their shoulders around here. They know what's up, and we're all out here fighting the good fight and prepared to continue fighting the good fight. So, yeah, guys, and if you guys didn't hear before, Rise Up Durham, Brandon and Jessica there, troopers, 100% freedom fighters from day one. Make sure you're following them. And yeah, guys, I guess I'll cut her now. Thanks for hanging out and chilling at this little get together we threw here. Peace, guys.
Because of her filthy lies. This is outrageous.
Canada, the number of visitors to one of every 4 food banks doubled last year.
You think the truckers came to steal from the food banks? And I talked to people who said that those tweets of the food banks and the truckers stealing
Cheers,
were
guys.
lies.
Love you guys.
Populist messages.
I'll
These
let her
feelings
talk.
of deprivation and abandonment were further intensified by the government refusal to dialogue, much less acknowledge an attempt to understand the feelings and real concerns expressed by many ordinary people from across the country who are struggling to get by. The government knew that protesters were coming to Ottawa, yet no attempt was made to intercept or address the issues being raised. While we certainly saw instances of extremism, racism, anti-Semitism, and misogyny here on the Hill, we should be calling all who oppose vaccine should we really be calling all who oppose vaccine mandates racist and misogynist, instead of trying to meaningfully understand and address underlying fears, anxiety, and frustration?
You just did that.
CBC recently reported the story of a man from Saskatchewan, a farmer and father of 2, who took part in a blockade of his provincial legislature. A volunteer firefighter, his mental health suffered after being a first responder to the bus crash that claimed the lives of members of the Humboldt Broncos hockey team. When a workers' compensation board denied him income supports, he reported that he really quit trusting other people to make decisions on his behalf. During the pandemic, he opted not to vaccinate himself or his 2 children. He decided to join the protest looking for, quote, a sense of belonging.
She's so nervous
after
right now because
witnessing
she's
the hurt
spouting lies
experience
and she can't
by
even
his
read them straight.
12-year-old when their family was not allowed to go into a ski chalet to eat
Okay, so what happened?
because they were unvaccinated.
So what happened?
The man said he felt like they had been treated as if they were dirty.
Yeah.
He acknowledged that some involved in the protests were extremists, but many were ordinary, hardworking people. He has heard reports of occupiers in Ottawa harassing a homeless shelter and displaying Confederate flags and swastikas, but doesn't trust the media and believes such stories are fabricated.
Yeah, they are because you're
As
fabricating
highlighted
them.
by the work of the African Canadian Senators Group and the Parliamentary Black Caucus and our Indigenous colleagues, despite frequent references to truckers and vaccine mandates, the organizers of the occupation are not tied to the trucking industry.
They are linked to organizations espousing extremism, anti-democratic values, violence, and white supremacy.
There's only one
They
person
hope
I
to
can think of
benefit
that
from
might
the
fit that bill.
attention, recruit others to their cause, and try to normalize hateful symbols and messages. The emergency measures we are debating will not end people's sense of disenfranchisement, distrust, and anger.
But I'll vote for them
Indeed,
nonetheless.
They run the risk of further eroding trust in government by stigmatizing and further isolating those on the margins.
I'm confused. Is she going to vote for this or
Responding
not?
meaningfully to this occupation means taking action against the hate speech that it has emboldened and which can prevent women, racialized people, and many others from exercising their rights and participating in their communities. In the short term, the government could, for instance, reintroduce legislation.
I don't understand which way she's going. This is
reenact
diarrhea.
former Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. This measure
It
would
makes
allow
no sense,
advocates to
Adria.
file complaints about
No
hate
sense.
propaganda targeting specific communities that is likely to do significant harm. Secondly, as human rights advocates like Monia Mazig remind us, quote, it is time to repeal current useless and unconstitutional so-called anti-terrorism laws and hold a public debate about the meaning of freedom.
Which way is she going?
Instead of laws that curtail our civil
This is-
liberties, we
this
should
is-
reflect on the importance of respecting our human rights to ensure both our safety and our security.
Which way is she going?
Finally, on an urgent basis,
Please
we
hurry
must
up and get
also
to the
ensure
finally.
that social health and economic policies address the inequities that rig systems and abandon people in vital need of support.
Why is she wearing a
to
mask? I'm not trying to
situations
shame
of crisis
her.
and vulnerability.
Why is she wearing the mask for her
COVID-19
speech?
reminds us that none of us will be okay until all of us are okay.
Is it really? I needed
Safeguarding our health and
COVID-19 for
well-being in this pandemic and beyond is necessary a collective and inclusive, not an individual endeavor. We cannot hope to protect ourselves from the effects of COVID if those around us lack the financial means and supports to similarly ensure their safety and well-being. Likewise, we cannot hope to counter disenfranchisement and division without plans for income, health, and social equality that cease to leave people behind.
What is she talking
The
about?
processing man from Saskatchewan, despite his distrust of the media, shared his story with CBC, saying that, quote, he believes more communication and understanding are needed, and he wants us all to be friends after this pandemic is said and done. This is a goal I believe most Canadians share. We absolutely need to come together to address inequality and work to build an inclusive
Some of
future.
your ears should be bleeding.
We need to build an inclusive Canada.
What is
Thank you, colleagues? Miigwech, merci.
What's your vote? What was your vote? For goodness sake, you're voting on the emergencies.
Senator Carter?
I'm gonna barf. I'm gonna barf in my mouth. Does anyone know which way she
Your
voted?
Honor. I want to begin by thanking colleagues for their deep and thoughtful remarks in this debate.
No, lies.
Even when we disagree.
Oh, yeah, okay, this guy. I
I'm
don't
going to
think
be speaking in support of the declaration, and I want to speak to three aspects of the issue. The first is personal, the second I would call decisional, and the third institutional.
The first is irrelevant.
The personal. In the fall of 1970, I was in my final year at business school in Saskatoon. On a Saturday evening,
Three
in late
B's to the
October,
dollar is what they called
I
it then.
attended a party at somebody's house. As I arrived at the party, there were a group of 6 or 8 young men, nearly all of them business school
Track this guy down.
classmates,
Track his history down. What did he
engaged
do
in
at
a
that
heated
party? I'm
discussion
smelling
with
a
one
Kavanaugh
other person.
party here.
The business school group was supporting
Not
the
tracking down
imposition
like
of the
a
War
that way,
Measures
but
Act.
this is a
in
debate. No,
Quebec.
this is
The
a
need to get
verbal
lawlessness under
diarrhea.
control, and if a few
food,
rights got trampled on the process, a small price to pay. The one other person was a law student. He patiently made his case to the effect that people were more than the sum of their economic parts, that they are sentient beings with rights and obligations that are the essence of who we are as
By the way,
humans.
sentient beings is a term that they
I stood
use
at the
for
edge of this
animals,
debate
not
and
for
listened.
humans, because no one
To
has
be
ever
honest, I
denied that
hadn't
humans
thought
were
much about
sentient
these
beings.
issues and
This
human
man
values.
is a
It
racist,
was, for me, a
discriminatory man
life-changing moment.
who actually has to qualify
That
humans as
eye-opening
being
discussion
sentient
was
beings
the
based
single
on their
most
race.
important influence
Let's see
in
where he
my
goes.
decision
Let's see
to
where
go
he
to
goes.
law school and begin a career in law.
Okay.
Rights and laws and the rule of law have come to matter a lot to me.
Humans are sentient
In a
beings by
remarkable way,
definition.
that moment,
Animals
and the
are
influence
not.
of that law student, Henry Kloppenberg, now a brilliant, principled, courageous, and somewhat eccentric Saskatoon lawyer, set me on a career path that brings me to this moment, and probably the most important decision today that I
No,
will make in my
and you made the
professional
wrong
life.
one, so may you live forever with this
That's what I
decision.
will call the decisional. I won't speak about Charter of Rights issues, but I would associate myself with the remarks of others, including Senator McFadden.
I won't
on
speak
this
about
point.
those pesky Charter
On
of
the
Rights
decision,
issues.
well, I think it is important to remove from consideration in our discussion and decision the argument that if something had been done earlier and better, we wouldn't be in this fix.
Well, there's no H in better,
And
sir. Just
therefore,
throwing
we
that
are
out
entitled
there.
to withhold
Better.
approbation
There's an H in
of the emergency
Whitmer.
declaration.
And what? And for
I
which
agree that
reason?
various actions by various actors could have been averted and moderated this crisis, but that is not the test today. It is, having gotten to where we are, is this declaration a reasonable course to be taken? Here's another way of looking at it.
I think it is.
Many have written
Apparently
that
my
wiser
microphone
decisions
is
taken in
muted.
1919 or 1935 or early in 1939 might have averted World War II. Well, tragically, they weren't. But can you imagine if we were exercising this emergency power in 1939, we would have said that because somebody else did a lousy job of averting war earlier.
Can you imagine this guy just invoked the Holocaust analogy
to
justify invoking the Emergencies Act? He's saying if we don't do this, we might have a Holocaust. Understand what this guy just said right now.
In the case of those,
if we don't invoke the Emergencies Act, we might have a
some
Holocaust.
background on these questions, but to be better
And
informed,
by
I
the way,
retained a distinguished constitutional law expert, Professor Wayne McKay, to advise me. He's a professor emeritus at Schulich School of Law at Dalhousie in Halifax. In so doing, he identified 12 features of concern that take us into the realm of national emergency. Virtually every single one of them has been mentioned in the debate today.
Yeah, have they been met?
Nearly all of
Mentioned
these
and met
related
are
to
two very
unlawful
different things, you
conduct.
liar.
Some of this conduct could unquestionably have been addressed using existing powers, but much of it, particularly in Ottawa, could not have been achieved, certainly not without much more serious adverse consequences than actually occurred. And that's important. I want to focus primarily on the
If we don't know
situation
how
in the
long
nation's
this goes
capital,
on
I'm
for, or
deeply
if this goes
troubled
on
by
for
this.
hours,
We have
do we
seen
break out
protests
of
in
this,
Ottawa before.
talk about some
They have
subject
been
matter,
for me
and
a
then
sign
come
of
back
the
to this?
health
Because
of our
I'll puke in
democracy.
I'm gonna vomit in
We
my
have to
mouth
get
if
back
I
to
listen
that state as soon as
forever.
we possibly can.
Do we get onto some subject
And I'm
matter and then
fine
come
with
back
people
to
coming
this?
to Ottawa to protest in favor of courses of action that are unrealistic
How do
or
we do
legally
this with the chat?
impossible.
One,
Say the removal of
if
the
you
Prime
want us
Minister by the
to
Governor
talk about
General
other
and the
issues and then
Senate.
come back to this,
But I've
put in
never seen
one.
protests
If
of
you
the
want to
like that
listen
we've
to
seen
this
over the last
diarrhea
month, where
and with me ranting,
protesters
put in two.
transitioned their protests
And then we'll do it.
into an occupation
Go.
of the center of our nation's capital, and sought to
Stop
leverage
one,
this
continue
illegal
with the diarrhea
occupation
two.
to advance their various
Damn it, there's
grievances,
too many
but
ones.
also
Wait, stop
within
the
some
diarrhea.
corners
continue.
of that
Good.
protest, some dark corners, to actually leverage the removal of the government by other than
One is
legal and
remove this
constitutional
diarrhea
means.
from our faces.
And exactly
correct?
where was this illegal occupation occurring? Within meters of the beating heart of our national democracy,
Hold on,
and within
hold on.
meters of the office of the Prime
Hold on.
Minister of our country.
Hold on.
Equally compelling for me
I
in this
don't wanna
argument
get-
is what
Shut your faces. My stomach hurts. So I know now that nobody is hearing or seeing this. Do we listen to the debate, or do we at the very least address a couple of let's address a couple of issues, because we're not going to have a vote for a while. No, it's a nightmare that won't stop, and I actually don't think I can listen to it anymore. I'm open-minded. I've heard both sides now, because it's just regurgitating diarrhea. Hold on. How do we do a fresh restart? Yeah. There's no point. I can't do. No, I won't say that. I won't say what I'm thinking right now. I'm going to take a deep breath. We might be doomed. And okay, let's just start with one rumor. My sweet, merciful, good God. Can we believe this? An hour and 23 minutes into this, we haven't gotten to the meaningful stuff. We've listened to verbal diarrhea coming. They're not elected. These people are career politicians, but they were appointed. And they were appointed by prime ministers. And this is the best and the brightest to represent 36 million people. Do not, without exception, without qualification, make recommendations for violence in the chat, please. If I see it, I don't block very much. I block that. Do we start with the defamation from W5 or do we start with let's start with rumors. Let's start with one rumor. Oh my God, I actually genuinely feel sick. Here's two rumors that we have to address. The first rumor is that YouTube channels who broadcast live streams from the Ottawa protests are being forced to shut down, make their videos private under penalty of whatever. So here's the first thing. I'm a vault, and I know stuff that I know that people cannot know that I know, and no one will ever know that I know the stuff that I know that they cannot know that I know. I will never divulge it. If someone says, I don't want you to divulge it, you will never even know that I have that knowledge. And I have it, and it burns a hole in my brain. There are rumors about people having to shut down or make private videos of YouTube live streams under penalty of whatever. To this, I can only say one thing. I have had all of my live streams, all of the live streams that were demonetized initially, remonetized by YouTube after manual review. So they were not all at one point demonetized that I had to request a manual review, but a lot of them were. And I would say a lot of them is in like 8 of 10, if not 9 of 10. If not all of them. I asked for manual review. They were all approved after manual review. The live streams, the unedited live streams. It might be because my channel has goodwill with YouTube. I've shown that I have quality content without breaking the rules, without spreading misinformation. So I might have more social credit on YouTube. I don't know that that's the case, but it's possible. All that I can say is that my live streams, all of them, have been manually that have been demonetized, have been manually approved after manual review. So when people are saying they're shutting down channels, I'm not skeptical. I'm just saying there might be facts that are unique to those situations that might explain that description of events. The dude, Mr. Sunshine, I don't know anything. I don't know. And so there might be unique facts to that. Zot is making videos private. I don't know. And it's his decision. There may be fear, irrational fear of rumors, or just, covering your butt. You got the views. And there's no point in having it up just in case. My philosophy, by the way, on this, deleting something if you did something wrong does nothing, because someone out there got the clip, and deleting it is not going to erase your mistake. It might actually just compound your guilt. Deleting something when you did nothing wrong deletes the evidence that you did nothing wrong. So I don't delete videos, even if I think it might be a problem, but it's never been a problem. I did not delete my Alex Jones deposition video. I left it. I appealed it. My appeal was rejected, but then YouTube had a second thought for whatever the reason. So deleting a video if you've done something wrong, by the time you have to delete it, that's not going to do anything. The damage is done. Deleting a video when you've done nothing wrong, you might actually be deleting exculpatory evidence. So that's my own personal opinion. # not legal advice. So people who might be deleting their things, fine. There's a big caveat to this. I made one video private. It's subject to a copyright dispute and another issue, and that's why it's private. And I'll make it public one way or the other after the copyright dispute is resolved. But other than that, no flag, no nothing. It was actually monetized. It was just, there's a copyright dispute, and I want to resolve a legal question, among other issues. So people saying I've been pressured to remove a video, unless you know the details, and I don't, I make no comment. All that I'm saying is that my videos, all of the streams were initially demonetized. And on my way home from Ottawa, I would pull over at the exact same parking spot every day. I'd go down O'Connor, I would turn left on whatever street that was, pull into a parking lot, request manual review, and usually by the time I got home, the video was approved for monetization. So I'm not worried that the government is saying, take down your videos or we're going to sanction you, because YouTube has already confirmed to me by virtue of my requesting manual review, and they're confirming it on manual review, that I'm good. If the government wants to say, we want your video off despite that, for whatever the reason, do it, and we'll have a political Streisand effect. So rumors aside, Zot made 10, I don't care. Zot made whether or not it's true, He might have done it out of fear. He might have done it out of precaution, and good for him. It's not my decision. Private is not deleted. Private is still there just in case you need the evidence, but I think it does nothing. So do not buy into the rumors. I know that they're out there. Forget the fear, forget the rumors, forget the hyperbole. That's my expression. That's my experience. I'm not worried about it. I have no doubt that the government of Canada would like to pull the live streams down because they don't promote the narrative that they would like to be promoted. But if they do that, they then have to pull down CBC, Global News, CTV live streams as well. You could go for the accredited news sources versus not accredited. That might have relevance in terms of access to locations, facilities, events. That, as far as I appreciate it, does not have relevance on YouTube, especially since I'm not accredited, but all of my live streams have been remonetized after manual review on YouTube. So if the government has an issue, they'll take it up with YouTube. But if YouTube makes me take down a video that they have confirmed is okay, we'll have an issue. I might have an issue with YouTube. YouTube might have a recourse against the government, but whatever. So that's one rumor. Don't believe it. Just be skeptical and be wary. The second... More talkie. How do I bring up the volume? I muted it because it was making my stomach hurt. I'll bring it back up in a sec. The second rumor is that people's bank accounts have been frozen by virtue of having donated. Now, you know what? Hold on. So there's still debate. I want diarrhea in my ears. 2, I would like my ears to remain diarrhea-free. Let's see. 1 or 2. 1, yes, diarrhea. 2, no diarrhea. It is too close to call. Thus, 4. We'll give her 30 seconds and the benefit of the doubt. Hold on.
Police had exhausted all options and needed emergency federal assistance to, quote, mitigate risks of potential conflict.
30 seconds, uninterrupted.
And those risks were real enough.
We're done.
We're done. Found 3 trailers filled with weapons.
We're done. We're done.
Handguns,
Ma'am, you've abused of your goodwill with me. You are done. I will go back to the stream. I will take you out of the stream. You have violated. You had 30 seconds. You done. Done. Okay. Second rumor is that people are having their bank accounts frozen solely, and this is the exquisitely important caveat, solely by having donated to the convoy. Just wow. I mean, can you believe it? We gave her 30 seconds. She didn't even need 2. About donations rumor. So here we go. I'm gonna pull up not the verbal diarrhea that gives us I just pulled that out. So hold on a second. Share screen, Chrome tab. I know I pulled it up here. It was the politician. Here we go. Okay. So this is the only let me just see. I can't see myself in this anymore. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Here we go. So Brienne is a single mom. So now I'm going to go back. This is from a conservative MP. And by the way, I want everyone to appreciate this. I don't trust conservative MPs any more than I trust liberal MPs. I might have my differing preconceived notions about whatever foibles they might have as conservative versus liberal. I do not believe a conservative just because he's a conservative. And it's not a question of I want to believe. I want to know. I don't want to believe. I want to know. So unless you're going to provide the evidence, you might actually be better off not speaking as opposed to saying, okay, here we go. Brienne is a single mom from Chilliwack. It's a very sad sob story, and it got me when I started reading it. Working a minimum wage job. She gave $50 to the convoy when it was 100% legal. I'm going to get to this point in a second. She hasn't participated in any other way. That's a factual dispute or factual claim that only 2 people know about, maybe 3. This guy tweeting, her who participated, or the government. Her bank account has now been frozen. This is who Justin Trudeau is actually targeting with his emergency orders. This is where it gets interesting. This is Mark Straw. Hold on, let me just husband, father, Chilliwack, born and raised, member of Parliament, Chilliwack, and he's conservative. I don't see it here, but First of all, that's a good action banner. If you want a banner, that's a good banner. Here he says, thank you for those who have read this and offer to help someone you've never met. Shame on those who have read it and attack someone you've never met. Shame is not the best argument, liberal or conservative. I will keep working with Brienne to resolve this matter with her bank and will provide updates as more available. This is where I get a little skeptical. I don't care that he's conservative. Tell me what I want to hear. I need him to tell me what I need to know, which is the truth. To those of you, especially the media, demanding more details on Brienne, having seen what has been said about her online today and what has been done to other Convoy donors in the last weeks, I am not going to help you dox her. First of all, if she's on the list, she's already doxed. I know who she is, and I won't say, good, fine. And so here's my issue. Let me just bring that out. Let me bring that out. And let me bring, someone's texting me. Someone says we're overdue for a dinner. Now is not the best time. Mike, I will see you in a bit, but hold on. So I may like that guy. I may want that to be true. Here's my issue. I do trust the aggregate knowledge of the internet for good or for bad. And there were people responding to that tweet saying, we've got the list of doxed donors. Nobody by that name out of Chilliwack made that donation. In fact, nobody by that name out of Chilliwack made any donation. In fact, nobody out of Chilliwack apparently made a donation, but I don't want to oversell it. Hold on. Someone just said I'm being obtuse. Let me just pull it up so I can show you that I can take an insult. Fine. But your name is actually Spambot. So now I might be thinking. He's like, I don't care if he's lying. He might be mistaken. This is the problem. He might be mistaken. So this is the deal. I don't care if it's a conservative. Tell me what I want to hear. I need evidence, and I need to understand that what they're saying is true. They can be the CBC, and they could be telling the truth, even though I think they're liars. And they could be conservatives, even though I think they're liars. Tell me what I want to hear, even though it might not be true. You provide the evidence for that claim, or it doesn't exist. And now this is what I understand, because Chrystia Freeland may be a number of things. She might be the granddaughter of a Nazi sympathizer. She might be the granddaughter of a Nazi supporter. She might be a lot of things. She might be a member of the WEF, which she is. When she says we've frozen 206 bank accounts, and they consist of organizers of the protest and those who parked their vehicles on Wellington, I think that's absurd, obscene, over the top, egregious, unconstitutional, un-Canadian, and offensive. I believe all of that. But I might still say, okay, fine. I will believe your statement nonetheless. So when this guy, I forget his name now and I can't see it, says, I've seen this woman. She says I had no other involvement. If she so much as parked her car on Wellington at any point in 3 weeks, not that it justifies it, but it explains it. And so if this guy's saying, I'm not giving you other information, I don't want the internet doing their due diligence, although the internet did their due diligence, I'm suspicious, I'm skeptical, and I'm not sure I will treat it with the requisite degree of skepticism that I believe it deserves. She's still talking. I can't believe it. Are we sharing the screen? Hold on. So we are. I shall remove you, ma'am. You had your chance and you blew it. So it's not that I don't believe the story. I believe that there might be details that this individual either is not aware of or might be disregarding, because if she so much as drove down, if she so much as had her vehicle driven by someone else be there on Wellington, that might explain it, albeit wrongly, but that might explain it. From what I understand, and I've been looking, I have not seen any shred of evidence that anyone's bank account was frozen solely by virtue of them having donated to the convoy. Now, some of you out there are saying, Viva, you're biased, you donated, and you're worried. First of all, I donated. I made it public before the dox. I'm not worried about being doxed. I ran for office. Anybody knows everything they want to know about me, and it's out there in the public. I can't be doxed because I'm already public. But I just want to make sure things are correct and accurate. So I donated. I actually made it quite clear before the docs, because when they shut down the GoFundMe, I was like, you guys are not going to tell me who I can and cannot support. It's a registered not-for-profit, a federally incorporated not-for-profit. You're not going to tell me who I can donate to because of your lies. And that pissed me off. And I said, and I was public. I don't care. So there's no self-preservation in this observation. I have just not seen anyone who donated have their bank account frozen. Globe and Mail ran an article saying nobody who donated is having their account frozen by virtue of having donated, solely by virtue of having donated. And it's not to say that I think they should ever have their accounts frozen, period. They shouldn't. It's an outrage. It's egregious. It's offensive. It's unconstitutional. It violates fundamental rights and freedoms, such as due process, peaceful enjoyment of property, freedom of association, freedom of thought, freedom of conscience. It violates all of that. I just want to know one material fact. To that individual with the tweet, you might be wrong. And if you don't provide the concrete evidence that she had her bank account frozen solely by virtue of her donation, it has to be treated with the requisite skepticism, even in as much as I want to believe it. So I've not seen one concrete proven case of someone who had their bank account frozen solely by virtue of a donation to the convoy, because I think it's fundamentally unconstitutional. And here's why. Damn it. I got there too quickly. I just took the person out. I'm going to bring her back in a bit. Here's why. Let me just get here we go. This is why, people. And this is also not cover my ass, although this might be cover my ass because protecting the law is necessarily covering your ass. The Freedom 2022 Human Rights, the Freedom, damn it, did I make a typo? The Freedom 2022 Human Rights and Freedoms, i.e. the Freedom Convoy, Truckers Convoy, is a federally incorporated not-for-profit, meaning the federal government, approved its status. To then go after donors is nothing shy of the most insidious entrapment conceivable. I want everyone to appreciate that. I got into a debate, and this is why Twitter is not a good place for debate. There are differences between not-for-profits and recognized charities. It's arguably, but probably not arguably, more stringent to get approved as a charity because you have to get CRA approval so you can issue tax receipts. That is Canada Revenue Agency approval so you can issue tax receipts. That being said, when the government recognizes a not-for-profit as a not-for-profit, it's because they've filed the required forms, they've satisfied the required federal requirements for the federal government to recognize them as a not-for-profit. For the federal government then to say anyone who donated to a registered, federally incorporated not-for-profit before any Emergencies Act could be criminalized, that is a violation of Section 11G of the Charter, which is holding someone criminally liable for something which was not a crime at the time they did it. An act or omission that was not a crime at the time they did it. I'm going to have to check that out in a second. So this is not a cover my ass. This is a cover your ass. I want people to understand this. If the government does decide to do this, if they do decide to engage in what I think would be the most egregious, offensive, unconstitutional overreach ever, to retroactively criminalize conduct which was not criminal at the time, everyone should know this argument, which is why I'm very skeptical of the claims. And if someone's going to make the claim, you'd better have damn good evidence. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And to simply say, I'm not giving you the information because I've seen the way people have been treated by the media. First of all, she's doxxed already, so that's a bad argument. So that's all I'd say. This argument, by the way, take it, run with it, understand it. If the government ever wants to say, you donated to what we recognized and approved as a not-for-profit, and now we're going to criminalize you, it's not that I don't think the government is criminal, because I do think they are. But there's levels to criminality. So with that said, stop screen, is that what does it? Oh, so I've been clicking the wrong button. Now let me go share and just see where we are. So I hope everyone appreciates that. I haven't brought up a lot of chats. I missed one here. Peter Sintik says, elements of a contract. 1, mutual agreement. 2, consideration. 3, competency. 4, lawful object. I was not competent when Canadian citizenship was imposed on me. Can my Canadian citizenship be annulled? No. I would very much like to stop swiping myself out of my own live stream. Damn it. And there's big chats that I can now no longer bring up, which I'm going to bring up. I'm going to read them. I can't bring them up. Britt Cormier, $200 super chat. Thank you. This marks the end of meaningful democracy in your country. Issue is the people voting yay did not arrive at their position via logic and reasons. Therefore, They cannot be swayed by logic and reason. I agree. This is what separates LawTube and many of its fans from the people in our governments. Britt Cormier, thank you very much. It's a $200 super chat, and I thank you for that. And then we've got Fishnet Costa Rica. I cannot bring it up because I brought myself out of my own live stream. Maybe I can. Oh, wait a minute, I can. Booyah. Fishnet Costa Rica. What is that? Hold on, guys. I gotta pull an oldie here. Oh my God, that's a sailfish. I could not appreciate what I was seeing. That's either a blue marlin or a sailfish. No, that's a sailfish. I believe they're the fastest fish in the sea. Maybe tied with tuna. Thank you. And thank you. If you meant to put a comment in there, don't put another super chat for the comment. Thank you. If there were to be any type of strike, could the PM use emergency act? Yes. Yes. He could use the emergency act to seize their assets, to freeze their bank accounts. I hope everyone understands this. The second the government deems your protest to be too disruptive, they'll declare a national emergency. They will declare an emergency to invoke the emergency. Oh, what's that? You blocked the bridge for an afternoon? You just interrupted travel. Emergencies Act, freeze your bank accounts, seize your cars, sell them to compensate for the damages. You have no idea the beast that you've unleashed, people who support this crap. You have no idea. In 2015, HuffPost ran an article by Dan Dickens. It's making the rounds now, predicting that Canada would become a dictatorship under Trudeau. The boy king worshipped Castro and fawns over China. Abre los ojos. I don't know what that means. That means cover your ass. I'm going to say that means cover your ass. That has to be cover your ass, right? Abre being, thank you. Okay, so that's where we're at with the rumors about freezing of bank accounts. I think it's rumors. Yeah, no, I keep swiping myself out of the stream. It's quite stupid of me. I want everyone to appreciate that. I would love concrete evidence that the government has seized an account solely by virtue of having donated to the convoy. I haven't seen it. And as I wrote to the CBC, come and ask me questions. I donated $1,000 to the convoy before the emergency's order was declared, because even though I think it's wrong, I would not have donated afterwards. I would not have donated, and I would not have recommended anybody donate afterwards, because that would incur liability, wrongfully so, but predictably so. Beforehand, the government incorporates this not-for-profit. It's registered. So when I go to see, do I want to donate this? Are they a legitimate not-for-profit? And they come up on the Canada Business, whatever the website. When they come up as an actual incorporated not-for-profit with a Canada Business incorporation number, and I say, okay, they're legit, I donate. You want to try to criminalize that? Go ahead and see what happens when you do that. They're not that stupid. Anyone donating after the emergency's declaration or the emergency's invocation, you're I still think you're right, but you're asking for trouble. If you're Canadian, if you're American, good luck. Good luck with your jurisdiction arguments. Just so you know, St. Patrick's Day falls in the 30 of the Emergencies Act. So that's it. Haven't seen any confirmation about that, and I think I don't think it's true. And I'm skeptical, and I do not think that conservative tweeter knows all the facts, or if he does, it might be why he's not disclosing all the facts. And it's not because I don't want it to be true. Just to show you my level of objectivity. It's not because it's a conservative telling me what I want to hear that I'm going to believe it. Show me the proof, or take your tweet and keep it to yourself. Get it through your thick hair, Viva. The charter is toilet paper, Mike Pierce. How long before the name changed to People's Republic of Canada? Dude, your beard and your avatar are scaring me, but I love it because I've known you and you've been around for a long time. Thank you. Now there was one. There we go. 69.99. We need a war room pandemic up here in Canada. Would you be willing to host one, or would you know who could? Canadians need this show, dude. This is a war room right now. It just happens to be. You might have just heard my hot water tank go on in my basement. I'll talk to Steve. I think I've been on Steve's show enough to think that this might be a reasonable possibility. It's all a question of discussion and agreement. All right, Vicky Dreams, how you doing? I remember your avatar as well. Thank you. Okay, now the other third thing. Hold on. Let me bring. I'll leave the avatar. I'll leave this up for a second. Share. Let's see what's going on with the Verbal Diarrhea Festival. The Festival of Diarrhea. Here's a guy via Zoom What do we say?
To work on Parliament Hill.
We're going to give him 30 seconds.
In awe of the structure and what went on within those walls. It was also the summer of 1990 where we witnessed another crisis, the Oka crisis.
Yeah. Did you call it?
We had non-Indigenous men, investors, wanting to build a golf course on a traditional Mohawk burial site. This crisis of 1990 forced the conservative government of the day to send in the military after a request from the provincial Quebec government. I have seen and participated in many peaceful protests and have witnessed many different protests in front of Parliament Hill.
If he says but, I'm done.
From people across the political spectrum.
If he says but, we're done.
But what we have witnessed in the past weeks is anything but a protest.
Liar.
What seemed like a protest quickly became an occupation, which quickly became an illegal occupation. Paralyzing the city of Ottawa and its residents is something we have not seen before.
Lie.
Not in Canada.
Oh, you saw it now, by the way, because the government just did
posing as Indigenous peoples, including several organizers. Now, I do not know for a fact if these people are Indigenous or not, but what I do know is that many Indigenous peoples across the country and organizations have denounced the cultural appropriation being exercised by some of these individuals.
Sir, Big Bull was Indigenous. Big Bear was Indigenous.
We saw how
Tamara Lakes is Indigenous. So this guy just called into question, but then said, "I don't want to."
Fake news towards reporters who are part and parcel of our democracy.
No, they're not.
Reporters being spat on.
They were not. Lie.
We have witnessed more interest in U.S. media making absolute false statements about what is really happening in Canada.
He's trying to get on Fox.
The amount of misinformation is pervasive because it affects us all.
Well, it's not pervasive because it affects you all. It's pervasive and then might affect you all.
Associated Canada's Prime Minister to Hitler. How infantile can grown man be?
Why don't you just respond to the substance of that accusation?
And it's
Hitler, by the way, we're taking this guy out. I'm sorry.
Moving forward or taking
let me just put him on mute so that I don't have to hear him on my end because I still hear him. It's burning my ear brains. By the way, comparing him to Hitler is juvenile. It doesn't even merit a response. Hitler in 1933 invoked the Reichstag fire, which was arguably, but not arguably, set up by Hitler so that he could go after and persecute his political adversaries. He then used the emergency declaration after the Reichstag fire to suspend Parliament for the further purposes of persecuting ad infinitum his political adversaries. What do you think Trudeau just did with this? Because we didn't have a Reichstag fire. We didn't need to have one because the media that this individual was just touting as trustworthy and laudable just said we had one. They just said this whole thing was violent. This guy here just said that the Indigenous people protesting, he doesn't know if they were Indigenous, but they don't represent. I'm sorry, sir. Go. Justin Trudeau is doing exactly what was done in 1933 Germany. He's not doing what was done in 1939 Germany, but he's doing exactly what was done in 1933 Germany, except Trudeau didn't even have to set up his own false flag of a Reichstag fire. He just had to lie about the most peaceful protest that lasted 3 weeks without incident until he showed up with his cops. Just had to lie about it, and his media did all the hard work for him. What did I say we were going to talk about next? Pat King. Let's go to the bail. Let's go to the bail hearing. Share. My God, it's repulsive and not. They're not paid actors. They're not actors. They're just useful individuals. Oh, I can't share more than one screen at a time. That's why. So I have to stop the screen. We'll come back. Anybody in the chat who sees the vote going on, let me know. I cannot listen to this anymore. I can't listen to it anymore. So. No, that's absolutely not what I'm trying to bring up. Share screen. And we'll get to the bail hearing tonight. And then we'll get to the defamation. During the elections, Justin Trudeau. No, forget it. Right now, we're going to deal with Rebel News and the fact that Alexa Lavoie was shot in the leg point blank by Justin Trudeau's RCMP that he called in to deal with this protest. Alexa Lavoie from Rebel News. And if there's ever been any doubt, Rebel News might get things wrong from time to time. I don't think they've ever gotten something so materially wrong that they deserve to be discredited, period. Alexa Lavoie has cojones that you cannot possibly imagine on any human being. And during the elections, she went and asked Justin Trudeau a question about whether or not Canada is going to make 2 booster shots mandatory like they've done in Israel. That was shortly after Justin Trudeau had spent his time demonizing rebel media. She was shot in the leg point blank by the RCMP officer despite having her rebel media credentials and a microphone in her hand. And I want everyone to watch
Bonjour,
this.
M. Trudeau, Alexandre pour Rebel News. Donc, M. Trudeau, je vais revenir rapidement sur ce qui s'est passé hier. Vous avez diabolisé l'un des rares médias qui ne reçoit pas d'argent du gouvernement. Vous avez exprimé votre opinion en disant que nous propageons la désinformation. Si c'était vrai et si c'était le cas, la Cour fédérale ne nous aurait pas permis d'être ici. Aurez-vous l'obligeance de répondre à ma question en tant que Premier ministre ou allez-vous encore diaboliser mon média?
Will you answer my question, which was about the vaccines?
J'ai partagé ma perspective sur ton organisation hier soir. J'ai plus rien à dire.
I have nothing more to say. Look at that pompous prick to look away from her. And this is the day before yesterday. They shot her in the leg with a tear gun canister.
Bring her out. Bring her out. Come on. It's sulfur. You gotta take that shit off.
And I don't want anybody laughing at a woman crying, period. I don't want anyone making jokes about her mascara running because she was sobbing because she'd been shot point blank in the leg by a tear gun canister. I don't want any stupid jokes. I don't want anyone making jokes about a screaming woman, period. I believe they're going to be suing. If I know anything about Rebel News, they're going to... Am I muted? Please tell me if I'm muted. Can you hear me, people? This makes me vomit. Can you hear me say that? Mic check 1, 2. I don't want anyone making jokes. No, but people would laugh. People are going to say, "Oh, you got what you deserved. Oh, you're acting. Because we didn't see the moment that she was shot in the leg, but I saw the aftermath." Am I muted? I'm not muted. Okay, thank you. This is a government. Justin Trudeau in September. J'ai dit tout ce que j'avais à dire. J'ai plus rien à dire. I've said everything I have to say to you. I've got nothing more to say. And he turns away. And then by accident, the RCMP that he calls in, the RCMP is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They respond to the federal. They are federal. They're federally mandated. They just happen to shoot her in the leg with a tear gun canister. Now, anybody who's been shot by a paintball, it hurts, but not enough to cry, maybe enough to make you laugh unless you get it in the wrong part of your body. I want everyone to understand what just happened there. That is Justin Trudeau's police at his request, at his behest, at his demand. They were called in by him, for him, shooting a journalist in the leg, not with a gun, not with a bullet, with a tear gun canister. Those things weigh, I don't know, 6 ounces. They weigh enough that they need to be able to be fired a distance away to disperse a crowd. And from what I understand, maybe the individual pulled the trigger by accident, but why would I presume these weapons have safeties nonetheless. I believe that it was not an accident. That's my belief. But setting my belief aside, it happened. And don't anyone say, I didn't see when it happened. She's a faker. She's Rebel News fake. Keep that. You could think those. You don't say it, and you'll get laughed out of the room. So that's what happened to her. They might be. She went to the hospital. It was a contusion is different than a bruise in terms of seriousness. This is the only joke I'll bring up because funny. I say funny is funny, and dark humor can still be funny. This is just, and by the way, these are the same. This is what the buffoons in the Senate right now are voting on. Yeah, you want to talk about what the Emergencies Act is for? Maybe you should invoke the Emergencies Act to strip Justin Trudeau of any power whatsoever. And that's it. That's all I have to say about that. Shocking and offensive. Clip that. Share this. Let the world know. What else was I going to? I had to share the screen on something else because it had to do with. Yeah, it had to do with the detainment during the no. So I brought that up. Okay, yeah, I should have been closing the window so that I don't have to go through my notes. My Twitter feed has turned into my notes for discourse. Let's go to so what's going on with Tara Litch and Pat King. Pat King, by the way, I'm not going to say bad things about Pat King for the sake of it, and I'm not going to say bad things about Pat King, period, because I don't know enough about Pat King to say bad things about him. My introduction to Pat King came this summer when I was in New Brunswick on the road trip. And there was that viral video. People were freaking emailing me left, right, and center, messaging me, texting me, DMing me. Pat King, this guy from Alberta, Pat King, Red Deer, Alberta, ended COVID. He ended COVID. They're pulling back the measures. He solved the COVID riddle. He won his case. He subpoenaed the Crown. They declined the subpoena. And it's over. COVID's over. And I'm not a cynic, but I'm a cynic, and I'm a reasonably intelligent and cynical cynic. So, yeah, that doesn't make sense. None of that makes sense. So I went to see the story. I watched the Stu Peters show where he said he ended all of it. He won his court case. He cornered the Crown. It's over. He solved the problem. Everyone across the world should do exactly what Pat King was doing: subpoena the Crown, subpoena the health minister. And I looked into it very briefly because you can only deal with the information you have at the time. Can't fathom everyone because he doesn't. And I said, now the story doesn't make sense. I looked into saying, first of all, I don't think he even won his case. I don't even think he succeeded on his subpoena. In fact, I believe his subpoena was quashed because it was invalidly issued. In fact, I don't think he even won on his case because it was suspended and postponed and whatever. And then sure enough, he went on another podcast where the guy, I messaged him privately and I said, you did a good job doing it politely and respectfully. Basically got Pat King to admit, I lost my case. I had to pay my ticket. My subpoena was quashed, and they're not lifting the measures in Alberta. And then I started taking shit from his supporters who said, Viva, why would you crush the inspiration? He's out there inspiring. It's like, I don't need inspiration. I need truth. I don't need inspiration. I need truth, and I need accuracy. And what I got from that was neither truth nor accuracy. I'm not saying it was a lie. I'm just saying he misunderstood what happened because I believe he did. I believe Stu Peters, maybe he knew better, maybe he didn't, ran with it because it was just so good and it was so optimistic and so uplifting, but it was wrong. I don't need inspiration. I just need the truth and accuracy. And when I started calling it out, I started getting called, I started feeling flack. That was my intro to Pat King. Then I found out he's involved with the protest, and he said some unfavorable things. I don't like any discussion about pure blood. I know people do it in the chat for fun. Hey, Viva got vaxxed. He's not pure. You talk to me about pure blood. I'm not going to respond to you. I'm not going to block you. You can express your thoughts, but I think that's an idiotic discussion. It's idiotic discourse. And I actually think it's arguably, even conceivably, planted discourse, because nobody on the conservative right who's for freedom of choice is going to refer to anyone who chose to get vaccinated as unpure blood. Nobody. So that's what I think. He's associated with this protest. They were arrested last week. We all saw it. Tamara Litch, Friday night, a very peaceful arrest. Pat King, and apparently their bail, their bail was postponed. Tamara Lynch's decision on her bail, because I think they had the hearing over the weekend, the decision was postponed until Tuesday. She was arrested Friday on what was, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, at worst mischief charges, at worst felony mischief, which at worst, Zot is live, by the way. I just got the notification. If anyone wants to go check out Zot. I'm hearing kids not behaving upstairs. She was arrested on what is at worst felony mischief. And that's a high burden. She was arrested Friday night. Ordinarily, you would be charged, detained within, say, a few hours, maybe 12 hours. Her bail hearing was either held or postponed, but either way, the judgment on her bail hearing was postponed until this morning. So she's been in jail Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night, 4 days on mischief, even if you want to deem it to be felony mischief. And the judge today said, not granting you bail for whatever the reason. Let me just see this here. Just getting here might be known. Couldn't post last message with Trudeau spelled correctly. Interesting. Susan had it again. Well, it depends how you spelt it and what avatars you put in it. I find the intellectual intelligentsia at universities very quiet about all that. Am I wrong? No, well, there's a lefty who are contesting the Emergencies Act, so there's that. Is there any update on Mike Anderson, also known as Pissed Off Trucker on TikTok? He's been a guest. I'll check because I know that I saw him. I interviewed him, I believe. I think I interviewed him at some point. So let me bring it up bigger. Detained on mischief charges because there is a substantial risk you will not abide by an order. Or she could be released on bail, as she should be, and if she breaches that order, then she could be possibly understandably detained. Possibly understandably. I weigh my words on purpose, because I don't think detainment for mischief charges is possibly, conceivably justifiable. But if you say you're released, here are the orders. If you violate them, then we can jail you for contempt, like they did with Pavlovsky, like they did with Arthur Coates, Arthur Pavlovsky, Pastor Coates, and the other one. Maybe. I still think it was abuse. But at the very least, you can understand that they can't get you on the substance, they get you on the process. And this was a quote from the decision. There's a substantial risk you will continue these actions and you will not abide by an order, the judge told Lish. Your recent history in our city satisfies me that your detention is necessary for the safety and protection of the public. So I play the intellectual honesty game. I think it's offensive, obscene, unjustifiable, undemocratic, abusive, and egregious that she's still detained. The only thing I say to myself is, what could she and what could Pat King have possibly done or said that might have justified that decision? Bail hearing, people who are cheering this on saying, yay, good for you. You are detaining an innocent person. You might think she's guilty, but she is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So you are detaining a legally innocent person. Trudeau spoke about sanctions on Russia for authoritarian policy, yet he's doing the same. I posted a tweet to that. It's like, hey, look at this. This is Putin invading the Ukraine. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. That's Trudeau dealing with peaceful protesters in Ottawa. You can, oh, crap, it was detainment. You can detain someone for violating a court order. And it's understandable because the underlying court order might be totally innocuous. But if they refuse to adhere to the conditions of their release, okay, fine. Then you get them on the procedure, but not on the substance. But you are detaining a legally innocent person. And people have to understand that. The reasons for which you detain a legally innocent person have to do with the severity of the accusations, the flight risk, or the risk of what's the word? Recidivity, repeating the crime. So an egregiously violent accusation, although you're technically presumed innocent. Let's just take the Waukesha driver, for example. Well, there's video of it, beginning to end, including arrest. He's legally innocent, although not innocent in my mind, but that's my own bias, call it what you want. You can arguably detain that individual despite not being convicted yet because of the seriousness of the violence of the act. Ghislaine Maxwell. You could arguably justify the detainment because of a flight risk. You know, she's on serious charges. Some will call them violent, others might not, but they're violent. She might be a flight risk. Her argument was always that if she were a flight risk, she would have flighted a long time ago and not waited to get arrested. Setting that aside, the violence, the flight risk, or the risk of reciditiveness, committing it again. Send it adjourned. Good, because I don't want to hear that diarrhea anymore. So I just say to myself, what could she possibly have done to justify this order, which I think is shockingly offensive on its face? She could have gotten up before the court, before the judge, she and Pat King, and they have it in their spirit. They have a fighting spirit, like it or not. She could have said, forget you, judge. I'm not going to do a damn thing. You can put whatever conditions you want. I will assure you I am not going to respect them. And then the judge is going to say, well, okay, I have no choice. This is what they did to Pavlovsky, to Coates. I think it was more to Coates, to Pastor Coates than to Pavlovsky. They said, agree not to hold church services. He said, I will not agree to those bail conditions. And they said, I'm sorry then, I can't release you. I think it's abusive. I think it's egregious. I think it's unconstitutional. But I understand the logic. Here are the terms of your release, your bail conditions, $5,000 bond, whatever, and undertake not to hold what we are claiming to be unlawful church services. Coates said no, and they held him for, I think it was a long time. I think it was over 3 weeks. I understand it. I disagree with it, but I understand it. If Tamara Lich said, I will not undertake one thing, I will continue corresponding with other protest members. I will continue corresponding with the convoy. I will continue organizing. I will continue encouraging people to come down on Ottawa. If she said that in open court, I could understand it. I might still disagree with it. I might still say, let her go out and let her do that. And then when you bring her back, you have the moral high ground. I could understand. Same thing with Pat King. So I don't know what was said. And that's all I have to say about that is basically, if that's what she said, I can understand the judge saying I can't grant you bail. The rationale based on the judge's statements, can't understand it. You pose a risk, I can't be assured you won't repeat. Well, then you release the individual, take their passport, if that's what you want to do to make sure she's not a flight risk. Therefore, if she's a recidivative risk, you can get her back and then you can jail her and you can say, I told you not to, you did it. And other people out there could say it was an abusive ask in the first place, but you did it. And now you're going to go sit in jail unless you undertake not to do it again. That's not what happened from what I understand. Now, Dave Amber, who's the lawyer in Ottawa representing people now, he came out with a piece and he said, basically, look, it's nuanced and yada, yada. Criminal lawyer, I believe it's here, share. And I believe you're seeing this. He says, my piece in the Newsweek on Tamara Lich being denied bail. We'll bring it up. And I think you're seeing this. A leader of Freedom Convoy was denied bail, what it means, what it doesn't. And he has a bit of a nuanced take on this, which I agree with the take, but I disagree with. I understand the take, but I disagree with the underlying point, which is she should have been released and allowed to violate the terms of her release, and then you lock her up, and then you could say, I told her not to do it, and she did it. Not, I fear you're going to do it, therefore I'm not giving you bail. Her new hearing date is March 1st or something. I'm detaining you on mischief charges, whereas drug dealers who lie on their bail terms, I won't deal drugs, I won't commit crimes, so let me go. I think it's outrageous, but I just want to read a couple of passages. Something many seem to be missing is the fact that a bail hearing is not a trial. Trial is guilty or not guilty. Fine. The rules of evidence are concrete, beyond a reasonable doubt or not. Bail, on the other hand, is a very different animal. It does not result in the binary decision making found in a trial, but rather involves balancing of many interests and yada yada. And we've talked about it. The court believes that the accused is likely to not attend court if they believe there's substantial likelihood that the person will continue to break the law, or otherwise. But if their likelihood of breaking the law is mischief charges, that's not serious enough in my view to continue to detain them. It's not enough to continue justifying denying bail. I will recognize Amber has more meaningful professional experience than me, and if you want to defer to the authority between me and Amber is the authority. This is my opinion. And he says, the judge basically said, your counsel. In Tamara Lich's case, the judge detained her on the second and third grounds. You are counseling publicly to continue to occupation, the judge said at the hearing. I cannot be reassured that if I release you, you will not reoffend. That's the bottom line. So Amber is basically saying, she's basically admitting that she's continuing to encourage the allegedly unlawful conduct, and the judge says, I can't be assured that you will not reoffend. My take would have been, release her, let her reoffend, and then you can do it. Not right now. I think it's over the top. But go read the piece from Amber. You may like it and you may not like it. You may agree with it. You may disagree with it. It's a well thought out and well justified piece. And don't anyone start saying Amber has to pussyfoot around satisfying the courts. And yet Amber has been more ballsy and more courageous than any practicing attorney that I know. And I'm not including myself in that because I'm not practicing anymore and I don't have to worry about what a judge thinks about me. Amber is front line offense and frontline defense. And so don't go because you don't like his conclusion here and say he's controlled opposition. He's just covering his own ass. If he were covering his own ass, he wouldn't be taking these files. If he were covering his own ass, he would not be appearing on my channel talking about it. If he were covering his own ass, he would not be doing what he's doing now. He has a take on this. It's not an untenable take. I just disagree with it, but it is a justifiable, tenable take. And that's it. And so my only thing is, did Pat King basically saying, screw you, F you, I won't do what you tell me. You let me out. The second I get out, I'm going to go continue doing this. They might have said that out of defiance. And then the judge might have, been more justified than less justified in saying, well, then no bail for you. If it were me, it's mischief charges. Let them out. If they cause mischief, you're not detaining them because they're causing mischief. You're detaining them because they're breaching the orders of their release. So I don't know that we're going to actually see the vote tonight. Detention was called. Lish is in DT for protection of public. Detention was called DT. What does DT stand for? Anyhow, bottom line, you know what the funny thing is? We didn't need a January 6th to justify the response. This is our January 6th, not because of the violent protests, but because of the government abuse, the prosecutorial abuse, the abuse of law in all of this. It's over the top in my view. One of my favorite streamers, Spokenscan, tweeted your rant yesterday when LawTube collides with police scanner chase pot smoking YouTubers. Beautiful. I don't smoke pot, people. Just everybody knows that. I don't. I like the way it smells, but I don't do it. I have nothing against it. I'm just actually shocked that people can actually do that and remain functional human beings. My own 2 cents. Senate is done for the day. So can people in the chat tell me, are we not going to get a vote tonight? Not that I'm encouraged because, oh, well, actually, you know what? He's out on bail. The guy who ran over 4 protesters, he's out on bail because he promised not to run over any more people. He signed his bail terms. They said, put up $10,000, undertake not to run over any more people. And he said, yes. Pastor Coates said, no, I will not undertake not to hold church services. Wow, I told my wife this was going to be a short stream, and I think I don't hear kids screaming anymore. My mother died of cancer over the summer. We had to pick someone to travel across provincial borders and sit by her. The government has dehumanized people in their inability to be with their loved ones and to mourn the loss of loved ones. That will enrage me. It will enrage me until the day I die. And I just hope that's 60 years from now and not sooner. Although this stress it's an unbearable amount of stress. It has nothing to do with how. Hey Viva, True North just put an article. The judge for Tamara Lich ran as a liberal, endorsed by Trudeau. I have no doubt about that. These judges, in the same way that they're incapable of adjudicating on this because of conflicts of interests, in as much as the judges in Washington, you want to adjudicate on an insurrection that threatened democracy, and you want to be the judge in the city in which that allegedly occurred, and think you're going to be objective. You're not going to be objective. Putin is only declaring the Emergencies Act on Ukrainian truckers. That looks like me tonight, sir. That's me tonight. I love it. Unlawful use of my image. No, I'm joking. I got bail for $2,000 when I was in for 16 arson charges. Dude, what the hell were you doing as a child? Lighting multiple places on fire when I was a dumb young kid. This is mischief. So I think David Amber puts out a decent article that explains the pros and the cons and what's at issue when you're contemplating bail. I can conceive of a circumstance in which Tamara and Pat King basically got in front of the judge's face and said, I won't do what you tell me. Whatever you tell me to do, the second I get out, I'm like Snake out of The Simpsons. The second you let me out here, I'm going to go rob another store. I could picture them saying that, not in malicious ways, but in a righteous indignation way, a righteous defiance way, saying, you let me out, you're not going to tell me who I can talk to, I'm going to do it. And then I can see the judge saying, okay, well, you've left me no choice. I was not there for the hearing. There was no live hearing from what I understood. Almost obstructive. But I can see that happening where the judge could then say, I'm not letting you out. You've left me no choice. I would have said, let them out. Let them do it. And then your hands are clean when you have to do what is ostensibly absolutely unconstitutional and unconscionable. The truck drivers should boycott Ottawa, not one truck. Yeah. You look like a young Don Cherry, sir. Happy curmudgeon. It's a good picture. I actually like your facial hair quite a bit. Thank you very much. I don't encourage, I don't endorse, but you would, everything. All right. Now, with that said, then, are we done? Hold on. Let me just see here. I'm going to get to the bottom if I can get here fast enough. I put the chat on 20 seconds, and it's still too much to keep up with. Sorry, guys. Ask yourselves what Western country has spoken out against this action in Canada. The game is afoot, people. America, or at the very least, Tucker Carlson, Fox News. But no, even still, people have been speaking out about it. But it's nice to speak out about it. It's not going to do much. I mean, and nor can you do that, which is going to be counterproductive and actually harm the cause more than anything else. I want to get there's a $100 super chat in there. It's not to prioritize. It's just I saw there was a big one in every respect. Parliament and Senate, one politician lying is irksome. An affliction of politicians colluding to deceive is worrisome. I agree with you. A calamity of politicians, simple majority wielding power, openly lying, knowing everyone knows it, is prelude to utter catastrophe. I agree with you.
020.
And it's they're lying. We know they're lying. They know we know they're lying. We know they know we know they will know. Goes on forever. It's egregious that the amount of people in Senate, these people are idiots. I mean, I don't mean to be denigrating. These people are liars or they're idiots. And how are they? They're the decision makers now. Appointed, ignorant, or lying decision makers. Comment ID. I read that Trudeau's appointed 52 senators during his lifetime in office. There are 105 senators there. If he appointed 52, then it's done. Yeah, I'm interested to see comments on how many. Yeah. Jason. All right, now I just want to bring up share to bring up one more thing that I know that I haven't brought up yet, which I want to discuss. So that was David Amber's piece. Wikipedia. Oh, the Senate. Let's just go for this. Just for everyone's knowledge. I know you see this. The Senate of Canada, because this is relatively, I won't say new to me. I don't know how this stuff works. The Senate is modeled after. So hold on. I just saw something that made me want to puke in my mouth. Where was it? Where was it? It'll come up. No. That's what made me want to puke. The Prime Minister of Canada is the first minister of the Crown. The Prime Minister is the head of the government of Canada. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, whatever. The Senate is modeled after the British House of Lords and consists of 105 members appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister. That's basically appointed by the Prime Minister. Seats are assigned, yada, yada, yada. We don't care about that. The approval of both houses is necessary for legislation to become law, and thus the Senate can reject bills passed by the House of Commons. But here's the problem. Between 1867 and 1987, the Senate rejected fewer than 2 bills per year. But this has increased in recent years, although legislation can be normally introduced in either chamber. The majority of the government bills originate in the House of Commons, with the Senate acting as the chamber of, quote, I love this, sober second thought. And we've heard that sober second thought, and it sounds like hangover thought. It sounds like drunken thought followed by hangover thought, like making no sense, followed by vomiting in the toilet the next morning saying, why did I drink so much Goldschlager? That's what it sounded like. We shall stop sharing this now. And I'm going to close this one. You know what? I realize why I stopped closing them, because I don't want to accidentally close down the stream. That's why I stopped closing them. Remind me not to close them down. So, yeah, look, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. They are accurate when anything they publish runs counter to the narrative. So with the Governor Whitmer, I'm not discussing maritime law, whoever asked that. Oh my God, my back hurts. When they were discussing the 8645, when they say things that are counter to narrative, you know they're honest. Otherwise, fake. So there's that. Sorry, I'm at the bottom of the chat now. Did they suspend for the night? Can someone confirm to me? David, if you're watching, I know you are. Did they suspend for the night? Could you confirm that for me? Holy crab apples. Okay, so that's not right. Zoke removed. Oh, someone said Zoke removed, not Zot. That goes back to the channels being shut down. I repeat what I said about that. Someone just said it to... So I won't say this. I'm not sure it's public. By the way, I'm such a vault. I know things that I can't disclose. I have information that I cannot disclose because I'm not that. I won't do it. Let me just see what the the hearing is back on. Well, then hold on 1 second. Share screen. Go to Chrome tab. Go to send view. Let me share this and just see what the dealio is. Your what? I'm going to refresh that. Audio only. No, stop. I don't want them. Oh my goodness, this goes from choosing. No, I think it's over, guys. I think it's over for the day. Stop sharing. And let me just get back to the stream. I haven't eaten dinner yet. My stomach is starting to grumble. Okay, so yeah, let me see. The Senate has left till 9 a.m. tomorrow. Good. So we don't have to worry about that. Then the question is just going to be, let me get to the other subject matters. Oh, okay, so the bail hearing, Tamara is going to be in jail on, at worst, felony mischief, which the judge says carries a very harsh sentence, up to 10 years. And the judge is relatively certain she's going to be convicted. So, whatever. But on the bail hearing, the question is risk to the public, flight risk, recidive risk, and, you know, maybe they said something that could justify the judge in saying, look, you've made it clear you're not going to respect my any terms of release, therefore I can't release you. Fine, I would have released them anyhow, let them breach it, and arrest them again. They had no problem doing that to Pavlovsky. I love hearing your thoughts, but your wife must be getting real crazy. She's getting real red-pilled. That's the problem. Stupid idea. Can we ask the Queen to veto an emergency? I don't know. I've heard people say that. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. Yeah, someone just said, oh my God, 10 years. Mischief, 10 years. Felony mischief, maximum 10 years. This is a January 6th, by the way. This is a January 6th. Not because of the violence of the protest, but because of the violence of the prosecutorial misconduct, the government overreach, the government overreaction. This is the most expensive investigation in the history of Canada. Bullshit. Sorry. I don't have religious parents that can. Bullshit. And you fabricate the crisis so you can appeal to the crisis. Thank you very much. No, hold on. Someone just said here, I gotta find the arrows. Find the arrows. Here we go. Trudeau's he wanted a January 6th in violence. He didn't get that until the police showed up. Now he got his January 6th in terms of government abuse, government overreach, prosecutorial misconduct, in my humble opinion, and absolute prosecutorial abuse and judicial abuse. They've arrested organizers of a federally registered, not-for-profit, not on the basis of fraud, because part of me is sitting here saying, okay, fine. I don't know Tamara Lich from a hole in the wall. I didn't know Ben Dichter from a hole in the wall before I interviewed him. I don't know the organizers. Maybe this was a massive Ponzi fraud scheme. They're like, yeah, guys, donate. We got $10 million. We're going to pocket. Maybe it was fraud. They haven't been charged on tax fraud. They haven't been charged on charity fraud. They've been charged on any fraud. They've been charged on mischief. Because if it was fraud, I would feel aggrieved. I donated because I wanted to help the truckers whose lives have been ruined for the last 2 years. I wanted to help them make ends meet. I didn't want to support fraud. If it was fraud, so be it. Charge them for it. They're not even being charged for fraud. They're being charged on mischief because their protest was disruptive, and the people who donated to this federally registered not-for-profit to support truckers whose lives have been interrupted and destroyed, they wanted to support them. The mischief is now what gave grounds to the seize or the restraint on property, offense-related property. They didn't even need to have a January 6th to react as though it were a January 6th, because they got the media bought and paid for, and they just had to fabricate a January 6th, get their buffoons in the House of Commons to repeat lies, their buffoons in the Senate to repeat the lies. I walked to work. I'm not muted. Am I muted? Am I muted? I'm not muted. Government. Okay. Tell me if I'm muted. I'm not muted. Okay, so with that said, now let me just see. There were a couple of windows that I had open. Share screen, Chrome tab. during the elections, that was okay. So I'm going through human rights, federally incorporated. If they want to try to go after the protesters, not the protesters, sorry, the donors to a federally incorporated not-for-profit, arguably entrapment, insidious entrapment. Remember the argument. Justin Trudeau demonizing rebel media, turning his chin to Alexa Lavoie, and then his RCMP shooting her in the leg point blank with a tear gun canister. Why do they have tear gas? By the way, a tear gas gun canister. Why do they have tear gas at this protest? Okay, that was the third point. Detained on mischief. This is Tamara Litch being denied bail on mischief charges. That was the third point. Then I had an article. We don't need to read it. Michael Strahl saying that a donor who donated $50 had her bank account frozen but is not providing details. Skepticism. David Amber's take. Fine. And now, the final piece of the evening. I believe I was defamed by W5 CTV. For those of you who don't know, they ran a piece Saturday night, which I didn't realize I was going to be a tool in their vehicle to try to defame and besmirch and demonize Rumble as some far-right platform. They came to my house. They set up their dollies. They set up everything to interview me. We spent an hour and a half with Kevin Newman. They only used a few minutes, which is a shame. But in the final piece Saturday night, Kevin Newman said, in an attempt to use me as a vehicle to demonize and defame Rumble, said, Viva Fry. Or he said, David Freeheit. I don't care about mispronouncing my last name, period. But if we had been in touch, and if you're going to like interview me for an hour and a half and talk about me and make a well-produced hit piece, just pronounce it right out of respect when you're disrespecting me, but whatever. David Freeheit, who's had videos, plural, pulled from YouTube, challenged by Facebook, but Rumble didn't even touch it. And I'm sitting there watching and saying, lie, lie, and lie. I messaged them and I tweeted out and I said, that's a lie. Please correct and retract. And they said, we'll look into it. And then I got an email saying, we've corrected it. Listen to how they corrected this. Here we go. Boom. You get the intro part too. Just let's go. It's glorious. Watch again. Ooh, what did I just do? Audio. You got to hear the melancholic guitar. Defamation coming now. Pulled down by YouTube. Challenge by Facebook. Never touch. This is Kevin Newman. Please, sir. Pause, please, right now. I'm at my friend's house. That's not our
Kevin, that's false and defamatory, and here's why.
Here's why.
I have had exactly one video pulled from YouTube.
Alex Jones.
But it was reinstated. It was the Alex Jones deposition, and where I broke down and explained Alex Jones's deposition from that lawyer. Bear with me and
just watch this.
YouTube initially demonetized it, then pulled it from YouTube for allegedly violating their terms of service as relates to hate speech, which I challenged, and then YouTube miraculously reinstated and remonetized. So Kevin Newman, if you're going to say that I had a video pulled from YouTube, you might want to add the small salient fact that it was reinstated and remonetized. As far as Facebook goes, as far as I know, I've never had one video challenge on Facebook.
Never.
And that might explain why on Rumble I have not had one issue with any video. Because even on YouTube, on my main channel, in the history of my 7 years, 2,300 and something videos, I have had one video pulled and it was reinstated and remonetized. So Kevin Newman, you do good journalism. I'd like you to correct that, retract that, and I won't even ask for an apology.
I didn't ask for an apology.
Correct and retract, please.
Now listen to this. This is what I got by email. It's like, thank you. As responsible journalists, this is what we've done.
Thank you. Back to this piece.
This is what they did.
It doesn't matter.
Remember what you heard. Remember what you heard in the original broadcast. This is the digital version.
Freeheit had a video removed from YouTube, which was later reinstated on appeal, but never touched on a platform that's become home to right-wing watchers called Rumble.
Can we appreciate that? Can we appreciate that this was a hit piece on Rumble, the underlying accusation of which was providing misinformation? And this piece itself provided misinformation, and then when called out to correct and retract, instead resorted to a stealth edit with neither a correction nor a retraction, a stealth edit to the digital version, which will have zero impact on the televised version. And what do they say? Originally, they said Viva Freiheit, who's had videos, multiple, pulled from YouTube, multiple, challenged by Facebook, but never by Rumble. Lie, lie, lie. One video, reinstated, remonetized, none challenged by Facebook. And by the way, the kicker in the teeth for W5 CTV, Kevin Newman, I only uploaded the Alex Jones deposition to Rumble in November 2020 or 2020. I only uploaded that one a year and a half after it was reinstated on YouTube. So there would have never been anything for Rumble to verify or to have an obligation to verify in that video, which was pulled and reinstated on YouTube. But this is how they cover up their lies and deceit. Stealth edits. And then someone on Twitter was like, well, didn't they do what you asked? No, they didn't. A stealth edit to the digital version with no specific correction and retraction from the broadcast version is strictly useless. The people who watched it on TV are not going to see the digital YouTube version. They're going to be left with the lies, defamatory misinformation that W5, CTV, and Kevin Newman leveled against me in a piece that they were using to accuse Rumble of misinformation. So other than, by the way, I still consider it a win because they've just admitted their wrongdoing, but they didn't correct it, which might be a double win for me because it's a double wrong for them. I've asked them, I've emailed, we'll see what happens. You'll know. Next episode of W5 next Saturday night, because the people who watch W5 on a Saturday night are not paying attention to YouTube, they better make sure that they clarify. In our, here, I'll script it for you. Kevin Newman, if you're watching, W5, CTV. In our original broadcast, we wrongly suggested that Viva Frei, David Freiheit, you can pronounce my name right, David Freiheit, had several videos pulled from YouTube or challenged by Facebook. In fact, that statement was factually incorrect. David Freiheit has never had any videos challenged by Facebook, and he had exactly one video pulled by YouTube, which was subsequently reinstated about 18 months before that same video was published on Rumble. That's how you could say it. If you want to borrow my words, I won't even charge you for that legal advice, because that is legal advice. You better, on your W5, issue a proper correction and a proper retraction that, notwithstanding what we said last week, David Freiheit has never had multiple videos pulled from YouTube and challenged by Facebook. It was a mistake. We apologize. We will do better in the future. And do better than a stealth edit to a digital version and try to play me like a buffoon. Okay. With that said, I'm not in the business of suing, and if they don't do it, what damages? They're just proving why they are fake news liars. That's all they're doing. He's had videos pulled by YouTube and challenged by Facebook. No. Do your damn research before you try to turn me into a vehicle to defame another entity. You are the misinformation you accuse others of. W5, CTV, Kevin Newman. And the only thing you can do right now is either save face or potentially mitigate your damages. What are my damages? I don't know. I would go for nominal damages. Because what you did will leave any elderly person who watches on television, I'm not trying to be mean or demographically targeted here. We know which demographics watch television on a Saturday night. I don't even have television connected in my house anymore. So just do that. That's all I ask. And then we have no problem. Kevin Newman, CTV, W5. I'm going to clip this and put it as a highlight on my second channel, Viva Clips. Okay. But I guess it's a sign of having made it when legacy media tries to run a hit piece on you. And by the way, that's the best they could do. I spoke with Kevin Newman for an hour and a half in my living room, and that's the best they got on me. Yep, it's good to be honest. If you have integrity, nothing else matters. And if you don't have integrity, nothing else matters. That about does it, I think, everyone, for the evening. Let me just screen share. So, I mean, that about does it. Why do I see this thing in my screen, which I don't like? Okay, it went away. They are facilitating the misinformation in the government. There's no question about that. And then they wonder. They accused me of live streaming without a filter, and they thought that that was a bug and not a feature. Yeah, I live stream without a filter. If I saw a Yahtzee flag or a Confederate flag, I wouldn't have edited it out. When I saw the graffiti, which was like red, looked like lipstick on a monument, I went up to it because that was it. No filter, good or bad, no filter. So yeah, that's it. This has been a magnificent look. So we'll see what the vote is tomorrow. I'm sick to my stomach. I'm telling you this sincerely. I know someone who's watching who emailed me and said, Viva, if I could detect correctly, I thought you were on the verge of tears last night. I am, and I'm struggling to keep my own optimism because I cannot project optimism if I do not feel optimism. And I don't feel optimism these days. I thought the House of Commons would have not a good conscience. I'm not trying to shame them. I thought they would have the good sense, the moral decency, and the intellectual honesty to call it what it was. Yes, it was a nuisance. It was loud for the first 4 days. It was an inconvenience. It was a disruptive protest. It was not an insurrection. It was not overthrowing the government. It was not a siege. It was not an occupation. Nobody was running around threatening, assaulting people with face masks. No one was intimidating people with face masks. No one from the convoy was defecating on residential property front porches. Nobody. And when they start getting out there and saying that, it's collective lying at the highest level of government, and it's an absolute stomach-turning disgrace.
Township's on scene. They confirm that it's Bell wire, so we can cancel hydro. We can just contact Bell.
Okay, well, maybe I should. Maybe next year there will be another little baby Viva Fly. We see. No, we'll see. But so I'm not optimistic. I'm sick to my stomach. I'm distressed. I'm upset. I haven't eaten dinner. I'm gonna go eat dinner after this. But we'll see. The Senate can save the semblance of decency in Canadian politics, and then even if they don't, because I'm not optimistic. Hold on. Oh, that was the wrong side. I already did that side. Even if they don't. Oh, nobody heard anything. Even if they don't, there are court challenges. The court can come and save this. Even if they don't, I think it's an absolute shocking, disgusting outrage that the government would freeze bank accounts of the truckers who participated, promoted, or parked their cars in this protest on Wellington. I think that's a shocking outrage. It's an abuse of due process. It's an abuse of it's an abuse all around. You want to arrest them, charge them, make them post some sort of bond for damages? Go ahead. Trying to starve hardworking people who have already been starved virtually to death in the first place, that drove them to this desperation. You want to crush them a little more? Shocking and horrifying. And I'm not saying that horrifying to be verbose, hyperbolic, or lofty. It's horrifying. You freeze truckers' bank accounts because they parked their cars on Wellington for 3 weeks? Who did that disrupt except for Parliament? But it didn't even disrupt Parliament because you guys got to office, because you have a backdoor entrance and everybody knows about it. But no, go ahead. Forget due process. Forget liability. Forget responsibility. Immunize your henchmen to freeze with liability. Immunity from civil liability. That's not justice. That is injustice. Otto Warmbier, who was convicted by the North Korean courts, he had a trial. And it was as much of a joke of justice as this. It might even be less of a joke, because at least he had a trial before he was sentenced to 13 years hard labor for stealing what are the things when you get a memorabilia? For stealing something from a government hotel. At least he had a trial before he was sentenced to 13 years. Trudeau and his liberal government didn't even waste time with the trial. Just seize it, starve them, destroy them, crush them, because they parked their cars on Parliament Hill and embarrassed you for 3 weeks. But everyone else, I'm not kidding. Anyone who has definitive evidence that someone had a bank account frozen strictly for donating to the charity, strictly for donating to the registered not-for-profit, I want to see it, and I will rage about it, and I will make it public, and I will make it known. Until then, the tweet from that guy, I want to believe it, but I will believe it only when I see the evidence. Okay. What else? So we'll see. Look, I'll come back tomorrow. We have a sidebar tomorrow night with Barnes. I actually forget who it is, and I apologize for that. There's too many things going on, but I'll see if I can go live tomorrow during the Senate vote. Despite everything that I've been doing here, tremendous amount of stuff going on in the background, literally and spiritually, that is also exquisitely stressful, but no rest for the wicked. And you can't ignore the revolution as it's happening, and you cannot give it as much sunlight as it deserves, as it needs. It has to happen. I was on Steve Bannon War Room this afternoon and this morning. I'm going to do my best to go on international platforms to shed the light. But other than that, I've already had one, Mark. I'll have another one, but I've already had one. It's atrocious. Can they prevent stop the vote by not having quorum? I don't know. I'd have to look. I don't know. So that's it. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for everything. Clip whatever you want, share whatever you want, wherever you want. Please do it. It is more important that this gets out. No copyright asserted. Go. Yeah. And I'm not worried for myself. I have my irrational fears, and then I have my rational fears. My irrational fears are that they'll try to freeze my bank account because of my donation prior to the Emergencies Act declaration to a registered not-for-profit with a stated objective that was approved by the government that I approved of. That's my irrational fear. Then every fear hides a wish. Let them do it. You have any idea what would happen if they start doing that? If they thought this was bad publicity, to actually start freezing bank accounts of Streisand effect to say that. But then what they're doing already is absolutely over the top in and of itself. They're using the Emergencies Act as a prospective measure, not as a reactionary measure. And that is, you don't have to be a senator or a member of parliament to know that that is not what it was for. Irrational fears are those. Rational fears, I am witnessing my country disintegrate before my very eyes. That's my rational fear. And I'm watching a lot of the people who I know are, I won't say reasonable, because I don't think they're being reasonable right now. I know a lot of people who I have liked, who I've known well for years, saying, fuck them. I don't like those truckers. All right. See what happens the next time daycare professionals want to protest for better conditions, better air quality. See what happens the next time unionized workers want to protest. See what happens the next time Black Lives Matter wants to protest. You do it. Just don't do it the way the government doesn't like, because they'll seize your bank accounts. Indigenous protesters, I had no problem with the protests. I had no problem with the court getting an injunction. I had an issue with the authorities not enforcing the injunction. There was never a question of calling in the Emergencies Act. There was never a question of freezing their bank accounts in the absence of a trial. And by the way, if I ever am a hypocrite, call me out and soundbite what I said to what I'm saying. If I ever do that. Okay. Sandra McElroy, Sandy's friendly feathered friend. Thank you very much. And by the way, like it's amazing. We're watching it also in America, dismantling freedoms under the guise of your protection. All right, go tune into Zot. Zot's live. I think Zoke is live. And someone just said prayers, Viva. Don't prayer for me. I don't need prayers. Prayer for Canada and prayers for humanity. This is not hyperbolic. People, you're giving the government carte blanche to extrajudicially freeze banks. Let's just say what it is. Starve people out of home and starve people to death. The people in that convoy, but for their network and community, cannot buy food, cannot buy medication, cannot pay their mortgages, cannot pay rent. That's what they're doing. No court order, no due process, and immunizing the banks for having done it. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is or what they're accused of. That is not any form of justice. That is not any form of free and democratic society. And you think you get a conviction against somebody who you've deprived of raising funds for a defense, and you think that's a legitimate conviction? You may as well acquit them. Okay. Dude, what's going on with the sound? The sound is not off. With that said, hope for the best, plan for the worst. I'm not happy and I'm not optimistic with the way I see Canada going.
Mackenzie
If the Senate votes the way these parrots look like they're going to vote, you've got court challenges. The JCCF is doing God's work. You've got Brian Peckford challenging the federal mandates. You've got civil rights liberties, whatever, civil rights associations filing suit. I don't have faith in the courts either. What I do hope is that people are waking up to what's going on. This is not a Canada that anyone can tolerate. It's not because you don't like these people that you can tolerate injustice against them. If you tolerate injustice against people you hate, it is only a matter of time before you will be tolerating injustice against people that you do not hate, and it's only a matter of time before you will be the object of that injustice, and then someone right behind you is saying, ha ha ha, I hate you, so you get what you deserve. So think about that. Thank you all for the super chats. Thank you all for the support. Thank you for everything. Share, clip, share, and share. And with that said, stay tuned for another short notice live stream. We might have one tomorrow. We have a sidebar tomorrow night, and I'm going to eat dinner and then say hi to my wife. Thank you all. Have a good night.
X-ray 026, all 10-4, Sir Johnny McDonald, flight out.
But his relationship to the working people, the oilmen, the loggers, the fishermen, the farmers, the service people, the truckers, he is an anathema to them. And by the way, he's hurt the reputation and the historical legacy of the party he represents. And I'm not an NDPer, but I can respect and know what they did, and I admire them for that.
Even the Communist Party of Canada announced yesterday that they weren't in favor of the Emergencies Act because they realized that allows instantaneously for the demonization and the criminalization of anything like organized labor protests. Yeah, of course. And so obviously...
Do you just want me to start with the date, what I did?
Yeah.
Okay.
3X-ray 036.
February 2nd, 2018. I just went out. I'd reloaded on a whole bunch of drugs. Like a whole bunch, probably about $20,000 worth of drugs. I get to just down the stairs here, and I see some shadows. The door flies off the hinges.
10-4, 3X-ray 038.
We'll get a CB tomorrow.
10-4.
Hopefully, if there's a place to purchase one here. Never used one. I'm all about the scanner.
040, status check.
Rory in that cafe room somewhere.
So, I have to figure out how to use the CB radio.
10-4, 3X-ray
How's it going?
Is that you streaming?
Yeah.
I'll bring you a scanner right now.
I have a scanner. Do you have a CB?
I'll
Yes.
bring you one.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'll go get it right now.
Thank you so much.
I've been watching all day, bro.
Thank
for
you.
what you're doing.
Thank you.
Hey,
What's your name, sir?
Tyler.
Tyler.
I'm
Joe.
probably about an hour. Give me. I gotta take it out of my Jeep.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. You gotta teach me how to use that stuff. So we got a scanner, guys. There's been somebody watching us all day here, and he just walked up to me and said he's bringing me over a CB scanner. He said give him about an hour. He says he's been watching all day.
I heard New Mexico.
Yeah.
I don't want to put it in place. I don't think so it's in place right now. They want to put it in place, and I live in fear. It's true. I don't know if it's right to say, but I live in fear.
I remember the first time I called you right after the convoy, like a day after, and I remember you were really pissed off.
After the convoy?
I called you a day after, and you were really pissed off.
Like, what do you mean? Like pissed off in which way?
I forgot exactly the conversation, but I remember I called you, and I just knew that you were mad.
I was, because
everything that happened about leaving, I know you were really angry.
I was because it wasn't right. I thought, we live in free country. You have the
Kilo
right to be
004.
on Parliament Hill and
Go ahead.
tell like exactly
I just come through Green Bank,
what is your
Pinecrest
pain.
on the westbound
But
side,
it looks
and
like
there's
we are
no
not
vehicles.
not
disabled or
anymore
blocking
those
so far. Maybe JL,
those
you want to
people
double check eastbound side if
to
you're still over there?
to let our voice to get hurt by them, And of course you get mad because you went there with hopes and you went there with all these beautiful people around you, and we didn't damage anything. We didn't do anything bad.
Kilo 206
And then for some reason they brought the UN and they brought
004, maybe
all
we'll
that
just leave it open for a bit
police
in case they got off the highway and
towards
need to
the
call.
Canadian people. It's sad, man. He's disappointed. It's like what we do wrong, man. We have those the how you call it, the Canadian piece of paper, how you call it, when you get your citizenship, the
green card.
right, yeah. I mean,
Dispatch to 3X3044.
everybody should respect that. Nobody respect that anymore?
244.
They step on the Constitution of Canada, or freedom of Canada. Calling
3X3046, your status.
I don't know, wasn't my call. I don't know,
3X3046.
we didn't occupy.
Catherine,
That's the problem. We didn't occupy Ottawa. I understood it was lots of trucks, but that's
for
why it was
westbound
called
sort of
Convoy.
overhaul Yakers, there must have been a disabled
They
vehicle
should
on the
respect lots
right
of trucks.
because there's
It's not going to be 5 trucks in front of
there's
the
a
Parliament.
snowbank that
And for some reason, I wonder
butts
how,
into the lane
if
tree,
they
so you have
didn't,
to come back.
they didn't want this to happen. How come they let us in? They gauge us how to go. Oh, one to the right. So you 10 to the right, 10
So
to the left.
they need to pass westbound from Bayshore to
If you didn't want to
Acres.
occupy this.
And I'll go back to
I know
standby.
it's a large trucks. Like, I mean, some guys, they come with the trailer. Some guys, of course, they need a space to park. They don't gonna, be in the truck stop. They need a space to park. We didn't, the business, they should be open. We didn't go to damage the businesses. In my opinion. Anyway. But, it is what it is, man. It's very sad that come to this point because it wasn't the right thing to do for Canadian people. If he was nice and come in the first day or second day, on Monday, we got there on Friday, or Saturday morning, I can't remember exactly. If he was coming out on Monday and say, hey guys, let's talk. Let's do something about it. How we have a plan. This is our plan. Nobody say nothing, man. He was hiding, and I think a leader should stand up, man. My opinion. It's like it's like running the company. Something is going bad. You stand up for your company to make sure, how we gonna do this. Let's have a meeting. How we can work on out something to make sure everybody's happy in the company. Well, it's the same thing. It's a country. You have to stand up.
We had no comms there. We were trying to chime in.
You are the leader. You should stand up and say, hey, guys, let's do something. What do you want? What we can do? But nobody come with a plan from their side. And of course, people, they got mad. Oh, I mean, mad in no bad way, but mad like, we don't have a leader, somebody to talk.
From this location or no?
Now, what do you think?
He didn't have to come to me as a truck driver. I was just a truck driver. He should talk on the TV, man. Say, I understood, first day. He should be on TV and say, I understood. Let's work on something out, guys. Let's come with a plan. 90% of Canadians say is vaccinated, which I think is lie. Okay?
Sorry, everyone wants to see your email. Keep getting messages about every 2 seconds. Sorry.
Everybody, it's everybody try to get this done, man. They say 90% of Canadians they are vaccinated. They say we are the highest country with people who got the vaccine. If it's true, then we should be safe. Open up.
Did you hear about anyone getting sick at the convoy?
No. No, man. Of course not. We should, was 2.5 million, I heard. We should die one by one or be sick one by one.
Yeah.
But some COVID is out there. I'm not saying, I'm not saying people, they don't get sick or something. And I'm not saying, some people die from this disease.
Yeah.
But some people, they die from this vaccination. And it's not right.
Yeah.
The body, we are not the same. We have different DNAs and they are not same. If I get vaccinated, maybe I'm okay, maybe not. You don't know. Now they push for the 4th and 5th booster. How many boosters you need, man? Like one person, how many boosters? I know people who got very ill because of it. I know people which they are okay. But does not mean for everybody works. And that's why don't put it. They didn't do research enough. They say they don't research and stuff like that. But they didn't, man. They didn't do research enough.
What do you think is going to happen with the U.S. convoy? Do you think it's going to be more violent? Do you think it's going to go on as long?
Well, I don't know, to be honest with you. I think, I hope they keep it nice and clean. And I don't know, man, because it's hard. I hope it's not going to be violent. I hope they're going to keep it nice and clean and everything. But, it's hard to predict, because, don't forget they have Antifa there, more, organized. I don't know. It's hard to say, man. It's hard to say.
If you were able to go, would you participate in that as well or no?
I don't know. It depends what state I live.
Or do you feel like what you did was you did enough of your part as a citizen?
I'm not gonna quit fighting for this. That's for sure.
I got the
I don't agree with it. Like I don't agree to the fact that it's about kids. It's not about us as a people. When it's coming to the kids, they are the next generation. They, as a parent,
and the unit with 29013 advised
not
your 1020.
Like, okay, you try your best for your kid to be healthy and to be successful in life.
Yeah.
But you cannot to push something to your kid, which the government they push it to do so because they want so.
Yeah.
And when it's that pressure to the parents, it's so hard for them to decide. Well, the kid is crying that he cannot play, in my case, and he asked me, Daddy, when can I go vaccinate you? And I said, you're going to vaccinate over my dead body. That's the only way it's going to be. As long as I'm alive and under my roof,
Dead 4, and that was X-ray
you won't get that
right?
thing. When you're 19, go ahead.
X-10-4,
I'm not going to, when he can make the decision himself, you can take 10 boosters. I don't care. It's your body. You do forever. But under my roof, no way. I don't care what I'm going to go through, I'm willing to leave the country. I'm willing to give up everything what I have.
Are you considering in moving?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I do pretty much, man. I can't live under as long as this power government, which they like to control people, I'm not gonna live here.
Yeah.
I don't know what is gonna be planned. Maybe 1 month, maybe 2 weeks. I'm thinking about it. Like I'm thinking how to do it to make the right decision. If I was just by myself, I'll be gone. But when you have a kid, you have to make sure you have a roof. You have to make sure that he is getting the right education, schooling, everything. It's not, when I come in this country or when I run from church school, I went with a fake visa and stuff like that. I went with the boat, stay in the container for 38 hours,
You did?
locked up. Yes, I did.
Really?
I swear on my kid life. 38 hours I stay in the container, crossing from France to Ireland.
Yeah.
Like I went through, man, to very bad life.
Yeah.
To
Com Center to all
to make it
be advised, we're going to need
the
a
right
checkpoint
life
man
for
now.
me to try to
One unit.
like I never
Commissioner and Albert.
I think I'm sample citizen. I never stole from somebody or to looking to do bad things to the people. I just want to work. That's all I want, to work, man. Let me live and let me work.
Zulu 004, sorry.
And now they took my work away,
Zulu, you're asking?
And I live in fear because I don't know, okay, I'm going to go and they say I'm going to, if I pull a load, for sure I'm going to pull from Canada to US. From US to Canada, I'm going to come back
I'll
in.
give you 21.
100%. If I ever going to do it.
Yeah.
But I don't think so I'm going to do it, man. I don't know, because it's you get fear with this government. You start to get fear because it's not right what they are doing for their own citizen. Some people some people they say fuck off, the truck driver.
Yeah.
You are not right, because you look at me, I've got vaccinated, my kids, they are vaccinated, we have a life, but because of you, I still have to wear a mask. Okay, if the vaccine works, why you have to wear a mask? If the vaccine works, why you have to stay 6 feet apart from me? You should be the one protected. You should not be scared to don't be protected.
Yeah.
If the vaccine, they work. But they are not working. I know they don't. Oh, you don't gonna get the very bad COVID. You still get it. Now it depends on the body, how it's gonna take it.
Yeah.
Like I feel sorry. Some people died from it. It's true. I agree. But some people died from the vaccination too. And they never mention on the TV. Why they don't mention the deaths from the vaccine? I'm wondering.
Now, do you wear a mask when you go to stores, or you don't bother?
I don't, man. I don't. So far, nobody say nothing. It's funny because I wear this, and I always wear something like that. I respect the convoy, and I've been part of it, and I'm glad I've been part of it.
Yeah.
But if it's coming across to wear a mask, I'm not gonna walk in that store. Yeah. Doesn't matter what I mean.
Now, what were you gonna say?
Because I think you should have a choice. My opinion. I know the government, they push it to wear a mask, to do this, to do that. But why should I get arrested for something which I don't agree with, to wear a mask?
Mm-hmm.
If so far didn't happen to me, somebody to say you have to wear a mask. So far, I went to convenience store, nothing big.
Yeah.
But we see when I'm gonna go to the big stores. I'm sure they're gonna. I don't know. I don't know if it's.
Oh, so up to date, you've only been to a convenience store since you've been back?
Yeah.
What have you been doing?
I just went to convenience store because before somebody had my mom. She don't speak English. First of all, my son speak English. My mom don't speak English.
Yeah.
Before when I was in Ottawa, I have a very good friend of mine who done the grocery for my son.
Yeah.
My mom, a Romanian girl. My mom, she wrote everything. My mom, she wrote everything what she needs. She went with my mom and done grocery 2 days before I come home.
Oh, yeah.
Because somebody has to do grocery. I want to make sure my son is getting fed, and I want to make sure, everything is all right. And I have a good cycle of friends which they help me in that way. You know, bringing my mom to the store, she bought what she needs, and then my son has the food on the table. You know, and that's why I still have the grocery so far. But I don't know. You know, I know some food basic you can go for without the mask. They don't give you a hard time. I'm not sure. I didn't try it yet. We see. We see. You know.
So I was gonna ask you. I'm guessing no one recognized you in Windsor from the convoy. You haven't been out too much.
You know, it's funny because I always, when I drive, I always, you know, you are in alert, kind of looking around who follow you. You know, you are. You still live with the fear because you've been part of something which we try to do the movement for this mandate.
Yeah.
And you don't know how people they react or what the government they have a plan because you've been part of it. You know, it's a scary situation. You know? But
can you head over to Commissioners in
I mean,
Albert?
if it's happen, I can not
as a checkpoint now. Go ahead.
run away from it. You know, but you are a little bit kind of on alert. I went to the coffee shop tonight, like to the coffees. They don't agree with the mask. Lots of people there. We drink coffee, talk.
Oh, really?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So you had a good time.
Yeah. Some people they were from Windsor. You know, from the blockage in Windsor. We talk.
Oh yeah.
You know, they told me their story. Some people got arrested. Some people, you know.
Oh, do you know how? What did they say? Do you know how it went down compared to one in Ottawa? Was it as crazy or it wasn't?
Well, I heard some people they got arrested. They got charged. You know, if you now it's funny because if you have your Canadian flag, you know, a friend of mine, for example, he went to the bridge, to the Ambassador Bridge for after this blockage was gone, he still have the sign on his car and the Canadian flag. And the police stopped him.
Just trying to figure
and he
out.
said, "Why you have the Canadian flag on your car?"
Yeah.
He said, "Because the Olympics." He said, "What about fuck Trudeau?" He said, "For Olympics as well, you know." And he said, "You're not allowed to come because they have a red zone. No, everything with the flag you're not allowed, or anything like, you know, you're not allowed to go in the red zone." And tonight I drove my car because it's unmarked. Like I don't have any flags, nothing, because he has all these stickers on this car.
Yeah.
And we went with my car, which is this coffee shop where we went is close to the Ambassador Beach.
Yeah.
And there we have a coffee, but the police wasn't there. Like, I mean, we were no any Canadian flags on the car or to think that we try to move. Actually, my friend, he said to me tonight, "Oh, I have an idea. We should jump in the truck and go by the bridge." I say, "No, man."
Bad idea.
I say, "No, thank you. I'm not gonna do that."
Car that you're looking for is over at the
You
Kennedy
just tell
Center.
them that you know the Ottawa convoy is done. You come to support the the convoy, the blockage in Windsor. How come it's
It'd be
done?
you, Danny, and Chava in Windsor.
Yeah. But how is Danny, by the way?
I spoke to him 2 days ago. He's fine. He hasn't had any issues. Maybe
He got arrested?
No, he left. He stayed the extra day. But then I think they didn't talk to him that day. They talked to him the next day. And he said, "Okay, I'll leave."
Yeah, what happened exactly? Because lots of trucks, they left even when drivers, they got arrested. Lots of trucks I saw on the videos, some videos, they start moving out, you know, because they say, well, what's the point to, I mean, everybody, they try to stay until they have a choice. And nobody should be blamed or nobody should be, I feel sorry for those guys who got arrested, you know, because happened to them. But some people, they left in the last minute, which is good. Some people, they didn't left in the last minute and they got beat up like Chobo case, you know, and another drivers. I'm sure another drivers, they got, you know, they broke the windows, they pulled them out from the trucks, you know. They don't so much damage, And now they seize the trucks. They want to seize the trucks because too much money they spend. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, do you think they're gonna seize them?
I think it's a chance for them to get it back, but it's gonna be very hard battle.
Yeah.
He's now the mayor. He wants to do more damage to the truckers because the way he say we occupied the city, and for him to show up to the people how good mayor he is, he'll try everything to show off to them. I think, but it's gonna be a battle which I hope the truckers they're gonna win, because it's to the end of the day it's their jobs. I mean, you have the right to be in front of the parliament with the truck. I don't see why not. If the fuel tax is up or anything like that, you have the right to protest, and you have the truck to make a point. You don't have the sign, you can go. It's my opinion, like the truckers, if stop today, all the truckers, let's say, stop today. I mean, you make a point to the government for some reason. Why the truckers they don't go? Why they don't want to do the deliveries? Why they don't want to do the pickups? Must be something wrong. Let's see what's going on, But they I think the government that they thought we're gonna stay there. Oh, they come Friday, Sunday they are gone. We come back to work. Everybody's gonna be fine. Let's forget about it. But they didn't know we are prepared for this kind of stuff. Like, I mean, I can stay in my truck, I can live in my truck, the only thing you miss the family, which is back home. I never been on the truck for the 23 days. It's true.
That's the longest you spend, right?
Yeah, the 23 days. It's the longest I usually, I stay like 2 days on the road, then I'm home. Then I stay 2 days on the road, I home. Always that's my runs, usually what I do. But I never stay 23 days. But didn't bother me, because always I had friends. I always have people who loves me. I love them. Always I had support. Sometimes I feel down. Do you remember when you come to me and you said, on that day that we didn't talk much? Do you remember?
Yeah.
The last day,
day, yeah.
Because I felt something is going down. And I didn't want to go on live because I was so in big depression. I felt like something is going to go down tonight. It's just a matter of time. And, Eric was there, and I spent so much time with him. We were talking in the nighttime until 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. Just talking.
Yeah.
And he was crying, and I was crying when he left. And he hugged me. He said, I have to do the right thing for these 55 families, which their jobs depends on me. And I say, you know what? Do what you think is right for you. Don't listen to the people. You done your part. Do what you gotta do. Don't listen to the people. I'm not gonna give you the advice. Stay or go.
Do you know if they really seized dogs, or was that a rumor
about the dogs?
Yeah, because I saw some places they were saying they were seizing dogs of truckers that got arrested.
I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. I never heard of it. I know the Ukrainian. I don't know about do you remember those Ukrainian couple with a 3-year-old child in the truck?
No, I don't think I spoke to them.
They were not far away from us. And kind of she was scared that she heard that the children aides, they're going to come and take the child away, But they were so strong. I can't remember if they when I left, if they're still there, but they were very strong, staying for this, And she always come to my truck, his wife, and Christian, everything is gonna be okay. We have to stay strong. We kind of we kind of help each other to be stronger, because
Feels
in
risky. Go
time,
ahead.
mentally you go little bit down in depression, you know, kind of you are there and they still don't want to talk to you. They still don't want to approach you, the government, to talk to you. And these kind of, they don't see us. How they cannot see us? Why they are not talking to us? You know, and you got a little bit down. I mean, down because we should have government which stand up for us, and they let us down, and then they expect us to, you know, to do this magic work for them to make sure the economy is working, to make sure that we make the right, you know, they expect everything from you, but when it's come to our lives,
206, your radio call.
they let us down. You know, you have to pay your taxes, you have to do this, you have to do that, you know, you have to you know, if you don't pay taxes on time, they call you every single day.
Calling them now.
Yeah. You know, all these things, like, they approach you, but nobody approach us to say, hey guys, okay, let's do it, let's try, let's see what you want. Not to me, to somebody who is in power, who can talk to them, but nobody show up to them, you know. And that's what I mean. It's sad because when they want something from you, no problem. They know where to reach you. They know how to get hold of you. They know how to approach you. When it's time for you to make a point to them, you know, nobody's there. I'm not saying that we are like we are that the government has to answer to every stroke. But listen to us, our pain. Look to our kids, look to our families. Look, some family, they get separated because, like, look, my case. My son is here. My ex-father-in-law, he's vaccinated. He didn't want to see my son. Because
unvaccinated?
Because my son is unvaccinated and he's vaccinated.
Yeah.
You know, and this is happening in my family. But I'm sure it's so many people out there, maybe they have same situation. Maybe even the wife agreed to get vaccinated and the husband didn't want to get, you know, and they separate because different opinion. Some cases happen, you know, or one guy, I will never forget. I think was one day before I left. Was kind of around 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. He come to me and crying like man, like was a real man. And he crying and he told me, "Thank you, trucker. Now I can see my dad. He's in a hospital. The doctors, they told me that he has 1 month to live. And he's in the hospital for the last 1 year. And now I can see him in the last days." I say, "Your dad is going to," man, I said, I start crying with him. And I say, "I know your dad is going to live." I say, "Watch, your dad is going to live. You're going to bring to him more days for him to live. Because now he's happy because you can see him." Man, I never see, that was very emotional for me. When he, you know, he kissed my hand. I said, "Man, you don't have to do that." Two men to see crying. I cry with Eric, and you know, I have a tears in my eyes when another guy approached me. But to this guy, when approached me and said, you know, "Let me kiss your hand."
Back on the line.
I said, "Man,
advising Erica's return.
I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Man, thanks to you. Now I can go and see my dad.
He's quiet now.
He's in the hospital. They give him 1 month to live."
No weapons on Erica that they know of.
I say, "Man, wasn't me. Maybe who done this move. It's all of us, or maybe they felt bad because everybody should be allowed to go to see their dear people, like somebody who I mean, I never been so emotional with that guy. The way he take me and kiss my hand, man. I say, man, please don't do that. I say, I'm here the way you are here, and I'm here to fight for this. But I hope this government is gonna hear the voices, man. The tears, all this pain, what he's making towards these people, man. It's so sad, man. It's so sad. Anyway, there it's my son. Say hello to everybody.
How's your YouTube going?
How is the YouTube going?
Good.
Good. How many people you got now?
I have no clue.
Oh, you didn't check.
Check. I gave you another shout out.
Okay, he said he brought more people for you.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Okay, well,
Ground Center just had a 1078 for unit in the area of Elgin and Rito.
I can remember. Let me talk and I'll tell you later.
29008.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, you know, look at him, man. You know, I that's the only happiness. That smile. What else you need in life when your child is smiling? And it's sad that, you know, I have to do all these things about, you know, like YouTube, for him to be preoccupied, for him to be to make him that smile happy. You know, it is what it is, man. But it's destroying our kids, man. That's the problem. That's what's killing me, man. It's destroying our kids. You know, I don't know if
we're making our way.
I have to sign every morning
10-4, Elgin and Rito.
For my son to go to school that he don't have any symptoms for COVID.
Yeah,
Since I left
002,
Ottawa, I never done it. The school, they want to meet with me.
Zulu 050, I just saw them drive by. They're headed southbound on.
They knew I'm in Ottawa, the school. Anyway, I don't fill up any forms that he has a symptoms. Well, about 4 days ago, my son told to the teacher that he has a sore throat. 2 days he has to stay home. Like they thought it's COVID or something like that, and my son has to. But
I don't know,
every morning I have to
call sign, so
fill up a form to say like, oh, my son, it's okay, he don't have any COVID symptom, which I don't agree. Why should I do it? I don't think so. It's right, you know. Yeah, it's my okay. If they don't want him in school because I don't fill up the form, that's fine with me, man. But I'm not gonna do it.
10-4, if you're in 29008.
Let us be people, man. Let us, you know.
10-4, you've had
you don't live
officers
in
have eyes
fear.
on you guys. Just had a 1078 from your unit. Everything's good.
So many people they got in depression for the last 2 years
Everything
because
is
what?
10-4?
So many people they got
I don't know,
divorced
didn't even realize
because
you hit it.
of these lockdowns. People they didn't have any more social life. People they didn't have any more, you know, gathering together, going to grandma, going to her or his cousin, going for, you know, Christmas time. You are allowed only 5 people, or you are allowed only 2 people or 3 people.
Yeah,
it's very sad, man. When I went in Europe this summer, I went in Europe. The nightclubs they were open, the bars they were open. Like, I mean, they done something, you know. They try to put it together, something for people to come back to their ordinary life, like to day by day. Soon I come to Canada, guess what? They give me a fine because I didn't want to stay in the hotel.
004.
Yeah.
You know, which I didn't agree. I got the PCR test in Europe. I got in the plane. I got in Canada. Of course, they put me a red dot on my passport because I wasn't vaccinated. I went through to this, and they asked me, "Oh, you have to stay in the hotel." I said, "For what?" I say, "Another money grabber? They try to make money off me." Oh, because they're gonna pay, and then to pay them later. I say, "It's not about money." I say, "I don't see the point. Why should I stay in the hotel?"
10-4.
And then they say, "Okay, we're gonna find you," and they give me a fine.
Yeah.
You know.
Everything going on is messed up.
And I done all these PCR tests, man. I done everything. And they told me to stay in the, but only Canada.
3Zulu084, you can stand down.
And I told them I went to Europe for this reason. I'm an essential worker. I have all the papers. I'm a truck driver. I drove to US for the last 1 year and a half.
You get to stand down.
I need to come back to work as soon as possible. I need money to provide for my kid. You know, I told them exactly the way, what's exactly my life. No, you have to stay in the hotel. I say, you know what? I'm not going to say, I don't care what I'm going through. You know, but that's not the problem with them to say, oh, you know, like to let you to be with your kid. No, there is everything okay. You know, you stay in the hotel, your kid, it's okay home with your mom or something like that.
Yeah.
That's not a problem because you cannot provide to your kid. You know, okay, I was gone. I didn't work. But does not mean I can come back to Canada and stay to stay another 2 weeks in quarantine because they say to stay in another 2 weeks in quarantine. They are not thinking how you gonna survive. I'm self-employed. How I'm gonna survive, man? How I'm gonna, you know, I have a business. My truck my trailer payments. My truck is paid. My trailer payments, my insurance, my everything what I have. How the heck I'm gonna survive, man? The banks, they don't care. Oh, Christian, what happened? How come you didn't pay your trailer or your insurance? They don't care. To say, oh, I'm in quarantine, sorry.
Kilo 004.
No, they don't care, man. They just come and take it, or they say, oh, we're going to cancel your insurance because you didn't pay.
3Kilo004, go ahead.
You know, that's what I mean. They didn't, all these things, they don't, it's such a wrong way.
That's
you know?
Did has your girlfriend had any issues since the end of the convoy? Because she was there too, right? So
well, she supported because she lost her job.
Yeah,
she was 40 years a nurse.
And
you know, working for the same place.
Then I'll head over to that
she just
cruiser collision.
She lost her job last year, I think in September.
Yeah,
when they told them. When they told
so you are able to attend,
her company told her, you know, because it's a nursing home, they told her, oh, if you don't get vaccinated, you have to be out by today. See, then she's out because she don't agree to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
You know, and she can apply for EI, she can't do anything. You know, because she decided to not be vaccinated.
Mm.
But it's funny, you know, I don't have a problem with those people on welfare because everybody has a downtime, up, down. But I'm wonder those guys, they ever been pushed by the government to get vaccinated or they don't get the money? I wonder. You know, if the government push them to say, hey, you know what? Next month you don't gonna have a check if you don't get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Because they choose to be in that way, to stay on welfare. Don't tell me it's no jobs in Canada. Don't tell me that because, you know, when I come in Canada, I start from the bottom. I was cleaner to the gym. I wasn't ashamed to clean the machines in the gyms or to clean the weight or to wash the windows. I wasn't ashamed. I work. Then I work for the company collecting garbage. You know, 1-800 got junk. I work for them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was, man, but I wasn't ashamed doing it. I done what I got to do to make it happen in this country. I didn't come here to get money from the government and, you know, oh, such a nice country. Look, I get free money. You know, if you want to make it in life, you have to work hard.
Yeah.
And to be dedicated to it, you know. I always want to be a truck driver, but at the time the school, I didn't have the money. You know, the school driving school was $5,000. How the heck I'm gonna, you know? I was working minimum wage. But does not mean that.
There, I guess.
You know, I didn't see my dreams go
through.
Was
a supervisor,
and they thought it was fully staffed. So
I work
you
extra
actually make
hours.
your
I
way,
done everything to make
3
sure
Zulus 04, copy that.
I want to do what I want to
3
do
Zulus
to make
084
sure I get
will be heading back
I
to
get
Eastern
let me get
Albert,
a beer.
10-4.
I'm thirsty now. I can drink. I'm not in the truck.
Yeah, you can drink now.
Finally,
004, 10-4, my apologies.
I get thirsty. You know, but that's what I mean. Like I'm wonder if the government they push it and say, hey guys, you know, next month you don't gonna get your check if you don't get vaccinated.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder if they do that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, some people after 40 years working, and you throw them out because they are not vaccinated after paying the taxes and be a spare taxes, like always pay the taxes on time and be the right citizen for this country and try everything to follow the rules.
Yeah.
And that's not good enough for you guys. I mean, for the government, that's not good. You have somebody to lose their jobs because you want this and you want that. Cheers, guys. Finally, I can have a beer.
Now everyone's gonna call the police to your house.
Yeah.
They're gonna say you're underage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you know, it's if anybody has questions, I'm glad to, you know.
I have a question for you. Why? So you didn't go to college or university, right?
I was in Romania. I finished my 12 year school. Then I finished. I finished a college 2 years. And
so you have a college degree?
Yeah, I have a college degree, but my college degree from Romania is not good here.
Oh.
I have to go to school to make my diploma to be good here, you know.
Oh.
But I was the trade what I done wasn't for me. I just done it because my mom out, you know, hey, you have to, you know, you have to continue to be in school and stuff like that. But wasn't anything that I agreed to it, you know. I just done it for my mom, you know.
Yeah.
I always want to be a truck driver, no matter what. That was my dream. I didn't care, you know. I'm not the guy to be in the office. I'm not the guy I like to be outside, to be active, to travel, make money beside it, you know. That was my dream. I love driving, you know. That was my dream. It wasn't my dream to stay in the office 8 hours or, you know. Some people like it. I don't. You know, it's not for me.
What degree did you get?
I'm mechanic auto, you know, for cars.
Oh, okay. So it related a bit, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. With it's about the cars and stuff like that, you know. Little bit, but wasn't my what I like. Yeah. You know, in life you have to choose what you like, and you have to do it with pleasure, not just for the money. Yeah. You know, because if you do, it's no point to go to work and just do your job. You'll be there 8 hours just to get money. I don't think it's always pleasure. Might as well, you know, give up working. You have to like something about your job. Mm-hmm. You know, my opinion, anyway.
So do you do repairs on your truck or no?
No, I don't. I do a little bit, like very little things, you know, but no big major things. No, I never. I bring it to the mechanic. I want to make sure that it's fixed properly. You know, I'm not those, you know, guys. Oh, I'm gonna put zip tight and I'm good to go. You know.
Yeah.
I'm not like that. You know.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have a smoke. No, I'm not like that. Yeah, now I can have everything. You know. Yeah. No, I don't own a house here. I'm very, you know, I'm very low life, you know, like I'm not, you know, living in big house, you know, or anything. I try my best to give my son what needs, which is more important, you know.
Echo 206 Town Center out.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna.
That's temple.
I told Eric to get together You know, he's
Oh,
such
yeah?
a nice guy. Yeah.
But he lives far, no? He lives in Alberta, all the way.
Yeah, we live 5,000 kilometers away from each other. But he's, well, Chabo lives not far from me. I can see
But
him.
and Chaba, have you hung out with him since or no?
Dispatch from 3
No, I'm not going to say where he is right now.
Yeah.
But he's not in the city.
or 3 X-ray substitute?
Okay.
Nope.
And Danny, have you spoken to Danny or no?
No,
Just checking if anyone
no.
in
I
the
think
zone
everybody,
has
when
not
you
received
left,
dinner.
everybody needs a time to
Yeah.
to recoup, like to, you know, it happened to me and happened to Eric.
Is anyone else
Happened
in
to
need
Danny,
of their
happened
dinner
to
this
Chaba,
evening?
you know, like you need the time to heal yourself. Because I understood when those veterans, they come from the war and they are a little bit in depression. Now I see it, you know, and this wasn't a war. But imagine them, what they go through, you know, and we went, like, I see it and I understood what damage can do to your brain, you know, because you get very big impact on you, you know.
And I don't know what's going on. I was gonna ask a question. Oh yeah, have you been bored now that you're not the convoy and that you're not working? Are you really bored now?
I'm not. I try to keep my life busy, you know,
Oh, yeah.
spending time with my kid, you know, like I try to keep my I want to come back to work. Definitely I want to come back. But I told to myself, I'm not gonna pull any loads right now. No, under this I understood we need food and lots of companies, they still on the road and they do what they gotta do. This is me. I'm not gonna pull any loss from now.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna pay my insurance. It's not that I have money to afford to stay home. Don't get me wrong. But I'm like on strike. You know, the way you go to the cell and you don't want to eat because you're on strike for something? Well, I'm in the same position. You know, it's not right. I don't see why should I pull any notes when the government, they don't listen to my voice. Why should I do something for them? I suffer. If I have to suffer, I'm going to suffer with each Canadian. It's not like myself, I'm going to have a food and another Canadians. No, we're going to suffer together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like some people, they're going to say, you know, oh, it's one truck driver down, you know, who cares? We still have a food on the shelves. That's fine. We need food. I'm not saying, but this is my opinion. And I think I have the right to do. Right thing to do, you know, to be like, I don't going to pull any loads.
You know if there's a movement going on in Europe, or you don't know anything about Europe?
I heard that in France, the police, they are together with the demonstration.
Yeah.
You know, here, vice versa, the police against us.
Can you just log me on and head to Temple?
I don't know what they do some movements in Europe, like Convoy and stuff like that. But you know, it's. I hope they're gonna.
14141.
I don't know. I think it's more behind it than just mandates. You know, than just vaccination. I don't know what could be. Could be corruption. Could be money makers. I don't know. You know, but I think it's more than just mandates to be lifted.
Yeah.
You know. And look today, and I'm not afraid. Look today to Ford. Okay. He said no more stickers for the car. Okay.
Yeah.
Look to the price of fuel, man. What we need more, fuel or the stickers? We need fuel more because we need to move around.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares about $120 when you put 60, 70 liters in your car to fill her up and it costs you $100 a week, maybe?
Yeah.
You know, don't make sense. In 4 weeks, in four weeks, you pay $400 in fuel. Let's say some people, they travel a lot, you know. And you think 120, if you have $100 a week to travel for work, That means it's going to make a difference to $120 a year? It's not. But they are doing this movement just to see, oh, how good we are. Look, we dropped the $120 sticker. Who cares about that?
Yeah.
Everybody has $120 for the sticker, but don't raise the fuel up because I don't see any point. Let the fuel to $60 and make the sticker for the car $200. And I'm sure everybody is gonna pay.
The price is crazy. It's $160 now in Ottawa. I don't know what it is.
Do you know how much is the diesel for trucks?
How much?
$170 in Pilot.
But wasn't diesel cheaper before?
No, really. For the trucks, always I mean, in some gas station could be, but for the big trucks, always the price was higher. Always. Always was
Country
higher.
Alpha 063, I don't see that
And
they've
to fill
put
up a
a
truck
TAC
in
yet.
these days,
I think
like
they're just operating off of
my tanks,
talk group.
they are 1,200 liters.
Yeah.
No, multiply that by 1.7. How much is going to cost me to fill up that
Okay,
truck?
Temple, what's the
Let's put it in that
channel there? I
way.
don't
About
have the
57,
the
67,
web one.
no, $2,000. And people there wonder why the price they are so high.
Now, what did it cost you 2-3 years ago to fill up your tank?
SDG
Well,
is
sometimes I fill up my tanks with $640.
Really?
Yeah.
So more than triple.
More than triple. $2,000 now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And they are wonder. I mean, people, they see it. You go to the store, you buy something. It's like, what the heck, when the price went up.
Yeah.
But everything is relating to fuel,
And
because
do I don't know what it's called. Do truckloads pay you more now, or it's about the same?
to be honest with you, I heard now the laws they are paying better.
Yeah.
I don't know why, because could be not too many trucks on the road.
X-ray 030,
Because lots of people, they don't agree with the
Well,
mandate.
10-6, can you please
Lots
get
of
one
truck
these
drivers,
mobile
they
units
cannot
to
cross the border.
NY20 at Bay and Lower here for a
The numbers, what they say, 90%, that I don't know, 80% of the truck drivers or 90% they are vaccinated, which I don't think so is true.
Yeah.
One of the
I don't think so is true, my opinion.
Bay Street, Laurier Ave, for release.
And some people now, truck drivers, which they make money now because the price is higher
3 X-ray 046.
to do loads,
Can you just send that
But
yet?
the way I said, everybody have a choice.
Yeah,
If you want to work,
Bay Street,
work.
Laurier.
If you don't want to work, stay home. I'm not gonna say why another truck.
Thank
I'm
you,
sad
046.
because we are not the way should be the truck drivers. We don't have to be on Ottawa for these strikes. If my opinion, if all those trucks, what they are on the road, they stop for 2 days, then they're gonna see impact.
Yeah.
You don't have to block the borders. You don't have to go to Ottawa. Park it in the truck stop. Say, I'm not moving. I stand up for my truck drivers, which they fight for it. Yeah. And they're gonna see a big impact. The police, anybody cannot come to you and say in the truck stop and say, hey, why you don't move? You have the right to say, oh, I don't want it, until the mandates they are lifted. Yeah. And then they're gonna see big impact. They cannot force you to go to work. They cannot force me to go to work. They don't. But some companies, big companies, I never see big company in Ottawa. I wonder why. They are big companies which they have 500, 600, 700 trucks. You don't see these companies. I didn't see any company enjoy the convoy. I wonder why. Actually, they say that we slowed them for doing the work because we were in convoy and the highway was full and we slowed the traffic down and but when I don't know, my opinion, it's you don't, the way I said, you don't have to do any convoys or anything, just stop the trucks.
Now, do you think that the younger generation should get into trucking, or it's not even worth at this point with the gas prices?
Well, my opinion, to be honest with you, my opinion, if you like driving, If you like to see the beautiful Canada, beautiful US, it's worth it.
Yeah.
You travel, you make money, you make friends, you see lots of things which not too many people they can maybe you know maybe they can afford to go to see it, but the trucking business, you have to be dedicated to it. You have to like driving. You have to like the trucking is not just about traveling and see places. To be dedicated to your work, to make sure you're on time, to make sure you're on, everything is in schedule. To make sure you're on time, to be proud of what you do, of your work.
Yeah.
Like I'm not, the way I say, I'm not doing for money. Money is good. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm not doing for money. I do it because I like to do it. And guess what? Canada just lost a truck driver, somebody who I dedicate to.
Now, do you do any Uber with your spare time now, or you don't do
No.
Uber?
No, I'm not. Right now, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I can live here. The way it's going, I can live here, and I'm very honest with you. I'm thinking to move. It's just a matter of time. 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month. I want to do the move because I can be here. For me, maybe some people I understood some people they agree to stay here. Some people they agree to with the government the way they're acting. My opinion, I can live here, man. I live those moments, and I don't want to come back to me again. I live in communist time. I live now. I live now. I think I live now this moment. I live in fear. And it's not right. When you live in fear, man, you should have the right to live, man. To live the way you. I mean, you still have to respect the law. Don't get me wrong. But you don't live in this fear, like, oh, now this is the account. I wonder if I go to work, let's say, if I go and I get paid, let's say $2,000 USD. I wonder if they're gonna keep it or not.
Yeah.
It's very hard. It's very hard, man. You don't know what to. For me, $300. They didn't let me to deposit their check on back to me. What about if I go to work tomorrow and let's say the Lord is paying $2,000?
Yeah, and you
I'm wondering if I'm gonna see those money. Because the way they're acting, and we need those money to live, man. I need the money to pay my bills. But I wonder if they would release it because you live in fear now. So many people they pull money out from the banks because they're afraid. My dog is crying. Let me give him some. He's old guy.
Let's see your dog.
I
Put him
don't
on the
know.
video for the interview.
Well,
freedom dog.
You see it? He's old. He's deaf.
He's deaf?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
He's 13 years old. Tomorrow he's going for grooming. Tomorrow morning. Because I wasn't home. And now his hair, it's kind of long. It's a Shih Tzu, but it's old guy. He don't know how to bark. He know how to cry,
Now, did he decide to get vaccinated or no?
Who?
The dog.
He's getting his vaccine for sure every year, But yeah, I have him since he was a puppy.
Yeah.
It's a good dog. He's not barking. He's not only crying when he needs something like treats. He knows where I keep the treats and he's crying.
Yeah.
But I hope I can cross the border with him because I'm not vaccinated. He's vaccinated.
You have to put him behind the wheel.
Yeah. I'm gonna hiding in the barn. No, man. I'm thinking to move. I'm not. I don't think so. I can live here anymore, and it's sad. My son he's okay. I told him. We talk. And he said, Daddy, I don't want to live on this with the mask on and all these things. I think my son is very, done with this. He wants to have a childhood, man, and I feel bad because he cannot. Like I try my best to make sure he's happy.
Kilo 402, can you
I
copy
don't know.
PDMVC?
I just want him to be happy. I don't know what else can I bring to
westbound, right around
make him happy.
the
To bring
car
to
hit a
his
guardrail. It's now
life
over
to
on
make
the
him
north
happy.
side of the highway.
He cannot go. He likes to go hockey. He likes to play soccer. He likes to go, to those jumping places, Sky Zone, and he cannot.
It is
he cannot.
just east of Eagleton.
He's sad. And sometimes, he asked me, Daddy, when can I go vaccinated? I told him, until you are under my roof, you won't. Yeah. When you are 19, you go ahead. I don't care what you do. But until you are under my roof and I provide for you, you won't. You won't.
Did he say he wants to be a truck driver like you?
No, man. I took him to Florida once. Soon we close the border. He asked me every 1 hour, when we get there. I brought him to Disney, and of course he was young, 6-year-old, and he thought, Florida, it's we close the border and we are in Florida, because I told him it was his birthday and I promised him to bring to Disney, and I brought him to, I say we go with the truck. I rent a house there. I say we go with the truck. We park the truck. We stayed there 1 week. We went to see, Orlando, the Sea World. I tried to make his birthday special, and actually the ticket was so expensive. I said to the girl there, can I send only him? I said, I don't have to go. I think I paid 250 American dollars
for one
each
day.
Ticket for 1 day, for one ticket. I thought it's so expensive. I said, I'm gonna send just my son.
Took all the money from your load.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay outside waiting for him.
Yeah.
I mean, these things for the kids happen once, and if you can do it, why not? Because to the end of the day, you work for them to make sure they are happy, and it is what it is. I wonder how Eric it is. He's supposed to. I heard he told me that lots of people is waiting for him to thank him.
He's not there yet.
Well, yesterday I talked to him. His truck broke down, some sensor issue, and then he posted on Facebook that he left. Everything is okay. He has 9 hours left to drive. He said by the latest, like tonight, he'll be home. But I understood now, with his wife, I'm not gonna bother him. I let him kind of 2 days to rest, and but I think he's fine. I heard like lots of people waiting for him, like to say thank you and stuff like that, which is nice. For me, to be honest, I didn't know how to park my truck very quick because I said, well, damn it, I'm wonder how many stones I'm gonna get in my truck, I just
You haven't had any issues with that since you're back?
No, I go by the truck every day just to make sure everything is okay, but I'm not
Has anyone came to your door at your house, said anything, or no one's been there?
No, so far nobody. So far nobody.
Do you expect people are gonna come, or you don't think so?
I don't think so, man. I mean, if somebody's gonna come, it's gonna be the police.
Can I switch over to Ops 20?
Hopefully not.
I should put that no trespassing, and
put the paper in front of it.
Yeah,
on your door.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know what dirty games they're gonna play towards us, because
even me.
Yeah, I know. Where you go, you don't know. I mean, everybody saw live how dirty they can be,
Yeah.
I mean, if they want to play dirty, they have the law in their hands. You can't do anything. You just have to follow what they say and peaceful, and that's it. What else?
Now, why did you decide to become a trucker and not a pilot, which is, I guess, the comparison, or it's not really comparable, you think?
Because I like to be on the ground, I guess. I'm afraid of planes. I'm afraid on the planes, I'm afraid of the planes. But
oh, really?
Like, I'm not afraid, but I guess I'm more afraid of heights than planes, And I don't know. I think that the trucking, because my dad was a trucker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
My parents are divorced, but my dad was a trucker. I've been in the truck lots of time. I mean, I kind of grew up in the truck, and that's what I like about it. I like that lifestyle, to go travel, to go meet people. Trucking, you can have a fun too beside trucking. It's not just about driving and make money. Like when everything was closed in Ontario, I went to Florida and I party like crazy. I went to the bar, dancing, karaoke. I was drunk. I start singing. Of course, nobody understand me, but at least I sing.
Yeah.
Like, I have a good time. I feel I'm living, and that was the important thing. Beside trucking, you have to have a fun too. Like, it's not just about money maker.
Now, wouldn't you be able to get a green card in the States if you tried working for a trucking company?
To be honest with you, I'm not looking for green card. I'm looking for work permit.
A work permit?
Yeah, like to be legal to work in US.
Oh,
I don't need a green card. If I have a work permit, I don't need a green card. Let me work. I don't need a green card. Like, lots of people, they run after green card. The only thing I'm running is for work permit. Let me work. I don't need anything else. Even if I make the move to go to US, I don't want their money. I don't want the taxpayer money. I have 2 hands, I have 2 legs, I have a truck. Let me work. That's all I need.
And did you ask your son about moving to the States? Did he say anything about that?
My son is excited. He likes Florida. I think he got him very good. To be honest, it was winter when we went to Florida, and the weather was nice, and I think he got very big impact because the weather, because he could swim. I rent a house with a pool. He could swim. He can do all these things, and that's, I think, why he likes Florida so much.
Who doesn't like the weather?
Yeah,
you can't not like it.
That's true. And when I told him, we might have to move, I don't know yet, but I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it and stuff like that. He said, he was happy. When, how, I said,
Yeah.
I don't know what is going. I can't live here though. I can't not live here.
3008-1020.
I cannot, man. I live in fear.
086.
No fear
Walter,
from the
and I
people.
think it's the
Fear
Mackenzie
from
Bridge.
from the government. I don't want to spare my money towards the government anymore, because it's like working for somebody which they don't
080,
deserve
still at ops?
to get paid from my tax money. I don't think so they deserve anything from mine, because doesn't matter what. Sometimes they don't good stuff towards the Canadian, but most of the time they don't the worst thing to Canadian.
No, freight 3,
like
063 on the second.
And that's why I don't think so they deserve my
3
tax
Alpha
money.
063, you're coming in 10-2.
I'm so disappointed, man. I thought I'm coming to free country,
Yeah.
That's what was my thoughts. And I understood Canada is beautiful, perfect country.
30070 comes
I had the opportunity to make money. I had the opportunity to
070
cross my point, like what I want to become. I become what I want to be a truck driver. I become what I like, but sucks that they take everything away from me, you know. And what's the point when you don't have a freedom? What's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point? Because the people freedom is more important than money, than everything, than assets. Because if you got freedom, you can make money. If you got freedom, you can do what you like. But when everything, the doors is, everything is
10-4,
closed,
it's 10485
you cannot get
Nelson Road,
access to it.
10485
And then what's the point?
Nelson Road.
I don't think so it's any point to do it. You don't have that passion anymore. You don't have that, you know.
3 Zulu
You
056, Comp Center 1020.
I don't know. I'm so dumb, man. Mentally, I'm so dumb. I'm so disappointed.
Someone
The
said,
way. Yeah, go ahead.
No, say what you're saying.
No, I'm so disappointed. Like the way they act towards us, towards the Canadian people. You know, even with all these movements over the weekend. I mean, beating people. You know, you saw the veterans. They got some of them. They got arrested. How you can look in those eyes? You know, when they fight for us, when they done everything for this country, and you disrespect them, like you, it's so low, man.
3 Zulu 046 1020.
You know, and all those truck drivers there, man. Every truck driver there, they work so hard, man. They done everything for this country, and that's why they enjoy the convoy to make a point to the government, and they didn't listen to us. It's more better for them to seize the truck, to do this to them, you're gonna lose your accounts, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that. I don't think so. That's what we deserve.
3 Zulu 042 1020.
You know?
Apparently, Florida has a 5,000 sign-on bonus for truck drivers.
You know, to be honest, I'm not there for money.
1020.
I don't need. I have my own company.
Yeah.
I own the company. I own the truck. I own the trailer. I'm not gonna go working for somebody because
so you want to stay with your company?
Yeah, I'm going. If I go, I want to be active on. I still active. I can drive in US, but I'm not allowed to do any interest towards. Like, let's say if I pick up a load from Florida to come to Detroit, I'm not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not, you know, I don't have the work permit. I have to pick up the load from Canada, going to US, from US. I'm not allowed to do interstate, you know, as a Canadian driver. You know, and that's why all I need is work permit. Nothing else. As soon as I have the work permit in US, I'll be more than happy. You know? I don't need a green card. I don't need a citizenship. Work permit. That's all I need to let me work. You know, because I'm not lazy. I'm not, you know, couch potato. I want to work, man. Let me work. Let me do what I gotta do, like every another Canadian or American people. You know, let me reach my dream.
3 Zulu 026 1020.
That's like you. Look at you,
Yeah,
20 years old.
South of Mountain, is that correct?
You didn't do anything wrong. You just walking on the street, show your people that what's going on, and they are arrested.
Elgin and Laurier, we're just relieving one.
Is that fair? Fair?
No.
No, it's not. It's not fair, man.
Never in my life I thought I'd be arrested for walking on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I know. And do you remember when I asked you if you ever got arrested in the truck, and you say, "Oh no, I never been." Well, guess what? 2 days later.
Now someone's gonna say, "Did you get arrested?" I'm gonna say, "Yeah," and then they're gonna say, "Well, what did you do?"
Walking on the street.
Sidewalk.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. You know, that's why you don't feel free anymore, man.
Yeah.
They don't know. Oh, I'm under. Oh, they're gonna approach me now. They're gonna approach me later because they don't like the way I walk. you know, or they don't like the way I wear my pants or my hat, you know.
And who that male is in the background? Do we know?
It's sad, man. I live the communist time. That's my problem with that, because I live it. I saw it.
Yeah.
And I see it. Not too many Canadians see it. You know, some people, they see it. They don't have a time to be beside on our side. They have a mortgage. They have a family. They have a kids, which I understood. And some people, they don't see it. They say, oh, you know, I think they're doing right thing, what they are doing. I think they, you know, like I don't know, man. It's if I didn't live it and see it, I might say, oh, you know, could be just, you know, something else. But I live it. I saw it exactly what happened.
Is somebody attending these locations?
Now people, they live in fears. It's not just me. Everybody lives in fears. Some people, they pull money from their accounts. Some people, they say, you know, they live in fear, man, and we shouldn't live in fear. And I tell you one thing: if Trump was in power in the U.S., if he was the president,
I'm just
never ever will come to this what's happening in Ottawa.
Checkpoint. I'm just wondering
Because in the first day or second day, I'm sure he will stand up for us. And give him to Mr. Trudeau, give him a phone call and say, you know what, you have to stop that. I'm 100%.
And more than that, it's my understanding that they were moved
now you
to a
tell
different checkpoint. 3 Zulu
Mr.
080.
Like Trudeau is the
Can
Prime Minister of Canada. Let's say he's going to some let's say, I don't know,
Road.
in
78-year-old male,
Belgium.
behavioral issues.
And Trump is going to be president. Or how he faced that, how he has the power to face those people. I won't, man. I couldn't face the people. I couldn't face the people, and especially, you know, if Trump gets the power in 2024, if he's getting president, how you have it's beside your country, man. Are you no shame of yourself to go to meet with Trump? I'll be ashamed. I'll be so ashamed. I understood there are two separate countries, Canada and US, which, you know, you say, oh, Canada is Canada, but we are the biggest trades, like in everything. It's so much trades between Canada and US. We buy from them, they buy from us. It's so much trade. You have to stay. You have to stay friendly with US. You have to. US has to stay friendly with Canada because we need each other.
Yeah.
Good.
We need each other so much. But I don't know, man. Some people, maybe they don't have a. They don't have the soul, man. In them. They don't have They don't care, or maybe they get paid for something, because I don't see why he is not listening to the people. Why? Okay, another thing. Why they don't bring them to the vote to say, hey, let's vote. See what's happened. Let's vote Sunday to see if we leave the mandates or we leave the mandates. But you never know if it's going to be the true numbers when they count the vote. You know, it's so hard, man. It's so hard because now people, they get disappointed. They don't believe anymore in the government. I don't believe in it. People, they get, you know, they let us down, beating our citizens. They, you know, they don't believe anymore in government. They live in fear, man, and you can see you live in fear. You know, you don't know. Oh, should I put $20 in my account? I wonder if they're gonna seize it, because they live in fear. Or somebody should do the e-transfer. Maybe they might think, oh, I do the e-transfer because, you know, people, they live in fear, man. Yeah. And we need money. Everybody needs money. We need to survive. But when you live in those fears, it's not the right thing, man. They destroy us. each Canadian, they destroy us. You know, there are people with millions of dollars. There are people with $20 in their account, and they are afraid.
Mhm. Now, what I forgot what I was gonna ask you. Hold on. Oh yeah. So did you used to follow? You used to follow politics back when it was Stephen Harper?
When I come in 2004, a little bit I catch him, not a lot.
So you don't know much about him.
No, I don't know, and I never been very interesting about politics.
Yeah.
You know, I know more about U.S. politics than Canada politics.
Yeah.
You know, to be honest with you, but since Trudeau come and all these movements, what he done, you know, he done it for a reason. I don't think so. He done it that to keep the Canadians safe. You know, I mean, to the end of the day, it's the government. We have to listen to them. Maybe they done the right thing, that they close everything down. So many businesses they got hurt by it. I was lucky because I was the way, you know, truck driver. But some people, you know, they, like, let's say bars or restaurants, they were not open. So many people, they lost, you know, the business. They went bankrupt. You know,
Center.
they lost maybe the house. We don't know.
Hard ID 03555.
You know, I mean, people, they got hurt from this.
Yeah, I think
But
Constable Chef
in the
is
same
logged
way,
into this unit. Can you log him off and log me on?
I guess we
Thanks
need
for
to
the call in
be
Mountain.
safe because it was very. I mean, nobody.
Yeah, 10-4, cool side.
You know, we had the Spanish flu,
Rate
you know, in 19. I can't remember the year.
03555.
I mean, people on that time wasn't too many
10-4,
scientists
and you're heading out for the barricade?
all this research and just
10-4.
disappear.
Are we on attack yet?
We are in
or
2022
on
and
the
we
off
cannot
channel?
take care of the damn COVID. You know,
Just,
with all
check the
these,
dispatch
you know,
now.
we have iPhones, we can FaceTime, we can do
10-4.
this, we can do that. We have all this technology, we have all these experts, and they cannot rid of it.
Just confirming banking.
I wonder why, you know.
10-4.
Now,
And some, yeah, go ahead.
3x3.
What's the situation in Romania now with the political situation?
3x3
Man,
Solar point, everything.
I don't know much. To be honest. I was gone for 3 weeks. I watch global news. I mean, fake news.
10-4.
You know? Oh, I talked to the global news, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I just explode. They come. Well,
I'm
they
guessing
were
they're still
there.
on that
Say,
detail,
which
3x3
TV station are you? He said global news. I say, come to my truck. I want to talk to you guys. Oh my God! I told them.
10-4,
I
3x3
just swear.
024.
I said, please don't fucking cut that.
Albert and
But I'm
Bronson,
telling you right now,
10-4, thank you.
don't fucking cut it. I say, I don't care what I'm going to do. Don't fucking cut it.
3x3 026.
Because you are fucking liars. I'm here. I see what's happened here. When I watch the news in the evening, it's like you say something else.
10-4, 3x3 028.
It's like how you have that power to lie people in their face.
Yeah.
It's sad, man. It's sad.
So, how did the interview go? Did they distort it, or it was pretty truthful?
I got mad. I
X3
got very
028
mad.
still at Albert and Bronson.
Because I knew
You
they
changed
lied.
your 20.
And I
And
knew.
they did lie?
I mean, you know, global
Same
news always
stuff.
lie. They have the fake news. All these Canadian stations, they have
10-4,
fake news.
3x3 030.
But I just felt so empty after I talked to them. Because I told them exactly the way I feel.
Rover 046.
You know, I told them, you know, you are fake news, you fucking lie, you are fucking liars, you put these countries like I just explode, man. I explode. I told them like, you know, my child don't have a childhood. I just told them the way I felt, man.
3x3
I never talked to you the way I talked to them. Exactly all my pain.
Extra
And
034.
after they gone, I felt so empty, man. You know, I felt like, oh my God, you know, like my soul is empty now.
10-4, 3x3
You know, because But of course, they don't. I don't know if they put it up on TV or anything. They say it's on Twitter. I don't have I don't have a Twitter account. Say whatever. You know, if you say it's on Twitter, it's on Twitter.
Now, do you wanna put out any social media so people can contact you?
Social media, I keep it to close friends.
Yeah.
You know, family. It's nothing against you guys. Like, I'm gonna, you know, every week I can talk to Zot. I can come live, updates, anything like that. I'm not that I don't want to talk to the people. You know, I want to tell you exactly the way it is. If I make the move, where I'm at, how I'm doing, what I'm doing. But, you know, it's more for closer friends and social, like closer friends and family, you know. I keep it like I understood people, they want to be nice, and I want to be nice to them. I don't have a problem. But maybe I'm going to buy a phone and just a number and, you know, to be there.
Oh, really?
I'm, you know, I don't know. I'm just thinking because I don't want to disappoint people. You know?
No, I know when Danny put out Charlotte's number for a second by accident, and she got it was crazy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I know Chaba Donna too. He showed his Facebook, and he got over. People they try to stay in connect. It's nice. Don't get me wrong. But you know, everybody they have their own opinion. Some people they keep it for their family and close friends. Some people they are open to, you know, to be out there. You know, it's it's up to the people. But as we speak now, I don't have a problem to be live. I'm gonna go live on my son YouTube. I'm gonna be live on you, maybe in 1 week or something like that.
We can do once a week if you want. So
yeah, we can do it once a week.
Not too much, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like I mean, I have to bring the stories up because you know, if you call me tomorrow, I'm just gonna say I've been to I've been to convenience store and no mask. You know.
Do you guys think that's a good idea? Once a week, put it in the comments. Wellington. It's a delay, anyways. I'm sure everyone was messaging me. Where's Christian? Interview Christian. What happened to Christian?
No, I'm still fine. Thank you very much. But that's I think once a week. You know, let's say today. What day is today? Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
We're now in 31.
Every Tuesday, let's do it. Let's say 9 o'clock. I'm okay with that.
Perfect.
You know.
Tuesday was Christian.
Yeah, Eric would be Wednesday, maybe Chaba busy on Thursday, and Friday, Danny. And where you go? People, they will keep busy, you know? But I mean, I'm glad I've been part of it. I'm glad that I don't want to be superstar. I don't want to be, I think I done what is right for the people of Canada. What is right for each one, which they agree that is not right what they are doing with us, and you know, I had to be a part of it. I have the truck. I'm in the same situation like all another people, and I had to do it. I didn't go there to be famous. I didn't go there to be. Lots of trucks, they were there. They never been out speaking to anybody, but they were there supporting us. And, you know, I want to thank them that they were behind us.
Yeah.
And they never been on the camera. They never been on any YouTube channels, but they were there. And I want to thank them very much, very much. And we were a lot of us, but because I was in the front, maybe I got lucky talking to the people. Some guys over there, they were like behind on the streets, and they didn't have that chance talking to the people.
Yeah.
You know, and I want to thanks to everyone, because each person being there, they were on our side.
Even the people watching, you know, just the support just behind the screen.
Exactly. And I got lots of help from people from outside, even with money and stuff like that. But I want to thank them. And I'm not here to say we got paid from the convoy, we got paid from US, we got paid from Russia, all these things. We didn't. This movement wasn't about money. This movement was about people, how they feel, what they want. It's because they say we got money from US, we got money from Russia, that we don't this, that we don't that. It wasn't the money. That's why this government, it's all about money. That's all they care, money. If 1 penny it's out there, they want to tax it to make sure they got the money. It's not about money. That's what I want to say. It's not about money. It's not. Let us be free. Let us choose what we want. And that's I think that's my opinion. The way I say, some people, they don't have my opinion, or they don't agree with my opinion, but that's my opinion. And I think lots of people, they are with us, because they see they destroy family, they destroy our kids, but they think they do the right thing. I don't think so. They do the right thing. I'm living it. I see it.
I mean, you are a part of history.
Well, I'm just a simple trucker, which I want to work and I want to provide. And at the moment, Canada lost a trucker. And the way I said, if I have opportunity to go with US trucking, I'll be more than happy. But under this government, I'm not gonna be their trucker.
Yeah,
it's sad to say that, because I come in this country to reach my dreams. But guess what? I have to go in another country to reach it. I mean, I don't have to be, millionaire or something. But let me work. Let me do what I like. And that's why, if US have opportunity to be a trucker in US, I'm not gonna be ashamed, because I give the opportunity to this country and they take it away from me.
4-127.
Yeah.
4-127.
I show that I can be a trucker. I show that I work hard. I show to them that I can sacrifice in this country.
Mackenzie King Bridge.
What else do they want from us? You sacrifice. You do everything in your power to make a comfortable living, and they're still not happy. They still
I'm following my partner.
they still don't give you the freedom what we should have. Okay, I understood. First year was hard because nobody knew what is this COVID, but after 2 years, come on, guys, don't destroy us. Let us live. 2 years, okay, we agree. Let us be. We have to learn to live with this COVID. We have to learn. It's not going to disappear in 1 year, 2 years. Maybe it's going to disappear in 1 week. We don't know. But we have to learn to live with this COVID. We have to learn, because we destroy ourselves if we don't learn to live with the COVID.
After, when it first started, COVID, how long did you think it would last at first? Do you think it was going to be something quick?
First, do you know how Ottawa downtown looks now?
There's no one?
No one. Okay. No, I went to Boston, Massachusetts. Yeah. I drove. I was just by myself on the road. Was scary, man.
Yeah.
I said, where is everybody? Because it's Boston. I said, where is everybody? I got scared, man. I thought,
zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. It's like, where is everybody? I was hauling, like I was loaded. I can't remember what, but I got scared, man, because no cars, no trucks on the road. You saw one truck here and there, but it's Boston, where it's lots of people living. It was scary, but I thought I'd do the right thing, and I wasn't afraid to face it,
Mm-hmm.
But then now you're not good anymore. Even if you face it or not, you're not good anymore. They reach their goals, what they want, and now you're not good anymore, you know?
Yeah.
If every truck driver say no when this COVID start, what will happen to our economy? If let's say, you know, the pandemic start now and say, hey, Christian, you have to go in US and hold this. And I say, no, I'm not going. I'm afraid. And every truck driver doing the same thing because they don't want to face it. What will be happen? Then they'll be okay, you know. Then, you know, that's what I mean. They have to see the both sides of the river. You know, I mean, I swim it, but let me swim. Don't tell me, hey, you reach the shore, that's it. No more water for you. You know, it's not. I don't think so. It's right now. You know.
Now, when you came to Canada, why did you choose to move to Windsor?
Man, another story. You know, I was homeless when I came to Canada.
You were homeless?
I was homeless.
Let's hear it.
I was homeless. When I come to Canada, I come with a fake passport.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have a work permit. I don't have nothing, and I have one luggage.
Soon available, Carlton,
where
placing
was
it
my
for a
clothes.
harassment call on Dumas
And I
Crescent.
slept on Riverside in Windsor. Thanks God it was summertime, and I slept there almost for 2 months. I have a choice to go to Salvation Army, but was so much
Van Zandt is our
depression.
complainant,
You know,
saying that
people
he's
they have a
being
problem
harassed
there,
by
you
4
know,
different people.
like drinking, drugs. You know,
He's just looking for a 21 back, I guess,
I
to
want
discuss.
more
It's
from
through
you.
hockey,
I want to
guess
work.
he's the
I
coach
want
there.
a big successful. I couldn't be there to see all those problems, you know, and that's why I decided to sleep on Riverside, by the river in Windsor.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget. Because I didn't know how to meet the Romanian people. I couldn't walk on the street. Hey, are you Romanian? Hey, are you Romanian? And used to be the phone books, you know, in the phone pay, you know, those phones with the coins. They used to have a big phone book. And because my last name, I'm not going to say my last name because, you know, they can search them. Anyway, because my last name, I search on phone book my last name. And I find a guy living in Windsor with last name. And I asked for 25 cents. I didn't have money. I smoke, you know, the cigarettes from the street.
Yeah.
And to eat, to be honest, I eat in the stores. I went in the store, I eat there because I don't have money. And I asked for 25 cents. I can remember it was 10 cents at the time or 25. I can't remember. And I don't want to lie. And I called that number because of my last name. And I told him I'm Romanian. He was Romanian. I told him I'm Romanian. I say, I'm down. I don't have money. I don't have food. I don't have nothing. Please help me. And he come and pick me up. And from there, I start in Canada, my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I start from the bottom. I hit the ground. Like I've been up, I've been down, but I start from the bottom, from the cement. And that's what I mean. Like, I'm so proud that I got what I got because of my work. And now they stop it. They took my, let's say, the tires under me, you know, they took everything, you know, and, you know, Canada was good country because if wasn't good country and I was homeless and I never have if you are not dedicated to your work, let's say I live the American dream.
Yeah.
I start from the bottom and I raise up myself. But they take it away. And that's what really, really pissed me off, man, because they take it away from people which I didn't come to get the dole money. I didn't come to take the social welfare money. I I wake up from the bench, from the street, and I done what I done for this country. It's sad, man. Yeah. This was my real story, the way everything happened, and people. I thought I lived the American dream, from starting from the bench, sleeping on the bench, sleeping outside, asking people for 25 cents, and then got where I got today. And now they take it away again from me. It's disappointed. Like, not because I want to go to work, but because they're doing what they are doing. And I'm sure all the truck drivers, they have stories, not just me. But this is one of my story, the way I come up, the way I raised, the way I grew up. I try. And I flew to Toronto and I went, shaking my hand. And I come all the way from Windsor, from Toronto to Windsor with truck.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to go closer to the border because I thought it's going to be more jobs, it's going to be more opportunity. I never thought to cross the border in the U.S. I want to live in Canada. But I thought, it's closer. The economy is maybe better because the trades between Canada and U.S.
Yeah.
And that's why I never like big cities.
3 Echo 001, go ahead.
And that's why I decided to come to Windsor. And I come with this truck driver, I was hijacking. He brought me to Windsor. I said, I thought, because from Windsor you can see Detroit, the high buildings. I thought that's downtown.
Oh, you can see it. You can see Detroit. It's that close?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I thought that's downtown Windsor. I didn't know downtown Windsor. I'm in downtown Windsor. And I was looking for a bridge to go in downtown,
Yeah.
But the bridge was so far away, like Ambassador Bridge was so far away. And I asked one Canadian guy, I say, hey, how can I get to downtown? I say, what do you mean? You are in downtown already? I say, what's over there? Because I never thought I'm that close to Detroit.
Yeah.
And he said, that's Detroit. It's US. Oh, I say, I thought that's downtown over there, because I saw the high rise. And, I don't know. It's just.
So are there a lot of truckers in Windsor then, since it's so close to the States?
Yeah, a lot of companies, they have a yard. They have a kind of little yard set up. Even it's kind of because everything is moving through to Ambassador Bridge.
Yeah.
I have to find out.
I think I don't know, 35% of the freight, even more, is the business border.
Do you ever just go to the States to get your groceries because it's cheaper?
I did.
Oh, you do that?
It's 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and I'm in downtown Detroit.
Yeah. And you have the fast pass?
I do have a fast card.
Yeah. So for you, it's.
I mean, they have a Nexus, which is for small car, and they have a fast card, which is for trucks. Okay. If I'm in the small car, I cannot use the fast card.
Oh.
Fast card is only for transport.
You have one
for the trucks. I know. I don't have a Nexus. I could have it, but I don't need it. I don't care if I stay in line or, It's. But that's what I mean. Even now, if I was vaccinated, you can go party in Detroit because they are open. We are that close. You can go and have a party. You can go and have a life, in Michigan.
3X3006, what is it that you need?
But so I think some people who they are vaccinated, they go party.
I'd like to give them a 21.
Stuff like that when everything was locked down here.
10-4, you want them at the Infinity or you want to talk to someone here at the NCR?
It's very close, man. You should come and see it. I told you to come, come and visit. Bring your passport, though, if you want to see downtown.
No, I don't even know if I can go with the rest.
Yeah, I know. I heard some truck drivers, they cross and the Americans, they never ask if they are vaccinated or not. They never ask them.
Yeah.
Now I don't know because the convoy in US, but I guess they are not interested anymore. I don't know. But some truck drivers, they cross and they say nobody asked me if I'm vaccinated or not. They told me where I'm going. I told them my location where I'm going. They never asked me if I'm vaccinated. You know, but I don't know if it's
10-4, go ahead with that.
You know, some guys, I guess they
Quebec marker
don't
Juliet 39 X-ray Zulu Charlie.
And do you think you're gonna wait? So Chava, did you hang out with him before, or you just met him at the convoy?
No, we Chaba, I was friend for the last 2007 or 2008.
3 Kilo 204, go ahead.
What did he tell you when you left?
Regarding that
He was a little bit disappointed because he said why I didn't call me when I left.
That's 10-4.
I told him the reason. You know, they come, they give me the ultimatum. I say I talk my best options what I have for me. I say everybody has options.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna say why you stay or why you didn't come. Everybody, to the end of the day, they have option, right? And you know, he got pissed off a little bit, but you know, that was my option, and I took it.
Stand by just a second.
I know he was pissed off at Eric too.
Yeah, of course he was, but everybody have a choice, and that's why I explained to Chaba, you don't have to be pissed off on me, on Eric. Everybody has a choice.
That's why everyone was there, to fight, to have a choice.
That is
Yeah, exactly.
and it should be a
And then, you know,
and then you got pissed off because you took your choice.
I don't have a color on this vehicle.
You know, everybody talk what they thought is the best for them.
McLeod Bertrand.
Even the last guy
no.
who said, you know, I stay until they approach, when they get closer to my truck, and then I'm gonna leave. Even that guy, he make the decision in the last minute.
Yeah.
You know, some guys did say, no, I'm gonna stay until the end.
3X-ray 006.
It's people. We have people. We have a different life. Everybody. My life is not like Chaba. My Eric's life is not like mine. Everybody has a different lives, and everybody they have their own decision to do. You know, some people they left it some last minute. Some people they didn't. You know, I'm not saying they done anything wrong that they didn't, but everybody have a choice. I just was a little bit down because kind of I let my truckers down because I left. But in the same way, you know, I know what I have home, and I know what is waiting for me if I didn't do it. To lose my license, to lose, you know, it's my company. I invest in this company. I put all the efforts to be legal, to pay my insurance, to pay the taxes. I invest a lot of effort into it.
Yeah.
And I can't afford to lose.
705.
I cannot. You know.
955.
It's still active at the moment. I think. Like I can go in US and work, like Canada, US, and USA, Canada. You know, it's still active. Like I didn't want to lose everything. I don't have nobody to say, oh, you know, I'm okay because I have a wife. She has a good job and she's gonna, you know, looking after me if I lose everything. You know, like it's very tough decision I play. You know, and I didn't want to have a criminal record because I didn't know if I can cross the US. It's very, very hard decision. I didn't know what I'm gonna be charged with. It's, you know,
if you had a criminal record, you're done. You can't even work.
You cannot cross. Yes, you cannot cross. And that's why it was very, you know, everything happens so fast. What can happen if I stay? You know.
Yeah.
And I decided to, you know, to do my best. I said the way I said I'm gonna stay until the last minute. If they didn't come to me, approach me, I'd still be there. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be like, you know, like Chaba, arrested. I don't know. But I said, if they come to me and I have a choice and I know everything is all right and they give me the best choice, I'm gonna take the best shots what I think is good for me.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. And I have the video. Like I didn't run. And that's why I want to be clear. I didn't run away. I didn't, oh, nobody's here. I'm gonna start my truck and go.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. That will be shame on me, definitely. If I have the video and people they saw it, and I got the video from somebody else from outside the truck who filmed it,
Mm-hmm.
Like it's. I have the video when I was when the cop approached me, and then I have a video when actually they come the cops and they say, well, get ready, we're gonna escort you out,
I'm on Notre Dame and
like I have. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, someone in the chat even said, remind Christian that he didn't let anyone down. In fact, he will go down in history as a hero. He stood his ground for 3 weeks. 3 weeks of exposing tyrants for what they were. It's true,
Yeah,
man. Not a lot of people could have stayed there for 3 weeks,
I know, but that's what I mean. Even if they didn't approach me that night, will be the 24th or 3 weeks and 1 day. But they approached me after 6 hours. Eric left. I knew it's a matter of time.
And why did they do that? Why didn't they say everyone all at once? They went to Eric, then 6 hours later they went to you.
I don't know why. Because Eric come to me and he said, well, they give me 1 hour to leave. I said, what do you mean? Well, they told me that they're gonna cancel my insurance, that the company is not gonna be active, and there are another 55 driver on the road, and I cannot, I can not I'll be so sorry for myself, let those family down, because they are still on the road, they still have a payment, truck payment, stuff like that. And I said, make the right choice. Make sure you're thinking before you do it. But I said, if I have this option and thinking there are 55 families behind my back and they have payments, I say, to be honest, if I was you, I'll be gone. Because you're gonna face those people. I mean, we're still here, we're still fighting. Does not mean that, but you have to do the right choice for those people home.
Yeah.
And I just give my opinion. I say, to the end of the day, it's your option. If you want to stay, you are welcome. If you want to go, I say you still, for me, gonna be Eric, my friend.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what is your options, what is your decision. And then I was thinking, now it's just a matter of time to approach me. I say, I don't know when they're gonna approach me, but they will.
Yeah, no, and you were very nervous.
I was very nervous because I knew as soon Eric left, I knew something is gonna go down.
Yeah.
And we were just two trucks.
Situational awareness.
There.
Negotiators
Me
on the phone with
and
the female.
the guy Austin in the middle. That's it. Chubba went to the shower. Austin went to the hotel. I was by myself because somebody has to take the trucks.
And if I can, I'd broadcast.
And then he approached.
So did you guys coordinate everything? You guys always made sure one person was there?
Yeah, one person stay with the truck.
Okay.
Stay with the trucks. Because in one night they attack us,
Integrated response. We will secure and isolate 10485 Nelson Road in South Mountain.
And that's
and
why
successfully
all the
negotiate
time somebody
the
was
safe
staying with
surrender
the trucks.
of
If I go to the
Miss
shower,
Cox,
then Chubba stay with the trucks.
while keeping the safety of the public, police, and the victim as highest priority.
And that's why we, when was Eric, he watched our trucks, but we want to make sure somebody's with the trucks,
Echo 01, copy that, sir.
In special when we got vandalized, in that night. 3 a.m. in the morning. 2 girls and 1 guy,
Dispatch from 3 India 088, possible amount of debris in Duplo,
Ottawa,
en route to that containment call.
I wonder how they get my phone number.
Okay, it froze for a second.
Yeah, somebody called me.
Oh.
With no number. No matter how they
Bernie,
get,
do you
how they
have
get my
the
phone number.
trucker that's all?
How often do you get calls a day?
We're all in the truck.
Well,
We have a C8 and Arwin.
Almost every, let's say every,
Ten-4.
I used to get more every night, now kind of every another night. But
Oh, so
tonight
it's not
looks
too
like
bad anymore?
every,
Sebastien, are you leaving from
like tonight every,
Brook Street?
looks like every 1 hour. Somebody calls me and I don't know how they
10-4,
get
now
my
we're
phone
on the
number.
Queensway.
Maybe they're watching you. That's why they're calling you.
Be on the 416
Yeah, but how they
in
got
about
my
5
phone
minutes.
number? They have to have access to something. Don't forget I have American phone.
Okay, my scribe
It's
was
not
there.
Canadian.
I'll pick him up.
You know how they
ETA for seeing about 40
get
minutes,
access.
depending on the road condition.
I might have to change
Thank you,
it.
sir.
And then if I change it, then I'll know who's
Yeah,
gonna
comm
call.
center, to all units
It'll be,
responding,
the
back
government.
roads are horrible. So, just
Because
be careful.
I have to change on my business phone number. You know.
Yeah. Is
But you know why they have to hide it? If they have a problem with me, talk to me. You know. Tell your opinion. I tell you mine, and that's it. You know. Everybody they have their own opinion. But face it, don't be weak. You know. Okay, buddy.
Yeah. You want to call?
Any other questions?
Let's see. Anyone has any questions? How long have we been going for? Almost 3 hours, man.
Yeah, I know. It's like you know, very long movie.
Yeah. Big reunion.
Yeah. Maybe one time we're gonna do 3 of us. Chabo, Eric,
Yeah,
me,
tell Chava.
Danny.
You can add up to 6 people on this.
Oh, there you go. Maybe
Everyone.
after everything is kind of more settled down, and because people they still, you know, they still kind of they're getting home. Some people, you know, like Chaba, he's the way he is right now in the position, you know.
Yeah. Do you know if he went to the hospital or anything, or he didn't?
I don't want to disclose his position. Somebody's.
Yeah.
You know. If he wants to say to you, that's his business. I'm not the type
Could
of
you
guy
text
to.
me his number and Eric's number again? I don't. Let me see if I still have it.
Yeah, definitely, I will. But keep it to yourself, please.
Yeah.
First, I'm gonna ask Eric if it's okay to give his number, because I want to make sure I make the right. You know, I don't want
Eric
to
gave
say,
me
well,
his,
why?
but I ended up losing it. That's the thing. But yeah, ask him again. It's fine.
Definitely, I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna say Zot asking for the phone number, and Choba, I'm gonna say Zot asking for the phone number. If they say yes, you know, I'm gonna no problem. But I don't want to do anything behind their back without them to know.
Yeah, they're gonna say who's up.
They all know. They all know. They all know. But that's what I mean. I don't want to. It's not fair, you know. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Give the phone number out if they don't want to, you know. I'm gonna let Eric to be. He maybe just got home, you know. He didn't see his wife for almost. He drove 5 days to come to Ottawa. 3 weeks in Ottawa, and 5 weeks.
3 X-ray 028.
Yeah, Eric had it. Hey, it's torture, man. He was in his truck for 23 days, and after he has to drive back, all that.
Well, plus he come to Ottawa 5 days.
And he came to
drove.
Ottawa, yeah.
You know, it's 5 weeks for him on the road. Being away, which you know, you have to understand that, you know, he just got home, and I'm not gonna bother him for at least 2 days.
3X-ray 028 10-4.
Even you, everyone, when you left, everyone was saying, call Christian.
On the 20th by Ottawa.
I know.
29 hours, and on the 21st,
Everybody call me, you
19
know,
hours.
they try to call me, and
1060.
you know,
have
you don't feel like talking to nobody. You are in very big stress because you don't know if they come after you, when is the time they're gonna arrest you because you left. You know, because nobody knew what is gonna happen to the guy when he's leaving. You know.
Yeah.
10-4. And that's why I didn't.
I didn't feel like talking to nobody because I was in very big stress. Plus, I
Yeah,
didn't know
saw
how to
you.
get out
Even
from
when
Ottawa.
I saw you driving away, you look very mad. I know all day you were stressed, and after I saw it, you were mad. That's why I didn't bother. You know, you needed time to yourself.
Yeah, I know. I had the feelings. I had the feelings because I said that the way it went to Eric, that's the way they're gonna come to me. It's just a matter of time, when and how.
Yeah.
You know, how they gonna approach me? They're gonna arrest me right away, or they're gonna give me a chance, or how they gonna approach me? You know, I wasn't stressed because I didn't know how they're gonna approach me. You know, because
It must. For me, I didn't expect to get arrested, nothing, but it happened. But for you, it must have been stressful.
Yeah, that's
every day there. You know, people were saying police is coming tonight. Police is coming tonight. Police raid this, police raid. It's stressful, you know, for anyone.
It's stressful. You know, we went to bed sometimes 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, sleeping for 2-3 hours, be up by 7.
Surname Keating, Kilo Echo
You didn't
Alpha
get
Tango
enough sleep.
India November
You are
Golf.
stressed. Maybe
Jonas
you know
Sean,
somebody wants to damage your
SEAN,
trucks all the time.
1969,
You know,
02,
you
21.
live in that. When
yeah,
how?
Especially you too. You had your truck that could have been vandalized at any time. You know, it's
Yeah, we were there by ourselves, kind of. Not too many people around. Plus, the honking wasn't allowed. You know, they say to honk if something happened. But,
that was what the convoy said.
Shows positive CNI.
Yeah, that was the if any truck something happened.
Entries for violence, B&E drug, other driving. Nothing.
But to the end, everybody was honking. You don't know if it's in trouble or if it's not in trouble. You know, it's like I'm wondering if that guy is in trouble or he's just honking because
Albert and Bronson, they're trying to get in. There's 5 people.
Nobody knew anymore why.
And we're going to be denying them.
Some kids, they were, like I respect the law. Soon they put the honking law, and I didn't honk because the way I said to Eric, we have to be peaceful to show to them that we are there to respect the law. Exactly what we're supposed to do. We are not there to you know to make it worse than it is. But some young kids, they come with these train horns.
She says she's going to come up to the front door.
One of the supporters walking on the streets, because this guy was keep honking. Some like 22, 23 years old, they come with these train horns, very loud. And one of the, me and Eric, I was in Eric's truck talking. And I said, man, that's not nice. We should respect the law. They say to don't honk, we don't honk. As a truck drivers, and this guy in four-wheeler has the train horns, and for some reason he just keep going. And this supporter went to him and told him, hey, you have to respect the law. That we don't want the truckers to look bad, that they honk, you know? And then for some, he started kind of slowing down, no more honking too much, you know?
Yeah.
And because we didn't want to look bad, we were very peaceful. And that's what we done to stay peaceful, to show to them that we stay peaceful. But you know, when some kids they come, then they want to make a scene, and you know, it's gonna look bad to us as a truck drivers, you know. And that's why me and Ed were talking in the truck. I said, man, what the heck they are doing? Why they honk? They should, I said, if nobody goes, I'm going to go to him and I'm going to tell him the truth, man. Keep your honk down because it's not right what they're doing. He's looking bad to us as a truck drivers, and it's no good. We are here, we try to follow the law, what they put in, what they vote for, or the city wants to, we done it. And this guy show up in the last, I don't know, anyway, 2 days maybe, and he start honking with those horns very loud, you know, which looks bad on us because they say, oh, we go, there is our truckers. We put something in as a law, and the hunt goes, you know. But to the end, because everybody kind of knew that he's gonna come down soon, the police show up. Kind of everybody starts honking, and kind of they lost control, you know, because they knew it's gonna go down. And people, you know, after 3 weeks sitting there, and people got stressed, you know. They have truck payments, they have all kind of, and you know, they thought we got paid, or they thought we, you know, the government thought, oh, these guys, they got paid so good. And but people, they got stressful because their bills, they didn't work, you know. Everybody started to be stressful money wise, you know, because we didn't get paid, we done it from our soul, well, everything what we done, you know.
All right, man.
Okay, buddy.
We're gonna wrap it up, man. It's been 3
Yeah.
hours. My food's ready. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I know. I know.
All right, man. I'll
I
keep
know.
in touch. I'll text you.
Okay, buddy. Okay, have a good night, guys, and thank you very much.
We'll do it
And
again
God
next
bless you, all
Tuesday.
of you. Oh,
Next
for sure.
Tuesday.
For sure.
Okay. Take care, man. Have a good
night,
night.
guys.
Yeah.
Take care, guys. Bye. Bye.
Okay. All right, guys. As some of you guys may know, I have some ribs ready. Let me see if I can get on the camera. Thank you to everyone who tuned in, guys. I'm going to be ending the stream in 2 minutes. I'm just going to hit the 3 hour mark. Charlotte, are the ribs ready? Okay, calm down, Charlotte. Say hi to the stream. Yeah. All right, Charlotte. Bye. All right, guys. Charlotte's coming down. She's going to come say hi to the stream. We'll see her here in a second, guys. How do you guys like this kind of stuff? How did you guys like this interview? Do you guys like this do you guys think I should do more stuff like this? Charlotte, someone said dessert.
Dessert?
Because it was like me and Christian, and then you're like the dessert.
Oh. Yeah, guys, we're gonna have.
Well, how long have the ribs? You have to show the ribs, Charlotte.
Oh.
Get a rib cam. Get a rib cam. 1 second, guys. We're gonna get you the rib cam. Just bring the big thing.
Yeah.
Quick rib cam, guys. Charlotte, were you watching the stream?
I wasn't.
Charlotte was not.
Here we go, guys.
Look at that, guys. Hold on, get it closer.
Oh, prime grab over here.
Guys, look at that. You got the apple glaze on it. Did he? Oh, look at that, guys. Look at that, guys. Hold on.
Beautiful.
Hold on. What do you guys rate the ribs, guys?
on the ground, I believe. Last time we dealt with her, she came at officers with an axe.
What do you guys rate the ribs, guys?
If you could run her and the address when you have a minute, and just give us some details.
Someone said prepare questions. Yeah. Oh, guys. I might do another interviewing the people tomorrow. If you guys want to email me, it's gonna be on Streamlink again, so it looks better. But yeah, if you guys want to get on, please send me an email, and we can adjust it. So zot6000@gmail.com if you guys want to get on tomorrow. No one's coming. Oh, I got a
couple of people.
Sweet rib. Everyone liked the content. Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Echo 001 North Bay 1069.
It's such a delay. Sorry guys, there's a comment delay, and I'm on my phone.
Go ahead.
1068 firearms related. Awaiting disposition for assault of peace officer. Unarraigned death
To all the
threat,
vegans,
possession
sorry,
of
someone
weapon
said they're
for
vegan.
dangerous purpose. She's to reside
I
at
contacted
105
Wendell, guys.
Nelson Road, North Dundas, and to seek counseling for treatment as agreed by father, to remain in the residence of property except for medical emergencies involving her or her immediate family members for traveling directly to, from, and at
If you
court
guys didn't like
appearances
the
or meeting
video,
with her
go like
lawyer,
the video. If you guys
comply with
aren't
any court
subscribed,
order.
go subscribe.
When in the residence
Daily content,
of her
guys.
father, medical appointment
CNN
or
News
counseling
Live.
and or treatment, not to possess any weapons as defined by the criminal code,
Do you taste the ribs?
or anything designed to be used or intent for use to cause death or injury or to threaten or intimidate a person or any imitation of above. She is not to contact police officers other than emergency. This was dated in 2021.
Therefore, thank you. Can I go 10-10 with 2IC recall?
Go ahead.
Hey, Dan, do you read?
Oh, this guy.
The basketball guy?
No, he's a.
Dan, I know we discussed the immediate action plan earlier, but you have to discuss with your members on the ground that are covering the front,
Who added someone?
where their
All right,
action
guys.
line is to
Thank
challenge
you.
and arrest
See
her.
everyone who tuned in. Whatever
If she
you
does come out.
Mark.
I don't have eyes on the house, so you're in a better position to discuss that with them. Therefore,
Have a great night, guys. Boom, boom, boom. ZNN Live. Catch you guys back tomorrow. Boom. Oh, wait, no. Oh, I messed it up. Boom.
I recently resigned. The last 8 years.
K9 to CIC,
We want to clarify
looking for
what the
authorization
new
to
emergency proclamation
use the
issued
K9
last night means.
to apprehend this female if
Under
she
the
does
order,
come out.
Canadians continue to be allowed to come to Ottawa with their children
yes, that's
if they
10-4.
choose to engage in peaceful, lawful protest.
That'll be a breakout on foot on my authority. 10-4.
Restricts people
Is K9 at
coming
me?
to Ottawa with intention to engage in violence,
10-4 at
critical
the
infrastructure,
west side of Mount.
or to disrupt trade. The Freedom
Therefore,
Convoy
that's approved.
and our supporters have always denounced violence. We
Who can do
only
that? You just gotta
support
stop
peaceful
for a
protest.
quick mile
We are
break.
here in peaceful, lawful protest, seeking the restoration of our fundamental rights and freedoms. All Canadians should be surprised, no matter your political opinions, that the federal government has resorted to such an extreme and authoritarian measure like the Emergencies Act, and that the government wants to use force against
Therefore, I was
peaceful
there last time,
demonstration.
but his call came in August or September, and
We call on our fellow
she's
Canadians
a bit wild,
to
but she
come
wouldn't
to
really come
Ottawa
out.
to
And we're
exercise their
visible,
legal right of assembly and
and
protest.
she should have left by the
More
east door,
Canadians
there's a
who come
patio
to
door,
Ottawa will make it harder for the
where she was
government
tasered.
to get the police to follow their
The act
legal
incident was
order.
towards Bernhard, the initial call, and she didn't have after that. It was found in the house after that.
We are concerned that the government will order the police to
Oh,
use
wait,
violence against
Go
the
here,
peaceful
the line was
protesters.
there.
The greater number of Canadians having more Canadians
Yeah, last
here
time she said she was going to come out, and she did. She was
defending
tasered,
each
but
other will prevent
she only had
Canadians
two
from
exits.
carrying out the
One is on the south side facing Nelson, and the other is the east side of the patio door with the deck.
protest. We recognize
That garage section of the house was they closed off. She had to grow up in it last time, so it's really only two ways to get out.
happening outside the realm of this democratic process.
My name is Eddie Cornell. I'm a 22-year veteran of the Canadian Forces. I'm
You
speaking
should.
on behalf of veterans that have expressed grave concern
10-4,
for the
yeah,
direction
it's
our
Mackenzie and
country
Murray.
seems to be going. When you force your citizens to comply with orders that don't make sense. So we have lended our
Actually
voice
saying it's a single
to the
vehicle hit a
truckers'
pole
movement
and the
in
driver
Convoy
took off.
with supporting
No description
their
for the vehicle
reducing-
involved.
sorry,
It says
the
there's
reducing
debris
of their
on the roadway.
mandates,
And it's out in front
removing
of
them.
the country cab, 123 Bridge Street.
Tell people that you know and people that are in positions of trust and in your political arena that this is wrong. And we're not standing for that. You need to listen to what people have to say, and up to this point, no one has been listening. Thank you.
Sarah Neer from the New York Times. I have a question. In the event that the police do...
3 November 602, the complainant, who is calling from 121 Bridge, said that he believed that the driver went down Allen Street. There's pieces of the bumper falling off.
10-4, thank you.
Tonight we're going to follow the money and expose some people. These people call themselves anti-racists. You may have heard of Ibram X. Kendi. He's the head anti-racist. And he says in order to truly be anti-racist, you also have to truly be anti-capitalist. Turns out he loves capitalism about as much as Milton Friedman. Kendi has made hundreds of thousands of dollars from his little white guilt shakedown. Let's break it down. Just in April last year, Kendi was paid $32,000 for an hour-long lecture on racial equity at the University of Virginia. That comes out to about $500 a minute. In September, he raked in 43 grand from the University of Wisconsin. 60-minute speech, little meet and greet, little anti-racist workshop, airfare and meals were covered, first class all the way, baby. He's not the only one. The author of White Fragility, whatever that means, Robin DiAngelo, is the head honcho of it all. And she got rich by calling whites fragile and saying crazy things like this.
I'll never forget asking a group, okay, so what if you could just give us feedback on our inevitable and often unaware racist assumptions and behaviors? And I'll never forget this black man raising his hand and saying, it would be revolutionary. And you know, just take that in. I just want all the white people to just take that in. Revolutionary, that we would receive the feedback with grace, reflect, and seek to change our behavior. That's how difficult we are.
Just looking to get in the cab.
That's how big a-holes
She had the
we
credit card,
are.
but no money on them, so.
Wow.
Just 21 a cab, a local cab.
Turns
that'd
out
be great.
she's making over $728,000 a year. And that's just in speaking fees.
10-4, apparently you can go
She's charging anywhere between 30 and 40 G's a speech. Just an hour where she calls whites racist. And even makes money advising companies on white fragility. And she's charging up to $15,000 a sesh.
No, that was
so you may be asking, who would pay for that? Just so you get the idea, the Bill Gates Foundation and Amazon
10-4, and does he
are
have
some
a
of her
cell phone
biggest
number, and
clients.
can I get their name?
They're buying racial protection, maybe. Not sure. We don't know. Maybe they just like to be called racists. And then there's Nicole Hannah-Jones. She's the creator of that stupid 1619 project. You can blame her for the critical race theory thing in schools. So, just so happens, she has a $25,000 speaking fee. Show up for an hour, you give her 25 G's. Just last year, she was paid $50,000 by the Oregon State Education Department for 2 seminars where she criticized Martin Luther King's colorblindness. And these 3 are just the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole industry based on diagnosing and treating the existential crisis of racism in America. Read a couple of books, take a few CRT studies courses at Harvard or Vassar, learn the code words, do the work.
3X-ray
And you too
028024,
can go around lecturing employees of Fortune 500 companies on their lunch breaks.
2410-4. We're
You can
clear
get
from that
paid
vehicle.
handsomely doing it. Like many big businesses. And this is a big
10-4, was
business.
he turned away then?
The critical
I'm
race
assuming?
theory industry is a cynical one. The weight loss company
They
doesn't
were
want you to
escorted
lose weight.
to
They want
the
you to
Delta
keep
by the
buying their
00.
shakes. The cigarette company doesn't want you to quit smoking. Big tech doesn't want you to log off. As long as the American public feels like it has to wash away its original sin of racism, critical race theorists will continue to make money hand over fist. And why? Mess up a good thing. After all, you don't kill the goose while it's laying golden eggs. You don't stop drilling a well when it's still full of oil. Well, unless you're Joe Biden. People like Kendi and DiAngelo aren't selling you a solution, they're selling you a problem. And it's one that can never be solved. But that's the point, isn't it? They don't care if their teachings make the world more or less racist. They only care about racism still happening so they can line their own pockets. Here now, co-chair of Project 21, Horace Cooper, and Heather McDowell, Manhattan Institute fellow and the author of Diversity Delusion. I didn't understand they could get paid this much by calling people racist, Heather.
Go ahead.
I mean, I should be doing this as a side
Surname
hustle.
of
Why haven't I
O'Brien
figured this out?
spelling, give one of Jordan.
Well, leaving aside Kennedy's anti-capitalist hypocrisy, you've got to admire his genius in monetizing himself. My favorite charge is the $5,000 to spend 45 minutes meeting and greeting with Wisconsin college students on top of the $40,000 he was already charging the school for the magnificence of his presence. I expect him to start charging $500 per selfie fees. He's billing himself out at 10 to 20 times the rate of top partners in corporate law firms, and he doesn't even know anything.
For me to get the
Now,
gas company.
collectively paying out millions of dollars to be harangued about racism is not the behavior of white supremacists. Indeed, this entire industry is founded on a lie. There's not a single mainstream institution that is not twisting itself into knots to hire and promote as many blacks as possible. Anyone who works in a corporation knows this. Anyone who works in academia, in the media, in banking knows this. If there's not proportional representation throughout the economy, the reason is the vast academic skills gap. The average black 12th grader reads at the level of the average white 8th grader, and 54% of black 8th graders do not possess even partial mastery of math skills. That's the problem that we and people like Kennedy should be talking about. The problem is not racism, but they've made it taboo to talk about these issues. The only allowable explanation is racism, and as you say, Jesse, it's an incredibly lucrative lie.
Horace, do you think the companies and the colleges know it's a little bit of a shakedown and they're just like, you know, buying some protection, or do you think they actually want to feel guilty and they want to hear it for 40 to 50 G's a pop?
Well, there's no doubt that we're living in a culture where when you highlight issues of race, people think they're going to have to stand up and salute smartly. Here's my problem is this isn't anti-racism discussion. This is racist discussion. If you listen to some of the nonsense, and a lot of it is nonsense, that these presenters bring to the table, it includes things like assuming certain things about people solely because they're white and solely because they're black. We used to call that bigotry when that was done, instead of recognizing that people are individuals. Now, it's lucrative for these individuals to do these things, but it would be lucrative too if this were 1920 for David Duke to do this. The only difference is most people of good sense and goodwill understand they shouldn't say that and they shouldn't pay him.
Yeah, it's like assuming I'm good at squash because I'm white. Not very good. All right, thank you, guys.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Yeah, 42. He's going to wait around.
Now another day, another embarrassment for Vice President Harris on the world stage, because during her remarks in Munich yesterday on the situation in Ukraine, the Vice President appeared to be totally, completely, utterly unprepared, and she gave yet another rambling, incoherent answer, falsely claiming Europe has been at peace for 70 years. Take a look.
We still
okay, 10-4, they'll be there as soon as possible.
There is a diplomatic path out of this moment. And within the context then of the fact that that window is still open, although it is absolutely narrowing, but within the context of a diplomatic path still being open, the deterrence effect, we believe, has merit. I mean, listen, guys, we're talking about the potential
The
for
other
war
unit
in
that was
Europe.
calling, sorry about that, can you go ahead?
I mean, let's really take a moment to understand the significance of what we're talking about.
We're just advising we're running.
It's been over 70 years. And through those 70 years, as I mentioned yesterday, there has been peace and security.
And of course, it only got worse from there, as Harris said sanctions would absolutely deter Putin, despite also saying that Putin already made up his mind to invade Ukraine. And just another baffling contradiction. So which is it? Ask yourself. What is all of this turmoil going to do to energy costs around the world, rising gas prices, a 40-year high of inflation we have now, a barrel of oil almost $100. Some economists thinking it might go to 150. Does the Biden team have any solutions, any answers? Here with reaction, former Hawaii Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard is with us. Tulsi, thank you. How did she say on Sunday that she believes sanctions on Russia would deter Putin? And then on the other hand, talk about when America stands for principles that we hold dear, we put ourselves out there in a way that we may incur some costs. We were already paying $1.50 more a gallon for gasoline. Now we're going to pay $3 more for a gallon of gasoline?
Nicholas said Lori, that's going to
Yeah,
collapse.
Sean, I want to focus on those 2 points. But first of all, my gosh, this is embarrassing. It's hard to keep track of all of those jumbles of words. And it's clear that she was sent there to be the voice of the United States as a purely political calculation. You and I both know she has no foreign policy background, no foreign policy understanding. She has no concept of the cost of war, nor does she have the temperament necessary to be the voice of the United States on the global stage. So it's embarrassing to see this play out. I want to talk about the 2 examples that you raised there, where she talked about deterrence and sanction. How do you deter someone by punishing them before they do it? It's very simple. This is kind of like grade school understanding, where if you say, I'm going to punish you before you do something, wouldn't a kid say, okay, fine, well, I might as well go ahead and do it anyway? This is not rocket science here. And secondly, talking about incurring cost. And this one hits very close to home because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have both said, you know what, we are going to incur a cost. They're not going to pay the price. They're multi-millionaires, both of them. The power elite are not going to be negatively impacted by this continued escalation. You know who will pay the price? It is hard-working Americans all across our country, and frankly, people around the world who are already paying the price and will continue to see things worsen. This energy and gas crisis, raising prices, as you mentioned, we'll see those continue to go up. We'll see that squeeze happening across the country and around the world. Russia is a major exporter of wheat. We'll see those costs increased around food. Russia is also a major exporter of nickel, which is a major element of the electric vehicle industry. The list goes on and on about the direct impacts that the American people ourselves will have to pay, as well as the impact on the global economy. So really what they should be saying is not we are going to incur costs. They should be looking directly at the American people and saying, you know what, you are going to pay the price for this. And yet they have not once justified to the American people how their policies and their actions actually serve our best interests, how they serve our national security interests, how they serve our economic interests. They have failed to do that, and the American people will be left holding the bag.
Tulsi, I want to be very clear. I absolutely, positively do not believe in any way that the United States should be involved in this conflict. But I do believe that Joe Biden's energy and economic policies created all of this. A 40-year high in inflation, on average about $1.50 more a gallon. Everything we pay for costs more. Add to that this situation where, because we artificially reduced the world's supply of energy, that then forced our allies right into Putin's hands, and he now controls their destiny, the lifeblood of the world's economy. You had an interesting theory that if only Biden would have said, no, Ukraine will never be a part of NATO, you think it might have been able to, we might have been able to prevent things that way. Explain that part.
It's really just looking at the world through a very realistic lens, Sean. It's understanding the world that we live in and not the world that maybe some people wished existed. And that reality is Putin has made very clear all along that their security, in his mind, is what's at stake here. And they do not want to see U.S.
I don't want to interrupt you, but Putin also said Ukraine is not a country. And he has been saying this going back many, many years. So this has been, these territorial ambitions have existed a long time.
On the security component. They have. They go way back, and they pre-exist this moment that we're facing. But with regards to U.S. and NATO, just like we would not want Russia to come in and start putting their tanks and missiles on our borders, either with Mexico or elsewhere, Russia says, hey, I don't want U.S. and NATO coming and making their military outposts on our borders within Ukraine. Guess what? The United States doesn't want that either. NATO countries don't want that either. So why not recognize, say, hey, this is something that actually is common ground. It is highly unlikely Ukraine will ever become a member of NATO. Let's take it off the table, and immediately that would de-escalate these tensions and take that reasoning away from Putin for him to build up this presence on Ukraine's border.
I might be a little more suspicious than you in believing that I think this is very personal for Putin, and he's taking this as this is Russian land and we will take it, and how far he goes with that, I don't know. By the way, speaking at CPAC, I was going to be there. I had a conflict. I'm not able to go, but congratulations, and I look forward to watching your speech.
Thanks.
All right, thank you for being with us. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Meanwhile, we showed you this video yesterday, a frustrated Virginia mom taking the internet by storm after calling out a school board member's mask hypocrisy.
Miss Cass, you also yelled at me the last time I was here for taking off my mask, but here's a picture of you right here on Facebook with a crowd of people.
That's it.
With no mask on. This is my
Excuse me?
time and I don't interrupt you. Here's another picture.
No. I'm done. Time is up. She leaves O'Reilly. Time is up.
You can have my seat. We're coming for them, all of them. Except Dan and Jamie.
Okay, you can see screen right, the angry chairwoman of the school board storming out after the mom pulled out Facebook photos of her flouting mask mandates. That Virginia mom, Alicia Vaught, joins us right now. Alicia, good morning to you.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing okay. However, you broke the internet. You know, the school board president was upset that you were saying, hey, we've got to have mask mandates because last time you were there at the school board meeting, you had taken off your mask. She yelled at you reportedly, and then you wanted to show, hey, look here. There you are with a bunch of people, and you're not wearing a mask. She wasn't going to have any part of that.
Right.
So and you were just trying to point out the hypocrisy. How come the kids have to wear masks around people, but you don't? And she said those were family members in the Facebook pictures that you showed. Were they?
Actually, Steve, they were not family photos. They were pictures of her and her coworkers and her friends, and they had only been sent to me a couple hours before I went to the board meeting. So that wasn't very accurate.
Yeah. Alicia, why did you want to get up there and stand in front of the board? What did you want to tell them?
Well, Steve, we the parents are just fed up with the hypocrisy. Our kids have had to suffer for 2 years. These masks have caused isolation, depression. It hurts their ears. Their faces have been broken out. It's just been such a harm to our kids. And then we see these school board members get on and just flaunt openly with no mask on, and it just seems a little bit hypocritical. So I thought that the board needed to know that.
And at one point you said, you guys preach about Governor Northam's executive orders. He's the last governor of Virginia. And now you've got a new one, Governor Youngkin, who signed that bill that made masks optional. And yet they're not following that governor. So it looks like they were listening to the Democrat governor and not listening to the Republican governor.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing. So we had to sit there and listen to them tell us that we must follow Governor Northam's orders, and we did. Then when Governor Youngkin comes into office and expects the same, they didn't want to follow his orders, and that's just not right. And what are we teaching our kids if we're not going to teach them to be consistent across the board?
Absolutely. So when the school board president said, essentially called the cops on you, said, we need an officer over here, then one of the other school board members said, let her talk, which has got to make you feel good that at least somebody on the school board wants to hear your point of view.
Yeah, and the officer was very nice and very respectful, and I understand that he thought he was just doing his job. I think that she might need to rethink her abuse of power, maybe that she just doesn't have to call the officers on parents, because we weren't doing anything wrong.
Yeah, just expressing your First Amendment rights. At the end, though, it sounded like you said, "We're coming for your job." What did that mean?
Yeah. I said, we're coming for your seats, all of them, because we are. We, the parents, are fed up, and we're getting these liberals off of our school board. We, the parents, are taking it all back.
And you've got a group that's got close to 900 members, right?
Yeah, Second Monday Constitution Group. You can look up and join on Facebook. You could also look us up at smcgpatriot.com. We put together groups. We educate people on their Constitution, on their constitutional rights. The kids are not getting taught this in schools anymore. So we decided to counter that problem and do it ourselves.
Okay. We did reach out to the Montgomery School Board, have not heard back from them, but we heard from you. She broke the internet. Alicia Vaught, who's been referred to a million times as a mama bear protecting her cubs. Alicia, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Steve. Have a great day.
3 Kilo 402 or another unit copy of PDMBC. We're 417 eastbound, just past Kinburn Side Road. 10-4, so I have a blue Scion sedan. Our caller's indicating he'll need a tow. There is
The
damage
Judiciary Committee will
over
come to
2,000.
order, and without objection,
Not
the chair is
injured.
authorized to declare recesses of the
he's an
committee at any
off-duty
time.
officer, a Connor
We welcome
McRae.
everyone to this morning's
has no
hearing on
preference for a tow.
transparency and accountability, examining Google and its data collection, use, and filtering practices.
Yeah, it's 10-4.
Before I recognize myself and the ranking member for opening statements, I'd like to recognize our first witness, the Majority Leader, Kevin McCarthy of California, for his statement.
And just so Sergeant Mullins aware, I'll be checking for
Well,
files on the
thank
way
you,
up
Mr.
there.
Goodlatte, Chairman Goodlatte, for working with me to organize this hearing. I want to thank Sundar Pichai for testifying on Capitol Hill. We appreciate and note your willingness to travel here and answer our questions. First, in a private setting in September, and now in a public setting. Google is one of the most valuable companies in America because of what it does. Google's search engine organizes the entire internet, and by extension, almost all the information in the world. This is hardly an exaggeration. Here's a statistic you will hear a lot today, but it bears repeating. According to the Wall Street Journal,
the taxi
90%
should
of
be in
all
the area. I
internet
just
searches
got an
go
automated
through
message
Google.
here.
That is power, and it comes with responsibility. Mr. Pichai, it was necessary to convene this hearing because of the widening gap of distrust between technology companies and the American people. For our country and economy to grow stronger, the American people must be able to have trust in the great companies of the 21st century. We can alleviate some of their concerns today with transparency and candor. I hope we can begin to restore trust in the technology companies that shape our world, but we need answers. We need to know first that Google is committed to the free market ideals of competition and entrepreneurship that launched its revolutionary products to begin with. Second, we need to be sure that any political bias within Google's workforce does not creep into its search products. Third, we need to know that Google is living up to the America's belief in free expression and human rights when it deals with foreign governments. Now, a word on the last subject. Right now, Google reportedly is developing a censored search engine.
3
for
Kilo
the Chinese
402, I've left
Communist
a
Party.
message with
It is also developing next-generation technology on Chinese soil and in conjunction with Chinese national champions like Tencent. Technology that the administration considers a national priority. Now, this news raises a troubling possibility that Google is being used to strengthen China's system of surveillance, repression, and control. Right this very second, China's authoritarian system detains more than 1 million religious minorities in re-education camps. Mr. Pichai, I urge you to reflect on that fact and on the promise your company made when it pulled out of the China market
3
in
X-ray
2010.
042, that
And I
the
applauded
taxi
you
driver
for
can't
that
get into
move
the
in
area
2010.
there.
Back then, Google
can
promised
this
it would
gentleman
not
make his way
censor
over
its
it?
search results in China or compromise its commitment to a free and open internet. Now, in light of these recent events, I think the American people deserve to know, is something changed? And if so, what? All these topics, competition, censorship, bias, and others point to one fundamental question that demands the nation's attention. Are America's technology companies serving as instruments of freedom or instruments of control? Are they fulfilling the promise of the digital age? Are they advancing the cause of self-government? Or are they serving as instruments of manipulation, used by powerful interests and foreign governments to rob the people of their power, agency, and dignity? I believe we need to grapple with these questions together as a nation. Because the free world depends on a free internet. We need to know that Google is on the side of the free world, and that it will provide its services free of anti-competitive behavior, political bias, and censorship. I want to thank you again for being here and answering these questions. I look forward to listening to the answers with a very open mind, and I yield back.
I'd now like to invite Mr. Pachai to take his seat at the witness table.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you 10-9? There was static on the line.
Just add to the CAD that 2 propane tanks have been shut off.
10-4. Before our two
Without
appraisers
objection,
called back, they said
The
ETA
chair
10
now
to 15 minutes.
recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for the point
That's
of personal
10-4, your
privilege
little
to
10 on there,
recognize
but
a member of his
they're en
staff,
route.
a very distinguished member of his staff.
10-4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to take a moment to recognize Danielle Brown, whose last working day for the committee is tomorrow. Danielle has served on the Judiciary Committee Democratic staff for more than a decade in a variety of roles, beginning as staff assistant and then going to counsel, parliamentarian.
Echo 001, have we confirmed that there is no one else in the House but her?
Danielle has been essential to the operations of this committee, and she has been involved in nearly every important piece of committee business over the last decade. Her interests and expertise range from protecting vulnerable immigrants to ensuring reproductive freedom and preserving vital consumer protections. She is leaving us now,
said something about a dog earlier
to become
today,
General
sir.
Counsel and Parliamentarian of the Ways and Means Committee. Our loss is surely their gain. I wish her well. I appreciate her wise counsel. I thank her for all of her years of service to this committee, and I hope the committee will join me in thanking her for her years of service to this committee.
Would the gentleman yield?
He's in front of 428. He can't find the mail.
I will yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would like to join
We
him
are at
in
Laurier
thanking Danielle
and
for her
O'Connor.
service to this committee. She has worked with members on both sides of the aisle. She has worked with the majority
10-4. So is
staff
the mail there with you?
very productively, very cooperatively on a
That's
great
correct.
many issues that have made this committee
Okay,
not only,
Laurier and O'Connor. I guess they
more
moved them there.
productive, but also operating in a fashion
Yep.
that has resulted
They
in
had
a
to move
number
them.
of bills getting from this
I know,
committee all
I
the
know.
way to
They
the
moved him up
president's
there.
desk, whether that president be Barack Obama or Donald Trump. That's an
What's that?
accomplishment that this entire
54
committee should be proud of, and Danielle should be
10-4.
proud that she's played an important part in doing
That's
that.
10-4.
And I thank you.
Another puddle?
Yep, 10-4.
That's 10-4.
Big
Now
air just doubling
recognize
around,
myself
but
for
I'll be
opening
behind you.
In the United States, Google operates the
That's
preeminent
the 428
internet
part.
search
He's
engine,
making his way back to you now.
the leading email service provider, and the Android operating system, which runs most of the smartphones in the United States. When a consumer performs an internet search, sends an email, or uses his or her smartphone, Google collects information on that person. In fact, almost every minute of every day, the Android operating system sends information about the exact location, temperature, barometric pressure, and speed of movement of every phone that runs on the Android operating system. With Americans carrying their smartphones all day, every day, Google is able to collect an amount of information about its users that would even make the NSA blush. Of course, when users click through the terms of service for these services, they do consent to such collection. But I think it is fair to say that most Americans have no idea the sheer volume of detailed information that is collected. Today, I hope to get answers on the extent of data collection and use by Google. In addition, decades ago, Congress passed the Communications Decency Act, including Section 230 of that act, which allows service providers to remove lewd, lascivious, excessively violent, or otherwise objectionable content from their platforms. This law allows service providers to remove illegal materials, including child pornography and content that is illegal under our intellectual property laws. While meant to allow them to block illegal, obscene, and harmful materials, there is some discretion that service providers, by necessity, must use to make decisions about what content is harmful or objectionable. Given Google's ubiquity in the search market, Google is often consumers' first and last stop when searching for information on the internet. As such, this committee is very interested in how Google makes decisions about what constitutes objectionable content that justifies filtering, and who at Google makes these decisions. Given the revelation that top executives at Google have discussed how the results of the 2016 elections comply with Google's values, these questions have become all the more important. While it is true that Google is not a government entity, and so it does not have to comply with the First Amendment, the American people deserve to know what types of information they are not getting when they perform searches on the internet. The market works best when information about products and services is readily available, and so today, on behalf of this committee and the American consumer, I hope to get answers from Mr. Pichai regarding who at Google makes the judgment calls on whether to filter or block objectionable content, and what metrics Google uses to make those decisions. I want to thank Google's CEO for his willingness to testify today and to answer these and other questions. With respect to search results, algorithmic screening is the primary means through which Google sorts data and information. Google's search algorithm, for example, calculates what is presented to a user based on the variables the user inputs into the search bar. At its best, Google's algorithm reaches the best answer in the least amount of time while providing choices to the user by ranking pages most relevant to the search inquiry. Of course, by ranking pages, Google search always favors one page over another. This kind of bias appears harmless. After all, the point of a search is to discriminate among multiple relevant sources to find the best answer. This process, however, turns much more sinister with allegations that Google manipulates its algorithm to favor the political party it likes, the ideas that it likes, or the products that it likes. There are numerous allegations in the news that Google employees have thought about doing this, talked about doing this, and have done it. The dangerous implications to a fair democratic process cannot be understated. One study performed by psychologist Robert has revealed that internet search rankings have a significant impact on consumer choices, mainly because users trust and choose higher-ranked results more than lower-ranked results. After performing double-blind, randomized, controlled experiments using a total of 4,556 undecided voters representing diverse demographic characteristics of the voting populations of the United States and India, the study revealed that biased search rankings can shift voting preferences of undecided voters by 20% or more. The shift can be much higher in some demographic groups, and search ranking bias can be masked so that people show no awareness of the manipulation. The potential for this kind of bias is clearly problematic and is further compounded by the fact that Google every day collects mountains of information about its users while they are actively engaged with a Google product or even when they are not. According to a study conducted by Vanderbilt University, a dormant, stationary Android phone with Chrome active in the background communicated location information to Google 340 times during a 24-hour period, or at an average of 14 data communications per hour. The collection of location data may be obvious to most users, but they are often unaware of the many sensors that the Android platform supports, including an accelerometer, a barometer, and a photometer. These sensors,
X-ray
in addition
42.
to the cameras and microphone on a mobile device,
Go ahead.
can collate into a very accurate picture
Yeah, we're just
of
going
where
to
a user
take
is,
them home.
what they are
Apparently
doing,
there's a solar person at
who
home
else
that
is
can
there.
take
The shocking
responsibility
amount of
for them.
information that
So
Google collects
one of the
via its
units
phones
just
was recently
stopped by
featured
here,
on
so
Good
we'll head
Morning
over
America,
to
in which a
his
reporter
residence.
using an Android phone with no
Well,
SIM
if you
card
just wait a second, the
wasn't
cab will be
connected
right
to the
there.
internet,
I hate to
discovered
call
that
them
the
out
phone
because they
collected
keep
the
coming and we
device's
keep
movement,
moving people around
even
on them.
identifying
So
the mode of
they just wait another
transportation,
5 minutes
such
for the
as
cab
the
to make its
subway,
way there.
or even a bicycle, and at times taking 10 sensor readings per minute. Moreover, Google's practice of reinforcing its dominance in light of allegations of self-serving bias creates little choice for consumers across the spectrum of internet-based products or services. Given that Google's ads show up on non-Google websites and Google's search engine is being used as the default search tool on other products, such as the Apple phone, it is almost impossible to avoid Google altogether. Google is many things. It's one of the largest data collectors ever seen in human history. It's an advertiser that can get the right product to the right customer at precisely the right time. Google is also an internet giant, directing over 3.5 billion searches per day. With this massive authority, however, comes the potential for far-reaching abuse. The mere suspicion that Google manipulates its products and features for self-serving or even political purposes raises serious concerns about its business practices, its impact on free speech and our democratic process, and Americans' trust that the information gathered about them in their day-to-day lives is done with their knowledge and is not being used against them. My hope is that through our inquiries today, we will ensure more transparency and accountability going forward. Last, despite the nature and scope of today's hearing, Google is still the story of the American dream. The company was started by two individuals in a garage and grew to be one of the most successful companies in the world. 2 decades ago, we could not fathom instantaneous access to more information than that which is contained in all the encyclopedias in the world. Now we take that for granted because of the innovative services Google provides.
Echo 001 from Lima 1.
Witness for his presence here today. I look forward to your testimony. It's now my pleasure to recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our society has become increasingly reliant on social media and other online platforms to obtain, create, share, and sort information. This information helps us make decisions ranging in importance from where to make dinner reservations to which candidate to vote for in a presidential election. The public's increasing use of these platforms has generated many positive benefits for society, but it has also given rise to some troubling trends. Google is among the dominant firms in this field. As such, given the public's widespread use and reliance on its products and services, there are legitimate questions regarding the company's policies and practices, including with respect to content moderation and the protection of user privacy. But before we delve into these questions, I must first
calling me, Bernie? Go ahead.
a completely illegitimate issue, which is the fantasy.
Yeah, just an update.
dreamed up by
We
some
checked all doors are
conservatives
locked.
that Google and other online platforms
Negotiators
have
are
anti-conservative
trying to talk
bias.
with the dad to see if we
As I've
can't
said
get a
repeatedly,
key.
no credible evidence
We
supports
observed
this right-wing
movement
conspiracy
upstairs.
theory.
She shined a
I
flashlight.
have little doubt that my Republican colleagues will spend much of their time
upstairs
presenting a
window.
laundry list of anecdotes and out-of-context statements made by
Thank
Google
you.
employees as supposed evidence of anti-conservative bias. But none of that will actually make it true. But this fact-free propaganda does help generate the mistrust that the majority leader referred to a few moments ago. And even if Google were deliberately discriminating against conservative viewpoints, just as Fox News and Sinclair Broadcasting and conservative talk radio hosts like Rush Limbaugh discriminate against liberal points of view, that would be its right as a private company to do so, not to be questioned by government. During the Reagan administration, about 35 years ago, the Federal Communications Commissioners appointed by Ronald Reagan abolished what we used to have called the Fairness Doctrine, which placed an obligation on broadcasters who use the public airwaves to be fair to different points of view. This question might be relevant if the Republican members wanted to bring back the Fairness Doctrine and expand its scope to social media companies. I doubt we will see
X-ray
any
42,
interest in
just
doing
cancel
so.
the cab and I'll have another unit.
We should not let the
here.
delusions of the far right
We'll,
distract us from the
transport
real
them
issues that should be the focus of today's hearing. For example, we should examine what Google is doing to stop hostile foreign powers from using its platform to spread false information in order to harm our political discourse. It has been more than 2 years since the 2016 election, yet this committee has not held a single hearing focused on Russia's campaign to manipulate online platforms to undermine American democracy, despite the fact that it is the consensus view of our intelligence agencies that Russia engaged in a massive disinformation campaign to influence the 2016 election. I hope that Mr. Pichai can tell us what actions Google has taken to counter this unprecedented attack and what gaps remain in its defenses without being so specific as to give a guidance to foreign powers. This may help Congress determine what more can be done to further insulate our democratic processes from foreign interference. We should also examine how Google enforces community standards that prohibit racist or bigoted threats and other inappropriate conduct. While Internet platforms have produced many societal benefits, they have also provided a new tool for those seeking to stoke racial and ethnic hatred. The presence of hateful conduct and content on these platforms has been made all the more alarming by the recent rise in hate-motivated violence. According to statistics recently released by the FBI, reported incidents of hate crimes rose by 17% last year compared to 2016, marking the third consecutive year that such reports have increased. The horrible massacre at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, the recent murder of an African-American couple in a Kentucky grocery store, the killing of an Indian engineer last year in Kansas are sadly not isolated outbursts of violence, but the most salient examples of a troubling trend. We should consider to what extent Google and other online platforms may have been used to foment and to disseminate such hatred, and how these platforms can play a constructive role.
Bernie from Echo 001.
As the dominant player in its field, Google possesses significant market power. It is also useful to examine its policies and practices to ensure that other companies are able to compete in an open and fair marketplace. There are also concerns about the prevalence of pirated material available on Google and other internet
For you and your members, your authorities to be there is a mental health act.
It's important to know what Google is doing
And
to protect
should you have to
its
go
data
in,
privacy
we'll
and
be
data
under
security.
exigent circumstances to preserve life.
Google discovered
And
last
obviously
March that a
Section
bug in
25
social media platform
to use
Google
force.
Plus had exposed the private profile data of up to 500,000 users to third-party developers, but opted not to disclose the issue publicly, not even to those who may have been affected at the time. And just yesterday, the company announced that it had discovered another Google Plus bug that may have exposed the private profile data of millions of users. While Google has so far found no evidence that developers have in fact abused these bugs, or that any user profile data has been misused in any way, incidents like this still raise legitimate questions about what types of data exposures a company is obligated to disclose publicly. It also raises questions about how much control users should have over their own data and how such controls should be regulated. I am also disturbed by recent reports that Google is developing a search engine for the Chinese mainland market. According to these reports, this search engine would not only accommodate Chinese government censors, it might allow the Chinese government to track individuals by linking search terms to the user's mobile phone number. Unfortunately, in this, our fourth hearing devoted to entirely fictitious allegations of anti-conservative bias by Internet companies, we will waste more time and more taxpayer money on elevating well-worn right-wing conspiracy theories instead of concentrating on the substantive questions and issues that should be the focus of our hearings. Our committee can and must and will do better. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. We welcome our distinguished witness, and if you would please rise, I'll begin by swearing you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. Our only witness today is Mr. Sundar Pichai. Mr. Pichai is the Chief Executive Officer of Google. Your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety, and we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes To help you stay within that time, there's a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Mr. Pichai, you are very welcome, and you may begin.
Chairman Goodlatte, Ranking Member Nadler, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I joined Google 15 years ago and have been privileged to serve as CEO for the past 3 years. But my love for information and technology began long before that. It's been 25 years since I made the US my home. Growing up in India, I have distinct memories of when my family got its first phone and its first television. Each new technology made a profound difference in our lives. Getting the phone meant I could call ahead to the hospital to check that the blood results were in instead of taking a 2-hour trip there. And the television, well, it only had one channel, but I couldn't have been more thrilled by its arrival. Those experiences made me a technology optimist, and I remain one today. Not only because I believe in technology, but because I believe in people and their ability to use technology to improve their lives. I'm incredibly proud of what Google does to empower people around the world, especially here in the US. I'd like to take a moment to share a bit of background on that. 20 years ago, 2 students, one from Michigan and one from Maryland, came together at Stanford with a big idea: to provide users with access to the world's information. That mission still drives everything we do, whether that's saving you a few minutes on your morning commute or helping doctors detect disease and save lives. Today, Google is more than a search engine. We are a global company that's committed to building products for everyone. That means working with many industries, from education and healthcare to manufacturing and entertainment. Even as we expand into new markets, we never forget our American roots. It's no coincidence that a company dedicated to free flow of information was founded right here in the US. As an American company, we cherish the values and freedoms that have allowed us to grow and serve so many users. And I'm proud to say we do, and we will continue to work with the government to keep our country safe and secure. Over the years, our footprint has expanded far beyond California to states such as Texas, Virginia, Oklahoma, and Alabama. Today in the US, we are growing faster outside of the Bay Area than within it. I've had the great opportunity to travel across the country and see all the places that are powering our digital economy, from Clarksville to Pittsburgh to San Diego, where we recently launched a partnership with the USO to help veterans and military families. Along the way, I've met many people who depend on Google to learn new skills, find jobs, or new businesses. Over the past year, we have supported more than 1.5 million American businesses. And over the past 3 years, we have made direct contributions of $150 billion to the US economy, added more than 24,000 employees, and paid over $43 billion to our US partners across Search, YouTube, and Android. These investments strengthen our communities and support thousands of American jobs. They also allow us to provide great services to our users to help them through the day. It's an honor to play this role in people's lives. And it's one we know comes with great responsibility.
Center for the CIC's
Protecting the
awareness
privacy
there. We've
and
lost
security of our users
phone
has long been an essential
call
part
with
of our
both
mission.
father
We've
and
invested an
Amy.
enormous amount of work over the years to
So
bring
we're going to keep trying to call
choice,
back in there, but
transparency, and
not having
control
much
to our
luck on this
users.
end.
These values are built into every product we make. We recognize the important role of government, including this committee, in setting rules for the development and use of technology. To that end, we support federal
going in
privacy
circles,
legislation and proposed a
argumentative,
legislative
refusing to
framework
come
for
out,
privacy earlier this
barricaded
year.
inside.
Users
No trust for police
look
due
to
to
us to
recent
provide
interactions
accurate,
with their back
trustworthy
a couple months
information.
ago.
And we work
Last
hard
I
to
spoke
ensure
to
the
Dak, he
integrity
may
of
be
our
coming
product.
to scene
We have
with
put
a
a number
key.
of checks and balances in place
Trying to call
ensure
him, but
we
he's not
continue to
answering
live
now.
up to our
So
standards.
we may have a key, we may not.
We lead this company without political bias and work to
Therefore,
ensure that
you
our
can give the
products
key to
continue to
the
operate that way.
the
To do
frontline
otherwise
officer
would be
that's
against our core
at the
principles
roadblock there,
and our
10-4.
business interests. We are a company that provides platforms for diverse
Yeah, 10-4. I
perspectives
think
and
that's been
opinions,
arranged.
and there is no shortage of them amongst our employees. Some Googlers are former servicemen and women
Thanks,
who have
Pat.
risked much in defense of their country. Some are civil libertarians who fiercely defend freedom of expression. Some are parents who worry about the role technology plays in our households. Some, like me, are immigrants who are profoundly
we have
grateful
access
for
to the
freedoms and
garage, so we
opportunities
might
it offers. And some of
entrance
us
through the
are many of
garage.
these things. Let me close by saying that leading Google has been the greatest professional honor of my life. It's
You
a
keep breaking
challenging
up
moment
there,
for our
Bernie.
industry, but I'm privileged to be here. I greatly
Street
appreciate
number
you letting me
081,
share the story of
Don
Google
Jones, we have seen.
and our work to build products worthy of the trust users place in us. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Yeah, sorry about that, sir. Just let you know, we also have access to the garage.
The 5-minute rule
There's a
with
grow up
questions,
in
and
there,
I'll begin
but
by recognizing myself.
we might be able to have access to the
Mr.
house
Pichai,
through the
is
garage.
it true that the Android operating system sends Google
Okay,
information
thank you.
every few minutes, detailing the exact location of a smartphone within a few feet? The
And
speed
we
of
have Amy
movement
back
of
on the
phone,
line
the
again, very
altitude of the
argumentative.
phone sufficient to determine
Negotiator
what floor
Savard.
of a building the phone
Giving
is
it a shot.
on, the temperature surrounding the phone, and other readings. And if so, with Americans carrying their phones with them virtually at all times, doesn't the collection of this volume of detailed information really mean that Google is compiling information about virtually every movement an individual with a smartphone is making every hour of every day?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. Today, for any service we provide our users, we go to great lengths to protect their privacy, and we give them transparency, choice, and control. Android is a powerful platform and provides smartphone for over 2 billion people. And as part of that, it depends on the applications users choose to use. If you're using a fitness application, which is detecting the number of steps you walk, you expect it to send that information. But it's a choice users make. We make it clear, and it depends on the use cases.
So the answer to my question, my first question is yes. Is that correct, that the information that I cited is gathered by Google?
For Google services, you have a choice of what information is collected, and we make it transparent.
I understand there are uses that consumers make use of. I use it to keep track of the number of steps I walk. I understand that service that one of your competitors provides, so I understand that purpose. But do you think the average consumer understands that Google will collect this volume of detailed information when they click through the terms of service agreements in order to use the Android operating system?
It's really important for us that, that average users are able to understand it. This is why we do something called privacy
I
checkup.
think average users read the terms of service and the updates that are very frequently sent to us?
Beyond the terms of service, we actually we remind users to do a privacy checkup, and we make it very obvious. Every month, in fact, in the last 28 days, 160 million users went to their My Account settings, where they can clearly see what information we have. We actually show it back to them, and we give clear toggles by category where they can decide whether that information is collected, stored, or more importantly, if they decide to stop using it, we work hard to make it possible for users to take their data with them if they choose to use another service.
Let me switch to the issue of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. You heard me say in my opening statement that this provides broad liability protections for you and other technology companies for good faith restrictions that when Google thinks something is obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable. On the other hand, objectionable material, by whatever standard applied, likely elicits the most engagement from users on your site. And for Google, increased engagement potentially means increased revenue. However, it is important for Google to make very clear where it draws the line, and I don't believe Google has done its best to make that clear. So what I would ask is the following. Would Google or YouTube be willing to make changes in support of a healthier civic dialogue if doing so meant a drop in user engagement?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. We have a long track record of, we have always focused on long-term goals towards user satisfaction. We focus on their knowledge, happiness, success, and that's what we work hard to create. It is important to us that platforms like YouTube are viable over the long run. It's in our natural incentive to do so. YouTube is a place where users, advertisers, and content creators who make their livelihoods use the platform. And so we want to make this work in a sustainable way.
When it comes to political advertising, as you know, some of your competitors in other advertising media are required by law to offer the same rate, the lowest rate, as a matter of fact, to all political candidates. So, for example, that's true in television and radio. Would Google, should competing political candidates be charged the same effective ad rates to reach prospective voters?
Our advertising products are built without any bias, and the rates are competitive, set by a live auction process. So depending on the keywords for which you're bidding for, depending on the demand there is in the auction, the prices are automatically calculated. So, the system decides that based on supply and demand.
I understand it's automatically calculated, but could two competing political candidates targeting the same audience see different ad rates? And if yes, could that disparity be substantial?
There wouldn't be a difference based on any political reasons unless there are keywords which are of particular interest and the market determines it. So it's essentially a supply-demand equilibrium. It can lead to difference in rates, but it will vary from time to time.
Can those rates be very substantial in difference?
There could be occasions where, yes, there could be difference in rates. Yeah, I haven't looked at the specifics of it. Yeah.
So the result is different than in other markets like television or radio, where every candidate is entitled to the lowest rate that television station or radio station offers to any political candidate for office.
There could be variations based on the time of the day, the keywords you're choosing to go for, the geographies you're advertising in. But it's decided by the system, and it's a process we have done for over 20 years. And let me assure you, anything to do with our civic process, we make sure we do so in a nonpartisan way, and it's really important for us.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Pichai. According to media reports, Google found evidence that, well, let me go to the other one first. Google found a bug in its Google Plus social media platform that could have potentially exposed the private data of up to 500,000 users without the consent to third-party developers. Google, however, did not disclose this bug until months later after it was revealed by a report in the Wall Street Journal. Yesterday, as I mentioned before, you announced another bug. What legal obligations is the company under to disclose data exposures that do not involve sensitive financial information, but still involve private personal data like a user's name, age, email address, or phone number?
Congressman, we take privacy seriously. The bugs you mentioned are bugs. We found them by either doing an audit or using our automated testing systems. Whenever we find any bugs, we follow, it gets escalated to our Privacy and Data Protection Office, and we comply with.
All right, I'm not criticizing what you do. I'm asking what legal obligation is the company under to disclose such data exposures that don't involve financial information, but still involve other personal information.
It depends on the situation. We follow the requirements, and in that case, in the first case, typically we look at our legal requirements, but we go above and beyond to make sure we do the right thing for our users. In the first case, both there was no evidence data was misused, and we couldn't accurately
I understand all that, but my question is, what legal obligations are there?
Today, right now, if you've found a bug, and you've ascertained, once you've done the investigation and you've ascertained the users who are eligible for notification, my understanding is you have 72 hours, and we both notify users as well as regulators in that time frame.
Okay, thank you. Now, according to media reports, Google found evidence that Russian agents spent thousands of dollars to purchase ads on its advertising platforms that span multiple Google products as part of the Russian agents' campaign to interfere in the election 2 years ago. Additionally, Juniper Downs, head of global policy for YouTube, testified in July that YouTube had identified and shut down multiple channels containing thousands of videos associated with the Russian misinformation campaign. Does Google now know the full extent to which its online platforms were exploited by Russian actors in the election 2 years ago?
We have, we undertook a very thorough investigation, and in 2016, we now know that there were 2 main ad accounts linked to Russia, which advertised on Google for about $4,700 in advertising. We also found other limited...
Total of $4,700?
That's right. Which was, no amount is okay here, but, we found limited activity, improper activity. We have learned a lot from that, and we've, dramatically increased the protections we have around our election offerings. Leading up to the current elections, we again found limited activity, both from the Internet Research Agency in Russia, as well as accounts linked to Iran.
And what specific steps have you taken, including during the recent 2018 elections, to protect against further interference by Russia or other hostile foreign powers?
We have undertaken a significant review of how ads are bought. We look for the origin of these accounts. We share and collaborate with law enforcement, other technology companies, and we essentially are investing a lot of effort and oversight in this area.
And looking ahead to the next Congress, I assume we can have your assurances that Google will work with this committee as we examine the issue of how to better secure our elections from future foreign interference?
Congressman, protecting our elections is foundational to our democracy, and you have my full commitment that we'll do that.
Okay, my last question, because time is running out. What are you doing, what is Google doing to combat the spread of white supremacy and right-wing extremism across YouTube?
Congressman, YouTube is an important platform. We do want to allow for diverse perspectives and opinions, but we have rules of the road. We have clear content policies, and we have policies against many categories, and we are transparent about these policies. And, and when we find violations on our policies, we do remove those videos and handle content.
When you find violations, you what?
Of our policy. For example, we have policies against hate speech, and we clearly define them. And if we find any violations there, we do take down content.
When you take down the content, do you note who put it up so you can flag future content from the same sources?
We look at it on a video by video basis. To the extent there are repeat offenses from a same account, we do take into account, and we notify the content creator, and we follow up accordingly.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Google has revolutionized the world, though not entirely in the way I expected. Americans deserve the facts objectively reported. The muting of conservative voices by internet platforms has intensified, especially during the presidency of Donald Trump. More than 90% of all internet searches take place on Google or its subsidiary, YouTube, and they are curating what we see. Google has long faced criticism for manipulating search results to censor conservatives. Conservative individuals and organizations have had their pro-Trump content tagged as hate speech or had their content reduced in search results. And enforcement of immigration laws has been tagged as hate speech as well. Such actions pose a grave threat to our democratic form of government. PJ Media found that 96% of search results for Trump were from liberal media outlets. In fact, not a single right-leaning site appeared on the first page of search results. This doesn't happen by accident, but is baked into the algorithms. Those who write the algorithms get the results they must want, and apparently management allows it. Dr. Robert Epstein, a Harvard-trained psychologist, authored a study recently that showed Google's bias likely swung 2.6 million votes to Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election. Google could well elect the next president with dire implications for our democracy. This should be of real concern to all but the most politically partisan. Those at the top set the tone. It will require a Herculean effort by the chief executive and senior management to change the political bias now programmed into the company's culture? And Mr. Bajai, let me ask my first question about those examples of political bias that I just mentioned, and you're going to hear others too. In your opening statement, you mentioned your desire to provide information that was without political bias. Clearly, that's not working. So what are you going to improve that situation?
Congressman, thanks for the question. If I may, some of the studies you mentioned, we have investigated those. There are other studies which have looked at it. We have found issues with the methodology and the sample size and so on. But let me step back and say, providing users with high quality, accurate, and trusted information is sacrosanct to us. It's what our principles are, and our business interests, our natural long-term incentives are aligned with that. We want to serve users everywhere.
ICOM Center from Echo 001.
So what actions are you going to
3
take
Echo 001, go
to
ahead.
try to counter the political bias?
Yeah,
in some
for
of the examples that I just gave? They're
that
irrefutable.
timeline is
So
confirmed,
it appears
Bernie,
you
and
have to
just
take
stand
some
by.
responsibility for that bias.
Therefore.
What do you intend to do about it?
Congressman, with respect, Dr. Epstein's study we have investigated. We don't agree with the methodology. Happy to follow up with your office and give our findings on that study.
Thanks,
When
Bernie.
we look at it, we evaluate our studies to evaluate our search results. Today we use a very robust methodology, and we have been doing this for 20 years. Making sure the results are accurate is what we need to do well, and we work hard to do that.
What does methodology have to do with the fact that 96% of the references to Trump are from liberal media?
There are always studies, which can show one set of data and arrive at conclusions. But we have looked at results on our top news category. We find that we have a wide variety of sources, including sources from the left and sources from the right, and we are committed to making sure there's diverse perspectives.
By the way, the study that I referred to was done by a self-proclaimed Democrat who voted for Hillary Clinton and said he regretted to find what he found, but he felt it was irrefutable and no one has been able to disprove him. Let me go to another question, and that is clearly there may be a difference of opinion as to the degree or amount of political bias. Would you agree to allow an independent entity to study your search results for political bias? I know you have individuals studying that now, but you appointed them. Would you allow a third-party, independent, outside organization to study your search results and cooperate with them to determine the degree, or if any, of political bias?
Congressman, if I may make 2 points. One is, today there have been independent third-party studies looking at search results. The Economist did.
Member 472 or 476 to copy and assist with Weeds County. They're just
We didn't
asking
choose
for
those
us to observe
third
for a
parties. I mean, they
vehicle
completed those
possibly
studies.
last
Second is
seen
we are
northbound
transparent as
on
to how we
Rio Ferry
evaluate
Road.
search. We publish our rater guidelines. We publish it externally, and raters evaluate it, and that's how we are trying hard to understand what users want, and this is something important to us to get right. I'm happy to follow up and explain the
November
methodology
472 or 476
and the studies which have been done by independent third
County
parties.
to observe for a vehicle
To
in
my
relation to
knowledge,
a suspicious
again,
person call on
you
Rio
have picked
Ferry
those third
Road.
parties, and I'd like to have
Complainant
someone
believes that
truly
her
independent
ex, who
study
is a
those
Chance
results, number
Kennedy,
one.
was around the
Number
residence,
two, also to my knowledge, you've
stalking
never
her.
sanctioned any employee for any type of, for manipulating the search results
472,
whatsoever. Is that the case?
The time of the
And
gentleman has
she's
expired,
stating
but
that her ex
Mr.
drives
Pichai
an
will be
older
allowed to
model
answer questions.
gray Toyota
Very
Camry.
quickly, it's not possible for an
she saw some
individual
tail
employee or
lights.
groups of employees to manipulate our search results.
And
We
she
have a
believed it was headed
robust
towards
framework, including many steps in the process.
northbound on Rio
and
Ferry
My time
Road
is up.
and
Let me just say, I
looks
disagree.
like
I
his
think
address
humans
would be
can manipulate the
28
process.
Brock
It is a
Street,
human
where he
process
resides.
at its base. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
476.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Mr.
That's
Pichai.
important. Just be
Google is
advised that she
located in
didn't
Santa
actually
Clara
see
County,
the
my
vehicle.
home,
She just suspects
and I've got to say that,
it could have been him.
in contrast to the
hearing somebody
recent
around her residence.
Amazon effort for a headquarters, they are proposing, Google is proposing to establish a facility in downtown San Jose, and they didn't ask for any tax subsidies. In fact, they're purchasing the land and paying the city gobs of money. I'm going to be parochial and ask a question, because I think most people in San Jose are excited by the proposal, but there's anxiety about the impact on housing, and whether Google intends to be a partner with the city of San Jose to make sure that we accommodate the housing that will be necessary for the 20,000 additional employees that are proposed in San Jose.
Sorry, I missed the last part of your question.
Whether you would be a partner with the city in helping to provide additional housing to accommodate these employees.
Congresswoman, it's an important question. We deeply care about the community where we work. As part of this effort, we have done wide outreach, and we have committed to making sure there is affordable housing at varying affordability levels as part of the development.
Thank you
and we are already in touch with the city leaders there.
Thank you so much. You know, there's so many questions, and we're not going to be able to deal with them all today. I'm hoping in the next Congress we will be able to visit with you and other tech companies to go through issues of privacy, data localization and its relationship to human rights, competition policies, the issue of takedown requests by authoritarian regimes, encryption policy and what's going on in Australia, filtering and confirmation bias and its impact on society generally, both culturally and politically. But we can't do that in the 5 minutes we have here today. So I would just like to revisit some of the questions that have already been asked. The chairman asked about location policies in your Android system, and you pointed to various apps that might provide information. Let's say I got an Android phone, but unlike most people, I don't have a single app on that phone. What information would be collected?
Congresswoman, there is a device-specific location setting which you can turn on or off. And
Let's say I turn it off.
Turn it off. There's no location information sent from that device.
Okay.
But this is a complex area. There are times, for example, your IP address may include some location information.
Correct.
It's an area we are committed to doing more to make it easier.
Now, manipulation of search results. I think it's important to talk about how search works. Right now, if you Google the word idiot under images, a picture of Donald Trump comes up. I just did that. How would that happen? How does search work so that that would occur?
We provide search today for any time you type in a keyword. We, as Google, we've gone out and crawled and stored copies of billions of web pages in our index, and we take the keyword and match it against web pages and rank them based on over 200 signals. Things like relevance, freshness, popularity, how other people are using it. And based on that, at any given time, we try to rank and find the best results for that query. And then we evaluate them with external raters to make sure that, and they evaluate it to objective guidelines. And that's how we make sure the process is working.
So it's not some little man sitting behind the curtain figuring out what we're going to show the user. It's basically a compilation of what users are generating and trying to sort through that information.
Last year we served over 3 trillion searches, and just as a fact, every single day, 15% of the searches Google sees, we have never seen them before. So this is working at scale, and we don't manually intervene on any particular search result.
I would just like to note, from time to time, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle complain that they hear an individual engineer appears to be a Democrat. And I just like to put this in context. In Santa Clara County, Donald Trump in the 2016 election got 20% of the vote. That's how much of the vote he got. So it's not a surprise that the engineers who live in Santa Clara County would reflect that general political outcome. That has nothing to do with the algorithms and the really automated process that is the search engine that serves us. If we didn't have Google, we wouldn't be able to find any information in the efficient way that we do. I look forward next year to working with you on some of the very serious questions that we face, it's pretty obvious that bias against conservative voices is not one of them. Thank you very much. My time has expired, Mr.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Pichai, let me start out with something real quickly. We've heard several times this morning the mention that 90% of the time that a person, he or she, does an internet search, that it's through Google. Would you basically agree that that's true?
I'm 3 November 472.
More than ever, there are many ways users access information. Just to give an example, if you're trying to shop, if you're trying to buy something, more than 50% of product searches originate with Amazon in the US today. If you're looking for information on news, today you can get it from more sources than ever before.
Do you dispute then the 90% number?
You know, our internal, I mean, it's tough for us to assess the numbers. There are external studies which have shown different numbers, including lower numbers than that.
Okay. Now, you've heard the allegation this morning. I know you dispute it, but you've heard the allegation that there's a bias in favor
No, negative.
of
We checked
liberal
both
or progressive points
the female
of view
party
and
as
against
well as the
more
male who
conservative
would be registered
point of view.
too, but
You've
we
heard
don't
that this morning already. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm.
Okay. Let me tell you now about a first-hand experience that I've had. I do a weekly blog. I've been doing it for
It was an older model gray Toyota Camry.
And a while back, Republicans in the House passed legislation to repeal and replace Obamacare. Our bill was called the American Health Care Act, or the AHCA. When I was writing my blog about that, I Googled American Health Care Act, and virtually every article was an attack on our bill. Article after article alleging that our bill would result in millions and millions of people losing the great care that they were supposedly getting under Obamacare. I would argue that was completely false, but it wasn't until you got to the 3rd or 4th page of search results before you found anything remotely positive about our bill. Let me give you a second example. The Republican tax cut bill was passed about a year ago, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, same story. Article after article attacking the Republican tax cut plan, alleging the tax cuts only went to the rich, when in actuality about 85% of taxpayers got their taxes cut, including millions and millions of middle-class taxpayers. And once again, to find any article that had anything remotely good to say about our plan, you had to go deep into the search results. Now, I know Google's attitude, the algorithm made us do it, but I don't know that I buy that. How do you explain this apparent bias on Google's part against conservative points of view, against conservative policies? Is it just the algorithm, or is there more happening there?
Congressman, I understand the frustration at seeing negative news, and I see it on me, on Google. There are times you can search on Google, and page after page there's negative news which we reflect. But what is important here is we use a robust methodology to reflect what is being said about any given topic at any particular time. And we try to do it objectively using a set of rubrics. It is in our interest to make sure we reflect what's happening out there in the best objective manner possible. I can commit to you and I can assure you, we do it without regards to political ideology. Our algorithms have no notion of political...
I'm going to run out of time here. I apologize for interrupting, but and I sincerely believe that
I'm in the area.
You're saying,
29's in
almost 90,000 employees. Somebody out there is doing something that just isn't working.
Not 10-4, and the Delta unit is providing an update to dispatch saying that they don't believe anyone with that location, that it was
I just mentioned two of the most obvious ones that people would remember. Yeah, those bills, heard about those. So I've seen it. If what I've described and some others, I'm sure you're going to hear other examples. If it is happening, do you see how conservatives believe that your company is kind of putting their thumb on the scale, so to speak, that you're in effect picking winners and losers in political discourse out there in America today, and therefore actually affecting elections? And do you see why conservatives would be concerned about this, and why we're asking these kinds of questions today? There's a lot of people that think what I'm saying here is happening, and I think it's happening. So I've only got about 20 seconds to go, but I'll yield it to you.
Congressman, it's important to me that I understand these concerns. This is why I've been trying to reach out and meet people. We've done outreach. We want to explain how these things work. We are happy to look at independent studies. It's important to us to demonstrate that our products work without any bias, and we build our products in a neutral way. And I'm happy to follow up and look forward to getting a chance to explain it better.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your willingness to follow up, because I think a lot of people have a lot of questions. And I know I'm already out of time, but let me also thank Google for one thing. And I happen to be chair of the House Small Business Committee, and your company has worked with an awful lot of small businesses all across the country, created a lot of jobs, and I commend you for that. Yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Pichai. I'm right here. It's a pleasure to have you here this morning. I'm going to try and answer or offer to you questions initially that require just a yes or no answer, if you would. Does Google choose conservative voices over liberal voices?
We approach our work without any political bias. We build it in a neutral way.
Answer is no, or yes or no?
No, Congressman.
If hate speech provokes violence, is that the definition beyond other aspects that you consider that you would take it down? I know there are other aspects, but particularly encouraging violence. Does that get taken down?
In primary purpose of inciting violence is what we consider as hate speech. Yes, Congressman.
And it would be taken down?
Yes, we would remove.
I want to just take note of the fact that I look forward to best practices when we start the 116th Congress in terms of having more hearings. My view is that this committee has washed its hands clean of engaging in meaningful oversight of technology platform efforts to sift through content being sold by hostile foreign actors claiming to heighten social division at the peril of democracy. I won't ask a question on that, but I will make mention of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 12, which says no one should be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy. And it's been noted that Google does engage in reviewing emails. Would you commit to adhering to Article 12 of the Declaration of Human Rights that relates to protecting the privacy of individual emails?
Can I go 10-10 with 472?
We think privacy is an important individual right. It's an important human right, and we are committed to upholding that and happy to engage in all discussions.
I'd like to do so. We know that building the U.S. economy through innovation is very important. I would like to know whether or not you would be open to Google involving the AI economy to non-traditional areas of socioeconomic groups. Data shows the impact of not having that access. Would you be welcome, or would you welcome invitations to those communities to do more than what has been done?
Definitely, absolutely, yes.
You received a letter from the Senate a few weeks ago regarding illegal drug sales. It's quite extensive, and my question is, have you made any efforts to deal with the facilitating of sale of counterfeit, substandard, and falsified medicines sold through illegal online pharmacies?
Congressman, this is a national crisis. We have undertaken a lot of work in this area. We just recently rolled out, we participated in National Take Back Day. In Google Maps, we showed drop-off locations. We work with law enforcement here, and just last week, we received a corporate citizenship award from Partnership for Drug-Free America, and we are very committed to doing more work in this area.
We applauded you in 2010 when Google took a very powerful stand of principle and democratic values over profits and came out of China. I am concerned that you are now going back into China and upholding the dragonfly procedures which would help censor Chinese persons seeking a lifeline of democracy and freedom. How can you do that, and what are you doing to minimize or to indicate that this is not best practices?
Congressman, at the outset, right now we have no plans to launch in China. We don't have a search product there. Our core mission is to provide users access to information, and getting access to information is an important human right. So we are always compelled across the world to try hard to provide that information. But right now, there are no plans to launch search in China. I'm committed to being fully transparent, including with policymakers, to the extent we ever develop plans to do that.
I'd like to pursue that with you, and I thank you for that. I think that was an important statement. My community is diverse. As you well may have heard, the Congressional Black Caucus has been working extensively with Google and other search engines to recognize there are not enough individuals of diversity and African Americans. My district has a huge number of musicians, artists, and creators from all areas of entertainment. I'd be interested in what efforts are being taken by Google's platform YouTube to promote diversity and inclusion with its employees. What are the demographics of YouTube's U.S. employees? And also, how is YouTube currently distributing resources for U.S. diversity? But the focus is on diversity. What are you doing? YouTube is a great message, and there is a whole population growing of diverse persons, including African Americans.
Diversity is an area where we are very committed to. YouTube, as you highlighted, is a platform where as we reach out to content creators, we want to ensure there is diverse perspectives, and we do reach out to minority communities, and we engage with them to make sure they have a voice on the platform. It's something we are committed to doing. As a company, we have been undertaking a lot of work. We were one of the first to publish a transparency report. We publish our representation numbers externally. There is a lot more work left to do. We acknowledge that, but it's an area I know we have engaged with the Congressional Black Caucus, and we're committed to doing more.
Let me invite you to Texas and the 18th Congressional District on these very important issues, and I'd like to work with Google as we go forward on some of the many issues that I've raised here today.
It would be a pleasure to do that.
I thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put into the record a letter from epic.org dated December 10th, 2018. Ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
And let me thank the witness for his testimony. Thank you also for your work.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pachai, I would like to follow up on some of the gentlemen that came before me on this side of the dais who talked about the bias. And I know that the gentlelady from Texas
dispatch
and some of the others
units, just kind of
said there is no
some
bias.
checks again here.
But I'd like to pick up
3X3
where
stop
Sheila
check.
Jackson Leach just left off, because I think it's important.
004, I believe it's 10-4,
She
thank you.
used numbers and outcome that
For
she
3X3
either has
006.
or believes exist to say that you have to do better in the minority community. Do you agree with that?
As a company, we are committed to making sure.
No, but statistically, the outcome that she measures is how she asks you to do better, because your outcome is insufficient relative to the size of her community.
002, Queen and Bank, 10-4.
You know, I interpret it as we today don't have enough representation internally.
Very good. You got her point. Now, here's the point that I think we're giving. If you measure the outcome, such as some of those that were just listed by the gentleman from Texas and Ohio, what you find is that there is an appearance of bias, including, quite frankly, the outcome of search engines, even the question of whether if I pay for advertising and my Democratic opponent pays for advertising, if the characteristic of what we happen to search for somehow is more expensive if you're trying to get conservative than Republican. Those are outcome events. Will you commit to look in the case of potential political bias in all aspects of your very large company, to look at the outcome, measure the outcome, and see if in fact there is evidence of bias using that, and then work backwards to see if some of that can be evened to what would appropriately be the outcome. You see my point there?
Congressman, I understand. We don't want any, while I'm confident we don't approach our work with any political bias. I think it's important to me that we always look at outcomes and we assess to make sure there's no evidence of bias.
And the reason I give you this point, for most of my adult life, there have been laws on the book to stop the events that Ms. Jackson Lee speaks of. We have had laws to protect minority communities. We have had laws to protect against segregation and bias. And yet, there are measurements that are still being used, including, quite frankly, we create districts that are dedicated to minorities in this country under federal orders. because of a
X-ray
history or a
36, 10-4,
measurement
Laurier and Elgin.
of outcome. And I would ask you to seriously come back, commit to
10-4, 10-20.
measure, and when you find an outcome that is inconsistent with that
Laurier
which
and Lyons.
would be ordinarily predictable. I mean, we are two parties relatively tied in the outcome of
10-4,
elections
3003,
on a national basis. If that outcome doesn't come out similar, then in
4-0.
fact, you have the evidence to work backwards and see if in fact policies can be found which are causing that artificially, and which, by the way, might include an overzealous
038.
liberal crowd that simply
4042.
spends more
Spoke to all
time
of you at,
trashing
10-20.
Republicans than vice versa. That might be what you find.
3 Zulu,
but
0
unless you
40,
look at the
everybody's
outcome,
10-4.
you're always
Thank
going
you.
to say, well, we seem to be fair, but the outcome measured by my colleagues will, in fact, not work out.
Congressman, I think it's a valid point. I appreciate it.
3
I'm
Zulu,
happy
046,
to engage more and follow up on it.
I want to get through just two more quick things.
046.
In your opening statement and in the questions you've asked, you have talked about turning off location and other data collection. And there are two things that I'm
10-4,
concerned about.
3 Zulu, 050,
Can you
10-20.
commit, as you go through generation 15, 16, 17 of your software, to improve the dashboard, the transparency, and the tools available
050,
to teach people
Commissioner and,
how to
Albert.
protect their privacy, how to offload data, how to, in fact, turn off things they may not want to have
10-4.
in order to gain privacy?
3 Zulu, 052, 10-20.
It's an area we want to do better. I want to acknowledge as the company has grown a lot.
Laurier and Elgin, all in order.
There is complexity, and it's something I do think we can do better. More than other we do today show clear dashboards with the data and give controls, but we want to simplify it, make it easier for average users to navigate these settings, and it's something we are working on.
And I will tell you, each time I try to turn it on and off, refreshing my memory is
3
a
Zulu,
pain,
054,
because there is no
10-20.
simple place to go to find out how to do it. But
054,
the reality is, I
Laurier and
agree that
Green.
you do have a dashboard.
We'll
Most
do
don't.
it.
I ask unanimous consent now that an article from the Wall Street Journal, October 8th of 2018, be placed on the record.
Without objection.
And in that article, it
4-4,
talks
Laurier
about
and
that,
Green.
the user data breach. And it also
3X-ray
makes us aware that there's a
040.
memorandum at Google, and that memorandum has been
3X-ray
requested by
040,
multiple
go ahead.
members of Congress, including Senator Thune.
Howard
Would you
10-4.
commit
My radio is
to
off there,
provide
so
that
fuel.
memorandum to Congress so that we can know more about the internal workings related to this breach?
10-4, thanks. 3 X-ray
I'm
046.
happy to have my office
check.
follow up on it. I'm not fully aware of all the
3
specifics,
X-ray
but
046,
definitely
10-4.
commit to following up with your
Bronson.
office on it.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Finley.
Thank you, gentlemen. Recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Howdy.
10-4, that's Elgin at
First,
Albert.
I'd like to follow up what Mr. Issa was talking about. You use your apparatus often, or your search engine, and I don't understand all of the different ways that you
3 Zulu,
turn off
064, 10-20.
locations. There's so many different things. Have you considered having an online school that people would go to with a Google rep? You could kind of log in and kind of ask questions, or have Google
10-4 and 3
and
X-ray
not like
072.
Comcast, where you get put on hold for 30 minutes and then find somebody who you can't understand.
3 X-ray 072.
Something easy to talk to somebody and say, how do I do this or that?
Congressman, we are constantly looking for better ways to do it. One of the areas is giving online tutorials,
thank you.
and we haven't specifically looked at an option like that, but I'm happy to take that feedback. Today, we do remind people of privacy checkups, and we walk them through a flow. Around 20 million people come to it every day, and so we do.
That's online, though.
That's online.
But you don't have individuals.
3 Zulu, 072,
I
10-20.
find it's a lot easier to talk to somebody and go, this is what I want. Because the other thing is frustrating. Looking into that, I think, would help. Privacy is something I think many people, and myself included, are interested in, but sometimes it's difficult to use the device to get that.
Definitely.
You said that you can turn off your location history, but that still your IP address will track your information. Is that correct?
All I meant, not just comment to Google. Today, many internet companies do collect and sometimes store IP information for security reasons. For example, we need to know the language in which we serve your search results. There may be some location information, in there. Location turns out to be in the fabric of how people use internet today. I do think it's important there's legislation in this area. As a company, we want to try and simplify things.
074
and we stay
Mackenzie,
beyond.
Rio.
But it is a complex area. We realize we need to do better, and we are working on it.
Question about Russia. In recent months, authoritarian regimes, most prominently Vladimir Putin's regime in Russia, which seems to have first place, they're the Heisman winner of that, have used bots to manipulate YouTube's algorithms into restricting the accessibility of online content from democratic and human rights activists.
Would the gentleman suspend
Sure.
the individual who has provided us with a poster will remove that immediately from the room? Or the...
Could we have the doors closed? Could we have the doors closed?
Capitol Police will escort the gentleman out of the building.
I feel like I'm at a USC football game and shiver them.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I get 20 more seconds, right? Yes, without objection. All right, so in recent months, authoritarian regimes, most prominently Vladimir Putin's regime in Russia, have used bots to manipulate YouTube's algorithms into restricting the accessibility of online content from democratic and human rights activists by piling up tens of thousands of artificial dislikes to their videos. I'm aware human rights activists had met with representatives of Google to discuss this problem and find a way of amending the algorithms to prevent this abuse by authoritarian regimes, but so far no systemic solution has been found. YouTube is the main platform for democratic and human rights activists in authoritarian countries where the mainstream media are controlled by the governments. This results in YouTube algorithms as they currently operate, putting up barriers to the distribution of such content. What is YouTube and Google currently doing to address this problem?
Congressman, both YouTube and Google are really committed to freedom of expression. We do want to be a platform by which people can get their messages out, and we work hard to do that. And, you know, I'm not sure of all the specifics in that particular case, but happy to follow up. But in general, we work hard. We operate around the world. Part of the reason we do it is so that we can be a platform by which people can get their messages out, and including human rights activists.
There are ways that bots could influence the algorithm by going in and disliking or whatever. Is that not right?
You know, throughout our systems, we deal with spam bots and bots of many, many kinds. It's what we have worked hard over 20 years to make sure we can counter.
Off the ice and hit our complainant's windshield. He's also calling in.
All right, to follow up on this, should I talk? I heard on television this morning, MSNBC said you have almost 200 lobbyists, and it's amazing that they all look like Ed On. But should I just talk to one of the Ed-ons and ask him to get with you on this issue?
We'll definitely have our office follow up.
Thank you, sir. And by the way, as far as MSNBC would be a news, I mean, if you're on MSNBC, wouldn't that be in your news?
Is MSNBC a news provider? Is that your question?
So if you, like I put my name in here, Rep. Steve Cohen, I punch news. This weekend I was on MSNBC 4 times. And yet, the first thing that comes up is the Daily Caller, not exactly a liberal, but I guess well-known group. Then Roll Call, then Breitbart News, then the Memphis Business Journal, then Breitbart News, then Breitbart. So it looks like you are overly using conservative news organizations on your news. And I'd like you to look into the overuse of conservative news organizations to put on liberal people's news on Google. And if you'd let me know about that, I'd appreciate it.
You know, we do get concerns across both sides of the aisle. You know, I can assure you we do this in a neutral way, and we do this based on that specific keyword, what we are able to assess as the most relevant information. And
I'm sure you try to, but it's hard for me to fathom being on MSNBC for like 8 minutes each show, 4 times, and there's more content on Breitbart News than MSNBC. That might say something about, well, I'm not going to say that. Scary. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pichai, in your opening statement, you said, I lead this company without political bias and work to ensure that our products operate that way. Ileana Murillo is Google's head of multicultural marketing. Does Ms. Murillo do good work?
I'm not directly familiar with her work, but she's an employee of Google, and you know, we are proud of our employees.
Well, you praised her work. The day after the 2016 election, in a 4-page email, she wrote, about her work with the Latino vote. She said, even Sundar gave our effort a shout out. Is she referring to you there?
She was referring to my communication around translation for a different related effort.
Okay, well, I'm going to look at two other sentences she had in that long email, again, recapping her work in the 2016 election with the Latino vote. She said this: we pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features. A few lines down in her email, she qualified that sentence, and she said, we pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features in key states. And she specifically cites the states Florida and Nevada. Near the end of her email, in a similar sentence, she says, we supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. With me? I want to kind of analyze those two sentences. We pushed to get out the Latino vote with our features in key states. We supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. Is it fair to say the we in both sentences, Mr. Pichai, refers to Google?
Congressman, we are very concerned whenever there are allegations like that. Our team looked into it.
I'm not asking that question. I'm asking, is it fair to say the we in both sentences refers to the company Google?
As Google, we wouldn't participate in any partisan efforts around any civic process, so
Okay.
I don't think so.
So we pushed and we supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides in polls in key states, and we pushed to get out the Latino vote during the 2016 election. And how were they getting that done? They were getting that done by, according to Ms. Morello, your head of multicultural marketing, by altering your features or configuring your features in such a way and for paying for rides for people to get to the polls. Is that an accurate reading of those? That's all I'm asking. Is that fair to say what those sentences are talking about?
Not aware of all the specifics, but we did look into it. We found no evidence that there were any activity like that from Google towards that organization.
So she's not telling the truth?
For sure, we didn't find any supporting evidence of any such activity.
She said she paid for rides to the polls, and they configured their features in such a way as to get out the Latino vote. And look, I actually think that's all okay, right? I think that's just a good corporate citizen encouraging voter participation, encouraging people to participate in our election process. I think so far those sentences are just fine, but then there's three words at the end of each sentence that do cause me real concern. And those three words are, we push to get out the Latino vote with our features in key states. Now suddenly it gets political. We supported partners like Voto Latino to pay for rides to the polls in key states. Now that makes everything different. So I got really just one question for you. Why? Why did Google configure its features and pay for rides to the polls to get out the Latino vote only in key states?
Congressman, as I said earlier, we found no evidence to substantiate those claims. The only effort we do around elections.
So your head of multicultural marketing, who you praised her work in this email, gave her a shout out, was lying when she said you were trying to get out the Latino vote in key states?
We today, in the U.S., around elections, we make it, and this is what users look to us for, where to register to vote, where to find your nearest polling place, what are the hours they are open, and we do those things effectively.
I appreciate that, Mr. Pichai, and I already said that's being a good corporate citizen. What I'm asking is, why did you only do it in key states?
We didn't do any such activity as Google on any of these key states. I mean, there are employees, I think
Did you push to get out the Latino vote in all states?
As Google, we don't have goals around pushing out to get any particular segment. We don't participate in partisan activities. We engage with both campaigns. We support and sponsor debates across both sides of the aisle, and we provide users with information to get to elections.
Your head of multicultural marketing said you were pushing to get out the Latino vote, paying for a ride to the polls for the Latino vote only in key states, and you're saying that's not accurate.
Yes, that's right. We haven't found any evidence to substantiate any.
So she just made it up out of thin air the day after the election and wrote this email to your top executives, and it's not true?
Congressman, I'm happy to follow up, but I think the employees today do their own activities.
We don't want the follow-up. I want the real answers right here in this committee.
As I said earlier, we have looked into it. We didn't find
Did you push to get out the key vote? And I would say the two most populous states for Latinos would be California and Texas. Did you push to get out the Latino vote and pay for people to go to the polls in California and Texas?
We as a company didn't have any effort to push out votes for any particular demographic. That would be against our principles. We participate in the civic process in a nonpartisan way, and we think it's really important we do it that way.
Well, I just think it's interesting, Mr. Chairman, I know I'm over time, but I think it's interesting that their head of multicultural marketing writes an email the day after the election where she talks about 71% of Latino votes voted for Hillary, but that wasn't enough. And she talks about paying for rides to the polls in key states for Latino votes to get out the Latino vote in key states. And the head of the company says that's not accurate.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Chairman, I think it's important for us, and we are happy to follow up with Congressman there, and we haven't found any evidence to substantiate those allegations, but...
Does Ms. Murillo still work for the company?
It's my understanding she does, yes, sir.
There you go. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Pichai. Have you ever heard talk of this email that you were just asked about by your head of multicultural marketing?
Not at that time, but later, when there was concerns expressed around it, I was made aware then.
Is it true that she sent that email, or could that be fake news?
My understanding is that there were emails which were sent, like the congressman referred to.
But is your testimony today that Google did not configure its features to get out the Latino vote in key states?
We don't build partisan features or features with any goals around affecting elections in those ways. We mainly focus our efforts on helping people register to vote, and we reach users across the United States. So anytime we do these efforts, informing people where to vote, these are used in a very distributed way, widely across the entire country.
All right, thank you, sir. And Google's collection and use of consumers' data and its record of protecting consumers and their data are appropriate areas of congressional oversight. But sadly, this committee has neglected consumer protection as an area of oversight, choosing instead to squander their oversight responsibility and use its power so as to bully Google and other technology companies into minimizing negative news and comments about Republicans and, most importantly, the Trump administration. Yesterday, Google disclosed that private profile data of over 52 million users may have been exposed. I understand that you're phasing out the Google Plus platform, but many Americans trust your email platform and countless other products with their personal information. And you admit that you collect private data for use in advertising. How can we be assured, considering this new breach, that the personally identifiable information of consumers is safe with you?
Congressman, it's an important question. This is why we undertake all these efforts. We do operate important products like Gmail. The reasons, building software inevitably has bugs associated as part of the process. We actually undertake a lot of efforts to find bugs, and so we find it, we root it out, and we fix it, and that's how we constantly make our systems better. And the biggest area of risk we normally we see for our users is around security, that their account gets hacked or something. That's why we work hard. Gmail is an area where we have invested a lot. We have an advanced protection program. I would encourage members of the Congress to sign up for it if you're using Gmail. It allows a second layer of protection to your account, which makes it much harder to get your account misappropriated in any way.
All right, thank you. Yesterday, the New York Times published an in-depth investigation of your location tracking applications that sell purportedly identified, or excuse me, personally identified data. Google has said that it doesn't sell data, but as a corporation deeply involved in the business of consumer data use in advertising, your company benefits from applications that track consumer locations. How do you differentiate what Google does with geolocational data from companies with applications that track and sell the data?
As a company, we do not sell user data. That would be against our principles and how we...
how do you differentiate what you do with the geolocation data from companies that do sell the data? How do you differentiate what you do with that data versus what these applications that do track and sell the data do?
An important source of differentiation. We do not and would never sell user data. We do give consumers preferences about how their data is used for advertising. Most of our user experience, we make our advertising relevant based on the keywords you type in. That's where we get most of our information. You can just type in, control your ad settings into Google, and you can actually change the use of your personal data for advertising as well. We allow that as an option for our users.
As my time expires, let me ask you, do you believe Google has done enough to be transparent in its data collecting policies?
We always think there is more to do. It's an area which is going to be an ongoing area of effort for us. But we have invested a lot over the years, and we do make it very transparent, and we encourage users to go check it out. And in fact, every day, 20 million users go and check it. And over the last month, around 170 million users did check it. But we're going to continue and invest more in this area.
Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Poe, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm over here on this side. I have an iPhone, and if I move from here and go over there and sit with my Democrat friends, which will make them real nervous, does Google track my movement? Does Google, through this phone, know that I have moved here and moved over to the left? It's either yes or no.
Not by default. There may be a Google service which you've opted in to use, and if...
So Google knows that I am moving over there. It's not a trick question. You know, you make $100 million a year, you ought to be able to answer that question. Does Google know through this phone that I am moving over there and sit next to Mr. Johnson, which would make him real nervous? It's his question. It's yes or no.
I wouldn't be able to answer without looking at...
You can't say yes or no.
Without knowing more details, sir.
If I walk over there and sit next to Mr. Johnson and carry my phone, does Google know that I was sitting here and then I moved over there?
You're welcome anytime, Judge.
Yes or no?
I genuinely don't know without knowing what
shocked
services...
you don't know. I think Google obviously does. Are you familiar with the General Data Protection Regulation by the European Union?
Very familiar. We worked over 18 months on it.
And the European Union is protecting the right of privacy of the people in Europe. We don't have such a law in the United States, do we?
Congressman, we have supported and...
We do not have such a law in the United States, do we?
We don't have a comprehensive user data privacy legislation.
Are you familiar with House Resolution 1039? It's a resolution that I've introduced that would basically adopt some of the European practices in America and give consumers in the United States the right of privacy. Are you familiar with that legislation?
No, but I'm happy.
I'll give you a copy before you leave. It's ironic to me that the United States, supposed to be the country in the world that protects privacy of individuals more than anybody else, we are playing second fiddle to the Europeans. They protect the privacy of their folks more than we do. And I think the United States Congress needs to move in a direction to allow citizens to opt in to the dissemination of their information rather than opt out, which seems to be the current law.
Or 302 to
As
copy
Mr.
single
Cohen has
vehicle in
stated,
the
I
ditch
think
for
most
17
Americans
westbound
don't
at
know all the
Palladium.
things that this phone can do. And one thing that it can do is disseminate information
They're saying
really
just
that we
200
are
meters
unaware
west of
of to
Palladium.
all
There's
different
a single
people out
vehicle in
there.
the ditch. She was called in by
United States to
ambulance. They
change the
stopped,
rules and make
and there's no
it
injuries
so
being
that
reported.
we, as consumers,
Also looks like there's a
opt
tow en
in.
route.
Otherwise, that information is not disseminated. That is just my opinion. What does Google view as objectionable?
Are you still in the far west end, John?
I think there are, if you're referring to our content policies,
No,
we
negative,
do
just beyond,
publish,
please.
there are areas, for example, categories for YouTube like violent extremism, pornography, child safety, fraudulent activities. So we define categories.
What are extreme political views? You find those objectionable? I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying, what are those extreme political views?
We think it's important. Google and YouTube are platforms which support
So
freedom of
what are
expression.
those extreme political views that you find objectionable?
We don't define any political views as objectionable.
So you let all political views come on, even objectionable political views?
We have areas which we have defined as not allowed on our platforms. For example, on YouTube, there are clear definitions around hate speech, but it's defined as speech which has the primary goal of inciting hatred or violence towards groups of people.
You would agree that hate speech has many different definitions depending on who's doing the defining, wouldn't you agree?
We understand it's a subjective area, could be open to interpretation, but we define it and we publish our definition of it, and we...
Do you believe that Google has been brought out here in some question is biased?
Congressman, it's really important to me that we approach our work in an unbiased...
Do you believe that Google is biased? It's either yes or no.
No, not in our approach.
Now, it is a private company, is it not?
Yes, it is.
It's not the government. Google is not the government, is it?
Not last I checked, no.
You want the government to regulate Google?
Today, we are subject to a lot of regulation across many different agencies.
But you're not subject to the definition of what bias is by the government coming in and saying, Google cannot be biased, and we, the government, are going to decide what's biased and what's not biased. You're not subject to that philosophy, are you?
No, not today.
I hope we don't get to that point where government tries to come in and regulate what bias is, and because this is an independent, free company. I think that is, Google may have, to me, it's just a part of doing business like any other media outlet. They can say what they want. I've gone over time, Mr. Chairman. I have some other questions I'd like to submit for the record.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I might, the gentleman is certainly welcome to join me on this side of the aisle and switch parties at any time.
It's getting a little late in his career to do
That's
that.
right.
I will just respond to the gentleman from Texas and say that we will be submitting questions in writing to you, Mr. Pichai, including the ones from the gentleman from Texas, and we would ask that you answer them promptly.
We'd be very happy to.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pichai, I believe that the platforms can and should do a better job preventing people from using services to engage in illegal activity. Tim Cook recently said platforms and algorithms that promise to improve our lives can actually magnify our worst human tendencies. Some of your peers are publicly reckoning with the ways their companies are not neutral platforms and are accountable for the content on the services. In congressional testimony, Mark Zuckerberg said his company is responsible for the content on its platform. In a Washington Post interview, Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi said we have to stand for the content of our platforms. We can't just say we're a platform and our job is done. Mr. Pichai, will you, in front of our committee this morning, join your peers and affirm that Google is accountable for the content on your platforms?
We have a commitment to our users to provide accurate and trustworthy information, high quality information, and we work hard to uphold those commitments.
I'll take that as a yes. I want to return to the privacy discussion that's gone on. And Mr. Pichai, I went to to do a privacy checkup while we're sitting here, and you're right, it's quite good. But I want to talk about what it does and what it doesn't do, and perhaps you can help me work through this a bit. On my settings now on Google, my location history is paused, my device information is paused, my voice and audio activity are paused, my YouTube watch history is paused, That's probably a good thing, and my YouTube search history is paused. That said, it doesn't mean that you're not collecting data on me, does it?
I think if you, for those categories, if you pause it, we stop collecting.
No, I understand, but overall, it doesn't mean that you've stopped collecting data. You're still collecting data on search. You're still collecting data in ways that can help advertising and help provide the services that you provide. I appreciate that. My question is this. I wanted to focus also on the New York Times article about what they refer to as the mobile location industry. And I understand the way that data is collected when you talk on your website about searching Google, getting directions for maps, watching videos on YouTube. You collect data to make services work better. I understand that. But data is also collected to use in advertising. And according to the New York Times story, it's a hot market. Sales of location-targeted advertising reaching an estimated $21 billion this year. It talks about your company and Facebook dominating the mobile ad market that also lead in location-based advertising. And it says that Google also receives precise location information from apps that use its ad services. Can you explain that to me? Is the New York Times saying that if there is any company that uses your ad services, and given the dominant place that you play in advertising, that would be, I would imagine, most. If there is any company that uses your advertising, then that data that they collect would also be available to you? And ultimately, the data they collect on me is the question I'm asking.
So we, as a company, and we have commitments to you, we view data as belonging to users. We are stewards of it. So we don't transmit personal data to advertisers, if I understand.
No, I understand that. I'm asking about the data that companies, because the New York Times said that Google receives precise location information from apps that use its ad services. My question is, do you receive information, is the New York Times right, do you receive information about the locations that I travel from companies who use your advertising service?
I just want to make sure I understand the specifics, but there may be information. So for example, if we are providing an ad, and let's say it's for a restaurant, we normally would do it in a location near you so that it's relevant for you. You have an option to turn that setting off. But if it is, since we are providing that information, we would be aware of it. It's not coming from that company to us, but.
But that's what I want to understand. If a company uses your advertising, does their location sharing get to you? And here's why. Let me just cut, because I don't have a lot of time. The Times talks about the information isn't tied to someone's name or phone number. Your personal information as you define it seems to be name, email address, and billing information. The question a lot of us have, Mr. Pichai, I think you can sense, is that while that may be personal information and you treat that the way we would expect, that there is a lot of information about where we go and where we are at any moment that can, as the Times points out, allow someone with access to the raw data, including employees or clients, to identify a person without their consent by following someone they knew, pinpointing a phone that regularly spent time at that person's home address. Can you use the locations that people go to identify, to back into who a person is? You wouldn't do it, but could someone else do the same thing?
We wouldn't do that without explicit user consent. To answer your question, I'm happy to follow up. I want to make sure I address it. It's a specific question. I think at a high level, I would say location is turning out to be an important area. As we consider privacy legislation, I think it's important we give location protection for our users. As a company, we want to lead the way, and we are taking efforts.
I understand, and I have to go back. Just one last question, Mr. Chairman.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Marino.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here, all of you. Let me start out by saying that, sir,
JL, do you copy?
The office of your company, I think particularly you, because you have a tremendous responsibility towards your employees.
Home Center, hard ID 3-135.
Your company, providing jobs, and we thank you for providing jobs.
3-135,
But I think you also have a much more awesome responsibility.
3 Zulu 008. My partner and I were just going to bring this car back to the CP, and he's on your banner. I'm just going to be following him back there.
Because I've learned this over the years as a prosecutor and then more so as a member of Congress. There is a lot of people who believe everything that's put out by anyone. We're a 10-second society now, and we can't hold conversations. We can only read 10 or 12 words, and that's supposedly the gospel. You have a responsibility to see that the truth is out there, and I will hold you to doing that. I don't believe in the government taking control or defining, as my friend the judge says, what is right and what is wrong. I, for one, the less federal government in my life, the better. So I am depending on you and companies like your company to help us along the lines, because if the federal government does ever step in to regulate, you're not going to like it. And with that said, I have a concern concerning China. In 2010, Google left the Chinese marketplace due to concerns over hacking attacks, censorship, and how the Chinese government was possibly gaining access to data. I'm interested in what has changed since 2010 and how working with the Chinese government to censor research results are part of Google's core values. Do you understand my question?
Congressman, right now there are no plans for us to launch a search product in China. We are, in general, always looking to see how best. It's part of our core mission and our principles to try hard to provide users with information. We always have evidence based on every country we have operated in. Us reaching out and giving users to more information has a very positive impact, and we feel that calling. But right now there are no plans to launch in China. To the extent that we ever approach a decision like that, I will be fully transparent, including with policymakers here, and engage and consult widely.
Am I then to understand that you have no plans to enter into any agreements with China concerning Google, how it's used in China?
We currently do not have a search product there, and so,
Do you plan on having a search product there?
Right now, there are no plans to launch a search product in China.
Okay, let me ask it this way. If in the future you decide to do that, what information would you share with the Chinese concerning other users, other countries?
Anytime we look to operate in a country, I mean, we would look at what the conditions are to operate. There are times in the past we have debated the conditions to operate, and we explore a wide range of possibilities. Currently, it is an effort only internally for us. We are not doing this in China, and so, but I'm happy to consult back and be transparent to the extent we plan something there.
I'm sure you are aware that right now there are thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people that the Chinese government has on computers trying to hack in the U.S. and any other countries. Same thing taking place to a lesser degree in Russia, simply because of the population. What can Google do to help curtail that, if not eliminate countries from hacking into other countries?
As a company, we have faced significant attacks before. So, protecting the security of our users is what really keeps me up at night. And it's something we invest a lot over the years. We work with law enforcement because we rely on their intelligence to help us assess threats. But it's a comprehensive effort, and it's something we take seriously.
Thank you. I yield back. But remember the responsibility that I think you have.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Bass, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming today. I wanted to follow up on some questions that were asked of you earlier, specifically the use of bots by authoritarian regimes and also the use of troll farms by Russia, and wanted to know if you could be more specific in terms of how Google is going to respond. In other words, will you expand your staff or modify the algorithms in an effort to identify and eradicate the online trolls? And then in terms of the flooding that takes place with bots, what specifically will you do to address this?
This is something we actually face across the set of products we do today, be it our ad systems, be it our search products people are trying to spam, and be it YouTube and so on. So in general, we have built systems over the years to detect anomalous traffic patterns and mitigate that. And we also learn, we collaborate with others. Law enforcement has been very helpful to us in this regard.
So if the example of the bots where you have, I mean, I saw one example where there was one day 125 dislikes and the next day there were 84,000. How do you respond in a situation like that where it's obviously it's done purposely?
So when we see view count manipulation, manipulation of likes, dislikes, and either we get reports or we detect in our systems spikes in those activities, which which make it clear that it's not humans doing it. We detect it, we treat it as spam or abuse of our systems.
So you have staff dedicated to looking at that?
Yeah, both. We have our algorithms, AI systems, and manual reviewers, and we are staffing up our manual reviewers significantly over the past couple of years. And so we do it comprehensively across all those things.
So anticipating what took place in 2016 happening again, and this is specifically regarding what Russia did to foment racial tensions in the United States, and wanting to know how you are responding to that, where they called for, fake protest, either to get African Americans to turn out to protest something that was fake, or to have white supremacists be ginned up to attack communities of color. So specifically, what is Google doing to respond to that?
We mainly saw, with respect to Russia, limited improper activity on our ad platforms. But in general, we are not a social networking company across the products we do. It's an area we haven't done well as a company. So we typically aren't connecting groups of people, and that's not how Google mainly works today. And so we haven't seen that kind of activities on our platforms, but we are vigilant and happy to share any findings which come through as we look into it more.
So I also wanted to ask you a couple of questions about online creators of color, where mainstream media outlets often fail to cater to communities of color with relatable content or resolve lingering issues of underrepresentation or misrepresentation. Communities of color have sought out digital mediums to tell their stories, and in some cases, this has been very successful, and it's led to larger networks recognizing the talent, and in other cases, it's given a platform to voices that would otherwise be silenced. So I wanted to know what policies Google might be developing to put in place to ensure that the voice of online creators can expand.
YouTube has a lot of community outreach programs. We partner with other organizations who do important work in this area. But today, when we look at YouTube, we do see a platform with a very diverse set of perspectives and opinions. It's partly the strength of the platform and the reach it provides to voices. And
Could I get the information about your outreach, specifically who you do outreach to? That would be very helpful.
We'd be very happy to do that.
And I yield back my time to Representative Deutsch.
Thanks. I thank my friend from California. Mr. Pichai, I just wanted to finish up. Again, appreciate you being here. And I wanted to follow up on something that the chairman started our hearing with, and that was a question about information collected by Google. I think the report that he referred to talked about information collected specifically on Android phones, even if those phones aren't on Wi-Fi or the cell service isn't on. Is that something that happens?
Congressman, it's not clear to me how something when there is no connectivity would happen, but
we haven't. I'm sorry.
I'm aware of those concerns. We haven't been able to substantiate those specific findings.
You're looking into those findings, though?
There's an area where we are, our goal is to, we're trying to help users with the information they want. Today, there are many cases, users give us feedback. Part of what we're trying to do is they want us to be location aware when they get their...
No, I understand, but you're not aware of data being collected while the phone is not connected to either cell service or Wi-Fi.
Yeah, there may be specific instances. For example, GPS may be working, and so it depends on the specifics, but in general, no.
And so finally, the question is, if that information is, if that's possible, if you learn that it is happening, and I would love you to share that with us, if you learn that's happening, and the information then when the customer turns on his or her cell service, if that information is then sent back to your company on their data plan, a lot of people obviously have limited data plans. When you look at this, if you could also look at whether, when the information is sent back to the extent it's happening, that it might cause some people to go over their limits, thereby costing them more on their monthly bill, that would be helpful information as well.
That's good feedback. We will.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chai. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Patel, for being here. Look, there is an understanding, I think it's come across from everyone here, and it's a saying that I've sort of lived by most of my adult life, and I think most people get. Perception is reality. Now, you can disagree with the perception, you can disagree with the reality, but at a certain point in time, as you've even heard from many of the folks discussing on both sides of the aisle today, there's several perceptions that are going on what's being stored, what's not being stored, and how that is, or how that data and that privacy issue, and also the effects or the outcomes of the searches are made. Now, one of the other issues, not just Google itself, but also YouTube, there's another issue that I will not touch today, but probably will do some questions on, is the issue of content and the issue of how that is stolen in many cases and how that could be worked on. Those are issues we'll deal with in another setting. We've talked about this. But I want to go through several questions because it's been discussed a lot about what you collect and what you don't collect. So the next few questions will be yes, no questions. I'm not trying to trick you here. It's simply what do you collect and how do you collect it, okay? In dealing with Google, do you or do you not collect identifiers like name, age, and address? Yes or no?
If you're creating an account, yes, and using an account, yes.
Specific search histories when a person types something into a search bar?
If you have search history turned on, yes.
Device identifiers like IP address or IMEI?
Depending on the situation, we could be collecting it, yes.
GPS signals, Wi-Fi signals, Bluetooth beacons?
Would depend on the specifics, but there may be situations, yes.
The GPS, yes.
Yes, if you have location.
Voice and conversations when using Google Voice products?
We give an option to turn on or off.
But if a person didn't know it, voice and conversations when using Google Voice products?
Yes. We only record when they initiated with OK Google and then say the terms after.
Contents of emails and Google documents?
We store the data, but we don't read or look at your Gmail.
But you have access to them?
As a company, we have access to them, yes.
So you could? Saying you don't or don't, I'm not asking do you or don't. I'm saying you could, though there is a possibility.
We have clear established policies on how we would do that data.
And their privacy policies, speaking of that, has changed 28 times, including 8 times since January 2016. So I think the policies, and this is why I'm asking these questions. Is there any type or origin of data which Google would refuse to collect that is not already prohibited by laws like COPA or HIPAA?
And there are many categories of information today. We are particular about anything to do with health data.
Those are covered under those. Anything that you would not collect outside of the two that I named, which are generally accepted as things you cannot collect.
There are many things which we don't collect. For example, we don't collect, you could have a product like Google Home, we won't collect conversations unless you specifically ask us to. So you ask a question. And so we definitely are very careful and minimize the data we need to provide the service back to our users.
I'm glad you mentioned data minimization. We'll get to that in just a second. How long do you keep the data that you have captured?
Today we give you the choice of whether you want to store the data or not. But if you store the data, from the time you turn it on, we store it for you.
Okay, well, let me ask a question here. For all this has been discussed, age identifiers, search histories, all these things. And for how many would you say, let me just say, you've made an interesting question. How many people actually understand that they can actually cut this off?
we remind people, and every day 20 million people come and make changes in these settings. So we see robust
When you
activity.
control 95% of searches, you control this in a very large way. I would say the vast majority, not the most sophisticated, not the ones in a certain age demographic, are not as familiar with this as, say, some who work in the industry or at least around the industry. Would that not be a fair statement?
If you could repeat that, Congressman, sorry.
I'll get back to it. Earlier it was said that identifiers such as age, name, and address are treated differently. If that is true, how are you treating them differently, and is the same data collection process still done? How is it treated differently than maybe some of these others that we have spoke of that came, I think, from Mr. Deutsch's discussions, such as locators and things like that?
We offer different controls for that. So for example, for location, we give specific controls. For your voice activity, we give specific controls. We are trying to meet users' expectations. And so for example, some people may want their search history to be available, but they don't want YouTube history to be recorded. So we give those choices to our users.
One of the general dynamics of most of this tech industry and those who collect data is data minimization. You brought it up just a few minutes ago. The issue that I have, and it was in March of this year, a security researcher actually downloaded his, quote, Google takeout. This is probably
there's another one right
5.5
before this, all of the
gigabytes. This is not just a few names and addresses and where you went. The why, number one, does Google need all this information? We can answer that in the fact that 86% of your revenue comes from advertising, so we know you manipulate the data in some ways. However, can you explain what you do to minimize this data, which is generally an accepted standard practice among those who collect data?
Our goal is, but we are providing, for example, if we are providing you a service like Gmail, which we have done for 15 years, that data, we need to store it for our users, so they expect us to. So we are trying hard to match users' expectations. We don't need, our data for advertising, as I said earlier, most of it comes from just the keywords you type. And so, we need minimal data to do advertising. We give you options to turn ads personalization off. We store most of the data we do today to help give users the experience they want, and that's what we're trying to do.
I'm going to go back to where I started. Perception is reality. The amount of data being collected here, how it is being used, how you monetize, the one ad, basically the flow of information that you have, and the monetization of that is a concern. I think the perception of how it is used and from what side of the aisle is something that this committee, I think, will take up and continue to process. But I think when most people deal with this, what I said earlier, I'm not sure that in the broad scope of things, simply clicking yes, especially in a society today in which some of these things, and especially that was talked about mobile, which we've not delved into even further, is going to open up a much larger situation in which is not just simply monetizing data, it's actually using information that can be then used by either law enforcement or others in legal proceedings that can then be used against them, that they're not going to understand exactly what is going on. With that, my time has expired, and I'll yield.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Pichai, for being here. In 2006, Internet pioneer Vint Cerf testified on behalf of Google that the open Internet was designed so that no central gatekeeper could exert its control to discriminate against rivals, consumers, or other businesses. Since then, it's become increasingly clear that this virtuous cycle of innovation is fundamentally threatened by the dominance of a few powerful companies. Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, made this point clear in an open letter earlier this year where he warned that the open Internet has been compressed under the weight of a few dominant platforms that have the ability to harm competition and control which ideas and opinions are seen and shared online. Along with 83% of Americans, I strongly support an open, decentralized Internet that is free of powerful gatekeepers with the ability to discriminate against rivals, threaten innovation, or harm consumers. With that in mind, I'm deeply concerned by reports of Google's discriminatory conduct in the market for Internet search. According to findings by the European Commission, Google has harmed the competitive process by favoring its own products and services over rivals, by deprioritizing or delisting competitors' content. And so my first question, Mr. Pichai, is as a proponent of Internet openness, will Google commit to ending the discrimination against rivals and other businesses through Google's products?
Congressman, with respect, I disagree with that characterization. We provide users with the best experience they are looking for, the most relevant information, and that's our true north, and that's how we approach our products.
But does that include the use of discriminatory practices? Is that part of your business model?
Definitely not. And in the European Commission, we are appealing that decision. when they looked at shopping as a category, they excluded Amazon as a potential entrant in the space. So the specifics matter here. We are interested in providing users with the best information they're looking for, be it from another company and be it from a competitor. That's what we are interested in doing.
Well, I strongly believe in structural antitrust enforcement. I also plan to work with the Federal Trade Commission to develop legislation to address this type of discriminatory conduct online. Will Google commit to working together with Congress on legislative proposals designed to ensure that online firms with significant market power are not able to harm the competitive process through discriminatory conduct?
You know, we're happy to engage constructively on legislation around any of these areas.
Thank you. I'd like now to turn to the question of China. Mr. Pichai, the operating environment in China has deteriorated with respect to surveillance, censorship, and the like since Google first made the decision in 2010 to leave. In September, I sent you a letter along with 15 other colleagues raising serious concerns about reports that Google is planning to re-enter the Chinese market with an app-based search engine that would likely have to comply with strict censorship and surveillance requirements imposed by the Chinese government. Since then, a widespread chorus of opposition to such a move has emerged, including from lawmakers, leading human rights activists, and a group of Google's own employees. The environment has deteriorated. Your launching an app in that environment would seem to be completely inconsistent with Google's recently launched AI principles, which say you will not design or deploy technologies whose, and I quote, purpose contravenes widely accepted principles of international law and human rights. It's hard for me to imagine you could operate in the Chinese market under the current government framework and maintain a commitment to universal values such as freedom of expression and personal privacy. So I want to ask very specifically, are any employees currently having product meetings on this Chinese project? And if not, when did those end?
We have undertaken an internal effort, but right now there are no plans to launch a search service in China, as I said earlier.
Are there any current discussions with any member of the Chinese government on launching this app?
Currently, we are not in discussions around launching a search product in China.
Are there any current discussions with members of the Chinese government about this?
This effort currently is an internal effort, and I'm happy to consult as well as be transparent to the extent we take steps towards launching a product in China.
And who at Google is leading the Dragonfly effort?
It's our efforts around building search. It's undertaken by our search teams, but these are distributed efforts. It's a limited effort.
Will you, Mr. Pichai, rule out launching a tool for surveillance and censorship in China while you are CEO of Google?
Congressman, I commit to engaging. One of the things which is important to us as a company, we have a stated mission of providing users with information. And so we think it's in our duty to explore possibilities to give users access to information. And, I have that commitment, but, as I said earlier on this, we'll be very thoughtful and we will engage widely as we make progress.
Well, I appreciate that. And let me be clear, this goes beyond Google and frankly beyond China. At a moment of rising authoritarianism around the world, when more leaders are using surveillance, censorship, and repression against their own people, we're in a moment that we must reassert American moral leadership. And I think it's important that because other countries will look at that relationship. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the letter of 15 colleagues and I sent to Mr. Pichai, his response, and a letter from more than 50 human and civil rights organizations opposing the launch of a censored Google search engine for the Chinese market. And would just note, Mr. Chairman, that in the submission of this for unanimous consent, the NGO letter reports that, and I quote, the Chinese government is actively promoting its model of pervasive digital censorship and surveillance around the world. Many governments look to China's example, and a major industry leader's acquiescence to such demands will likely cause many other regimes to follow China's lead, provoking a race to the bottom in standards. It would also undermine efforts by Google and other companies to resist government surveillance requests in order to protect users' privacy and security, emboldening state intelligence and security agencies to demand greater access to user data. So the implications, Mr. Pichai, as you understand, are well beyond China. And I'd ask that they be made a part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you ever launched an investigation into whether political bias is impacting the consumer experience?
Congressman, we do, to the extent there are concerns, we look into them, and it's.
No, have you expressly launched an investigation into political bias of your employees?
On our employees, you said?
Yes.
To the extent, we always take any allegations around code of conduct across every issue seriously, and we look into them.
You said to me yesterday that as it relates to political bias, you haven't launched those investigations because there are so many redundancies and there is so much peer review that would not be possible. Is that still your testimony today?
Congressman, yes, it's the way our processes work. If you need to make a change in our algorithms, there are several steps in the process, including launch committees and user testing and our rater guideline evaluation.
But at your company, your employees can get together and chat in groups, right? Google groups?
Yes, they can.
And one of those groups is the Civil Rights Group, right?
We have many employee resource groups on which they can participate in conversations, yes.
Have you ever looked into the conversation into the Resist group?
Congressman, no.
Is that a surprise to you that there's a Resist group?
I'm not aware whether such a group exists or not.
If there was a Resist group, would that be the type of thing that you would want to look into?
We have clear policies around how our products are built. And
no, but if there's a Resist, you know that the Resist movement is a movement built to resist the agenda of President Trump. If there's a Resist group within your company where groups of employees, not one, are getting together within that group to engage in discourse on company time with company infrastructure, does that strike you as the type of thing you would want to investigate?
Congressman, I'm not aware of any such group. None like that has been brought to my attention, and happy to follow up to, and understand the concern better.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a document from what purports to be Google employee Miles Borins, which is opposed to the Google group Resist.
Without objection, so ordered.
I'm also reading now from the discussion that occurred over Breitbart and Google Ads, and I'm quoting from one of your employees who purportedly posted, "Anyone want to hold their nose and look through Breitbart.com for hate speech? Why would someone need to hold their nose to do that work?"
Congressman, today we have 90,000 employees, and they communicate in forums. As a company, we have allowed freedom of expression, and we don't stand or condone comments expressed in these things. We are very clear about our policies as to how we build our products, and we serve our publishers that way.
Well, if you haven't launched an investigation into any of your employees, because it would take a group of employees to engage in improper conduct, and if those groups of employees are engaging in discussion on your platform, and if one of those platform groups is Resist, and if on that Resist movement site or any other sites in your platform there's discussion of suppressing conservative speech, why would that not be something that you would launch an internal investigation in, publish the reports, sanction those employees that may or may not be engaged in improper conduct, so that we can all have greater comfort in the user experience?
Congressman, first of all, I want to assure you, we have checks and balances so that employees, and we not just on this issue, across any issue, we protect the sanctity of our systems, our product development process, and we would do that.
How can I have confidence that you're protecting the sanctity of your system when you don't even know that your employees are getting together on your own company's infrastructure to talk about political activity?
In general, we always assume our systems are designed. We assume there could be bad intent. So we've designed from first principles because, for security reasons, both externally and internally, at any given moment, we assume that somebody may be acting in bad faith. And that's how we have designed our systems with all the protections in place. We need to do that for our security of our systems, and it's a first principles approach.
So if your assumption is that people can act in bad faith, why then have you not launched an investigation into the communications that seem to indicate a desire to suppress conservative political movements and conservative voices?
Well, if there are allegations around discussions which are specific with the intent of manipulating our products, we would conduct an investigation.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. The Wall Street Journal reported that your workers were discussing tweaking search terms to frame the discussion over the travel ban. Did you perform an investigation into that allegation?
We looked into it. There was no attempt at anything to influence our products. There are at times during important news events, for example, during events like hurricanes, etc., we have a set of tools, crisis response tools. During the travel ban, even the Department of Homeland Security was looking to put out information because there was some confusion around the event. So there was some discussion around things like that too. And so
Well, I would strongly suggest that one of the crisis response tools that you use is in an investigation into the discourse of your employees on resisting the Trump presidency, resisting the Trump agenda, and then smothering some of the conservative outlets that seek to amplify that content. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Ms. Swalwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Pichai. I represent a congressional district in the San Francisco Bay Area where a number of my constituents work at Google, and was hoping we could dive into some concerns that I hear from them, but also that I hear from constituents who just have concerns about privacy. Does the United States need a national privacy law?
Congressman, I'm of the view, given how important privacy is, that we are better off with more of a single overarching.
Excuse me, would you mind moving the microphone in front of your mouth so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm of the opinion that we are better off with more of an overarching, data protection framework, which for users, and I think that would be good to do.
And in Europe, just last year, they implemented the General Data Protection Regulation, known as GDPR, and the goals were for consumers to know, to understand, and consent. And would you agree that if there was a framework in the United States to have a national privacy law, that would be the critical framework to have: know, understand, and consent?
We have had quite a bit of experience now working with GDPR, and we have done it for many, many months. And, I think there are, I think it's a well thought out, crafted piece of legislation. I do think there's some value for companies to have consistent global regulations. I think it's also important for users as they navigate services globally. And so I do see value in aligning where we can.
Mr. Pichai, as part of Russia's attack on our democracy in 2016, it used ads on your platform, on Facebook's platform, on Twitter's platform, and money was provided in rubles and from Russia addresses. What has Google done to make sure this doesn't happen again? And just last week, Secretary Mattis confirmed that Russia continued its attack on our democracy in the most recent midterm elections.
Congressman, as I said earlier, it's an area where we invest a lot. I mean, we did see limited improper activity, and obviously we learned from that. We've been very transparent with our findings. Leading up over the past couple of years, anytime we have found other activity, which is material, we disclose it, and we are constantly evolving the practices we do. But I do say our efforts have been pretty successful so far. Google as a whole through both our election cycles. But it's an area where it's never enough, and so you're constantly vigilant and doing more.
And Mr. Pichai, I don't think anyone disagrees that seeing an answer on a results page for certain queries can be useful. For example, if I type in, what is 25 times 15, and Google spits out 375, that's useful. But today, if my wife was to search for a pediatrician in Dublin, California, instead of being matched with the most relevant information from across the web, according to Google's algorithms, my wife or any mom would see a map that is powered by Google's ecosystem of local reviews. And in response to claims that Google has put its own results ahead of its competitors, when its PageRank algorithm believes the competitors should be ranked higher, Google has told certain international enforcers that local search results come from a specialized index, which is distinct from its organic web index. And I was hoping today you could clarify for me, is it technically possible for Google to compare local business content it collects against that of content collected by third-party services using a PageRank-like quality score?
We employ a wide variety of signals. We are interested in providing users. We respond to user feedback. So as a user, you could be on a mobile phone with very limited connectivity. You could be a busy parent on your way, and you're checking for some information, maybe trying to find a doctor because your kid is sick. And so we are looking to see how we can get that information to you as quickly as possible. That's the use case which drives our product development. And And if that information is best available from another company, we make it available. There are times we are able to provide that information because we have better information. And so we are constantly looking, and we do that to the best of our ability.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. At this time, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pichai, I want to thank you for appearing today and for taking the time to answer and meet with us individually and answer our questions. I think you and I both agree it's important for your company and for the people for us to have this public hearing and to get all this information on the record, so to speak. So as we discussed in my office yesterday, my conservative colleagues and I are fierce advocates of limited government. And we're also committed guardians of free speech and the free marketplace of ideas. We do not want to impose burdensome government regulations on your industry. However, we do believe we have an affirmative duty to ensure that the engine that processes as much, as we've said today, 90% of all internet searches is never used to unfairly censor conservative viewpoints or suppress political views. Your challenge today, and in the days ahead, is to convince the members of this body that Google and your industry peers will implement your own sufficient safeguards and solutions to this problem so that the government doesn't have to intervene. Here's a question. In previous hearings and discussions, Google has described the Trusted Flagger program as a source for recommending content be removed from your platform. Recently, Google released a transparency report on content removal, which revealed that out of the 7.7 million automated flagging removals from your platform, YouTube, around 70% of that content was removed before it had received any views from the public. Here's the question. How does Google ensure that content removed in the automated process is not merely because of philosophical or political differences?
Congressman, it's an important question. As you said, YouTube is committed to being a platform for freedom of expression, and we go to great lengths to do that. We only handle videos in the areas of clearly defined policies we have. We do have automated systems, but we assess it, we later spot check it to make sure the system is working as intended. We respond to feedback. As content creators, you can appeal if you think something was removed erroneously. But it's really important to us that we provide a platform for freedom of expression, but enforce the rules of the road on areas where we have said, and we are very transparent about the areas and the clear policies with which we do those things.
You've spoken a lot today about objectivity. That's the goal. We applaud and appreciate that. As you know, Alphabet's incubator Jigsaw has introduced Perspective, a tool that uses machine learning to filter online discussions for, quote, toxicity, unquote. This, to me, raises issues of how Google's parent company is using machine learning to filter speech that is viewed as unproductive, such as ad hominem attacks or offensive language or the like. When creating a tool like Perspective, what steps is Google taking to protect conservative viewpoints from being considered toxic by subjective reviewers as the program progresses?
3X-ray-026.
Congressman, Perspective, provided by one of our sister organizations, Jigsaw, it's a platform for publishers to use. So the publishers get to define what they want acceptable or not, and then that's what the tool provides for them. But I think your point is valid. I mean, we don't want to be in the position of just editorializing publisher content, and we are just providing a tool for publishers to better drive the content on their platforms.
You mentioned the appeals process if a content provider has their material flagged. How quick does that appeals process work? In other words, what's the review period?
3X-ray-030.
I think it varies. We prioritize areas which are sensitive. For example, areas like terrorism is something we prioritize very significantly and higher up in the queue. But we are ramping up our resources, and our goal is to do it as soon as possible. But sometimes it can be a matter of hours. If it's areas around copyright, we have implemented Content ID. We have a system by which we can automatically detect and respond right away back to copyright owners. So it's a constant work in progress.
In the committee's last hearing with Google's Ms. Juniper Downs, we discussed this. I raised the case of the Alliance Defending Freedom's content being removed after being reported by a trusted flagger on YouTube. The flagging organization was the Southern Poverty Law Center, which has a kind of an infamous reputation for being, I would say, a radical left organization that opposes conservative viewpoints. What criteria does Google use when granting trusted flagger status to third parties such as the SPLC?
Today we first want to clarify one thing. Our trusted flaggers don't remove content. They can flag content for us to review, and we review flag content. It's mostly used by law enforcement, many nonprofit agencies in areas, important areas like child safety, terrorism, and so on. Southern Poverty Law Center is a trusted flagger. People can register. Last we checked, they've never flagged a single video on our platform. We have reached out to a wide variety of organizations, including conservative organizations. We would be happy to take your suggestions to add organizations as trusted flaggers.
Appreciate that. We need a little objectivity. And I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Wilson.
6X-ray 036.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is now the fourth
lawyer
hearing
and
in a series of ridiculous hearings on the free speech of internet companies. A significant portion of this hearing was a waste of time because the First Amendment protects private individuals and corporations. Now, there are things that Google does unrelated to speech that I disagree with. But when it comes to search algorithms, your prioritization, what videos you want to show, the First Amendment protects you. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Some of them are fairly basic, and I apologize, but I feel like I have to educate some of my colleagues on how the U.S. Constitution works, and feel free to answer yes or no. So my first question is, we here on the Judiciary Committee are the government, and Google is a corporation, correct?
3X-ray 044.
Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. The First Amendment limits what government can do in regulating the content of speech. It does not limit Google.
3X-ray
Google does have to follow corporate laws and other laws.
3X-ray
And under those laws, you and your board of directors have a fiduciary duty to your shareholders, correct?
10-4, 3X-ray 060.
And one of the ways that Google generates a profit is when consumers use your search engine, they watch videos, some of them click on ads, they use your applications. Isn't that one way you generate profit?
10-4, 3X-ray 070.
And if consumers were not getting the search results they wanted, or not getting the videos they wanted to see, they might start moving to your
10-4 and
competitors.
3X-ray
Isn't that right?
072.
Every Monday when I run my management meetings, yes, we worry about, users have a lot of choices, so we work hard to earn their trust every week.
And so let's say you figure out that the number one thing users want to see are dog and cat videos.
Go ahead.
Under the U.S. Constitution, you have the absolute right to
Phonic
promote
request,
dog
get
and
another
cat
car
videos.
down here.
I'm not saying you do that,
We're
but you do have the right to
closing
do that if you want to.
off-ramp lane eastbound at Curling Avenue.
I'm not the expert on First
Get a
Amendment,
second
but
cruiser for license.
I think that's right.
I thank you. So last week when I got notice we're going to have another one of these hearings, I did a search on Google. I searched for Congressman Steve Scalise. He is a Republican. And I hit the news tab. And the first four articles that come up are generally pretty positive. The first one is from Town Hall, a generally conservative publication, about his book, Back in the Game. Second article is also about his book, Back in the Game. Third is about him talking about election results. Fourth is from Fox, another positive article about his book, Back in the Game. You don't have a group of people at Google, they're sitting there thinking, hey, we like Steve Scalise, so we're going to generate positive articles on these search results. That's not what's happening, right?
I'm very glad to see Congressman Steve Scalise fully recovered and back, but we don't deal with individual queries and, with any viewpoint, and so these are our algorithms.
Nowhere in your programming code does Congressman Steve Scalise even show up, isn't that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Now I'm going to do a real-time Google search for a very similar term. I'm going to change one word. So I'm going to search for Congressman Steve King. I'm going to hit the news tab. First article that pops up is from ABC News. It says, Steve King's racist immigration talk prompts calls for congressional censure. That's a negative article. But you don't have a group of people at Google sitting there thinking and trying to modify search results. Every time Steve King comes up, a negative article appears. That's not what's happening, right?
We always operate for any query with the same set of principles. We are trying to reflect what is currently, if it is newsworthy, what is currently being discussed about that phrase.
Thank you. So let me just conclude here by stating the obvious. If you want positive search results, do positive things. If you don't want negative search results, don't do negative things. And to some of my colleagues across the aisle, if you're getting bad press articles and bad search results, don't blame Google or Facebook or Twitter. consider blaming yourself. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here, Mr. Pachai. I don't disagree with one point made by the last interrogator.
Single vehicle rollover said to be 417.
Let's call him questioner, that's easier
east
to
of
say.
Carp Road.
In the sense that I think you have a First Amendment right to do what you guys want to do. So you're a private company. There's very few constraints on the First Amendment, although there are lots of
10-4, the
constraints
information is
ultimately when
10-5
we start
from
looking at
Ottawa
it. Everything
Police.
from libel to
They
slander
say,
to threatening,
417
intimidating,
eastbound is east of
to
Carp Road, possible
yelling
single
fire in the
vehicle
crowd theater.
rollover, no
We
details
have
on
constraints
the
on First
vehicle,
Amendment
if it's
speech.
in the median or
But
the
you've
shoulder.
seemed, as we've gone through here today, to say that
Looks
Google
like
doesn't
they're
have
trying to get some more
bias.
info.
You yourself have said you personally don't have bias or animus. And you've also tried to implement policies to prevent bias and animus as well. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we work hard to build our products in a neutral way, and I'm committed to doing it that way.
Right, and in some respects, we haven't heard much discussion about the human intersection with the creation or manipulation or editing of algorithms. But there is human interaction with the humans create the algorithms, and you might have some artificial intelligence that might adduce some additional information as it goes. But originally, the creativity comes from the humans, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, how can we be assured that foreign adversaries will not use your platform against Americans or American national interests?
You know, we always worry about
Hey, Brendan, if you can do
that as a
without
threat
me, I'll
vector,
head to that
and
rollover with you.
this is why we make sure, you know, the best way we do it, when we are building our products, we don't rely on, you know, one person or groups of people to be able to do it. We follow a set of robust process, including tests and validation, both from users. We get feedback from users, and we use raters externally to evaluate. And we do this. For example, our search raters in the US are there in all the 50 states of the US. We geographically distribute them so that we really get the perspectives of everyone around the country.
Well, that doesn't really get to the answering my question of security assurance. And so I guess if manipulation of your information systems was not possible or effective, we would not be seeing so many countries investing in the capability of manipulation, whether it's Russians or Chinese or Iranians or others that are, you know, attempting to manipulate your system.
And there may be attempts to use our products and services. So, for example, because we provide advertising products, you know, and what we saw in the 2016 election was, you know, limited activity, but it's improper. 2 accounts related to Russia, you know, advertised using our platforms.
That totaled $4,700, I think you said.
Yeah, so that's an example of, you know, the kind of threat we see, and, you know, it's something we are working hard to mitigate and avoid.
Okay, and so I guess I would say that it looks like you guys have a policy of do no evil, right? Is that fair to say?
It's not our official policy, but, you know, it's a statement which has been communicated by us internally.
And other people have brought up the work that you may or may not be doing in China, and I want a clarification of that. Are you looking to expand in China and cooperate with the Chinese government on a platform release in China?
To the question, it's about search. Right now, we have no plans to launch search in China. We have always, over the years, explored how best we can continue to serve users in China, but that's what we are doing.
Are you doing anything with the data share with the Chinese government?
No, today, we don't operate our services which involve user data, like Google Search or Gmail in China, so no.
So you're telling me nothing at all then in China?
We do provide, you know, for example, Android, which is an operating system. We work with partners around the world, and there are OEM manufacturers around the world, including in China.
So manufacturers, but beyond manufacturers, any other platform use?
We don't have any special agreements on user data today with
the Chinese government?
That's right.
Okay. Do you share the data that you collect on civilians with the United States federal government?
We comply with valid law enforcement request, and, you know, and with due process, we comply with valid law enforcement.
What's the extent of that?
You know, we publish a transparency report in which we give insights into the law enforcement requests we have gotten and our, you know, and our compliance there.
The last question I have real quickly. In May 2016, Google banned all ads by payday lenders, even though it invested in LendUp, which is effectively a payday lender. And it banned ads by competitors. Is that a normal practice?
Congressman, we undertook ad policies in that particular area because we saw evidence of misuse, and we had gotten a lot of feedback, and that's what we reacted to.
Did you ban your own LendUp app?
I don't think Google is involved. I think one of our sister companies is has an investment in
LendUp. Right.
I think that's my understanding.
Was it banned?
Gentleman's time has
I can follow up. I'm not aware of the specifics. Happy to follow up.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome and thank you for your testimony today. Do you know what frazzled drip is?
Apparently there's a male 5758 skinny build wearing red, orange hoodie, possibly a work vest.
Over the past 24 hours.
Going,
I just learned about it in the
already been
Washington
in two
Post this morning.
buildings and
There's
cut the power in both
article with
buildings.
this headline, "A
This
Platform
last being
for
north
Free
end on
Speech
Metcalf
that
about 15
Extremists
minutes ago.
Routinely exploit." And in it, the article explains that the recommendation
is
version for
opposite of this?
YouTube, which is owned by Google, correct?
Negative.
Yes. The recommendation engine for YouTube
For
recently
Ottawa
suggested
police
videos
is,
claiming that
they're just
politicians,
with us,
celebrities,
and they're
and other
asking
lead
us if we
figures
could bowl the
were
area,
sexually
or
abusing
just our
or
checkpoints to see
consuming
if
the
this mail
remains
goes
of
by any of
children,
them. He's,
often in
again,
satanic rituals,
red,
according
orange
to
hoodie, possibly
watchdog group Algo
the construction
Transparency.
vest,
The
buzz
claims
cut,
echo and
has
often
a
cite the
screwdriver
discredited
with him, and
Pizzagate
he's got a black
conspiracy,
canvas
which
backpack.
2 years ago led to a man firing shots into a Northwest Washington, D.C. pizzeria in search of children he believed were being held as sex slaves by Democratic Party leaders. One recent variation on the theory, which began spreading on YouTube this spring, claimed that Democrat Hillary Clinton and her longtime aide Huma Abedin had sexually assaulted a girl and drank her blood, a conspiracy theory its
Somerset
proponents
West.
dubbed frazzled drip. Now, the article goes on to describe how this frazzled drip conspiracy is all over YouTube, and some of the frazzled drip clips purport to show grainy images of Clinton and Abedin
Yeah, I'm just here with the
committing
auto
crimes
officer.
and speak of
Could
invoking
you
the
call
death
them and
penalty.
just
One
get
video,
info for
which
mail
has
with
been
just
viewed
for the
77,000 times and
just in the
remains
area
online
here?
today,
So we
has
gotta
a
get it.
voiceover that says, "Will these children become the dessert at the conclusion of the meal?" So, and this is just one example that they use of extreme right and paranoid conspiracy groups using YouTube as a place to trade their videos and to promote propaganda. What is your company policy on that, and are you trying to deal with it?
You know, we are
Information came
constantly
from Ottawa
undertaking
Police.
effort to deal with
So it might have been
misinformation,
one
but
of their
you know, we
units
have
that was in the
clearly
area.
stated
Got no
policies, and
further details.
we have made lots of progress in many of the areas where, you know, over the past year. So, for example, in areas like terrorism, child safety, and so on, we are looking to do more. You know, this was a recent thing, but I'm committed to following up on it and making sure we are evaluating these against our policies. But it's an area we acknowledge there's
So
more
I
work
guess
to be
that
done.
we got a male party.
You know,
If you can be on the lookout, about 5'7". Buzz cut.
One of the videos discussed included
He's wearing
images
a
of
red,
body on a table before
an orange
restraining
hoodie
children,
or a
and of Hillary Clinton with a
traffic
bloodied
type
mouth and
vest.
fangs, claiming that she and
Carrying a
Abedin drank
backpack,
the blood
black
of their
canvas
victim.
bag.
That was
Last
removed,
seen
but then
northbound
another
Somerset.
consisting of an exact
He's cut
copy
power
of the
to
video
two buildings in the
remained
area so
online,
far. So
apparently
he's got some
remains
kind of
online.
instrument that he's using,
So,
officer safety.
I mean, is your basic position that this is something you want to try to do something about, but basically there's just an avalanche of such material and there's really nothing that can be done, and it should be
Is there a
buyer
crossroad?
beware or
Maybe
consumer
northbound
beware
road?
when you go on YouTube?
Yeah, he's northbound on
We do
Metcalf.
grapple with
Last
difficult
seen
issues.
10 minutes ago.
We have to look at it on a video-by-video basis, and we have clearly stated policies. So we would need to evaluate whether the video, the specific video, violates any of our policies. And we do strive to do it for the volume of content we do get. And you know, we get around 400 hours of video every minute. But it's our responsibility, I think, to make sure you know, YouTube is a platform for freedom of expression, but it's responsible and contributes positively to society.
Some of my colleagues are upset about negative references to Donald Trump, not Hillary Clinton or not Barack Obama. And obviously, one potential strategy today is to try to heckle you into somehow playing favorites with Donald Trump and Republicans. I think that would be a silly and ridiculous takeaway from this. On the other hand, there is material which is a true public danger. You've got a right to have whatever politics you have. I mean, we could subpoena Fox News and bring them in here and beat them up about how 90% of the references on Fox News to Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton are negative, but they've got that right under the First Amendment. You've got a right under the First Amendment to have whatever political views you've got. But I think the point at which it becomes a matter of serious public interest is when your communications vehicle is being used to promote propaganda that leads to violent events, like the guy showing up in the Pizzagate conspiracy case. And so I guess my question is, are you taking that threat seriously?
We have very clear policies against hate speech, things which could incite harm or hatred or violence, and that's an area where we are clearly taking a lot of action. But I want to acknowledge there is more work to be done, and with our growth comes more responsibility, and we are committed to doing better as we invest more in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Handel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Pichai. For years, the Federal Trade Commission, on a bipartisan basis, has affirmed that precise geolocation information is considered highly, highly sensitive, and that consumers must opt in to that. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Do you think there's other information, privacy information of consumers that should also be required to have opt-in versus opt-out?
In general, I think a framework for privacy in which users have a sense of transparency, control, and choice, and have clear understanding of the trade-offs they need to make, I think is very good for consumers, and we would support that.
Okay. And speaking of privacy and transparency, I'm trying to understand the difference between a paying customer for the Google Suites versus the free Gmail. So when it comes to data collection, are the criteria and the rules the same if you're on Google Suites versus Gmail?
Google Suite is a broader suite of products than Gmail alone. We have very specific policies around Gmail. In general, we don't, as a company, we don't read your Gmail unless we have express consent from you, for example, to investigate security or abuse related to an account. On G Suite, we provide G Suite across many instances. We have clear policies against that too. We don't use...
Right, but what I'm asking is, are the policies different?
We don't distinguish between, so for example, today we provide G Suite for free to many educational institutions. We don't use that data from within G Suite for advertising.
You collect it?
Well, we store, G Suite involves user documents, be it documents or Gmail. So we store it for the user so that they can access it.
And no one in your company has access to it?
People,
or they do have access?
We have policies that they cannot access it unless they have specific consent from the user for a specific situation.
What would be one of those reasons?
For example, you may want to investigate fraudulent activity related to your account, and you may ask for your permission to do that. There may be a valid law enforcement requirement which we have to comply with.
I'm going to go back to Google Takeout, which my colleague from Georgia asked about earlier. I would say that the average person probably has never heard of Google Takeout until recently. So when did it become available?
We started this effort, I'm aware of it as early as over 10 years ago, and we started building for many of our products. We started an office in Chicago with the express goal of providing users with this takeout capabilities. I think we were quite unique in starting to work on that as a company, but there's more effort we plan to do there.
Who has access to it?
This is for users. So for example, if you decide to stop your Gmail account and you go with another email provider, being able to take your Gmail data with you, and that's what it's designed for. Takeout is for users, yeah.
But no one from within Google or any other place can come in to Google Takeout and get your information?
No, it's expressly designed for consumers to take their data with them.
I understand what it's designed for. I'm asking who practically can get access to it.
We have very strict limitations on access to sensitive.
Oh, so it's more than just, if I were going to Google Takeout for Karen Handel, I'm not the only person who has access to my Google Takeout?
You are the only person who can take out your data, but I'm just saying, you asked about internal systems. We have clear policies. Employees can't go looking at user data unless there are a narrow set of circumstances which may involve either consent from the user or legal situations, et cetera.
All right. Is it free?
Is
to
take
get
out
your data?
Yes, it is free.
So when a person takes their data out, or they want to go through and clean up privacy and they delete, is it really deleted or is it just hidden?
Depending on the service, if you're terminating your account and you delete the data, it will take some time, and we communicate that to propagate through our systems and get removed, but we follow through on that.
But it's deleted. It's not just hidden from sight.
It's deleted. That's
Okay, one last question. You said that your company embarked on an initiative to register people to vote. How did you do that, and who did you target, and in what states?
So for example, during registration windows, we highlight, we give people information about where to register. We do these things representatively across for all our users across the US. And all indications are that the participation is uniformly high across our user base. So we do this with the express goal of...
But how did you do it? Did you send out links? Did you send out voter registration forms to people?
The gentlelady's time has expired, but you can answer the question.
For example, on the Google homepage, we may say, check where your polling place is. And as a user, you can click on it, and we give you the location of your closest polling locations and the opening times available to you. That's an example.
I'll be following up on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Chapel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Pichai, for coming to testify before us. I, for one, am thrilled that you as a company encourage people to vote. I think we should all do that. I'd love to see Election Day as a holiday. I've been deeply concerned for some time about employers mandating forced arbitration rather than allowing for people to pursue justice. And forcing people into arbitration when they've already experienced a violation of their basic rights, I think, is a deep injustice, and it subjects people who have already been victimized to further victimization. And we've seen research that shows that it discourages people from coming forward to report abuses to begin with. There are very successful companies in your field, including companies like Salesforce, that have thrived while foregoing forced arbitration contracts and clauses. And I think that we can all agree that the argument that eliminating forced arbitration threatens innovation should be dismissed out of hand. Eliminating forced arbitration has been a shared priority by my colleagues on this committee, as evidenced by the fact that our ranking member, Jerry Nadler, as well as Hank Johnson, David Cicilline, and I have all introduced legislation to end the practice. And I was very heartened to see that Google ended forced arbitration, but only in the context of sexual harassment. And so I hope you agree with me that upholding people's fundamental right to safety in the workplace and freedom from discrimination, whether it's based on gender or sexual orientation or race or religion or any other metric, really benefits all of us. And so I wanted to point out that it's particularly critical for companies like Google to take that moral leadership in this space, since there are limitations for affected people to pursue system-wide change through tools like class action lawsuits. And I recognize that this is not exclusive to Google and that it extends to many, many other employers. But since you're here before the committee today, which has jurisdiction over this issue, I want to ask you if you will voluntarily commit to expanding the policy of ending forced arbitration for any violation of a person's rights, not just around sexual harassment, but really for all of your employers and your contractors.
Congresswoman, thanks for the question. It's an important area. One thing, if I could clarify, today our arbitration agreements don't require any confidentiality provisions. That's how we have done it. But as you mentioned, for sexual harassment, we agreed that it should be up to the employees, and we gave them a choice. We are definitely looking into this further. It's an area where I've gotten feedback personally from our employees, so we are definitely reviewing what we could do, and I'm looking forward to consulting and happy to think about more changes here.
Well, we'd love to work with you on that. I think that this really, for people who are listening to this hearing that may not understand this, basically when you sign a contract, as we saw with sexual harassment, some employees don't even know what they're signing away, but they're signing away their ability to actually pursue claims in the justice system by going to forced arbitration. And so I think that this is very, very important. I think your point about confidentiality is important, but that's not the issue here. That is about transparency, but it's not about the basic right of somebody to seek access to due process and to justice in the courts. So what stage are you at in advancing the issue of ending forced arbitration, both on the sexual harassment side, but also in terms of the process for looking at it more broadly? How do we have a timeline? How do we engage with you to make sure that you endorse our legislation as we move forward in the next Congress?
We've already, we've already enacted the changes for forced arbitration, for giving arbitration as an option for employees for sexual harassment. We are definitely reviewing what more we could do in this area. I'm definitely happy to have my office follow up as they're thinking about it to get your thoughts on it, and we are definitely committed to looking into this more and making changes.
Thank you. The other issue I wanted to just raise in my last minute is moderating hate speech, and this has come up in a number of different ways, and we appreciate the work that you have done, particularly with YouTube. I know we had Alex Jones in the room earlier, but I think promoting conspiracy theories that are patently false and result in real harm is a problem. Do you agree with the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights assessment that social media played a role, for example, in perpetuating genocide against the Rohingya? And what is Google's responsibility to moderate hate speech on your platform?
2003.
We feel a tremendous sense of responsibility to moderate hate speech. We've defined hate speech clearly as inciting violence or hatred towards groups of people. It's absolutely something which I think we need to take a very strict line on, and we've stated our policies clearly, and we are working hard to make our enforcement better, and we have gotten a lot better, but it's not enough, and so we are committed to doing more here.
Well, we really look forward to working with you on that, and before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, let me just take a point of personal privilege to say I was born in the same state as you in India, and I'm excited to see you leading a company and continuing to show that immigrants to this country contribute great value in spite of some of the rhetoric we hear. Thank you, Mr. Pichai. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pichai, thank you for being here. I appreciated the reference to Pittsburgh in your opening testimony. Great to have you in a part of our community there. Your company really should be held out as a success story of America's free enterprise system. Google has very powerful products and services. There is a saying that goes with great power comes great responsibility. I think you realize that. I want to talk a little bit about these allegations of bias that have been out there. I've seen the media reports about a few Google engineers lamenting the 2016 election results. Then they discussed potentially manipulating search results that would favor some political viewpoints in the future. On a hypothetical level, those Google engineers believe that they had the power to influence an election. Do you think Google's products and services are powerful enough that they can sway public opinion to tilt an election if the company wanted to? Are your products that powerful?
Congressman, today we see users get information from a wide variety of sources, and while Google is a big player in search, search is just one of the ways in which people get information. They get it from social networking sites.
Do you think that your products are that powerful?
That's not the way I think about it when we are building the products. We constantly worry about the areas where we are not doing well, and we're looking to do better. We definitely see a lot of innovation, not just from within the US, but globally around the world. And we do realize we are a large company, and with that comes scrutiny, and we think it's important to engage on that.
You've testified about Google and its algorithms working on in a nonpartisan way, and that you're confident that Google does not approach work with any political bias. There's a law been highlighted in the vote in Santa Clara County. Does Google do anything to ensure ideological diversity among its employees and decision makers?
Congressman, I've communicated clearly to the company that we need to welcome viewpoints from across all sides. As a company, we You're right, we are definitely based in Northern California, and clearly, there is a leaning there. But last year was the first year we grew faster outside of California than within California. We also have employees globally. And I do see a wide variety of opinions expressed
When
across.
Mr. Johnson asked a question about the Trusted Flagger program, you said for us to review. Who's the us? Who's doing that review?
We review things both with a combination of our automated systems as well as manual reviewers. These are people who are part of.
And how many people is that? How many? Is it a committee? Is it?
We've committed to scale up our manual reviewers to over 10,000 people, and we are well underway to do that. And so this is thousands of people working 24/7 globally across, looking at content based on our policies.
Google has described its ethic with these pithy, great statements: "Don't be evil, do the right thing." I'd like to discuss these ideals in relation to reports at Google that we've been talking about with China. The strict authoritarianism the Chinese government rules its people has caused concern around the globe for generations. I vividly recall the early days of June 1989 and concern for everyone around the world, including your company. Did Google design a prototype for a search engine that could be used in China to censor content?
Congressman, we have undertaken an internal effort.
Did you create a prototype? There was a report in The Intercept that says a prototype for the censored search engine was designed.
Just 10-5 from Ottawa Police.
We have developed and explored what search could look like if it were to be launched in a country like China. And that's what we explored. And
how many months was that project ongoing?
We've had the project underway for a while, and there have been other projects which we've undertaken for a while, and we've never launched them too. So we are constantly exploring.
How many people were working on it?
The estimates, the number of engineers on the project have varied over time. At one point, we have had over 100 people working on it. It's my understanding.
I just want to echo what my colleague, Ms. Jayapal, had said. Yeah, I'm glad you're here at the committee, but I'm glad you're here in our country. You are the success story, and I can just think of you sitting as a teenager in India, thinking that this was probably never even on your radar. But you came to this country because this country had that promise out there. And I want to thank you for being here today and encourage you to continue collaborating with this committee. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman.
I was going to leave for a few mics for a lunch break.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Pichai. I'm here.
3X3030.
Thank you so much for being here and enduring
You got a mobile
all
over
that we have heard and seen today. As you know, Google certainly has significant influence over the dissemination of information to the American people. You have the ability to mold and shape how we think, decisions we make, what we buy. But let me just remind you and others that America, with all of its greatness, has enough problems. And we have to make sure that the gift of Google is used, the service that you provide is a responsible one. In your own statement, you said that the American people have the ability to use technology to improve their lives. So that tells me Google helps to solve problems, not create problems. My concern specifically centers around the protection of the consumers, because Google certainly would not be anything without the consumer. So the protection of the data, their information, the level of service that you provide. And I know we've talked a lot today about data collection and how it's used, and if the settings are in place, then it's not collected. So let me just understand, really starting with the chairman's questions, which I thought was a good opening for us. If a consumer tells you not to collect their data, then you do not collect the data. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And how does does Google allow advertisers to target ads based on sensitive factors like race, ethnicity, religious affiliation?
Currently, we don't have those, the ones you mentioned
Kilo
as
402
factors in our advertising product.
Okay, and what is your policy regarding predatory advertisements?
Can you just advise what type
we
of
have strict
vehicle was it
policies
that was,
against, and we
the gentleman was waiting
respond
for
to
CA?
concerns there. We have undertaken significant changes to the extent we find predatory practices on our platform. So it's an area we are committed to doing better.
And since we do represent everybody, poor communities as well as affluent communities, how do you make sure that the information that is received in at-risk communities protects the consumer, if you will? How are they treated the same in terms of affluent versus poor communities? How do you make sure that they are?
We do engage with community organizations. We do, our teams do wide outreach, and to the extent there are specific concerns, which, there is an abuse of our product or platform which affects, communities disparately, we do follow up and engage and take action.
And how do you do that again, please?
So for example, if there's a specific category of a product where we get clear feedback, the way we have implemented the product has a disparate effect on some minority communities. We do engage and we understand
just in relation to that earlier
changes in our products or policies.
So you get feedback, so do you initiate or do any checking, or does that information have to come back to you, or are you proactive in terms of looking for those type of vulnerabilities?
So the mail's in the area there
We do both, and but I do think there's more we can do in being proactive, and it's something I'm happy to follow up and understand better. But it's an area we're committed to doing.
You talked quite a bit about working more with law enforcement. I believe you've said that maybe 4 or 5 times. I'd like to hear more about some of the things that you do with law enforcement to protect the consumers as well, and protect our electoral process and other things that we should care about.
We do this across a wide variety of areas. So for example, when there were concerns expressed about election interference, it's an area where we look to law enforcement for guidance. Areas like child safety is an area where we actively collaborate with law enforcement agencies. So fraud, malware, and depending on the area, we engage and we support them through efforts they are trying to do. The opioid crisis is a good example of an area where we are doing a lot of work with law enforcement.
What do you think is the main area where Google could improve to better help the consumer?
For male, 5'7",
Always trying to protect the consumer.
Always think privacy is an area where we think is sacrosanct, and we have done a lot for users over the years. But it's an area where expectations are constantly evolving, and we are, as a company, needing to evolve and adapt to it. And so it's an area we are committed to doing better, but it's an area I want to acknowledge that there's more to do, and it's never done, and something we're committed to doing better.
Again, thank you, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Zulu 026, we'll head down there and follow.
Back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Pacheco,
And 3 Kilo
appreciate you
402
being
just
here.
advised another party
And,
reporting the same.
I think most all of us agree on both sides.
East of Curve
We
Road,
applaud
so it's likely one and the
great
same.
work.
I'll leave it open so we don't
For
keep getting
example,
calls.
Steven Spielberg, despite politics, he's provided my family a lot of enjoyment and entertainment. You and your colleagues at Google have created an extraordinary vehicle for searching out things. It's fantastic. And as Mr. Liu, a friend across the aisle, was pointing out, you've got government that's not supposed to interfere in people's civil rights, and then you've got a company, a corporation like Google. My problem is when the government gives its immunity from lawsuits over to a private corporation that's the head of that corporation doesn't even realize that there is political bias run amok in his company. And that's the problem. I don't want to see you overregulated. I don't want to see you regulated. I want to see others come up with brilliant ways, as you, Mr. Brim, and others did, to create something that makes life easier. But a good example, you have a trusted flagger, you'd indicated, called the Southern Poverty Law Center. the Southern Poverty Law Center really has stirred up more hate than about any other group I know. They stirred up one guy to the point that he went to the Family Research Council, and I know those people, and they're Christians. And they believe, and I believe, that Christianity is really more based on love than about any other religion in history. God so loved the world, he sent his son so loved the world, he gave his life. And yet they stirred up hate against the Family Research Center, and a guy goes in shooting. You have, let's see, June 18th of this year, Southern Poverty Law Center announced it had reached a settlement with Najib Nawaz and his organization, Gilliam, for falsely labeling them as anti-Muslim hate group. They were wrong. Now, you consider them a trusted flagger, yet they keep creating problems for people that are not haters. And in fact, they had to pay out $3.375 million. My problem is, when you put your moniker on them, a trusted flagger, why aren't you paying $3.375 to Mr. Majid Nawaz? That's my problem. You trust people that have stirred up a lot of hate. And another good example, and you're so surrounded by liberality that hates conservatism, hates people that really love our Constitution and the freedoms it's afforded people like you, that you don't even recognize it. It's like a blind man not even knowing what light looks like because you're surrounded by darkness. But if you look, let's see, a good example, after President Trump won, your co-founder, Mr. Brin, said, quote, "Most people here are pretty upset and pretty sad." Now, a lot of us have seen the video. We saw how upset the top people at Google were. And for you to come in here and say there is no political bias in Google tells us you either are being dishonest, I don't want to think that, or you don't have a clue how politically biased Google is. Now, another example is Wikipedia. We do a search, and what comes up as right there is the knowledge panel on the right, and we hopefully will have a screenshot of that. We get Wikipedia. My chief of staff went on, she told me, every night for 2 weeks and put proper, honest information in with proper annotations, and Wikipedia's liberal editors around the world would knock it out every day and instead put up a bunch of garbage like Mark Levin has now been facing. Yet to you, they get a trusted spot. And when Wikipedia slanders or libels someone, and you're the one that has trusted them above any other entity, you ought to be liable. You ought to be liable when the SPLC is liable. You ought to be liable when Wikipedia demeans and uses their political bias. And I hope and encourage you to look around and notice you run off conservatives, you embrace liberals, and it's time Google was actually not immune so that people can hold you accountable and get a little better objectivity. I see my time's run out. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your testimony here today, and a number of these questions flow to me, even though I may be repeating some of this, but I'm still not clear on how many staff and who it is that establishes the parameters by which the algorithms are written. Can you tell me about how many staff that is and how that works?
Congressman, today it's our search team, which works on the core of our search teams, and it's well over 1,000 people. I'm happy to elaborate more, but it's thousands of people.
That's close enough conceptually. And when you hire them, Are they people hiring coming in from the outside? Or are they brought up from internally? What's the typical path to this roughly 1,000-person search team?
It's a combination of both, but senior-most engineers on our search team typically tend to have been in the company for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. And so most of the time you will know them from having worked with them. Do you then, do you go into their social media to try to determine what they might be doing on social media?
Normally we don't, as a company we have allowed people to express themselves, but we make it clear that how we build our products is done with great care and thought, focused on giving users the information they are looking for.
But this team of roughly 1,000, they're the people that write the parameters by which those who write the algorithms write the algorithms.
Red, blue, black jacket.
That's roughly correct.
Baseball hat, bicycle.
And so there isn't really any look at what their private lives are, even though their public social media is not examined by the company. And does anyone outside of Google know who these 1,000 people are?
We don't examine their personal activities, and there are some senior people do participate in conferences and meetings outside, and they're known to the outside community.
And we're watching people whose social media has knocked them out of some pretty high positions in life. Almost every week there's one or more whose social media, this week, a couple of them that I can think of just in the last 24 or 48 hours. I'm going to make this point, and I believe I've made it with a number of the internet companies that have been sitting here at this table in the past. What we're at with situation here is that there's a very strong conviction on this side of the aisle that the algorithms are written with a bias against conservatives. The people on the other side don't agree with that because, of course, it benefits them. But what we don't know are who are these 1,000 people, and we don't know what their social media looks like, but we do know that the people that come from that county are about 80% supporters of Hillary Clinton, if I listen to the gentlelady from California correctly. And so that would be a built-in bias if I know people from California and know their politics from California, and I think I do. So we've got, at least theoretically, a built-in bias that's here. It's not being examined. They're not examining the social media. How would you expect that you could get to an objective result, which you said that we build our products in a neutral way, but that doesn't mean that your product comes out neutral.
Real party is
So how would you expect to get to unbiased
Last name is
result
Brooker,
with a built-in formula that I've described?
May 2485. May 2485.
Congressman, it's an important question, but the way we rank our results is essentially based on user feedback, and that's what drives the iterative loop in our in what we put in.
We have 3 units here, just so you know.
I understand how it's prioritized that way, and I watch what's going on.
Red
but I made this
and black
point
jacket,
that if we
blue
don't
on
know
it,
who
and a
the
baseball
1,000
hat.
are, and we can't look at their
Shaved hair,
social
but he's
media,
got a reddish
and we
beard.
can't see the algorithms to understand the results of the work they're doing behind closed doors, and yet the public believes that it's an open forum where there's a balanced exchange of open access for information. Of course,
Very
it's
cooperative.
not.
I don't think he's our guy, but
So
we're
I
just
have
checking
said,
him.
we either need to know who they are and look at their social media, and if that doesn't solve this problem, next step then is publish the algorithms. If that doesn't happen, then the next step on the line is Section 230, the amendments to Section 230. And the step on the line beyond that is a Teddy Roosevelt step. Now, I'm with Mr. Gormert. I don't want to regulate anything, but neither do I want to see a society that's so polarized and so divided and so loaded that the will of the American people can't be expressed in the ballot box. That looks like either where we are or the direction we're going. And I would just finish it with this. I have a 7-year-old granddaughter who picked up her phone before the election, and she's playing a little game, kind of game a kid would play, and up on there pops a picture of her grandfather. And I'm not going to say into the record what kind of language was used around that picture of her grandfather, but I'd ask you, how does that show up on a 7-year-old's iPhone who's playing a kid's game?
One will be en route.
Congressman,
Stand for that was my next question. Thank you.
And so,
It might have been an Android. It's just, it was a hand-me-down of some kind. I'd ask.
Breach probation by Fredericton.
I'm happy to follow up and understand the specifics. There may be an application which was being used, which had a notification, but I'm happy to understand it better and clarify it for you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, and yield back the balance of my time.
Also, 1072 firearms, section 109. sub A alpha. Another entry, 1068 mischief, breach of probation, invested in 2018, no contact order on file. Parties in Nova Scotia.
We've already indicated we'll take all questions submitted in
1063
writing.
radius, province of New Brunswick again.
And I'd appreciate it.
Arrest failed to comply with probation order endorsed.
All right. Gentlemen, without objection,
I thank you for your
gentlemen is
courtesies. I thank you for the
Subject
courtesy of
CNI
the
on
gentleman
file,
from
flag
Alabama.
Victor,
I
last
think
entry
it's her time
2019
next.
for violence,
There have been
robbery,
several points
theft,
made,
other criminal code, failed
and
to consent.
obviously algorithm has been mentioned over and over again.
The
Three
key fobs,
questions.
they keep telling me that they handed those out to us.
Explaining how algorithm may
They
play
should be
into
floating around.
someone's
Does anybody have a
impression
key
that
fob?
conservative is over liberal. I think you're very clear on that it's not the case. In addition, your clarification on China and engaging in any activities to censor those individuals. And number three, the algorithms again about your
We're just being advised by OPS that mail is a flag for flesh-eating disease. It's very contagious in that
Any
area.
explanation as to how that is in fact, if you represent it to be not true, or how that might be perceived that happens?
Anybody driving an OPS vehicle, the white Explorers,
Algorithms may play
and
a
just
part in that.
get them over.
And the gentlewoman will submit those in writing to us so we can submit them
Thank
to
you.
Mr.
And I
Pachai.
thank the gentleman, and I thank you for yielding. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Switching back to 34.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Unfortunately,
Mr. Shai, thank you very much for your testimony today. I want to go back to the privacy policy and talk about some of those issues because I think that's very important for the American public. You mentioned the transparency in your policy, but when, I know your policy is 20 pages long, changes multiple times a year. I have to ask a couple questions about the policy because I, quite frankly, don't understand all of it. And that is the policy states that Google's data collection applies when, quote, you use Google service. And so most consumers would think that means Google search or Google Maps. My question is, does the policy apply when a consumer contacts a double-click cookie? Are they then under that policy or not?
Today, our product there is called Google Ad Manager, and in general, when users interact with our services, we need their consent, and by law, we need to apply our privacy policy so that we can offer them the full protections.
Sorry, where was
we
the
can
location for
and fulfill our
units that need to go
obligations.
refuel?
So as part of that, I think if you're interacting with our ad services, we do,
One was a
we do get
rover
your
there.
consent for your privacy policy.
X-ray 018.
So that's written in
Have you got a key fob there,
policy.
46?
And they have, okay. And then
I do not have a
secondly,
key
if
fob,
consumer
sorry,
does
08
not have a Google
does not have a
account,
key fob. We're just
they
relieving
land on
units
a
to go
web
get
page
fuel.
that has Google
And then
Ad there
we
again.
just wonder if any other rovers
Is
are in
that
the area just
consumer
to check
using
on
a Google
white
service?
Explorers and see if anybody else needs fuel, just so we can try to tag
Under
as many
the
over as we can.
privacy policy.
My understanding would be, yes, if they're interacting, if they, they may be both subject to the privacy policy of the publisher or the application they are using, as well as the ad platforms that work on that product.
Okay. And then third and
3X3060,
finally,
you
your
got
privacy
key fob
policy
then, I
says
take
you
it?
collect voice and audio information when you use audio features.
Negative,
However,
sorry, we have an ARI
does this
card.
mean Google
We
Assistant
do
is
not have a key
recording
fob.
our voices in conversations?
Okay, I'm still trying to get through
how
here,
about
so
when just
just
using
bear with me.
Google Voice? Or is that actually
Okay,
being
008,
recorded?
if there's a unit at the command post, you can go to the
If
vehicle
you
table and they can
invoke
give you the
Google Voice
OPS
by either
key
using
fob
the
and the pin.
microphone or you say, OK, Google, and issue a command.
Actually,
We treat it like a
that's
search
10-4. We
query
turn around and grab it and then
and record that activity.
whatever
But
current
we have a separate setting in which as a user you can choose whether you want these
Can I run
stored or not. And so we give users the choice and the option.
See, when it gets to transparency,
10-4, that's
I
mail
think
to
when you
construction
realize you have these active,
Yeah,
where where I'm
he may
clicking
have
and
talked
giving that
to
information.
OPS already,
and
Zachary
agreeing to it.
McKinnon.
I think people understand
Tell
that
creatine.
information is going out, and they're giving that permission. But it's these passive collection points, like Android and
just
phone,
was the spelling for McKinnon.
where they're picking up that information, and the user, I'm
Mike
sure
Charlie
the
Q,
user actually
yeah, November,
knows
Oscar,
that.
November, 1st of May,
And so,
91.
You know, one of my questions is, we're agreeing to privacy policy, but we don't really know what information we're giving up, because there are other groups that you are contracting with, Android and Chrome, who are collecting passive information. How do you address that, and how do you make that transparent for the consumer?
Congressman, we realize privacy policy alone is, is not enough. This is why we prompt and give privacy checkups.
Right. So let me stop you there and ask you then, because that, you know, is it possible for Google to send me a printout of all the information that they have collected on me within the last month, and where I've been, what I've clicked, does all that information, you have all that information, it could be provided to me, right?
We do make it available to you very easily. We are concerned about the security of the data, so we don't casually get it out. But
right, so I would ask, if we're running out of time, but instead of me as a consumer, or anyone as a consumer, giving you the privacy right up front,
on the back, the white portion, so
why
never enough.
why don't you be more honest with me? Tell me exactly what information has been collected, what information you want to share, and then allow me to decide how much of that information I would like to share as a consumer.
Congressman, I agree with that sentiment. In fact, what we precisely do is actually we are very transparent, and like we make it very easy. You go to your account settings, we clearly tell the categories, and you can click and see the information we have. You can turn it on or off, but we want to do better. And you know.
But there are areas where information is being collected, even if I have the particular sites turned off, there's still information being collected through some of these other passive systems that you've contracted with, correct?
We are pretty explicit about data which we collect, and we give protections for you to turn them on or off. And even when you use a product like Chrome or Gmail or Google Home, we're very clear about the data we collect, and we reflect it back to the user, the data we have on them, and we try to be transparent.
I can just say, and my time's out, but I would tell you this, I would much rather be giving permission after I know what information I'm
Center
giving
from
up.
Echo 002,
Thank you very much.
1019 Rock on the dash.
Time. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, thanks, gentleman. Recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Roby.
You can put me off duty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm just going to build upon what my colleague was just talking about and use a specific example. In June of 2016, Google changed its privacy policy to allow for combining the double-click cookie information with, quote, personal identifiable information. Before this change, the cookies that track people across the web were not melded with other consumer information Google got from searches or Android phone use. And it's my understanding that when Google purchased DoubleClick, representations were made that Google would keep the data separate. The point here is you've heard from many people concerns today about the consumer and what the consumer knows. And I understand there's a personal responsibility as a consumer to do my part to try to understand this. But it's also very complicated stuff. And so I want to point to something positive that Google is doing. In March, you had the online safety roadshow that came through Alabama's 2nd Congressional District to a middle school, Girard Middle School in Dothan. You're being a corporate citizen by trying to teach our young people how to be smart and safe on the internet. And as a mom of a 13-year-old girl, I appreciate that very much. I think that is truly a good example of what it means to be a corporate citizen, that these young people can have the world in their hands, and recognizing that all the positive things that can come from it, there's some dangers as well. I would just say, I think what we would all benefit from is understanding as a corporate citizen, what are you doing to educate the consumer about the privacy policy? You've heard many of my colleagues point to the fact that you have this 20-page privacy policy, but it changes multiple times during the year, or there's representations that are made in 2016 about DoubleClick that change. And so most of us don't have a way to understand this in a way to know that the data that's being collected on us, exactly how it's being used. So I applaud you for the work that you're doing to educate our young people, but I would just ask if you could provide us, you said you used the words evolve and adapt when it comes to the policy, but what are you doing specifically to help educate your consumers on how they can be aware of when they click I accept on the privacy policy that they have a better understanding of how their data is going to be used?
Congresswoman, it's a good question. And for example, we are sending email reminders for certain types of data that's being collected and asking you to go review your settings. And that's an example of the kind of evolution we are doing and we are implementing. We are looking at combining settings where we can so that it's easier for users. So we want to minimize the number of controls, but we want to match it with users have complex expectations too. For example, they want some of their devices to be private, but they are okay with some of their other devices being able to be used where location is aware, etc. So we are trying to match users' expectations. Users do tell us when they search for weather or restaurants, they want restaurants near their location and not somewhere else. And as you can imagine, if someone from Alabama is searching, they want information relevant to them. So that's what we are trying to meet. But I agree with you that we need to simplify this even more. And there's more work to do. And it's a constant effort we are undertaking. As I look into 2019, we'll be doing more changes to make things work better. And I'll take this feedback to account.
Well, and just one example my legislative assistant was showing me in the privacy policy where it's redlined to show what the change was, but it's not pointed out to, that I'm aware of, it's not pointed out to the consumer when the policy is updated for whatever reason, what the exact change is. You have to go search for it and find it yourself. And so if I've got that correct, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is you would have to scroll through the entire privacy policy to see where the changes were made. Is that correct?
I'm happy to follow up on that. I do think there are times we've pointed out to the updates in a blog post or something, and we make it clear what the changes are. But happy to follow up and get the specifics.
I just think the more you could streamline to the consumer how their personal information will be used, is being used, without the consumer having, I mean, again, there's personal responsibility there as well, but I just think you're doing some good things in terms of educating folks about, particularly with the Online Safety Roadshow. I think that you could take some of the work you're doing there and hearing our concerns here today, look for ways that you could better educate the consumer moving forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pichai, a couple of quick follow-ups here. I don't think anybody asked who makes the judgment calls regarding content moderation at Google.
Chairman, it depends on the area. So for example, if it's YouTube, we have, very clear teams which are responsible for YouTube content policies.
And they identified, is it possible for a customer to write to them and say, hey, here's
1019 Rockland.
Here's a concern I have.
We give clear channels for content creators to, to raise concerns back, and we have clear avenues. And we also have had people who are responsible for these platforms, including content moderation, appear here, and I think they've consulted widely here too.
I have a question about preloaded apps. Do you have agreements with the companies that, I mean, Amazon might have an app that they put on your platform. Do you have a data sharing agreement with them? Do they get the information and you get the information that's generated by their app as well? How does that work?
We don't have any special agreements with respect to user data as part of preloading any application.
So if somebody puts an app on your platform, they do it with your permission, is that correct?
Not necessarily, so for example, a device manufacturer can preload applications on Android, and it's up to them and the app developer to do so.
All right. If they operate on your operating system, do you get the information as well as the app owner?
Of information about what's happening within that application?
Right.
Unless there may be specific cases where the user has given us diagnostic information, so the answer would depend on the context, but in general, no. I mean, the relationship is between the user and the app developer.
If you get an app that gathers information on a specific thing, that's not also coming to Google as well as to the developer of the app?
In a general sense, no.
All right, and then finally, and this you can write to us a written answer because it's a very lengthy answer, I believe, but I'm interested in knowing, I know you've had a lot of difficulties in Europe of late, and I'm interested in knowing how your policy in Europe differs from your policy in the United States.
I'm happy to have it I think it's a pretty extensive topic. I'm happy to have a follow-up on that area back to your office.
Okay, yes, we would appreciate that. We'll give you some written questions that other members have provided. We'll have some more of our own, and we would ask that you respond to those promptly.
We definitely will.
Thank you. Well, you've gone for about 3.5 hours, and it's about what we predicted, isn't it, yesterday when we talked? So we thank you very much for your participation today. This concludes today's hearing, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you for being here. I'll never forget.
Center from Echo 001.
Go ahead.
10-7 residents per shift. You can log me off. Thank you.
10-4.
Ottawa traffic units. We're getting 1050 PD only. It's the 417 to Highway 7 eastbound off-ramp. Called in by MTO. There's a car on the snowbank with 4 ways on. Can I get the unit to acknowledge?
Hold 204.
10-4, thank you.
Hey, Kilo 005, could we give the MTO a call and have them head out with some salt? Because that's several incidents out in the west end.
Yep, 10-4, I'll give them a 21.
Smith Falls audience, just stand by. We'll do one last set of fast checks, and also if you're in an ops vehicle, again, if you're in an Ottawa police vehicle, there will be a key fob stationed at a gas station for you to fuel up. I'll advise on that when that happens. Starting from the top, 3 Zulu 002, 1020.
Queen and O'Connor, everything's 10-4.
10-4. 3 Zulu 004, 1020.
10-4, Laurie at King Edward.
Tab 4. 3 Zulu 008.
Sussex, everything's 10-4.
Tab 4 3 Zulu 010, 1020.
101, Bay and Laurier.
Tab 4 3 Zulu 020, 1020.
All right, okay.
Tab 4. Zulu 026, 1020.
Zulu 026, Lewis and O'Connor.
10-4. 3 Zulu 036, 1020.
Turn for Cleveland Bank.
10-4. 3 Zulu 038, 1020. Zulu 040, 1020.
Zulu 064, Queen and Elgin. Or sorry, Queen and, yeah, Elgin.
10-4. Zulu 038, 4042. Status check at your 1020.
Zulu 042, we're at Kent and Queen, everything's 10-4.
10-4. 046, 1020.
046. O'Connor, Alberta.
10-4. 3 Zulu 045, sorry, 3 Zulu 050, 1020.
Gladstone Bank.
10-4. 3 Zulu 052, 1020.
052, Alberta, O'Connor.
10-4. 3 Zulu 054, 56, 1020.
Smith Falls. 3 Zulu 050.
3 Zulu 050, go ahead.
Got a male with a red toque, red canvas backpack at Gladstone and Bank.
Step 4.
Aaron Levisar, February 20th, 1985.
Step 4, just 10-9 his name.
Aaron Levisard, February 20th, 1985, he says.
Mail party 1016 negative.
Okay, 10-4. Did they advise facial hair on the mail at all?
Just a short or brush cut, backpack, dark backpack, 5'7".
10-4. Can you send an OPS over to our location?
10-4.
And Zulu 026, they said no facial hair.
Double 06. If you want to keep them there, just keep them there. We have a picture. What's your 20 again?
Location of 050.
Gladstone and Bank. Gladstone and Bank.
Cover.
Zulu 004.
3 Zulu 004, go ahead.
Sorry, we're just mapping this. Is that anything?
Sorry, bit of feedback there, 10-9.
We were just trying to figure out our way to that location at Gladstone
We're on our way. We're just a minute out. Was that anything?
Not from the return. Not sure what they have there. Smith Falls, 30050. 30050, go ahead. And one of the other guys just showed up here with a photo of the mail. This isn't going to be him then, because this is who they're looking for. 10-4, so disregard Ottawa Police. Zulu 054 1020.
5-4, Bank and Laurier, all 10-4.
10-4 3 Zulu 056 as well.
10-4.
X-ray 008. Just be advised, we're out with OPS unit 278 Somerset at Gilmore.
3 Zulu 060 1020.
Zero 6 there and everything. 10-4 Elgin, that's Albert.
10-4.
Back up, more.
1020. 3 Zulu 070 1020. 3 Zulu 072 1020.
Zulu 072, Nicholas Mackenzie King, on our 4.
3 Zulu 074 1020.
7-4 Mackenzie Rito, everything's 10-4.
3 Zulu 080 1020.
All 10-4 OPS.
10-4 3 Zulu 084 1020.
Okay, dispatch Walsey, please.
Yep, 10-4.
Dispatch to all units. I'm just going to run through, do status checks again for everybody. 3 X-ray 004, your status.
X-ray 004, everything's 10-4.
10-4, 3 X-ray 006.
006, everything's 10 for us.
008, I've got you out at Somerset. 3 X-ray 018.
Yeah, 10-4. We're just at Lori here on a relief collect from fuel at Lion.
10-4, 3 X-ray 020.
3 X-ray 020 and 3 X-ray 022, all in order. Bronson and Slater. Thank you.
10-4, 3 X-ray 024. 3 X-ray 024, status check.
All 10-4, thank you.
3 X-ray 026.
All 10-4, thank you.
3 X-ray 028, status check.
028, 10-4.
3 X-ray 030.
Yeah, I think 10-4, B and lawyer.
3 X-ray 032.
10-4, head back for a post.
You went a bit digital there. What's your 20?
Just heading back for a post on Albert.
3 X-ray 034.
10-4, Lori, Elgin.
3 X-ray 036.
X-ray 36, 10-4, Laurier and Elgin.
10-4, 3 X-ray 038.
038, everything's 10-4. I'm back at the Infinity Building. My partner was a 3-3, so I will be here for the remainder of the night, I guess.
10-4, 3 X-ray 040.
48, McCaffrey and so forth.
3 X-ray 042.
For 2, Lori and O'Connor, 10-4, thanks.
3 X-ray 044.
044, Kent and Laurier, all 10-4, thank you.
3 X-ray 046.
46, 10-4.
3 X-ray 060. You still out at the Affinity Center?
Negative, we're 6 minutes away from the Esso station at Bank and Gladstone for any Ottawa cruisers that need to be filled up.
Okay, perfect. I'll let everybody know. 3 X-ray 070.
070, all 10-4, thanks.
10-4 and 072 is over at command post as well. So for any units in an OPS vehicle, if you can start making your way to Bank and Gladstone. If anybody needs a rover, just advise.
Consider any unit,
Ottawa police vehicle requiring gas. They'll be at Bank in Gladstone with a key fob. So if you require fuel, just to make arrangements to get there. Bank in Gladstone. And it's the SO at Bank in Gladstone.
Zero, we have an OPS vehicle, and we'll let's also attend to fuel up. Thank you.
10-4 at Bronson and Slater.
Directory 020, 10-4, Bronson and Slater. We do have a second vehicle already here, so we can just make our way right now.
Yeah, 10-4, go ahead.
You want to have a second to get there, John? You can come around if you want, but I don't need one. Very good, butterfly.
Dispatch from 3X-ray 08.
Go ahead.
Are there any other units that need to be relieved for fuel?
Again, anybody have an OPS vehicle needs fueling?
Yeah, they didn't try 10-4. X-ray 030 to Compton.
Go ahead.
We have a rover unit relieving us for so we can fuel our OPS vehicle. Can you just 10-9 the location of the place where you can get the gas at?
Yeah, 10-4 over at Gladstone and Bank.
10-4 on road right now.
Three Delta 202 Smith Falls. Three Delta 202 Smith Falls.
Go ahead.
Just letting you know for that tree that's down, we've got another caller saying it's blocking the majority of the road. I have left a message with roads. 10-4.
10-4.
Municipal 042. I copy that update. They're willing to do one up there on the computer. I can print it off here and issue them a Form 10. That's what they want to do. Just tell me the occurrence number.
Yep, 10-4, I guess. Sergeant Skillen also said that he would attach it to this call for you guys to print off, if that makes sense.
Okay, 10-4. Would be easier to do it in the original occurrence, but sure you can do that too.
10-4, I'll give him a 21. Kilo 402. He's going to put it into the original occurrence, and it's putting CAD there.
10-4, thanks for your help.
Miss Falls, 3 Papa 002.
Papa 002, go ahead.
Just let you know that white Traverse has been removed.
10-4, I'll clear it off.
Over.
10-4, have a good night.
10-4, thank you, and you guys the door.
Thanks.
3 X-ray 032.
3 X-ray 032, go ahead.
We just had a resident that lives at 224 Lion Street North request OPS attend that building. They have a homeless person sleeping in their alcove there.
10-4.
X-ray, or sorry, Zulu 026.
X-ray 030. We're back, we're full speed over here.
10-4.
10-4, go ahead.
Your name's going to be Delta Echo Juliet Oscar November Golf. Given one's Dylan, date of birth October 18th, 2003.